Ladies, gentlemen, and others, the wait is finally over. The debut race of the Virtual Motorsport Group is here, and boy, oh boy, do we have a good one in store for you. We're heading to Virtual Florida today for the 1,000 miles of Sebring, where we'll be turning laps around this bumpy, high-speed, grueling airstrip for, you guessed it, 1,000 miles or 8 hours, whichever comes first. Hard to learn and even harder to master, Sebring is 3.7 miles or 6 kilometers of bumpy American runway, with 17 tight and twisty yet fast corners and surface changes to boot. If you don't make a mistake, there's every possibility that your car will give up on you, such is the brutal nature of this track. Watch out for the final corner in the opening few laps, as that's where the accidents are going to happen. Here on VMG TV, we're going to bring you all the action from the start right through to the end. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me is Ron Squire. How are you doing, Ron?
Hello, Ross. It's been a great qualifying session a couple of days ago, and we're really looking forward to this race. 8 hours in all. It's going to be absolutely tough on the circuit, I tell you that much.
It really is, and also alongside us is someone who unfortunately had to miss out on the qualifying commentaries that were preparing for their radio debut. It's the one and only George Morgan. George, you all okay?
Ross, got to say, a pleasure to be here in the land of stars and stripes. Hello to you as well, Ron, and to all the audience there at home. We're going to be in for a real clinic here in America. Certainly the Sebring circuit, as you quite rightly say, Ross, full of treacherous corners. The asphalt itself may seem flat, but it throws up certainly a few spokes in the works. I can imagine we're going to be seeing non-stop action from the start.
I really hope we are as well. Obviously, with the start, there is the prototype categories going off first, and then the GT categories. Both of them will be heading off at the same time with a bit of a gap between them. But hope so. We will be getting that underway in a few minutes. But before we do, we just need to get a few things clear. First of all, the number 7 BHK Motorsport LMP2 car and the number 50 Bottling Motorsport GT3 car are not taking part in this event. They have both pulled out. It's a shame to see them go. But, you know, people, sometimes you've just got to do what you've got to do. Sometimes you can't make a race for one reason or another. So it's a shame to see them go. Hopefully we can have them back in the future for any future VMG events that we will undergo. And there was also a fair few grid penalties after what was quite an enthralling qualifying session, I must say. And there was something like seven grid penalties within the GT cars and then 2 in the prototype cars. So that's something to keep your eye on. There, any drivers who you would expect to be higher up the order will be near the back of their pack and will have to fight through the pack early on. You know, even though it is endurance racing and it's not one on the first lap, you do want to spend as little time as you can stuck behind other cars. You really want to make the moves as you go through. Just try and get your positions early and get that advantage built up early. It really is beneficial as you do that. So we've got a few minutes now until the start of the race, and I went to Ron with his predictions in qualifying, and he managed to get them bang on the money. So I'm going to go to Ron again here. No, obviously it's roughly an 8-hour race. It's a long one, 1,000 miles, and anything can happen. But is there anybody who you think has a decent chance at victory today?
Well, I had a look in the practice results earlier, and I do have to say that the Aspeternio Force Polonia, even though they've qualified a little bit further down the grid, around 5th or 6th, around that, they do have a chance to try and win this race because they've got the setup right in practice in terms of race setup. So keep an eye on them this afternoon, but it's either going to be one of the top 3 in qualifying that I presume might win the race. But again, don't count out AFP. That's all I will say.
That's a very good call there from Ron Squire. I'm also going to ask the same thing to George. Have you got any predictions? You got any different thoughts to Ron on what might happen?
We've got a very hench lineup here indeed, Ross. It's going to be absolutely intriguing from the get-go. You quite rightly said the start is all important. The drivers need to make sure they obtain the track position that they are looking for in order to benefit their way through the rest of this race. It starts to get a little bit nitty-gritty in the middle of the race. Of course, the first 4 hours are definitely the important factor. That is when you state your claim. You state your claim on the positions on track. Certainly, whoever can strike P1 first is going to be at the advantage. It goes without saying in motorsport, but definitely in occasions such as this. A few names have certainly caught my eye. David Kalaksai, for example, looks like a formidable driver in his own right. I've seen him before, commentated on him before. But even the likes of Ivan Leonov, Yannick Bock, Ricardo Costa, just some of these names are absolutely unbelievable. James Juber as well, who is a megastar, certainly when it comes to single-seater racing. I'm looking forward to seeing who actually does lay claim and benefit, certainly to the race. I've got a sneaking suspicion, though, that it could be the day for David Kalaksai.
Well, there you are, the 2 predictions from the 2 men alongside me. We'll just have to see over the course of this race what can happen. And obviously, there was qualifying 2 days ago. It wasn't last night due to the Spa Invitational events that were occurring, the official rFactor 2 Spa Invitational events. So we decided to bring qualifying a day earlier. And as I mentioned earlier, Ron was bang on the money with his qualifying predictions, but it was super, super close up the top. The times really couldn't have been closer. And in the GT category as well, in the category, some of the GT3s were really mixing it up with the GT3, so that was really good to see. My mind here goes to the TTF racing car, Christian Pasquale at the wheel of that. He's on pole in the GT3 category, but he was 5th overall out of the GTs. It was a really, really strong lap from him. And obviously, with the start procedure, both the GT3s and the GTEs, or the GT Rookie and the GT Pro class, as we are calling them today, they are starting together. So you've really got to keep your eye out. There may be a bit of a gap. There's every possibility that the GTE category is faster over the course of the race, but we will just have to see what happens. And obviously, you also have to look out for the first lap chaos as well. Sebring, it's a very, very bumpy circuit, very narrow in some places, but also very wide. Lots of overtaking opportunities, but that last corner as well, it's so inviting to try and make a dive bomb up the inside heading into it. And then suddenly you're on the bumps and you're turning around, facing the wrong way with an entire grid of cars heading straight for you. So we really will just have to wait and see what happens. Only a few minutes to go now till the start of the race. I'd say it's about time we had a look at the starting grid, don't you? Let's just see what it's looking like as we wait for it to come up on our screen now. In the final few minutes before the start of the VMG 1000 Miles of Sebring. Just a few minutes to go until the green flag drops for the prototype class, and then a few seconds later for the GT classes. 2 minutes to go is the quote in our ear from our broadcaster. Just 2 minutes to go. It really is going to be a cracking race that we've got on our hands here. I'm super excited. Can't wait to see what happens. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. You're going to be stuck with me the whole way through, unfortunately. Ron and George are going to come and go. You've got the, well, I'm not sure if I'd say pleasure of having me or not, but you're going to have to stick with me for about 8 hours or 1,000 miles, whichever comes first.
Ross, I think they're all in for a real treat, certainly with yourself. I just want to take another look at the track before, obviously, we go through the classifications, because you've got, obviously, turn 1, which is a very swooping left-hander, and you've got a semi-straight leading down towards turn 3, and then an S section 4, 5. I think the key point in that circuit is turn 6, Big Bend, where the cars can be pushed out to the left-hand side. It may not be the most aggressive of corners, but certainly you're going to be seeing a lot of cars making dynamic maneuvers down the inside, heading down towards hairpin. Now, if they get hairpin wrong at turn 7, I've got to say that could really put a spoke in the wheel to a lot of the performance. And I think as well that turns 10 and 11 are going to be clinical too. And obviously leading down towards the turn 16, down towards the Le Mans Bend, which will lead them down the Ullman Straight. It's going to be key to see how they make use of these straights. Certainly the LMP cars carrying a lot of speed indeed. Approximately 800 brake horsepower in these cars. It's going to be incredibly difficult for these guys to manage these cars on this circuit. Certainly with the asphalt being reasonably flat, but at the same time you get your odd bumps as well through the circuit. We saw them bouncing through qualifying, and certainly under race conditions where they're fighting for position, when you add another car into the mix, it's certainly going to confuse matters.
It certainly is, and when you consider the fact that obviously the prototype class is going to be coming up to the GTs very quickly to lap them, when they will all still be in their packs very early on in the race, it really is going to be very difficult for the faster class to get through them if they're battling. And you mentioned turn 1, obviously that big sweeping left-hander. That on the first lap is an absolute killer for anybody who starts on the outside line, because there is only really one line through that corner. It's to hug the inside and then fire it out as wide as you can onto the curb, and you can just get hung out to dry straight onto the grass and lose many, many positions if the person on your inside isn't feeling too kind on that first lap. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Hopefully we manage to complete the first lap cleanly. It's very difficult to race side by side here, but it can also produce some absolutely spectacular battles throughout, and hopefully we'll see that over the entire 1,000 miles or 8 hours. As I mentioned, whichever one comes first, that will be the end of the race. If there's many code 80s or yellow flags or a race stoppage, we may not actually achieve the 1,000 miles, but it's just the time limit. 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time will be as long as this race will run if it looks like we are not going to be able to achieve the full distance. As now, there should be less than a minute to go until the start of the formation lap. And we just sit here in the commentary booth, waiting, anticipating what should be an absolutely thrilling event to watch. The VMG. Oh, apologies there, George.
No, it's okay. No, I just want to say, obviously, a terrific event. The 1,000 Miles of Sebring. The track is phenomenal. America, as well, has synonymously been linked with certainly motorsport, endurance racing, etc. over in that country. Not to mention IndyCar, which is absolutely massive. So it's going to be an absolute clinic. The track is unbelievable, and it's a great starting spot for VMG to really unleash its true potential. We'd obviously like to thank all our broadcasting team here, bringing that to us, of course, VMG, with this grandiose event. It's going to be super duper, and I got to say, very much looking forward to commentating alongside you guys as well, Ross and Ron. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely splendid. I hope you guys in the chat are going to enjoy it too. We're going to endeavour to bring you some of the top racing action here. Hopefully the guys reflect that out on track here this afternoon.
Indeed, George. We are just waiting for a few drivers to get on the server before we get underway. Is the confirmation from our broadcaster in our ears. And yeah, as you mentioned, Sebring, it is one of the best tracks that the United States of America has to offer. Obviously, many good tracks, but Sebring is very much held up there as one of the best. It's such a unique track in the nature of its bumps, and it's tight and yet fast. It's really brutal on the cars. There's anywhere in the world that you are going to have a mechanical failure, it's going to be here, because those bumps really just shake your suspension to pieces. And it is absolutely horrible to drive, I must say. But when you master the track, it is so rewarding. And over the course of 8 hours, I'm very much suspecting we're going to see a fair few retirements and accidents, because as the drivers wear on through the race, they're going to get more tired and hot, and their concentration is going to begin to lapse. Staring at a screen for multiple hours, it really starts to play tricks on your mind. And the mistakes are going to start to creep in, and you will see drivers firing it off. So the moments to watch out for the big accidents is the first few laps of the race when everyone is battling. And then when you're starting to get kind of midway through people's stints, we're looking maybe 2 hours in and 6 hours in and on to the end of the race. That's when the accidents are going to be happening. So if you're here to watch some crashes, stick around for those, because those are going to be your action points as we just now wait for the formation lap to start. And obviously the weather today is going to be fair. It is raining in real life Sebring at the moment, but for the first VMG event, it was decided by the team behind the event that it was to be fair the entire way through, just to make sure it all runs smoothly. Obviously, rFactor 2 does have a little bit of a tendency to have a server crash on occasions, and we don't really want that, and the weather can sometimes affect that. So we're just running it fair today. There will be a day-night transition, hopefully, but the weather remaining sunny, 29 degrees air temp, 29 degrees track temp, as is the normal for rFactor 2. And it is now time to move on to the race, the moment you've all been waiting for. The starting grid should be coming up on our graphics any second now. The drivers will all be ready on the TeamSpeak servers, all with their teammates, and here is the starting grid. Hopefully, as it comes up anyways, we just get a lovely view of the S's down here at Sebring. And here we are, the starting grid. Fusion Sim Racing starts on the pole with Evolution Motorsports in P2, NetRex line up in P3, and then One Acco in P4, the number 14. Then Fair Racing Team in P5, AFP lining up in P6, Omicron Sim Racing P7, Global Endurance Racing in P8 with the number 13 car. Then moving on, P9, it's Team Iris, P10, it's Laszlo Molnar in the Hyper Team car, P11, it's the second AFP car, number 4, P12, it's the Satellite Racing Team.
Of course, this
apologies, George.
It's okay. This would not be complete without our GT cars as well. Adam Surej there with Nico Barkley, Bojan Bogdanov as well in P15, P16. Sorry, we just missed that. I believe that to be Bogdanov. Sorry. Christian Pascal is there as well with Chris Backer in P18, Joseph Fag for Dodos Racing in P19, Tim Ulrich making up the next spot there, P21, Lucas Lichten. P22, Gregor Ballo with Ben Corbin in P23, Ramo Peterson there in P24 for Tenga Team. Moving on then to Oliver Tegluhus there in P25, Hatbusi Jam in P26, P27, Marius Siedeland with P28, Callum Hamberley as well. Moving on to P29, David Nichols for Satellite Racing, Powell Pankiewicz there in P30. With P31, Giorgio Sorelli, and P32, Pascal as well. Looking further down as well, Einot Busilia in P33, last of the runners. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Lots of action from the start, and looking forward to bringing it to you folks.
Should be a great race, and it appears we are well underway on our formation lap here with the prototype. And George, I'm going to pass this over straight to you for this one.
Well, they're making their way around the track now. Hopefully very soon we'll be commencing the start of this race. Obviously the formation lap will be first. They'll be lining up alongside each other, just slowly easing their way around the circuit. Now this right-handed section, this is the hairpin section, and this is then going to lead them up towards turn 8. And of course turn 8 has got the Fangio straight, which is sort of in between that of turns 8 and 9. And you can see there the Mugen Sim Racing team there leading the fray. And you can imagine Zoltan Boda looking to get a nice start, certainly to aid their prospects in this race today, as they now make their way through towards Cunningham, which is turn 10. Again, another right-handed 90-degree, where you're turning back on yourself into Collier in turn 11, heading around this next left-hander. Turn 12, followed by turn 13, which is another 90-degree right-hander. I just want to say as well, the amount of 90-degree corners here, Ross, certainly in an LMP car that's going at 800 brake horsepower, it's very testing in itself to sort of control these cars around a circuit like this.
It really is. These cars, obviously, that they do have a lot more downforce when compared to the GT cars, but they've also, as you mentioned, going a lot faster. So it's a give and take, and around the 90-degree corners, obviously the slowest moments on the track, you do get a tendency to get a fair bit of oversteer on the exits. So really, as the tyres begin to wear down, especially on the rears, you may see a few spins here. So do watch out for that as the stint continues on.
Yes, and I will say, going for those 90-degree corners, with the amount of tyre wear and speed when going through them, you need to go through them at the right angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, traction is all the more important. Certainly, coasting into the bends, it does help. Obviously,
did you not get it?
I did not. No, I did not.
90 degrees, right angle.
Oh, fair enough. Yes. Okay, we'll give you that one. Yeah. Fun fact for you there, folks. Yeah. We were a bit slow off the mark on that one. But as we now witness these cars now making their way down this stretch now. They've got Le Mans corner coming next. Very apt for the GT cars as they make their way down. This is the long stretch between 16 and 17 called the Ullman Straight. And the LMP is going to be making their way down towards that notorious turn 17, which is the Sunset Bend. Now, this is almost like a double right-hander, and you've got to take this one with great care. I saw a couple of cars in practice actually missing their step around this final corner as the cars now wind themselves up, leading towards the home straight. Sorry, just missed a cut across point there. Sorry, was that you, Ron?
Not to mention through qualifying the. No, not to mention through qualifying as well. You're going to have a lot of deja vu moments, if you know what I mean.
Here we go. They're about to start this race now. You can see the LMPs all prepped. Here they go. And it's going to be pedal to the metal. Go, 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 go. Mugen Sim Racing with Zoltan Border leading the way, heading in towards turn 1. In behind, we have a jump up with Ivan Leonov striking from the start up in a P2. Max Scholten joining the fray, but he's got company in behind him there with Mika Hakimi. Ernest Lapin joining the fray as well as Pat.
But meanwhile, here goes the GT category. Off they go. It is green. It looks like the two Pinsam Julius Esports Ferrari up the inside of the leading Porsche, and there goes one of the Ferraris up the inside. Looks like it's going to be able to get the position. Does it hang out the outside Ferrari? Doesn't seem to. They all get away reasonably cleanly through the first turn. Sorry for cutting you off there, George. Just needed to get my section in, and we managed to stay clean, it seems, through the first couple corners, all relatively well away.
Yeah, it's an absolutely clean start from all sorts of classes at the moment, and yeah, just absolutely clean. Just making sure that everyone is safe for those first couple of corners on this first lap. That's all I wanted to see. Clean racing, gents.
Yeah, well, Zoltan Border still leading the way. He is coming round the next right-hander indeed, making his way through Collier now, but he's in close proximity with Ivan Leonov, who's in P2, 4 and a bit tenths of a second in behind. Max Scholten as well there as well. He's literally within the 3/10 mark, in behind Ernest Lapin, joining the fray. Patrick Spilvazi's there too, trying to do battle with none less than Yannick Bock as well, who's in P6, who's had a bit of a torrid start, coming down towards the next right-hander. Indeed, these LMP3s with all their pace, packing punch, utilising the downforce, heading around Le Mans corner into the Ullman Straight here. We're on the verge of completing lap 1 already of this 268 lap affair, and Mugen Sim Racing leading the way and seem to be doing it well. 6/10 in front, running wide there. The fair racing team of Max Scholten, not ideal at all. He will lose a little bit of time, but like we said, the early stages are important. Ross, the geese keep it under control.
They do indeed, George. Obviously, the first lap is well underway. As we see here, the GT category is just coming up to Sunset Bend now. That number 17, Timotej Andonovski's really benefited off the start, but now they really just need to keep in their rhythm or get into it. A little bit of a look from the one Akko car there, up the inside, decides not to do it. Probably the better of the options to stay there than go for the move and potentially risk an accident with the number 17. But he's going to have a really good run down the straight now into the first corner, and if he can have a great exit out there, I think he'll have a great chance coming into the S's now. Can he manage to sneak it through? We're on the onboard here, managed to get a really good entry. Looks like on the exit though that Andonovski has managed to pull away a little bit better, so he's not going to have the opportunity into the S's. Let's see if he can manage to stay on him though. Obviously still 1,000 miles to go in this race. You want to get the moves done as quick as you can, but also there you can be more patient than you would be in your regular sprint race affair. That number 17 Pinsam Drillers Esports car really got away well off the start, George.
He certainly did. He's looking ever prominent there in P13. I got to say, that's what you need to do from the get-go. We said, obtain your position out on track. It's going to serve you well heading into the deeper realms of this race. But still in front for the LMPs is the Mugen Sim Racing team driver of Zoltan Border, and he's laid in a purple Sector 1 already. He's still absolutely flying here in lap 3 of 268. In behind the Netrix Grand Prix driver Ivan Leonov, who got a tremendous start from the get-go. It just goes to show that qualifying means one thing, the race means something totally different. Indeed, still Mugen Sim Racing in front, followed then by Netrix Grand Prix. In behind, a huge gap for the Apostino Force Polonia team, who are in P3, 2.6 seconds back. And also there, the Omricon Sim Racing team. We've got a few battles littered out across the second. And spin
oh,
there.
No.
Oh, there it is, Nico Barkley in the one Akko car, the number 18, having a spin. Not too sure what happens there. There may have been contact, because it seemed like he was round about halfway down a straight. It was either a very, very long spin or there was contact. Hopefully we can get a replay of that and see what happened. Not too sure. Car doesn't seem to be too damaged. Managed to get go again, hoping to pass the Ferrari that's out in front of him. But just a big shame for that one Aka car. Here we can see the replay following the Pinsim Jewelers Esports guy who was running in P2 at the time and yet just dipped onto the grass on the exit of the corner. Made the right decision, pulling off out of the way of everyone in front, but obviously just took his time trying to get turned back around. Lap number 4 here of 268 at the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
I tell you what, I haven't properly made a bet on that, otherwise I will not be banking on that later on, I'll tell you that much.
No, I mean, the drama has already been absolutely out of this world. Lap 4 of 268, and still the Mugen Sim Racing team are in front and literally polarizing their way through this track right now. It's been absolutely tremendous. The Netrix Grand Prix team currently a second back, and that gap is growing, folks. It's gone up by another 0.3 of a second since we last assessed it. Aptostinio Force Polonia currently back 1.8 seconds. Just to get your thoughts, Ron, on the early analysis of the actual start, we're starting to see them settle down now after a very, very hustle and bustle first few laps. What are we likely to see now as we head into the race proper?
Well, I'm likely to see Aspertonia Force Polonia keep on going up the field. I'm a little bit gobsmacked to see Evolution go back down a few places. They were second when they started, I believe, and now they just made the worst start imaginable, now down to 5th. But going back to another class, I'm really, really shocked to see the one Aiko car just spin out of the race like that before he had a chance to try and get up the place or not. But it's still early days. It's early days. We need to find out what happens in the next few hours.
Absolutely. I've got to say, Ross, from your perspective, certainly calling the GT3 cars, again, they didn't hold back, did they? Certainly, very much like the LMPs. The first lap, it literally was get your position. It was exactly like we discussed. What are your thoughts based on what we've just seen?
Well, I was surprised to see them move into the first corner by the number 17 Pinsim Drillers Esports car. I thought that was really, really brave. Really kind of just sent the one Aka car out into dry and got the move done. Really, really brave stuff from there, as we can just see this battle for P2 overall in the prototype class here. And I was a bit disappointed to see the one Aka car, making that mistake early on. That seemed to be the early challenge for the number 17 Drillers car. The next car, the Mugen Sim Racing 25, is a fair few seconds back now. The two Ferraris, which were running 1 and 2, seem to have broken away a little bit, and now the one Aka car lying all the way down in 24th overall. Really disappointing for them, hoping they can get back up there. We'll just have to see what happens over the course of the race.
Certainly will, and still Mugen Sim Racing leading the way without too much trouble at this moment. 1.3 seconds the gap. The AFP car, though, has got another issue on. Netrix Grand Prix now in P3. Despite dispatching that team earlier on, we have got a replay here of an actual overtake here. I'm not sure quite who this is between, but this is the GT car. Oh my word, a bit of contact.
That's the number 20 pins. Oh no!
That was heading out of turn 1. Remember, we spoke about that corner, Ross, going into turn 1. Again, being thrown out wide, going 2 or 3 wide through that bend can prove treacherous.
It can indeed, and I was just sitting here wondering what happened to the other Drillers Esports car, and we found out there the team at LRL, I believe that was the number 24 GT3 car, just contact between the two, pitching them both into a spin and then just collecting a Porsche behind them. Big incident here on the first lap of the race. A yellow flag. I assume there's a car going slowly somewhere with damage. Hopefully we don't see a code 80. That's really not what we want to see early in the race. And disappointing there. There's the Drillers car, I believe, that was involved in that incident. Big shame for them. Both cars were quick in qualifying and were running really well. So with the GT categories, it's been a combination of all guns blazing and half the cars facing the wrong way over the first 6 laps.
Guns blazing, that's one way of putting it.
Indeed it is.
Mugen currently under a lot of pressure now because the AFP team are now getting closer and closer. 0.3 of a second separating now the top 2, and it seems to be thinning up very, very dramatically indeed. Just watching now, they've got a BMW car in behind what looks to be anyway, coming around this next right-hander and trying to close the gap as they now make their way down towards the next left-hander. This, of course, as we now see, we are rejoining the actual footage, and we are here with the leaders, Mugen Sim Racing, who are now under pressure from the AFP team as they make their way down the straight. And as you can now see, heading round the next, what will be right-hander, this will be following the Ullman straight, heading into the next right now, the number 9 car, the Mugen team, under elusive pressure here from AFP. And you can see a little move on the left-hand side as they come down. This is Sebring still hands on. It seems to be under significant pressure as they make their way around the next left still. Round turn 1, and Mugen in deep trouble.
Indeed, they are. Ernest Lappins in the number 4 AFP car there. He's very, very quick. He's a young but very smart driver. You know, he knows what he's doing. When he sees the opportunity, he will know whether it's the right time to make the move or not. So just hold your horse, I think. Just see what happens. Obviously, we can see now that Zoltan Bode has managed to pull a little bit of a gap there after those first few corners. I believe that Lappins is faster over the second half of the lap as we just come into the hairpin here. See the gap close up a little bit under the brakes. So I think you'll just see Ernest biding his time, waiting for Bode to make that mistake, and then he'll make the move. Then he'll make the killer decision.
He'll try and bode his time well, I'll tell you that much, and Lappins will make the Mugen team look like right bugs. That's 2 punts for 1, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, like what I said, AFP is one of my predictions, and like I said, don't count them out. It's looking absolutely good for AFP right now.
Certainly is. They're still there for the time being. 0.5 of a second, the gap between AFP and them. Netrix are back 1.7. This is Timotej Andonovsky. Apologise for any obviously pronunciations. He makes his way across the line, coming around turn 1. And certainly this GT team looking to rise themselves up the ranks indeed. Certainly drillers be hoping for a very good performance here today. Mugen still in front though, with Apostino Fospolonia there in P2. 0.6 of a second, and then Netrix Esports, who are Netrix Grand Prix, should I say, who are currently 1.2 seconds back. And so far, so good. Certainly seems to be nice and steady at this moment as they head down the next straight. And you can just see the GT car there, just allowing the Mugen car right by. Obviously, these LMP cars, they eat these GT3 cars for lunch, certainly around circuits such as this. These long straights allowing them to really hit their full potential here, guys.
And we can see there, I just want to cut back to a moment earlier, we saw in the pits that the number 17 driller's car lapping the number 20 driller's car as it came out of the pits, obviously with that contact earlier. It really is a story of two halves for the drillers team. You've got one car in the lead by a fair few seconds and another one really far down the order. It's a big shame for obviously both of them were running really strongly in the first couple laps of the race, and now as the race starts settling into the rhythm, hopefully the number 20 car can find its way back up to the top and start challenging for the higher places as we go on.
Absolutely. We're just watching now. We can see the next chicane being taken, or at least the next right-hander before the next left. We are chasing at the moment Mugen Sim Racing, who are in front by at least 0.7 of a second. In behind AFP, still really drumming up a little potential advantage here. Ernest Lapin driving the car exceptionally well. They've already dispatched Netrix Grand Prix. Ivan Leonov relegated down to P3 for now. Patrick Spilvasi there in P4 as well. Quite a gap back to him. Approximately at this moment in time, the gap between, or the difference, is around 0.5 of a second. It's getting really, 5 seconds indeed. It's getting really, really drawn out now. You start to see the leaders really pull away, and this is where they try and strike home an advantage as you get into the middle of the race, which obviously we've still got many hours left to go. A lot can happen in the next 8 hours, and you can just see now the 0.4 of a second gap being sprung into action by AFP. They can certainly look to land a blow here, as you can see them now coming down the straight. Still Mugen in front, 0.2 of a second back, as we now see a move here from the AFP car there, and Ernest Lapin there moving all over the back end there of the Mugen team. That gives them something to think about as they go through the race. Certainly opportunities seem to be presenting themselves, Ron.
Yep, that's the traffic seems to be helping the AFP of Ernest Lapin really good there, but again, the Mugen car doesn't seem to want to budge. He's trying to see absolutely everything he can to make sure that Lapin doesn't get past, but he might get past here. Lapin!
3 wide into the hairpin. He looks like he's going to do it. Ernest Lapin, can he manage to get up the inside?
Can he?
Oh, he's off the track.
Oh, the track! He's got
He's in the lead. They're still side by side coming up to Collier's corner, and it's going to be Ernest Lapin's taking the lead. What a move by the AFP man there.
Oh,
wow.
Me.
That was a bit tense. Look at this on the onboard. Ernest Lapin's there, almost 4 wide coming through the hairpins. There's a GT3, I believe, on the inside. He managed to go there, almost Nick Hackett and Michael Schumacher. Ernest, all 4 wheels off the track, trying to avoid that GT car. Wow, what a move by the AFP driver.
I will say tense is an absolute understatement in that moment. That was utterly insanity. No, insanity is an understatement. What is a better word than insanity? Please let me know. Delirium? Maybe not delirium.
I don't think there is, Ron. Honestly, I was just thinking in my head as we approached this that Ernest knows that the lapped cars was going to be when he needs to make his move, and we saw there he just did. I think he knew that in the early phase of this race that the Mugen sim racer car, the number 9, was a little bit faster, and that he would have to make his move coming into the lap cars, and he has, and he's already built up a bit of a gap. It's already 0.6 of a second between the two. And we will maybe see now him pulling into the distance a bit. Perhaps now he's in the clear air. He's now the faster car. We will just have to see what happens over the next few laps. 10 laps in out of 268 here at Sebring.
Yeah, what an absolute phenomenal effort there from Ernest Lepin, earning him that P1 spot. And of course, this is the sort of racing you have to try and pull off in order to crunch out the final results. We now see Ben Corbin there with Gergo Balau, who's just in behind him, 0.2 of a second. And let's see if he can make a maneuver himself here in the GT car as they come around the next right-hander down the semi-straight, at least, or the long straight. He has a we've got also news. Yeah, we got news of a stop-and-go penalty against Ernest Lepin. So after that move, he has now got himself a penalty. Not ideal for them, Ross, especially after taking the lead in the way they did. Probably they could have been a little more patient, perhaps.
Maybe, as we just see Ernest lapping the number 20 Drillers car there. From what I can tell, just looking through the student reports, it appears that there was an incident where Ernest accidentally just knocked someone off the track, just braking too late, and he has received a stop and go for it. So now Ernest is really want to try and build up that gap as far as he can. It's only 0.4 at the moment between the AFP car and the number 9 of the Mugen Sim Racing team. He is really want to build that gap up as far as he can in order to make that stop and go be as little an effect on his race pace as possible. So we'll see what Ernest does. Just a confirmation in the top left there of our graphic penalty. Ernest Lapin's the AFP 04 driver, just heading through Sunset Bend. We may see him dive into the pits immediately. No, we won't. He goes around for another laps. We'll just have to see when he comes in and how that team reacts to it.
Even I will admit that overtake, that insane overtake was a little bit suspect because he was in the middle of a huge amount of traffic. He cut the corner a little bit. I presume that he's going to be awarded a penalty for that. But I'm just thinking that it was an insane overtake. But again, it was suspect, absolutely suspect.
Yeah,
it's okay, and I think it was obviously a very ballsy maneuver. There's lots of cars out on tracks, and when you're mishmatching GT cars and LMP cars together, it can cause no end of issues. But that's what makes this kind of racing absolutely superb and adds a different dynamic to it. Definitely, Ernest Lapin, though, in P1 as it sits at this moment on track, albeit the penalty to be applied, 0.5 separating him and Zoltan Boda at the moment, who is still currently in P2. The Mugen Sim Racing team certainly not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Remember, this is fought over an entirety of 8 hours. But certainly a penalty at this stage isn't the best scenario to put yourself in. And I totally agree with you, Ron. Probably not the smartest maneuver to make, but nonetheless, he did get it done in somewhat fashion. So maybe it will benefit him in the long run. We'll see.
Yeah, and now we'll have to see if he's going to take his penalty this lap, because he should be informed of this penalty sometime soon. We'll have to wait and see when he comes around this last corner now. It is going to be an absolute shame because Ernest Lapins have actually worked to try and get that pole, even though that overtake was suspect. We'll have to wait and see because Mugen will take the lead at this point in time. He's coming. Yes, he's coming in. He's coming in, I believe. Oh, maybe he's not. I genuinely thought that if he went into the corner a little bit tighter, he would thought, yeah, I think he might be going into the pit. Has he not been informed yet? I don't know. If he's been informed.
I assume he has, Ron, but my suspicion that he'll be conferring with his team over the radio, just trying to figure out what to do. Obviously a penalty this early in the race is an absolute disaster for that AFP car, and they'll be trying to decide when the best time to take the penalty is. They'll be looking at the gaps. It's currently 1.4 seconds between him and Zoltan Boda in P2. They'll be looking at the gaps, looking at the strategy, looking at the fuel and the tyre wear, looking where everybody else is on the track, and they'll be making that call of when this comes in. I believe, unlike a drive-through penalty, there is no limit to when you have to come and serve your stop and go. You can serve it whenever you want. So they will just be deciding when the best time for that penalty is. So I think it will be a rather late call. So you may see him trying to take the normal line out of the last corner and then diving to the right-hand side on the exit to come into the pit lane, as he just has a little bit of a slide coming to Collier's corner there. We'll just have to see what the AFP driver does here as he heads into Tower Curve.
Yeah, we got a couple of people on the Discord saying, how was it a race against it? Just curious. If he was trying to get through a bunch of traffic while trying to make an overtake, you are bound to actually collide with a couple of people in the different class if you're going through that corner speeding enough. I believe that might have led up to the penalty, and maybe she's referred to a different penalty. I'm not too sure, but that's why I believe, isn't it? If it's going along the lines of that.
Indeed, obviously, the stewards putting in a big shift. We've got Liam Rance is our main driver steward today. He's putting in a big shift for us. He's having a lot of penalties to sort through. So we'll just have to keep an eye on what happens with the penalties. Obviously, they can just change the entire shape of a race. He's ultimately the final say in what is deserving of a penalty and what is just a racing incident, as we continue to follow around Ernest Lappens here. Still not coming to the pits. Like I said, I think they will just be waiting to see what the best time is for their stop and go penalty. They've managed to pull a 1.5 second gap now to Zoltan Boda in the Mugen sim racing car as the race begins to settle into its rhythm. It's calming down now. Back to you, Ron. Who do you think has been the biggest winners and the biggest losers of the first 13 laps?
The biggest winners in the LMP2 car category I would say AFP, but again, like I said, don't count out either Mugen, Netrex, or Evolution, because they managed to pull themselves back up, especially Evolution in the last couple of laps. They were 5th or 6th, now they're up to 4th. With AFP bound to take their penalty in a bit, you would see the top 3 that were in qualifying would be back at the top 3 at the next few laps if AFP take their penalty. So I would say Mugen, Netrex, or Evolution are in the LMP2. In GTE, you would say one Echo a little bit, but after their spin in the first couple of laps of the race, you would say Pinsim Drillers, the biggest winners in GTE at this moment in time. Blackhawk closing in a little bit. As for GT3, it's a bit neck and neck between TTF and AFP again. But once again, we'll wait and see what happens in that part of the world.
We will indeed. Obviously, you were just mentioning the Pinsim Drillers car. Obviously, the gap is closing in GT between them and Blackhawk Racing, but they have managed to still pull that 7 seconds. Obviously, I'm wondering if they just used a bit more tyre in the first stretch of their stint. Just trying to extend that gap a bit. Maybe they know that it's better here to be faster initially and then slower of the second half of your stint than to be consistent. It's Timotej Andonovski is at the wheel of that number 17 Ferrari. He's a very, very experienced driver and in a very, very experienced squad. And I'm sure they've got many people on a voice chat right now just discussing the race, keeping an eye on everything, as Ernest Lappens has a bit of a wiggle coming into the hairpin there. Still 1.5 seconds between him and Zoltan Boda. And obviously, you mentioned at TTF Racing, that they've, where they qualified. I'd say they've fallen back a little bit from where they qualified, but they're still running very strongly. The AFP car, however, has put in a massive shift at number 38. They've done really well. I believe it is Lucas Lichten at the wheel of that. Apologies if that is incorrect. But yeah, it's been very, very close first 14 laps. Hopefully, it manages to stay this way for the rest of them. We've still got around about 8 hours to go, also coming up to about 7 hours and 45 minutes ish, I'd say. So we'll have to see what happens as the race begins to settle into its rhythm. We can see here Patrick Silvassi for Omicron Sim Racing being hunted down by the Fair Racing team number 3. At the wheel of that is Max Scholten. They're both pretty neck and neck. It's good to see the two cars here, very, very close. That Omicron car was very, very quick in qualifying, but as was the Fair Racing team. Bit of a gap between the top 3 in the LMP2 category, so that's another thing to keep right. There's clearly a top 3, which seems to be the main culprits for the race here.
Yeah. Right, we're just on board here with the AFP car, just coming into the pit box. Ernest Lepans with less than graceful entrance into his pit box. This is obviously to serve the penalty that was applied. So as we now wait for him to come out, obviously this will drop him right down the grid order, at least for the time being. Now, Mugen Sim Racing will take the lead with a gap of a second to Nutrex Grand Prix. Now, it's going to be a true test of character now for the AFP team. They've got to try and bring it back out on track. Obviously, a long way to go, but still, nonetheless, you've got to try and apply at least some sort of a presence on this race. And it's now or never, really. You want to get it from the get-go and try and bring that gap down.
You really do. Obviously, Ernest Lappins, I've already mentioned, he's a very, very quick driver, very, very young. So he's obviously sometimes you can make mistakes. We saw here he made a mistake coming into the pit box. He did actually miss the pit box and had to reverse out. I'm not sure if he just wasn't looking at the screen or something went wrong, if there was maybe perhaps a wheel failure or something, or a screen freeze even as well. That they do still happen in rFactor occasionally. So obviously he's young, still occasionally prone to a mistake, but you cannot deny that he has an absolute tons of raw pace behind the wheel. So I would certainly expect to see him fighting his way back through the order. He's rapid. He's currently sitting in P10 in class in that number 4 AFP car. His teammate Mika Kimi, who's also a very quick, very young driver, he's in P6 at the moment. Mika is actually on the real life Toyota Young Driver program in Malaysia. So he's looking to get a start in real world motorsport next year. So obviously that speaks levels about his talents as well. So a very, very strong lineup at the start of this race for the Apostonia and Force Polonia cars in the prototype category. So just watch out for them as this stint goes forward.
Yeah, we're just running on board here with another incident that seems to have carried out. Just coming around this next left-hander, a bit of a nudge. Oh, and off track. Not ideal at all. Out in the turf. I'm not sure if we know what car that is, Ross.
I believe that is the apologies. That is the McLaren 720S. That is the satellite racing car. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looked like a very awkward off, and then they stopped. So maybe it was a wheel failure or a puncture or something. I'm really not too sure what happened there. Very, very confusing indeed. Just looking on my live timing, it does appear that the driver David Nichols has gone into the pits. I'm not sure if that's to retire or not. But a very, very strange incident for the satellite racing McLaren there, the only McLaren in the GT3 field. Just gonna wonder if we can get any confirmation of what happened there. But I believe the car has retired from what I can tell. Don't hold me accountable on that. Just looking in the YouTube chat, David has said that the engine died. So there you are, McLaren, the satellite racing 720S out of this race in lap 15. Big shame there for that car, to have a malfunction this early on. But as I was saying earlier, this is a track where mechanical failures are just part and parcel of the race. They just come and go as they please. You can't stop them. They just happen. It's so bumpy and so shaky and so fast. You can't prevent them at all.
No, not at all. It's a very testing track. Lots of real niggly corners that we discussed pre-race, and obviously once again we have got a driver out of this race, at least for the first time, and real shame, I got to say. Never like to see cars go out this early on, but we're now seeing the Mugen Sim Racing team once again on top spot, but being chased down by the Nectrix Grand Prix team. Leonov now looking to come back with a vengeance. Remember, he had a little bit of a tricky start, but has come right back into it once again here in lap 17, and is closing right on the back of Zoltan Boda as they make their way around the next left-hander through the next right. These series of chicanes now heading round what will be turn 5. And now turn 6, of course, Big Bend will be next. This will lead down towards that notorious hairpin, which you're almost turning back on yourself on, as you can now see the two prototype cars now coming down towards the next swinging right-hander, and indeed just easing the car around that right. Indeed, these high horsepower cars certainly being certainly dynamic out on this track, as we're now riding on board here with the Omnicron Sim Racing team. They're in P4, being chased by the Fair Racing team. This battle has been going on for quite some time, and as they make their way on the outset, he's trying to get a few GT cars in between to try and fare off the attack here, as we're now seeing the Fair Racing team being driven by Max Scholten, coming up and swerving all over the back of him here. He's under increasing pressure, this Omnicron Sim Racing team, that being driven by Patrick Silvassi, and as we now see them making their way around. Ron, over to you.
And not to mention there was plenty of traffic to try and weave themselves between. So that's going to lose Evolution a couple of times. But Omicron, I believe, actually Evolution's actually pulled away a bit because of that traffic. No, wait, it's not Omicron. It's Omicron and Fair, isn't it? I'm a little bit confused because yeah, I get confused by the team colours, seriously. But though, yeah, he's actually pulling away a little bit, or has he? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think he's pulled away a bit. So Max Sholton needs to get back up to Patrick Savassi a little bit, maybe here, perhaps. No, not quite, or maybe on the outset, both of them go a little bit wide, but has Sholton got a little bit of advantage here, perhaps, or maybe not? I don't know. We'll go back to that in a second. But now back to the battle up front.
Yeah, certainly the Mugen Sim Racing team, Zoltan Boda, the actual classification still remained untouched in terms of the top two, of course, since the AFP car was left in the pit lane. And then you can now see that Ivan Leonov is still trying to strike an impression here upon Zoltan Boda. Of course, Ross, as this carries on, I mean, it might be the case that Ivan is quite happy to sit behind the Mugen Sim Racing car here, at least for the time being. They've got a long race ahead of them. It might just be wise just to stay behind him, utilise the slipstream perhaps, and just keep it steady and make you move when the time is right.
Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, with the Ernest Laffens was chasing down Zoltan Boda, you know, obviously all the drivers in the top category are very quick and they'll be very smart. Be able to think and calculate very quickly what the right decisions are as they're going around following the other car. They'll be able to make decisions, you know, based on what the car in front is doing. And I think Ivan here will just be biding his time. I don't think he's obviously he's a bit older than Ernest Laffins was, so I don't think he'll be as aggressive in making his move. I think he'll just be waiting. Perhaps he'll even try and jump him in the pit stops, maybe try and get an undercut or even an overcut going. Still a while to go until those happen, but we'll just have to see what happens. You can see here that the gap, it's about a tenth here, and it looks like he has a little bit of a look heading into Sunset Bend. He's got a big slipstream. He makes the dive through Sunset Bend up on the inside. What a move there by Leon into the lead with the Netrex car. Wow, what a move!
That is incredible.
Absolutely tremendous move there for the Netrix Grand Prix, but tagging back now is the Mugen Sim Racing man. That, of course, being Zoltan Boda. He's not going untouched here, but no, they round turn one. He cannot get the move done. Coming through, what will be the S's? Switching and sliding all across in behind that of Ivan Leonov. Coming on the next left-hander, but Ivan Leonov looks to manage to hold the position, at least for the time being. Puts a GT car in between the two of them as well. A phenomenal exchange between these two front runners.
Absolutely incredible between these two men. I tell you what, Leonov has actually made a daredevil move into the last corner. Let's have a look at that. Oh, look at that. Absolutely brilliant from the Netrex car. And he just managed to defend that position for a good part of the next lap. And I think he may be just edging away. Boda, well, he needs to get back up soon. Otherwise, it's going to be out of his grasp.
That was a phenomenal move there by the Netrex man. I was just saying how I think he's going to bide his time, and then he surprises me with that dive from up the inside. We can see a penalty for Laszlo Molnar up in the top left. Not sure what that's for. We'll have to see. But yeah, what a move by Ivan Leonov to take the lead of this 1,000 miles of Sebring race on lap 19.
Great overtake indeed, and I hope we're going to have a few more of those certainly in our locker over the next 8 hours. And certainly make your commentary stint a nice entertaining one, Ross, because obviously you're in it for the long haul here today. So obviously I get a nice couple of hours break in between 5 and 7. So some of us aren't doing too badly at all. I think, Ron, you've got it nice and easy, haven't you, Ron? Heading into later on.
Yeah, guys, I'll be back in this straight bit. I just need to restart my PC. It's the NTech is acting up again.
So fine, mate. No worries.
Not a problem. Ron Squire will be back shortly, folks. We're now riding on board with the Netrix Racing team, Mugen in P2. So this is the battle once again between Ivan Leonov and Zoltan Boda. But at least for the time being, it seems to me that Ivan's got it all under control, at least for the time being, albeit that orange livery seems to be probing the rear end of that Netrix Grand Prix car as they come through the S section and soon on the outset heading round towards Big Bend. This track has been absolutely phenomenal. Certainly my first experience of commentating here at the United States circuit of Sebring, the International Park Circuit, or the International Raceway Circuit. And as we can now see them rounding their way around, you can now see like these GTE cars certainly provide a little bit of a headache sometimes, because it allows the Mugen Sim Racing team to certainly try and strive back and maybe potentially take an unsuspecting P1 spot there, Ross.
Indeed, obviously, we saw with the move with Ernest Lappins earlier when he briefly went into the lead that the traffic really does provide opportunities for the overtakes. When you're locked in a battle like this Netrex and Mugen cars are, the traffic is the last thing that the leader wants, but the traffic is the first thing that the car in second wants, because it just creates a distraction. It wastes time, it allows you to close that gap, and it provides you with the opportunities. We saw there through the hairpin that the Netrex car of Ivan Leonov was just stuck behind that Porsche, and he couldn't overtake, he couldn't go any faster. It was just so slow through the hairpin, just pushing on the front tyres, probably wearing away from the dirty air as well as he went through. An absolute disaster there for Ivan Leonov, and we can see here again on the straight, it's not too bad, but coming through the corners, it is the last thing that Netrex driver wants.
Absolutely. You don't want any interruptions and certainly no complications, as we're now seeing the Netrex Grand Prix car now rounding the next right-hander, and indeed looking to once again pull forward a gap. I mean, the gaps are so important here today, especially here in racing. You want to try and own your lead, own your position, as you can now see the Netrex Grand Prix car of Ivan Leonov taking them around the next left-hander, of course, being turn one. It's amazing the pace that these cars have, but like I said, this is true motor racing, true endurance racing, and you've got to try not only to utilize the perfect strategy, but also utilize the pace behind the wheel, and this is where everything comes into play, and certainly everything is key. The Mugen Sim Racing team now under pressure once again. That gap now out to a second because of, once again, traffic. It does not help. So it allows Ivan to actually pull ahead even more so. Zoltan Boda with the complications of trying to negotiate his way through the field and also try and stick behind this Netrex man. And but as the race goes on, we're going to see this increasingly more. I suppose they're a little bit lucky that they're not going to have to deal with too much night racing, I suppose, Ross.
Indeed, you were just mentioning earlier with the traffic, you know, Leonov made a very risky move up the inside of the second Drillers Esports car, the number 20, which was involved in the incident very early on in the race. And Zoltan Boda just got stuck behind him coming through the S's, and that caused the gap to go up. I was saying, obviously, the traffic is not what you want in first place, but in scenario, the cases were switched because Leonov made that very risky move, almost contact between the two as he just dived up the inside. He knew he couldn't, you know, wait behind that car any longer as he comes up and out behind the sister car, the number 17, hopefully not held up behind him for too long. And he just really knew he just couldn't wait any longer. He needed to clear that GT as fast as he physically could, and that is what he did. Leonov is really setting the track alight right now. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's made a dynamic recovery. I mean, obviously the start didn't quite go to plan for him, but he's come here once again and has really tipped the scale on this one. As you can now see, the Netrex car now making its way into the pit lane. So obviously the strategy now coming into fruition. Certainly here for them. Mugen will retake the lead now, 3.7, now 3.8 seconds ahead of Evolution Motorsports. That, of course, being driven by Yannick Bock, who is now in the top two. The Mugen Sim Racing team, though, Zoltan Boda reclaiming that front-running spot, now making his way through the S's section, soon to be turn 5 into turn 6. So it'll be interesting to see how Netrex make play of this strategy now, Ross. Obviously, very different to single-seater racing, where we see cars racing over the span of a shorter lap distance. Strategies tend to come into play in more urgent time, but naturally, this is the long haul. This is a whole 8 hours. They need to put together a string of decent strategies together, as we're now seeing a battle between the GTE cars and the GT3s.
Indeed, we are. Obviously, you know, it's a very early stop for that Netrex car, you know, surprisingly early. I would so my best assumption is that they're trying to play the short game and just win the race on absolute pure pace, while everyone else is maybe taking it a bit more cautious, a bit more reserved, and just trying to run the longer stint, so overall they spend less time in the pit lane over the race because they have to do less stops. But obviously, it's too early in the race to really decide what the quicker of the two strategy is, and we'll have to see as it heads into the night if that changes anything as well, obviously with the change of conditions and the track evolution coming to play. Obviously that Netrex squad feels like the earlier stops, running the faster stints is the better of the options to do. So we'll have to see what happens. But here we can see Lucas Lichten and Christian Pasquale fighting for the lead of the GT3 category, right on top of each other. Christian Pasquale qualified 5th overall in the GTs, which is a great lap. But at the moment, the Apostino Force Polonia driver, Lucas Lichten, is currently running in P1, the only BMW on the grid, and it's doing a great job out there as they just come forwards through towards the Le Mans curve here and out onto the back straight. It is a big old beast, that BMW, compared to the Ferrari, but my oh my is Licken driving it quickly. There's only 5 tenths between the pair, and then 10 seconds even, apologies, to the car behind, the Team MRT car. We can see here in the pits, that is Bolton Boda on the exit of the pit lane, the Mugen Sim Racing car, so it seems that everybody else has come into the pits, and that the Netrex car just made the call early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And what that could mean for the latter stages of this race is going to be absolutely intriguing. But the LMP2 situation currently stands. Mugen in front. Apostino, Force Polonia there in P2, AFP doing well to come back into play. Evolution Motorsport there in P3, Omicron Sim Racing in P4, Fair Racing Team P5, and Satellite Racing narrows out your top 6. Obviously still loads of time to go.
We've just had confirmation in our ears that Ivan Leonov missed his pit box in the first run through. So this turns out that the leader of this race has made a mistake and given it straight back to Mugen Sim Racing. An absolute disaster there for the Netrex Grand Prix car.
Well, especially after doing that really phenomenal overtake earlier on, and it's really damaged them slightly here in this early stage. Lap 23 of 268, not doing Netrex any favours after that crisis in the pit lane. But you can now see Zoltan Boda must be feeling the warm hand of luck right now on his shoulder as he now rounds the next right-hander. The orange livery looking ever prominent so far.
I think Boda's going slowly. Boda's going slowly. He's going very slowly coming through the back half of the track. I'm not sure what's gone wrong here, but Zoltan Boda is going very slowly. The leader of this race, he had a 40-second gap to the Omicron car, the number 5, and is now crawling around. I'm not sure what's happened here, but well, this is the leader of your race.
We've heard that Mugen have missed the pit box. It is them. They have run out of fuel, so they are out of fuel. Scenes here, obviously, I just got that update from the live chat there, and indeed, it is a case that Mugen has run out of fuel. Not ideal at all, and he's coming into the pit bay, obviously trying to at least scrap something out of this. Obviously still on track for the time being, but this is going to cost him a shed of a lot of time. I think he's going to have to pull over. This is absolutely disastrous for Mugen Sim Racing and Zoltan Boda after looking incredibly comfortable up front.
Well, this has been an absolute disaster in terms of prototype pit stops. First, we had the Netrex car missing its pits. Obviously, we had Ernest Lappin's missing for the pit box for a stop-go, although he did reverse in. And now, the Mugen Sim Racing car just tumbling down the order as it tries to desperately creep back. They've just thrown away this lead here. An absolute disaster there. I'm not sure what happened. Just a driver error, and they could be out of this race. Mika Kimi passes him up to 4th. There goes Marco Antonio Rodriguez up into 5th, and the Mugen Sim Racing car just tumbles down. Looks like that is all he can give. Pulls over to the side, and that leaves Omicron Sim Racing, the number 5 car, as your leader. Patrick Silvassi now leading the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
That is absolutely unbelievable. Patrick Silvassi now taking the lead of this race here in lap 24 of 268. And we're now on board with him now. He must be counting his luck already. I think I gave poor poor old Boda there, the commentator's curse a little bit, feeling the warm hand of luck on his shoulder. Certainly it's bad luck now. And is that... certainly looking through the field, we can now see Omicron Sim Racing leading by 4.7 seconds between them and the Fair Racing team. Max Scholten in P2, Ivan Leonov still there for dancing. Netrex given a potential lifeline here. They are still in the frame. P3 for the time being. A long way to go. But Ross, the die is beginning to be cast now. Unbelievable here in lap 24.
It really has. Obviously, over the opening stint, we thought we were seeing the race settle into this rhythm, and now it has thrown us another curveball. Omicron Sim Racing have just found themselves handed the lead of this race. They've got a 5-second gap to the Fair Racing team behind them, who would then have another second or two back to Netrex. They're sitting very pretty at the moment. I think they just need to keep going around, keep putting the laps in, and they should be okay. And that is, I believe, Zoltan Boda, Mugen Sim Racing back, coming out of the pits. There. I'm not sure how he's got back, but he has. Maybe escaped or got a tow somehow, but he will be right down the bottom of the LMP2 category now.
Well, they're just exiting the pit box now, and you can now see Zoltan Boda, I can imagine, not happy whatsoever. That's a strategy gone wrong indeed. In fact, there's no strategy at all. He is now down in P10, at least for the time being. He's going to have to do a lot of work now over the next 8 hours to try and recover the deficit that has been lost. We're now looking at Omicron Sim Racing, who are now in front. Patrick Silvassi still leading the way by 4.3 seconds. Max Scholten doing what he can to try and bring down the deficit here, but still the gap is significant. There's a lot of work to be done, but plenty of time to do it. The Omicron Sim Racing team leading the way. Fair Racing Team P2, Netrix Grand Prix in P3, AFP in P4, Satellite Racing in P5, with AFP down in P6. But Ross, certainly loads of dramatics. Certainly, we would have thought that everything would have calmed down after the very start of this race, but it just seems to be one crazy instant after another at the moment.
I mean, it seems to be that this race just keeps on handing us things to talk about. There's been just so many separate incidents. It's only been 25 laps. We've still got about 225 to go. Absolute madness here at Sebring 1000 Virtual Motorsport Group event. Well, as we were mentioning, Patrick Silvassi, I think he suddenly realised he's in the lead of this race. I can just imagine the emotions that are going through him right now. Obviously, it's still very early on, but suddenly you're going to be thinking, oh my word, I'm now leading, and the panic is going to set into a bit. So the most important thing now for Patrick is that he keeps his head, keeps just putting in the laps, putting in the consistent laps, and just keeps that lead where it is as he heads through the second stint.
Yeah, that current gap is stagnant at the moment at 4.3 seconds. So he hasn't got a huge amount to worry about. It's just a case of keeping the car on the track, keeping it sensible, and I suppose just keeping the car in good condition. Certainly don't want to be losing it for any means that's down to a driver error, that's for sure. We've already seen a few issues already in this race, and certainly things that could have potentially been avoided. And I can imagine there are a few hot ears around, certainly considering the team managers right now. I did see a little comment earlier on in the chat box. Actually, the Mugen manager is apparently not happy with how things have unfurled. So obviously, real shame for them. But Omicron still leading the charge, and I've got to say, Patrick Silvassi looking comfortable, at least for the time being, but obviously a lot can happen. Fair Racing Team, though, have brought the gap down by around 0.6 of a second, so a good little bit of pushing here from Max Scholten has brought him back into play. He's improved on his last lap, 148.425 currently. Ernest Lapin already on a charge as well. He went purple in Sector 2 in the last lap as well, so AFP looking to really climb their way up this grid order, and they themselves have got a lot of work to do to reclaim after what they lost at the start there, Ross.
They really do. They've got two cars in the top six. Mika Kimi and Ernest Lapin's the two young guns, really putting in a big stint. Ernest has really carved his way through the field, and Mika is sitting pretty in P4 overall, just putting in the consistent laps. He's not quite on the pace of the top three at the moment. Omicron, Fair Racing and Netrex currently almost in a bit of a league of their own. But, you know, as the race evolves on, we'll have to see what happens. Hakimi probably just taking it easy. He's a very quick driver. Sebring is probably not his strongest track, but, you know, that doesn't take away from him. He's still putting in a big stint in that number 10 Faustino Force Polonia car. And let's not forget Ernest Lapin, to keep an eye on him as he pushes on lap 26. He's already worked his way back up to 6th. How much further can he go before he gets out of the car for, I believe it is Santu Engvist, his teammate?
Yeah, well, AFP in with a great chance now. Two drivers in, obviously, that top 6 position. You got, like you said, Mika Hakimi in P4. Further down, Ernest Lapin as well, who's on a charge trying to recover the damage lost. Of course, Sector 1, he went purple again. He is really pushing, and he's loving life out on track right now. Further up, of course, P4, like I said before, Mika Hakimi, professional driver to be, currently in P4 as well, and doing well to keep the car trundling along as it has been. He's been doing some good delta times, putting in some good laps, and he's trying to push, of course, and in P4, just keeping it nice and steady and doing the business indeed. There's Marco Antonio Rodrigo there. There's a battle in between him and Ernest Lapin as well. The delta time being brought down by the moment. Indeed, Apostino Force Polonia are going to be chuffed to see their man Ernest Lapin pushing like he has been. And I've got to say, it gives a little bit of encouragement to the team as well, Ross.
It really does. We can see there that Ernest is really pushing that move up the inside of the Ferrari behind him. Just absolute dive bombs. He is leaving no tenth to spare. He is desperate to make that time up to Marco Antonio Rodriguez in the Satellite Racing number 7. And we can see there just how close the two cars are. That gap closing and closing and closing through every corner. Ernest is just pushing and pushing, using that pace of his But the thing is, though, when he catches him, he's got to overtake him, and that is an entirely different story. And look how close the gap is now. I believe Rodriguez made a mistake coming through tower corner. Is 3/10 of a second as they head down the back stretch. Let's see what can happen as they overtake some lap traffic. Both of them happen to go around the outside of the GT cars there. The gap still remains about 3/10 as they head through this last weird chicaney section into Le Mans corner. Can Ernest Lapin get a really good exit out onto the straight? He can. It's about 2 seconds. Let's see what he can do in the slipstream, but potentially a dive bomb into Sunset Bend on the first corner is definitely on the cards. Remember what Ivan Leonov did earlier. Let's see if he can do the same thing here. And there he goes. Ernest Lapin's up the inside of Marco Antonio Rodriguez. Great move by the AFP man, up into 5th. It's a P4 and P5 in the LMP2 category for a Festinio Force Polonia. And what a comeback it's been so far for Ernest Lapins.
Yeah, a testament to his raw pace. This talented youngster is certainly showing that on this circuit here today. Up to P5 now after a spectacular move there on none other than Marco Antonio Rodriguez. Satellite Racing down to P6 after that move, as we're now riding on board with Adam Surige and Nico Barclay, who are now attacking each other. Now a 10th in between these two cars, and the GTE class certainly trying to light up the order themselves as well as they make their way through the S's. A dynamic move down the inside by Nico Barclay.
What a move!
Outside, and then nose to nose here, coming down the stretch through turn 6. Big Ben beckons, but Adam Surige has to forfeit here. Nico Barclay, a great move indeed of the GTE. Here comes again Adam Surige. We got cars jumbling all over the place here. Dynamic move there. P car as well, but still Nico Barclay holds on to P4. A great move there around Big Ben, gets the job done. Up a spot, great move indeed.
What a brilliant outside overtake. What a brilliant outside overtake that was from Nico Barclay. Surige must be seething in his seat, thinking, why didn't I do better? But Barclay will make the advantage, and when Nico gets back up the grid after their earlier misdemeanors, but that's all been good. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am back.
Yes, hello, welcome back, Ron. Good to have you back. And yes, that one Acco car obviously was on pole for this race and was running incredibly well, and then just had that incident early on with the number 20 Drillers car just tumbled down. No, apologies, I mean, it span out on its own accord after it was running in P2 and just tumbled down the order. It's great to see it fighting its way back up into P4 now. It's got a bit of a gap, around 30 seconds to the DDoS car of the number 21 who sits in 3rd place. We'll have to see what he can do through there, but until then he's just got an open track ahead of him. Let's see how quickly he can close that gap.
Certainly indeed. You can just see there Patrick Silvassi there in P1. The gap now separated by 2.2 seconds. Max Scholten putting in a hell of a shift there. 2 seconds knocked off the delta time since we last spoke. So he's really going at it at some pace. The Omicron Sim Racing team are going to be aware of the fact, and there's Max Scholten now in behind. You can see him really trying to push and tow on the back of that Omicron Sim Racing livery. That green livery with the black as well. And coming around towards the next right-hander. It has been certainly a super-duper race. We've been treated some wonderful action here at Sebring, and really does lay testament to the quality of the track itself as well. Obviously, Ron, great to have you back in the commentary box as well. What do you think of the moves we've had so far? Obviously, lots of drama. We've seen a lot of interesting occurrences as well. Certainly amongst the leaders, the Mugen Racing team as well, coming under a lot of pressure after a mistake in the pit lane and a lack of fuel. Just talk us around that.
Well, I have a couple of questions. Why is Netrex and the likes of Espartenio and Evolution and I believe is Mugen far down? I
can answer that for you, Ron. Basically, everybody missed their pit box. The Netrex car missed the pit box the first time round, had enough fuel to go back and refuel. The Mugen Sim Racing team missed their pit box and did not have enough fuel and ran out of fuel on the back stretch and had to escape back to the pits. They're all the way down in 10th. That's all it's really happened, to be honest. The Netrex got very lucky with that. Omicron essentially just handed the lead. Fair Racing team very close behind them, though. 6/10 between Max Scholten and Patrick Silvassi at the moment.
Oh dear. But so it's looking good for Patrick Silvassi in the Omicron Sim Racing team at the moment. I have to say that's not what I had in my predictions. But though it's not looking good for Omicron at the moment in time, so does Fair Racing. That is fair play for them at the moment. Netrex seems to be still up there at this moment in time, so that's one part of my predictions still in. And both us Espartenio Force Polonia cars in the top 5. That is well, brilliant play for the AFP team, and Satellite in 6th. That is a huge test of character for them as well. But anything could change over the next, well, now 7 hours now, because it's been now at least an hour in. So yeah, looking all good.
Yeah, certainly the current situation considering the cars. We just have a look at the replay now. There was a maneuver made, I believe, that on a GT car, and as you can now see, the LMP coming around the next right-hander, got very close to the back, spun on track, going around the bench, lost traction there, and that could have been a lot worse than what it was. Thankfully enough, he cruised into the side road there. That was very, very close indeed. As we're back on board now with Patrick Silvassi, not quite sure who that was, but it goes back to what I was saying, Ron. Certainly, every one has got a plan until they get punched in the face, and certainly Mike Tyson was very, very much correct on that fact. Certainly Mugen did not expect to obviously miss their exit and obviously run out of fuel in the process. Not ideal at all. Strategy calls definitely come into play at this stage. Fuel required at all times, as you will stop on track. Not handy at all, as we're now seeing Patrick Silvassi now making a move on the outside of a GT car. In behind, you've got Max Scholten, who is now within that second gap. Max Scholten looking very imposing here. The pace that he's garnered, he's now getting closer and closer to the back of that car now, Ross. He's looking very prominent indeed.
He's indeed. He has dropped back a little bit over the course of the lap just due to traffic, but at the moment it seems like that Fair Racing number 3 is certainly faster than the Omicron number 5, who is sitting in the lead. So we just have to see what Max can do over the course of the next few laps. Maybe just try and catch up and just see if he can use the traffic to his advantage. Patrick Silvassi, I'm sure, will try and put up a stern defense. He's probably looking in his rearview mirror, is feeling very, very worried as that orange and black Fair Racing car just creeps ever closer to the back of that Omicron Sim Racing team. Coming into Collier's corner now, just see if the gap closed between here, because it's kind of sitting around about 1.2 seconds at the moment. Bit of a slide there, I believe, from Max Scholten just on the rear of the car. We mentioned earlier how loose the rear end can be on these LMP2 cars, especially as the tyres wear. There's a replay here. I'm not sure. Oh, and that's Ernest Lappins. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Another incident for Ernest Lappins.
He did a deja vu at the absolutely wrong moment, and Lappins absolutely paid the price with that. Absolutely paid the price.
Oh dear, oh dear. Another incident for Ernest Lappins.
Yeah, Ernest Lappins not enjoying a great run so far in this early stage of this race. Has not been ideal for him, but he's done exceptionally well to try and pull back the delta time that he has lost. But obviously some issues are simply out of his control right now. It certainly can be a lottery when it comes to races such as this, certainly when it comes to being around other cars that maybe aren't at the pace of the LMPs that we're seeing out on track, or the prototypes as such, as we're now seeing Patrick Silvassi still with Max Scholten in behind him now. That gap seems to have solidified around 8 to 9 tenths of a second, though albeit it's climbing down every moment at a time. As you can now see them rounding the next left-hander very soon, another right, heading through this S section, coming around turn 5 now. And the Omicron Sim Racing team trying to hold on, and there's a GTE car off the track there, so that would have put a bit of a shock and a nerve through the veins of these two drivers as they come down the stretch now, heading towards turn 7, the hairpin, which if you get this one wrong, it can be crucial. And a little bit of a slide there, I think, from Patrick Silvassi. He looked a little untidy through there, Ross.
He did indeed. I think he's going to be able to get away with it this time, because Max Scholten has to deal with that GT3 Ferrari, which he had to lap. But yeah, Patrick Silvassi won't be wanting to do that any more times through there. If you make a mistake through the hairpin, it can compromise you all the way up through Fangio and all the way up to Collier's Bend, and that is a long, long stretch of the track. It's about almost a third of the track, really. So that is really already touches the grass there on the exit of the corner. Again, I think Patrick Silvassi is just starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Mistakes starting to creep into that Omicron Sim Racing car. Just a little bit pushing. He's almost overdriving it. Not quite there yet, I don't think. But keep your eye. You don't want to see him spin. But at the moment, I think that could definitely be on the cards. He's really pushing that car to its limits and then some.
Yeah,
he's just feeling dangerous at this moment in time. I wouldn't want to be in Patrick Silvassi's shoes right now, or behind the wheel right now of Patrick Silvassi's car, because it's just going to absolutely throw him off his game. It's going to absolutely throw him off his game, and Scholten will catch up if he doesn't concentrate over the next few hours or so. It's just not going to look good on Silvassi otherwise.
No, Patrick Silvassi at the moment, you can certainly see that I think he's feeling the pressure. Runs wide again, and indeed just makes contact there with certainly the gravel on the left, on the right side, or the sand at least. He brushes the curb again, and he's really struggling to take it through this S section. You can now see Max Scholten, who's all over him here, can sense blood in the water here of Patrick Silvassi coming down the stretch now, and certainly this will be the time going around Big Bend. We've seen this before as Max Scholten comes down the inside as they come down towards the hairpin bend at turn 7. Doesn't take the chance though. Patrick Silvassi able to hang on as they come out through turn 8 into Fangio now, into turn 9 on the outset, heading up towards Cunningham, and you can see Patrick Silvassi laying down 0.4 of a second upon Max Scholten. This is blistering, Ross, absolutely blistering.
I'm surprised Max Scholten didn't go for the move there. All he had to do was hit the brakes a metre or two later and just hang Patrick Silvassi out to dry, and the lead of this race would have been his. Surprised didn't go for the move. I suppose he's trying to just bide his time, see what can happen. Decided to back out the move, not feeling too confident, obviously, racing that Omicron car. Not sure if he's just worried there would have been a collision, or just maybe decided he wasn't quite close enough. To me, I think that was prime opportunity to move into the lead, and I think if he doesn't get past soon, I think he'll be regretting the time where he didn't overtake Patrick Silvassi into the hairpin, George.
I think you are spot on there, Ross, as we're now seeing them head down the stretch now towards turn 17. This, of course, being the Almond Straight. This is another chance here for Max Scholten if you can get in close, but he's still half a second in behind Patrick right now as they head down towards turn 17, the Sunset Bend, where you've got a double right-hander. Certainly grip is at the utmost importance here, which Patrick has been struggling with in the prior couple of laps. But he seems to have settled down now slightly, coming down towards turn 1, past the garage. And indeed, you can still see Max Scholten still at that half a second gap now. All it takes is one mistake for the plan to all come crashing down. Here comes Max Scholten as they make their way through the S's, still unable to make a move just yet through turns 3, 4, and now 5. They'll be taking another stretch. Remember, this was Big Bend where Scholten took his chance here before. Can he do it again this time? 0.3 of a second, the difference between these two epic sim races here. The Omicron sim racing team under jeopardy. Again, Scholten moves in on the inside. He has not quite got the slipstream heading into the hairpin, but again, we see them so close, Ross, so close.
Yeah, again, Max Scholten playing out this time. He definitely wasn't close enough. I think he's realised that he really needs to be all over the back of Patrick Silvassi coming through Big Bend in order to make that move work. As we see in the corner, 7 hours remaining of this race, so an 1/8 of the way through. Scholten, he's definitely quicker through the S's. That's where he's catching Silvassi, but he just cannot quite get the overtake done into the hairpin. I think what he needs to do is just hang back over the back end of the circuit and then really get a run through the S's, get the momentum, carry it through as we're just lapping this Porsche here, which could potentially compromise Silvassi, and it definitely has as they come into the last few corners. But as I was saying, just get the hang back through here, get the momentum into the S's and make the move into the hairpin, dive bomb, and the lead will be his.
They're coming down the straight now once again, this one being the Almond Straight, and turn 17 will once again beckon. The gap still half a second, and it seems to be a common trend now between these two as they head round this next right-hander. The gap is falling slightly. Max Scholten still glued to the rear end of that Omicron sim racing car. That green livery has never seen so much orange and black in behind him here as they come down towards turn 1 once again. Remember, this one could throw you out wide, might provide a chance here for Max Scholten, who's now only 0.2 back. The gap increases again. Patrick Silvassi trying to find every bit of grip. Into the sand once again. This time from Max Scholten as they head into turn 3. I think he got lucky though, because he still remained 0.3 back as they round through turns 4 and 5. Big Bend once again. It's going to provide a potential opportunity here for the Fair Racing team. Max Scholten, though, the gap has transpired to be 0.5 of a second. Ross, has Max Scholten blown his chance here?
I don't think so. I still think he has the opportunity to catch up. He's still going to stuck together the next few laps. I think Silvassi's tyres, they've definitely come back to him a bit. Perhaps they've just cooled down a little bit, and he's now starting to get the grip back. Obviously, when they overheat, you're essentially just sliding across the surface of the track. Scholten definitely just too close coming through the first corner. He just needs to hang back through there to get the momentum through the S's. He was too close, made the mistake on the exit of the first corner, and that cost him, and he wasn't able to get the move done this time. This time, though, he will be further back coming through, so he should be able to get the momentum this time. As long as he stays, I think, about 4 to 5 tenths back through the first corner, he can carry the speed through, carry the momentum through the S's, and he'll be all over the gearbox of Patrick Silvassi coming through Big Bend.
Tremendous. Just want to get your thoughts on it as well, Ron. This battle has been absolutely intoxicating, thrilling to watch, and just what we were hoping to expect as they make their way down the Almond Straight. what are your expectations now of Patrick Silvassi heading into the next few laps? Is he going to be able to keep control as they head down towards the Sunset Bend?
If he actually keeps his concentration throughout the next couple of laps, then Silvassi might have a proper chance. But Max Scholten, he's trying to keep an eye on things. He goes a little bit wide through that last corner. But we need to point out that Scholten, only a couple of corners in on the previous lap, actually slid a bit. That contributed to a little bit of a gap increasing in that, and goes a little bit wide again, but Scholten keeps on the back of Silvassi. He might have a chance here. Does he slide again this time? No, he doesn't. Was it? No, it's this corner. There we go, slides again. Contributes a little bit to the increasing the gap here, perhaps.
Oh,
no,
great exit from Scholten. Great exit from Scholten.
Great exit. Here comes Scholten, perhaps here. No, oh, maybe, no. I don't think it's enough. No, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Well,
Not quite.
They're rounding the hairpin now, and certainly it looked like it was going to be a progressive advantage here for Max Scholten. Just could not get the job done, and that's the second time that he's had a bold chance at making a manoeuvre for that P1 spot as they come down towards the next right-hander. Once again, the Fair Racing team waiting on in anticipation, hopefully for a P1 spot as they're now making their way through another GT straggler. He's so close to the rear end of Patrick Silvassi right now. They're literally a tenth to 2 tenths back, and indeed Patrick Silvassi running a bit wide, clip in the sand. That's not going to help. Max Scholten down the inside, perhaps for make a move here. Crucial left-hander, very the left. No contact here, chaps. They come around the next right again, and they're so close. 2 tenths separating Max Scholten and Patrick Silvassi now. Right curve down straight again. 3.5 tenths separate 2. The crucial matter is can Scholten get in the slipstream.
So, Max Scholten is really trying to close up on Silvassi here. This is a proper chance for Scholten now. Going through the corners, wide again. But Scholten might have a good chance here, going down into turn 1, perhaps. Can Scholten make the chance here? No, got traffic in front of him again.
GTE going to get in the way of Scholten there, but Mac managed to get through clean. He's got a really good run up the inside. He could try to dive into the S's. I think Silvassi's going to cover that off. Yes, he does, but Scholten knows exactly what he needs to do coming through the S's now. Just cop what he did last lap and he will be okay. Does he get a great run out the S's again? Just watching that delta. No, he doesn't. The gap increasing just that little bit. So it looks like Scholten just biding his time, maybe letting the tires cool down again. As I was mentioning earlier, the Patrick Silvassi, the gap increased. Scholten following and pushing. He's going to be heating his tires up as well. So Max will really want to just take it steady maybe for a lap or two and get the tire grip back. So he knows that when he takes that inside line, he's got all the grip he can get. You know, he can really rely on those front tires to slow him down. Obviously, the only contact patch with the road. So if they're overheating and you've got no grip, suddenly you're going straight on. And that move is either not happening or you're both finding a one-way trip to your pit box for repairs.
This is absolutely tense between Silvassi and Scholten right now. The gap is closing down once again. They've got another GTE or GT3 car in front of them, and Scholten once again trying to find a way to get past Silvassi. This is going to be tense for this next lap also. Scholten needs to make the move. It's move into the first or bust right now for Fair Racing team. Omnicron trying to defend as much as they can to go a little bit wide, but Scholten might close the gap here just about, but it may not be enough to go into that last corner unless he actually makes a dive bomb. Plenty of traffic in front of them. Oh, maybe the chance here. No, Silvassi closes the door going into that corner, but he's got immense amount of traffic. This is Scholten's chance.
Oh, this is the chance. Scholten in the slipstream of Silvassi. He knows he can use the traffic to his advantage. The gap getting ever closer. He's going to bide his time. He looks to the inside of the first corner. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Silvassi shuts the door, but there's still traffic to come through the S's in terms of another prototype. So we'll have to see what can happen. They're both going extremely quickly. Scholten, though, again in that 3/10 bracket. That is where he wants to be as he heads through the S's. And there's a car in front of Silvassi. So that's going to slow him down as well. And Scholten, look at the delta closing as they come through Big Bend. This is where the move's going to be made. I think Scholten ever getting closer and closer, just 2.5 tenths, looks to the inside. I don't think he's going to be close enough though this time again. Just biding his time, but he is going to need to make the move done soon or it's never going to happen, I suspect. Oh, big wobble for Silvassi there.
Yeah, very Very snaky maneuver there from Patrick Silvassi, nearly losing the rear end, could have sent him sideways. And Max Scholten, still 3/10 in behind, is trying to smell blood yet again. It's like a shark in water at this moment in time. Patrick Silvassi doing what he can to remain in front. Max Scholten in P2, albeit 4/10 of a second, 4.5 exactly the gap as they come around the next right-hander, now heading down the next straight. Still, the Omicron Sim Racing team holding on to that P1 spot. Patrick Silvassi doing a tremendous job to keep this Fair Racing team driver Max Scholten at bay as they come around towards the next right-hander yet again, round the next left. And still the green livery holds on to the front round the next right. Very soon they'll be bombing down the stretch that is the Ullman Straight. And as they do so, you can now see the Fair Racing team. Once again, the gap is increasing, though, up to 7/10 of a second. So Max Scholten will not be able to get it done. It must be frustrating for Max here, Ross. He's unable to find that key maneuver to get that maneuver into P1. Unbelievable.
It must really be. He knows where to make the move. He just can't get close enough. Patrick is putting up the defensive efforts of his sim racing career. There's a yellow flag coming out in sector 1 here, so there's possibly a car forward, but it goes away as quickly as it came out. Scholten, again, just falling back a little bit this time. I suspect that his tyres, he's just trying to get them back in the zone. He won't have used all of the grip up yet. There will still be life left in them. But if he's overheating them again, and a bit of a slide from Silvassi coming into turn 2 there, you know, and again, Scholten really close again. And again, a great exit from Scholten there. I don't think he's going to be close enough again. Just Silvassi's just too far ahead. And then when Scholten manages to close up as he comes through Collies and Tower Bend, Silvassi's just managed to put that defensive effort in. All Scholten can do really is pull up alongside him. Scholten! Scholten! A half spin there for Scholten. Contact between the pair. Oh dear, hopefully he's not got any damage. The gap increases to 1.5 seconds. Disaster for the Fair Racing team. Hopefully he can close that back right back up. I'm not sure what happened there. I think he just got on the throttle too soon and the car in front just didn't pick up. We can see here on the replay all over the back of him. Yep, just contact, carrying more speed into the corner than the car in front. And down the drain goes that battle. Hopefully they can catch each other up very, very quickly.
Well, that's heartbreak. That's absolute heartbreak for Scholten. And Silvassi can now actually increase the gap. But again, the gap has actually closed down. Look at it. It's already under a second. Maybe Scholten has that determination, thinking, yes, I will close up on you again and we will resume this gap again. But it's absolute insanity right now. It's absolute insanity. We'll keep an eye on that battle. Meanwhile, we'll go to the GT3 category between Lucas Lichten and Christian Pasquale for the Aspetinian Force Bologna and TTF Racing for P1 and P2 in GT3.
They've been battling for about the same amount of time that the Fair Racing and Omicron Sim Race, because we're battling the prototype. Obviously, they're the faster class, so they're more interesting to watch. But my, these GT3 drivers have been locked in a battle. That BMW just having the pace advantage over the Ferrari at the moment, but my, is it tight between them. Heading through into the S's now, you can just see in the distance Patrick Silvassi just coming through the S's, and here a car lapping the TTF Racing car of Christian Pasquale. Looks like it's going to cost him a bit of time, and again the LMP2 stuck behind Lucas Lichten. The gap just increasing as they head down over the stint. It appears like this between these two drivers is very much going to have to be sorted out in the pit lane, because one can not really catch up to the other. So it's just going to be who bites first, who goes into the pit lane first, takes that gamble onto the fresh tyres and tries and gets that quicker lap time. Will it be Lichten trying to protect his lead, or will it be Pasquale, gambling the undercut, seeing if he can get the lead of this race on lap 40?
Well, Lucas Lichten at this moment in time leading the fray, as you quite rightly say there, Ross, as we now see the AFP car dominates the affair of the GT3 lineup right now. Christian Pasquale in behind, though, 0.4 of a second. The gap, he can still put damage in the hopes of Lucas Lichten himself. TTF doing extraordinarily well right now, currently in P2, pushing a 1/10, currently the gap as they come down towards the next left-hander, and still Christian Pasquale getting closer and closer to the back of Lucas Lichten, round the next right-hander once again, and they're so close, literally a matter of 2/10 now as they come through the next right-hander. They've got another stretch to muster, which is the Ullman Straight, and a lovely exit from Christian Pasquale, who can now make his move down towards what will be Sunset Bend. Will he make the move going into the right-hander? He has got prototypes all around him, making an inside potentially here.
Yeah, chance, here we go.
Moves on the inside. Lucas Lichten running very well on the outside.
Brilliant overtake.
But look at the contact between the pair. Lucas Lichten still on the outside. They are neck and neck as they come to the line. Looks like Pasquale's just going to squeeze ahead. But Lichten will have the slipstream into the first turn. Let's see what he can do. And he dives to the inside already. He already wants that position back. There's Lichten in the FP car up the inside. No contact between the pair. Looks like Pasquale's going to run really wide. And Lichten back into the lead again.
The switcheroo works. The switcheroo works for Aspetinho, for Spanonia. Or does it? Pasquale looking for another chance, but he just kept behind by Lichten. Absolutely fantastic between these two at this moment in time.
Absolutely riveting stuff here in the GT3 category. Lucas Lichten just managing to squeeze that lead back. Piston Pasquale did cross the line in front, so he has officially led a lap now for the pole sitter in the GT3, who qualified all the way up in 5th overall in the GT category between the GT Pro and the GT Rookie class. And he's now looking to try and force a way back through. The fact that we are on lap 41 and the lead battles in LMP2 and GT3 are this close is just fantastic. This is going to cost him a bit of time though. I believe that's Ricardo coming up the inside in the satellite racing car. Just going to cost him a little bit of time through the corner, and again he's going to dive up the inside. There's 2 LMP2s coming through here, just delaying the battle. That is the problem that you have to deal with as a GT. You know, all the LMP2 drivers complain about the GTs holding them up, but in GT you've got to deal with the fact that they're taking the inside line into the corners. If you're trying to battle, you're just going to get delayed as they force you out wide. We can see here Marco Antonio Rodriguez just fighting his way through the pack with Ricardo Costa right behind him in P7 in the One Acco car. They've really not had the best of days today. The One Acco team, they were spun out early on in the GT category in a bit of a no man's land in LMP2. Hopefully you can manage to fight his way past Rodriguez and into P6 overall in class. Let's see what he can do here as he comes through Sunset Bend and onto the main straight.
Yeah, Ricardo Costa looking at Rodrigo going down into turn 1. The gap is fairly reasonable between these two at this moment in time. Costa looking to try and get up the field. Satellite Racing themselves have started a little bit lowly down the field, but have increase their game. As Ricardo goes a little bit off track, that will cause a little bit of increase in time. Yep, only a couple of tenths than it was literal seconds ago, so Costa will lose a little bit in that battle. We'll keep an eye on this battle for some time as we go along.
We will indeed, but it's important to keep an eye on the lead battles as well. The GT3 battle, still 6 tenths between them, in the LMP2 battle for the overall race lead, only 5 tenths between them as well. The Fair Racing car has really caught up to the Omicron Sim Racing car. The gap is it's fluctuating a little bit, but Max Scholten all over the back of Patrick Silvassi still after that contact between the two. Now, Ricardo Costa still hunting down Marco Antonio Rodriguez as they come through onto the Fangio straight into Collier's Bend, about 8 tenths between them. Just the gap slightly increasing a little bit as they head through now, but back onto the GT3 battle for the lead. And Max Scholten's into the pits for the Fair Racing team car. So the driver who's P2 overall, he's taken the gamble. He's going to try and get the undercut on Patrick Silvassi, possibly a driver change as well this far into the race. We'll have to see as we go through. But Scholten is into the pits. Here he is now, just tumbling down the order. We'll have to see what Silvassi does now. Does he react to this? Does the Netrex car react to this? You know, they're 8 seconds back from Silvassi now. They'll be looking to try and profit off this as well. 43 laps into this race. Let's see what happens on the exit of the pit. Christian Pasquale still hunting down Lucas Lichten as they head through into turn 1. There appears to be a bit of traffic ahead of Lichten there, and Pasquale is going to use that to his advantage as Lichten gets held up in the BMW, and Pasquale closing the gap 4 tenths between them as they head into turn 2 on their way to the S's. Let's see if he can get a good exit. Oh, he just jumps over the curbs. They're really aggressive line there from Pasquale. The gap, it's not a great exit from Pasquale. Looks like he's going to the gap's going to open up a little bit, so he's not going to be able to make the dive bomb into the hairpin unless he's a very, very brave man who is very, very rich and has the money to afford a very broken Ferrari. But Lichten does make the dive bomb, and he's going to get held up by that Porsche, and that's going to allow Pasquale to close right up. Over to you, Ron.
That is absolutely tight between Pascal and Lichten there. Perhaps Pascal might have another chance here, and he's being confronted. Oh, as the Porsche goes off the track, that is not wise from the Porsche. That might have thrown Pascal off his game. There's a yellow flag in the sector 2. That'll probably be from the Porsche, but right now we'll keep an eye on this battle. Maybe the battle has increased the gap a bit thanks to what has happened just now, as we've got the Omicron going into the pits now, as well as the Estonia for Polonia and the Netrex, the top 3 in the pits.
So we're on board in the bottom right with the Estonia Force Polonia car just coming through. That's apologies. That is Scholten in the bottom right. Let's see if he manages to gain a lead from that undercut. Obviously, the Omicron sim racing car Silvassi was putting up an absolute monstrous defense. Oh, and off the road, Scholten. The Ferrari just pushing him out, and he's managed to cut the corner. That's really not going to be good for the Scholten there as he comes through, manages to get away with no damage. Let's see what happens as he comes up the back stretch. Is he going to come out ahead of Silvassi? I don't know after that. I think that may have lost him a fair amount of time.
He had no room going through that corner. I don't know if the stewards will take that into consideration. I get it, cutting corners is bad when he judges, but he had no room whatsoever. He needs to be let go of that one.
Ferrari really pushed him out wide.
Yeah, but in the
here
meantime,
we go.
It goes up in.
It's going to be close.
2 seconds.
And there you are. I believe that is Silvassi. I lie. It's not Silvassi. Silvassi is behind, I believe. No, it's over. No, Scholten in the lead. Overall in the lead. Evolution Motorsport has not come into the pit yet, so Scholten overall is in the lead of this race. So it looks like the undercut has worked despite that off track.
But don't forget, is Scholten going to be under investigation for what happened earlier? Because I'm not sure if he's going to be. If he could have just switched actually, and I'm not too sure now.
Personally, from my point of view, that was a racing incident. He was taking his line as he is, and the Ferrari just didn't see him coming and pushed him out wide. He had no grip, all 4 wheels on the grass. I personally think it's a racing incident, and that would have cost him time anyway, and he still managed to take the lead. Bear in mind, Evolution Motorsports still have to have a pit stop. So personally, to me, that's fine. Obviously, we'll let the stewards decide. I would not be surprised if Omicron Sim Racing do submit an inquiry into that. We'll just have to see what happens over the next couple minutes. See if any reports come into the steward's office. Personally, I don't think there will be. But here is Christian Pasquale over the back of Lucas Lichten, who's made a mistake and is onto the grass. Pasquale, these 2 drivers have been locked in a battle all race long, and it is less than 1/10 of a second between the pair.
On the outside, perhaps going into Sunset Bend here. No.
Oh, he's going to come to the inside. Christian Pasquale to the inside. Contact between the pair again.
Oh,
Lichten.
Yes.
What a move by Pasquale into the lead of this race. Back up into first place from the pole position, but Lichten's going to have the run into the first corner again. He looks like he's going to try the dive bomb, which he's going to do. Can Pasquale hold it on round the outside? It's neck and neck as they head towards turn 2 and into the S's. Pasquale, though, manages to take the lead. Great stuff from the TTF man in that number 51 Ferrari. Absolutely phenomenal move. The switchback through Sunset Bend. Brilliant stuff there as we get a replay off the onboard.
That's absolutely fantastic. Those 2 men. Lichten is trying to figure out how to get back past Pasquale over these next couple of laps. We don't know what's going to happen next. Oh no!
Lichten off the road, and just as he gets overtaken by Pasquale, his time to counter, he makes a mistake coming out of the hairpin. We just missed what happened due to the replay, but it appears that he's just had a half spin on the exit of the hairpin, just being a bit too greedy on the power, and the gap now up to 1.8 seconds. So really unfortunate there for Lucas Lichten. Hopefully he can close that back up to Christian Pasquale, who's been rapid in all of the sessions so far. Obviously on pole for the GT3 category in qualifying, was 5th overall out of the GTs, and we can just see here, dive bomb up the inside, makes it work just too deep and onto the grass, just a bit too late on the brakes. It was an inspired move, but that BMW the brakes couldn't quite cut it, just too bit too confident as he headed through. Unfortunate there for Lucas Lichten. P2, the Estonia Force Polonia BMW.
Yeah, he was a bit too ambitious going through that corner, and hopefully he'll try and learn from that mistake as the race goes on. We're now looking at the battle between Fair Racing Team and Omnicron Sim Racing. Again, between those two men, Max Scholten and Patrick Silvastri, the leaders in LMP2. And yeah, Silvastri will try and get back that lead that he had from Max Scholten many laps prior. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see if Sebastian will actually catch up, because Scholten has got a good amount of pace, more than Sebastian, and perhaps much more concentrated in my mind than Sebastian had in the previous laps when they had their little battle.
It does appear to me that Silvastri has managed to close the gap. It was about 1.5 seconds when they came out of the pits, and at the moment it stands at about 8/10. So it appears that Max Scholten, the hunter, has become the hunted. As Silvastri tries to close the gap, he's obviously got fresher tyres, only by a lap. But, you know, that still matters at this stage in the race. The track's not fully evolved yet, but the grip will really start to be coming through. We'll start to see more and more fastest laps being set. And on the subject of fastest lap, just looking through my time list, it appears that Ernest Lappins currently has the fastest lap of the race, a 46.6. An absolute monster lap by Ernest Lappins. It's over a second quicker than anybody else. The Latvian driver currently sits in P3 in the number 4 as Pastino Force Polonia car. What a lap from Mr. Lappins.
Wow, absolutely brilliant. So AFP might be getting back up the order, but again, never count out, well, the top two right now. The top two as they try to get for a little bit wide from, was that the net Rex on the screen right now? It's just, I believe it was. Yeah, just going a little bit wide there. P4. Ooh.
It was the Fair Racing car by the sounds of things. Just following the Fair Racing car now. Just the Porsche going off the road in front of them. Looks like he's gonna have to make the dive bomb. Is Scholten. The gap between Omicron and Sting pretty happy at about 8/10. Both drivers on a similar pace to each other. Silvastri getting held up though by that Porsche. That's going to cost him about half a second as he comes into Big Bend, and Scholten just going to relax a little bit as he sees the gap in his mirror just increase ever so slightly. The pace advantage really is swinging between these two at the moment. While on the last stint it was clearly Scholten who was the quicker of the two. Now he's out in front. It really is anybody's guess at who the faster driver is. There's a yellow in sector 1, goes away as quickly as it came out, and yeah, it's amazing to see, you know, almost 50 laps into this race, just how close these two cars are, Ron.
Absolutely close between those two. And AFP actually make a move up into, well, they were in P3 a few seconds ago. A little bit memory loss a little bit there, but though yeah, Fair Racing is actually doing well at this moment in time. I believe, I'm not too sure yet if I'm just trying to think if if Scholten stopped being awarded his penalty for earlier, if it was a penalty for his for the racing incident before he actually got the lead a few laps before, when he was run off the track by that Ferrari throughout the fast couple of corners before the previous. You know those corners I mean. You do realize, you know what?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I haven't seen any complaints coming in. My best assumptions are that it's been understood to be a racing incident. Obviously, just looking through the race direction channel, which us commentary team do have access to, there's been nothing yet. Obviously, there's still a time to go in the race. Perhaps the Omicron racing team haven't seen the off track. It probably cost him time. I know. So the reasoning of the stewards, I'd suspect, is that if they've seen it, he's gone off the track and he has lost time, but he's still taken that lead of the race.
Right. Okay, so Scholten's in the clear at this moment in time. That's what I'm going to say at this moment in time. And yeah, I think the race is now practically calmed down a bit.
It has indeed. Driver to keep an eye on is Ernest Lappins. He's starting to close the gap to the Omicron Sim Race car, who at the same time is falling back from Max Scholten. So keep your eye on that. Here's Lucas Lichten. He's fallen back a bit from Christian Pasquale. He just gets again lapped by one of the LMP2 cars there. The gap was originally about half a tenth between them. It's now fallen back to about 2 seconds. So the BMW, it's not the nicest car on its tyres. I wonder if just coming into the back end of this stint is just starting to struggle a little bit. Still P2 in class. It's a really good performance from this AFP team as it stands. You know, they're running P3 and P7 in the prototype class, and now running P2 as well in the GT3 class. So it's a really good performance from them. So we just have to see what they can do. Their number 19 car, the Porsche 911 in the GTE. I cannot seem to find out just where they are at the moment. I'm just looking through my time as it is. No, I'm not able to see them. So we'll just focus on this for the time being, though. Lucas Lichten, I wonder if he's trying to bide his time, Ron. What do you think? Maybe just trying to see what happens with Christian. Obviously, coming up to the pit stops again soon. Do you think maybe he's just trying to wait and see what the TCF driver does, who bites the bullet and comes into the pits first?
Yeah, I think Lucas will be keeping an eye on what happened to Christian next. But again, he needs to focus on his own battle, trying to control the car, because we've seen earlier how he tried to dive bomb on Pasquale. He needs to make sure that he doesn't do that sort of thing again. But again, Pasquale needs to concentrate on what is happening behind him, and he just needs to ensure if he could just try and hold on to that position or not, and well, just try and figure out what happens after the pits, really. And I've just been told that there's a 20-minute break for George, so he'll be back in a second. So I think I'm the only one in the Ross. Yeah.
Oh, apologies. I just had my microphone muted for some reason.
Oh,
I'm not sure what happened there. Mistake on my other half. Sorry. I was just saying that there's that gap between the Omicron sim racing car of Silvassi and Scholten in P1. It's starting to get bigger. Currently sitting about 2 seconds, and currently Ernest Lappins is closing that gap. Only 4 seconds now between the AFP number 4 and the Omicron sim racing number 5. Obviously, we know that Lappins has the fastest lap of the race at the moment. An absolute rapid lap. It's over a second quicker than anybody else. I presume that was just after the pit stops. Yep, his last lap was nowhere near that time. He's running on but he's still running as it stands about 2 seconds quicker than the leading 2 cars. So that number 4 car is absolutely rapid at the moment and keeps right, because he's going to close up to Silvassi very, very quickly.
Yep, and again, we'll keep an eye on this battle as much as we can, and yeah, Pasquale now seems to settle into the rhythm a bit, but again, needs to keep an eye out on what's behind him. He has got a couple of seconds gap between him and Lichten. The pit stops are about to come up real soon, perhaps. We're not
there's
sure.
a power from the inside there on Sunset Bend, Ron. And we can just see in the background there, I'm not sure who that was. That's a Corvette there in the background that just went off coming through Sunset Bend. Not too sure what happened. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, but sorry for interrupting you there, Ron. Just couldn't see quite what happened. I was just wondering if there was a big incident there, but it looks like it was just a spin.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he doesn't get his mouth full in this situation, hey Ross?
Indeed. Back, and we can see here just how close Ernest Lappins is now to Patrick Silvassi. I mean, barely 2 minutes ago I was talking about how the gap is 4 seconds. Now it's 6/10. The number 4 Abstenio Force Polonia car has really closed in to that Omicron Racing at number 5. Just I wonder if Silvassi's made a mistake. He's now got 4 seconds to the number 3 Fair Racing team of Scholten. I assume that he has just gone off the track somewhere, and Lappins now just looking to try and find a way around. You can see that gap closing between every corner. Lappins is absolutely flying right now. That car is on rails, as they say. Let's see how he goes through the S's, if he's going to get a nice run out, potentially.
Ooh,
yes, he's
chance.
Silvassi, I'm not sure what happens there, but Lappins has gone through before the big bend. I'm not really too sure what happens there. Silvassi must have made a mistake.
Penalty for Pasquale.
And that is the leader of the GT3 category, Christian Pasquale in the TTF Racing. Oh, and we've just got another update as well. Mika Kimi, the AFP number 10 car, has just disconnected from the race and is DNF'd, and we can see there just jumped straight back to the pit. So drama kicking off here at Sebring. I believe he can reconnect up right now, but that's while one AFP is flying, the other AFP is not doing too well. It's we can see here, obviously, Ernest Lappin's now trying to get a lap, but I'm wondering what happened to the TTF number 51 car, Christian Pasquale there, just looking through, forcing another car off the track, drive-through penalty. That is a disaster for that TTF squadron. Yeah, and we'll just have a look at it here. It's he's apparently took off Adam Syringe in the number 25 Mugen Sim Racing car. The report said that Pasquale turned on Syringe. We were still in his area, pushing them onto the grass and giving us dark blue damage on the left side. It's a 52-second repair for Syringe. So yeah, it's kind of deserved for Pasquale in this moment in time. We're having a look at a replay from, I believe, a Corvette. Oh, yeah, this was the just until this was the spin I just interrupted you for earlier on. Again, apologies for that.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, luckily not too hard into the wall there. So it looks like, and they managed to continue. Hopefully, not too much damage. Back going around again here with Ernest Lappins. It's a very, very quick car. That is. His teammate Roland Sukes as well is an absolutely rapid driver, so be sure to keep an eye out in the driver's shop as well what happens with that. But that car, 4-second gap to the Fair Racing team of Max Scholten. Just checking the live timing now, his last lap was a second quicker, so that lap is going to come tumbling down. Ernest Lappins right now is absolutely on a charge in that number 4.
Yep, and there's a penalty for Peter Vagapov in the LMP2 category. We're waiting for reports on that, but that's not going to look good for Vagapov at this moment in time. But like I said earlier, Ernest Lappin, well, like many, I think you or George said earlier, that Ernest Lappin has a raw amount of pace, and I presume maybe in the next possibly 5 or 6 laps that Ernest can actually catch up onto the Fair Racing car of Max Scholten. Yellow flags in sector 1 we'll check out in a bit, but like I said, Ernest Lappins, I presume in the next 5 or 6 laps will catch up on the leader. That's my prediction at least.
And I think your prediction is going to be bang on again here, Ron. You obviously got it right in qualifying, and I think you're going to be right here because the gap is already up to 3 seconds in about half a lap. So Ernest Lappins absolutely soaring through the field here. Despite that early drive-through penalty, a stop-go even, I should say, for causing an incident, he is clearly the fastest car on the track at the moment. He's really in the zone, is Ernest. We'll just have to see what he can do when he catches up to Scholten.
If he does catch up in the next few laps, I might have to give myself another promotion on that.
I think you will, Ron. Your predictions they've been pretty accurate so far, obviously, apart from the chaos at the start of the race. Let's see how you do as we're following around Timotej Andonovski, who has been simply dominating the GTE category. He's got a 13-second gap to Tim Ulrich in the Blackpool Racing. That Pinsim Drillers Esports Ferrari has just been planted, barely any mistakes. It's just been, dare I say, it's been the most boring category just because of how strong this car has been. Obviously, it's the early battle it had early on with the One Acco car spinning, coming out, I believe it was of Tower Bend really early on, plunging down the order, and then its sister car, the number 20 Drillers Esports car, being involved in a pile-up when it got tagged around, and was involved in a pile-up in the early laps of the race as well. But Andonovski he's just been on fire. He's been really flying, and just really setting the example for the rest of the GTE field.
And yeah, we're having still a look on the battle in the LMP2 category. 3 seconds now the gap. It was 4.5, I believe, in the last lap, or more than that. Again, my prediction's coming a little bit to light at this moment of time. Ernest really trying to catch up onto Max Scholten, but again, Max Scholten, I believe, losing his pace a little bit purely because of the random yellow flags that are in sector 1, unless that's just the pit lane exits. But again, Scholten is really losing a good amount of pace, or has he increased his pace? Because we're not too, now the gap is decreasing. The gap is decreasing. We'll have a look.
I'm just looking at the live timing here. It appears that Scholten has upped his pace to be equal with that of Ernest Lappin. So I think he seems to appear to be just taking it easy, kind of preserve his tyres. And now that he can see that number 4 AFP car all in his mirrors, he will be trying to up the pace. Let's just keep an eye on that gap and on the lap times over the next few laps. Encountering a bit of traffic here through the hairpin. I believe that is that's the lead 2 cars in GT3. Lucas Lifton and Christian Pasquale fighting. That's Max Scholten really catching him a bit of an awkward place, but he manages to get through them fine as Christian Pasquale still leads the way by just about half a second in that category. And you can see in the background there, Ernest Lappin's getting ever closer and closer to the Fair Racing team number 3. I'm sure Scholten is beginning to feel the pressure just a little bit now. That almost fear creeping in as he realizes the absolute force that is coming for him. That number 4 AFP car, the fastest car on the track by a long shot, is it's really starting to close the gap now, Ron.
It's really starting to close the gap indeed. And look at the gap again, closing down. And yeah, we're just keeping an eye on this. Also, in the GTE, the Aspetonia Force Polonia car is actually closing up in the GTE category. So, sorry, GT3. Sorry about that. And Traveski is really under pressure in the GT3 category. I'll tell you that much. But I'm back to GTE. We were told that about Pasquale. Was it Lichten getting a penalty, I presume, in a few laps ago? Has he not served it yet? It's Pasquale that has got the penalty.
I believe he hasn't served it, but the gap did climb to about 2 seconds. But he also has a drive-through, and that's a drive-through is a bit longer than 2 seconds. So either he's already come back out and done an absolute mega couple of outlaps to get past Lichten again, or he hasn't served yet, and Lichten appears to have closed the gap back up again to Pasquale. Just a ball with him here in the bottom right, as you can see them coming through Big Bend and heading down into the hairpin. Not sure what's happening with Pasquale as it stands. I believe he's going to just try and wait it out, as we saw with Ernest Lappin earlier on, and he got that penalty. He left it a couple laps before coming in. I presume they're doing the same, just trying to see how the situation of the race goes. Obviously, if there's a code 80, I think they'll be gambling on one of those, because if there is a code 80, that is prime time to give you drive-through, because you are losing virtually no time at all, because everyone else is on the pit limiter at the same time. So I think they're just waiting to see what would happen, or if Lichten comes into the pits, then maybe they'll try and get the drive-through done then, just to kind of come out on equal pegging with him before they head into the pits and then try and chase him down, Ron.
Yeah. I think I might have a little bit of prediction on how many code 80s might be in this race. There's bound to be at least one code 80 in terms of endurance races, especially in this one. Because normally, like in a 24-hour race, especially on rFactor 2, there'd be like at least 1 or 2 code 80s. Maybe happen in this race, may not happen, but we'll just keep an eye on this. And look at the gap between Fair Racing and Aspetonia Force Polonia. Scholten and Lappin are now virtually fighting with each other. This is going to be a tense next couple of laps, I'll tell you that much, Ross.
Lappin's really having caught up to the back of Scholten. That last lap he did again was 1.5 seconds quicker than Scholten. I'm not sure if Max made a mistake or Ernest just put in an absolute mega lap there. But just following them round, Ernest really is the fastest car on the track. I mean, he is flying. I'm sure his teammate Roland Sukes is sitting on his computer, licking his lips at what Ernest is doing for him. You know, this is a really big stint from Mr. Lappin here. 0.9 of a second separating the two leaders, and I think you'll see that gap is just going to get smaller and smaller as the laps go by. And I don't think it's a case of if, I think it's a case of when Ernest gets the move done, where will he do it and how will he do it.
Predictions for when he's going to where he's actually going to overtake. We've got news that Pasquale has served his drive-through penalty and has relinquished lead in the GTE category to the
GT3 category, Rob.
GT3. I do apologise for that. I really do apologise for that. I get confused between GTE, GT3. Which one is it? And it's just GT3. agree. Anyway, back to LMP2, where he's going to overtake. Ernest is going to overtake Max Scholten. Is either going to be at Sunset Bend, Turn 1, or the hairpin. That's practically the main points where he's going to overtake. So perhaps in the next couple of laps, his main guess, Sunset Bend.
I mean, those do seem to be the main overtaking spots. Just keeping an eye on the lap times. What it appears that Lappins is doing is going on a push lap and then going on a slow lap. I'm not sure if that's just to preserve the tyres or not, but I think this lap, as per the order of things, Lappins is about to put an absolute storm in. We can see Scholten getting held up here by that Corvette, and that's going to bring Lappins all over the back of his gearbox coming through Big Bend. Will he be close enough going into the hairpin? I'm not too sure, but he's definitely brave enough to have a gamble. That gap of standing about 3/10. Lappins hangs to the inside, too far back to make the move done, but he's still closer than he was before. I think your prediction is going to be right, Ron. I think in the next couple of laps we are going to see something. Big Bend, Turn 1, or the hairpin. They are the main spots, and Lappins we saw there just getting very, very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. And we'll keep an eye on this battle for the next couple of laps or so. And yeah, Lappins really wants to ensure that he gets that lead that he once had at the beginning of the race before he had this penalty. And yeah, it's only just a matter of time now. It's only a matter of time until he relinquishes that lead. But the gap has increased by a few tenths, also a couple of corners ago. So the Fair Racing team might have a fair chance to trying to keep the. I can't stop with the puns. I really can't stop with the puns. My parents hate me for that. But I presume maybe after Sunset Corner here that he might have a chance. He's been held up by a Porsche there going through that, not any longer, but we'll have to see what happens in the next couple of laps. I presume maybe Sunset Corner on the next lap. That's all. Maybe that's all I'll say. But I will say I'll quote Murray Walker on this, saying, "I don't make mistakes. I make prophecies that immediately turn out to be wrong."
As is true for every commentator in existence, Ron. You just love to make a good prediction, don't you? We can just see there Scholten running a little bit wide coming into the S's. The gap filtering between about half a second and a second long. Lappins is just suffering the same fate that Scholten did when he got on the back of Patrick Silvassi earlier. Now, once you get within about a second of the car in front, I'm not sure if the dirty air comes into play or it's just a mental thing. When you're following, you're just watching the car in front, you just cannot keep the pace up. It's almost like you're just stuck behind them here at the Sebring on lap 58. Max Scholten still holding on to the lead here. Trying to, that's a very late lunge on that Porsche there. You can see there he's desperate. Oh, that Lappins! Half spin there for Lappins in the background. That gap is going to open back up again. I think Lappins just tried to follow him through and the Porsche shut the door there.
Yeah, that was a touch, wasn't it? That was an absolute touch between him and the Porsche.
I think it was. Lappins obviously he's very young and is very, very much a brave driver because of his youth. He's not scared to make those last-minute lunges, and that was brave from Scholten, but that was very brave from Lappins. You can see there, yet just the touch just comes in way too late, just desperate to keep up. But now is 1.6 seconds back, but hopefully he doesn't have any damage, and we know that he has the pace to catch up to the back of that number 3 Fair Racing car. So let's just see how long it takes him before he gets back there.
That's a little bit of a setback for Ernest Lappins, but he will catch up, I tell you that much. Meanwhile, I'm sure there will be implications for that Porsche. He closed the door on a car that was about to lap him anyways, and it cost him a little bit of racing time going through that. So surely he must be penalised for what has happened in the last few moments or so, surely.
I mean, we'll have to see what Abstenio Force Polonia do. They will probably submit a report about that. Obviously, the Porsche was just taking his line, probably didn't expect Ernest to come in and lunge that late. It was a very, very late move from Mr. Lappins. So we'll keep an eye on the Stewards channel. But until then, we'll have to see. Nothing as of yet. Still following around Scholten here. Lappins already closing the gap down. It's gone from 1.6 seconds to 1.1 seconds in about 3/4 of a lap. That pace is still there for the very young driver. 15 years of age he is, and just absolutely putting in a massive shift. The fastest man out on track by an absolute long shot in the current phase of the race. His fastest lap is still over a second quicker than anybody else, and 1.2 seconds faster than the next quickest car on the track, which is the Networks Grand Prix number 11 car, which set a 47.8 lap-ins on his best lap, set a 46.6. That's practically a qualifying lap, Ron.
Wow, that is absolutely, like I said, raw pace from Ernest Lappins at this moment in time. And it's going to be some time until it actually catches up onto Scholten right now. But again, anything can happen, and it usually does. Right, I believe that's my shift ended. George will come back in a few moments. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you at 5.
Thank you very much for coming along, Ron. I'll see you in a bit. So until George returns, you're just stuck with my pleasant tones. Take of that what you will. Max Scholten here, still round in the first corner, still in the lead. That gap to Ernest Lappins just increasing slightly as he gets stuck behind a Ferrari. And just a note from the broadcast team: the yellow flag in Sector 1 is a bug. There is no cars going off in Sector 1. There is a bollard that has fallen on the track, and the rFactor, bless it, just doesn't really know what to do about it. So there's no incidents going on in Sector 1. Apologies for that. It is going to persist for quite some time. Max Scholten still in the lead of this race. You can see there one of the drillers' cars ahead. I believe that was the number 17 there, the leader of the GTE category. It's now got 17 seconds on the 27 Black Hawk Racing. An absolutely monster shit by Timotej Andonovski. Tim Ulrich just falling further and further back as he goes round. That Ferrari has been on rails. And then we can see in the GT3 as well, Abstinio Force Polonia again leading the way with Lucas Lichten after that drive-through penalty for the TCS driver Christian Pasquale, who's been so fast, but so unfortunate. And that BMW has also been very rapid. As we just continue to follow Max Scholten around here. Hopefully he doesn't get held up too much in the traffic, because Ernest Lappins is almost a second back. And we can see here that's a very Ernest Lappins. 6/10 now between them as they head into Sunset Bend. Is he going to try anything? No, he isn't. Still just a bit too far back. And it's come to my knowledge that George may or may not be back. George, you there?
I am indeed, Ross. Yes, I am back with a vengeance. Hope you're all keeping well. Seems to be a few developments out on the circuit right now, as we're now seeing the Fair Racing team under a lot of pressure from Apostino Force Polonia. It certainly has been a very enthralling race indeed, Ross.
It certainly has. Ernest Lappins again then still having a look. It's so close between these two, and Scholten is now in the same situation he was with the Omicron car of Silvassi, except the positions are reversed, and it's Ernest Lappins now chasing him down. He's got a really good exit out of the S's and coming into the hairpin, George.
Yeah, we know the pace here of Ernest Lappins. He's been so prominent. Again, he has a look here, coming down towards the hairpin bend, but indeed it's still going to be Max Scholten who hangs on. They're going to head up towards turn 8 now, literally 0.2 of a second in between that of Apostino Force Polonia's Ernest Lappins, who's now in P2 and letting fly at Max Scholten as they come down towards the next right-hander, then toe-to-toe heading around the next right, and indeed it's going to still be, at this moment in time, Max Scholten hanging on by a thread, at least for the time being, but Ernest Lappins, he is an absolutely formidable force. Having a look down the inside once again. He's literally crawling right across this Fair Racing team. Max Scholten under severe scrutiny here by Ernest Lappins here, Ross.
He certainly is. Ernest is all over the gearbox of Max Scholten. Just depends what he can do. And he sends it! He goes for the dive bomb. Almost contact between the pair. Lappins can't quite get the move done, but that is definitely a warning shot to Max Scholten. Ernest Lappins is not here to play around. He's here for the lead of the race, and he's going to get it whether Scholten likes it or not. 5/10 between the two after that late lunge by Lappins. Don't quite making it, but I'm sure he's going to try and gear up and go for a move again. Might get held up a little bit by traffic here in Sunset Bend, and indeed he is. That Ferrari Pinsim Drillers car is just going to delay him a little bit on the entry, but I'm sure he's going to be able to get a run again going through the first turn and through the S's and on the run down to the hairpin.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing little bit of racing, an amazing exchange here from Max Scholten and his Lappin. This is for obviously the race lead here for the prototype cars that they make their way through into the S section of course, after the turn 2, which is in the middle of that long stretch. You can just see that AFP car literally stuck, glued in behind that of the Fair Racing team. Max Scholten, as you said before, under scrutiny. Obviously, remember, Max Scholten was the one applying the pressure earlier on. As we now see this Lapin now making a move on the inside. He might have a chance here, coming down towards the hairpin bend at turn 7. And this time, can he get it done? No. A little loss to the rear end there, and that is nearly Ernest Lapin out into obscurity, but manages to hang on and recover well. And that just goes to show the amount of tenacity this man is showing as they come down towards the next, what will be the next left-hander. It's still Ernest Lapin probing on the back of Max Scholten, who knows and very aware without a doubt that the AFP car is crawling and pushing and prodding on the inside now, heading round towards the next right-hander, and still holding on is Max Scholten. But just look at the delta gap, literally just over a tenth of a second, a tenth and a half at most, as they now make their way now down towards what will be the next left. He cruises in on the inside, and it's Lapin a shake of the nose. He could not get it done. Ross, this is absolutely intriguing racing here from these two.
This is mega stuff, both from Scholten and Lapins. Lapins obviously all over the back of Scholten, who is putting in the defensive performance of his life. But Lapins got a really good exit out of Le Mans curve. Maybe we'll see something heading into Sunset Bend. Lapins pokes his nose to the inside. He's got his left quarter through there side by side, heading into Sunset Bend. Like Lapins going to squeeze ahead, but Scholten will maybe try to switch back. But no, Lapins has the lead of this race, George.
Lapins, and he was showing all kinds of threats here in that lap indeed, and that's going to provide him with that P1 spot that he is so richly sought after, and he has done exceptionally well to recover the damage that was set earlier on in the race, and just goes to show that a bit of tenacity, a little bit of elbow grease can pull off a fair result. I will say incidentally that with that battle between the AFP car and Fair Racing team, it will allow Omicron to make a little bit more of a recovery now. 7.5 tenths, or 7.5 seconds, should I say, the gap between that of P2 and P3. Obviously still a long way to go, or should I say the gap to the leader, as you now look at a replay of that dynamic move heading down into Sunset, and indeed you just see the double right-hander. He was able to get it done, and I've got to say Ernest Lapin has managed to pull off some really amazing maneuvers around that final corner. He's made use of that inside heading into turn 17 more than one occasion in this race. He certainly seems to have a master on this track here at the moment, Ross.
He certainly does, and we can see already the gap up to 2 seconds. Obviously, Scholten wasn't aided by that traffic, which he caught at exactly the wrong moment heading through the S's. But Lapin, he's the fastest driver out on the track at the moment, and that was a very brave move into Sunset Bend. That just showed the absolute talent that this young driver has. Absolutely flying to end that 0-4, and I'm sure his teammate is sitting in the voice chat that they will inevitably be in, giggling with glee as Lapins just streaks off into the distance. Almost 2.5 seconds now. AFP car, despite that early stop and go, is absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, all he has to do now, Ernest Lapins, is just hold on to the lead, just take it steady, no need to push now. He can literally just hold on to the lead, just be careful, be sensible, and don't lose the car. He's got the advantage by at least 2.3 seconds. Back to Fair Racing team, and of course Max Scholten, who is trying to hang in there and obviously recoup the delta time that was lost. It's going to take some effort. He is in the pit lane though, so Fair Racing team taking a pit stop. Omicron Sim Racing in P3 now, and they move up to P2 as well. So that would be Patrick Silvassi, who of course was being challenged by Max Scholten earlier on for the race lead. So great to see him back in the top end, albeit he's got around 8.9 seconds and counting. He is now down to 9 seconds now, as Netrix Grand Prix team are now up to P3 as well. It has been absolutely phenomenal, but a credit to Ernest Lapins for making that dynamic recovery. I have to say, it's fair to say, I think he deserves it, to be quite fair, Ross.
He certainly does. We saw obviously there was that incident early on. It wasn't a particularly great start from Ernest, and he wasn't, setting the world on fire with his initial lap times, but after that drive through, he just engaged another gear. He is absolutely flying out on the track, and he's just stepped to upper level, and we could see there he's been all over the back of that Fair Racing team, which is now in the pits. And it really was a matter of when and not if he got the move done. And when he did get it done, my oh my, was it a really important one, and a fantastic spectacle to watch as well. Into the lead of the race goes the number 4 Abstenio Force Polonia car.
Yeah, the deficit's now being absolutely wiped through. Now you can now see that the AFP car is literally 9.5 seconds clear now of the Omicron Sim Racing team. That is the sheer pace of Ernest Lapins. He is absolutely phenomenal. This young driver has really pulled out all the stops. He's got himself onto P1 now and literally pushing. He is looking all kinds of promising here, all kinds of positives. Certainly a lot better than where he was earlier on in the race, where he did suffer that penalty, which forced him to come into the pit lane, etc. As he now dives in right now. Hopefully this time it'll be a positive stop.
Indeed, it hopefully will. Just in the pits now, just taking that probably a tyre change. We can just see now in the and we can see the Omicron's coming in as well. So all the LMP2 cars are coming in for the pits. Max Scholten in the bottom right. Let's see how he fares. Maybe he will, if it's a slow stop for the AFP car, he might be able to perhaps catch up a little bit. Just have to see as he comes onto the back stretch now. Apologies, not quite the back stretch just yet. He's on his way into Le Mans corner. He's got a couple of GT cars to deal with as he heads through. He's going to get held up. Looks things a little bit. Ernest Lapins, this is going to be the longest pit stop in history for him. It just seems like it takes an age just sitting there the way he finally pulls, George.
It does, yeah. It's amazing. Obviously, it's very vastly different to the realms of such as Formula One, where you literally just spring the tyres on straight away and usually get it done in 2 seconds. This is a very different story here indeed, and that allows obviously the results to be counted out the way they are. Of course, now we see the AFP car leaving the box, and you can see Netrix in P2 as well, with Danny van der Niet there, or Niet there, who's now in P2. You can now see the rest of the cars now leaving the grid bay, being joined as well by the Fair Racing team of Max Scholten, who is there as well. And I've got to say, very interesting race so far. AFP still leading the way. GTE cars as well. Drillers Esports looking good as well. Omicron moving up to P4. But yeah, the PinSim Drillers Esports team currently leading the way by 18.7 seconds. Seem to be untouched at the moment, to be fair, Ross. They've looked pretty good. And as I say, that little bit of loss of the back end there heading around that right-hander, but nothing to really be disastrous about. It looks okay.
He really does. That number 17, Andonovsky, has just been absolutely on form the entire race, and his teammate in the number 20 as well. You know, he got very, very unlucky early on with that contact that he had. Big shame out there for Jeroen Coquille. It's no, that 20. It's been quick as well. Both PinSim Drillers Esports cars have been quick, but you know, obviously incidents do happen in endurance racing, and the 17, you know, it's managed to stay instant clear, and it has just been in a class of its own. 20 seconds now to Tim Ulrich in the number 27 Black Hawk racing car. That Ferrari is just on rails. It's just lap after lap after lap, consistently ever so slightly increasing the gap, coming up to 20 seconds now as he crosses the line. It's looking very, very nice for this PinSim Drillers Esports squad.
They've got to be delighted with the performance that they are being treated to here. Very good for the Drillers team indeed, as we're now seeing this LMP car once again of the Abstenio Force Bologna, as I know that people are trying to correct in the chat. I will say AFP for the pleasure of the viewing public, as we're now seeing Ernest Lapins now making his way around turn 1 and looking to solidify his advantage here. 7.9 seconds the gap, and I've got to say he's looking very comfortable indeed as he comes through the next left-hander. That of course being turn 3 into turn 4 on the outside of turn 5, heading round soon what will be Big Bend, that turn 6 where we've seen lots of overtakes being mustered here. And I've got to say, a very attractive corner for an overtake as well, because that's when you start to see the cars making the dynamic almost outside maneuvers. Now I think you're better off actually taking it on the outside as opposed on the inside, and I think it gives you a better entrance into the turn 7 hairpin as well.
I mean, obviously, yeah, it's a funny corner, as in it's one of those flat-out ones where you can be fast either on the inside or the outside. It depends if you just want to take the shortest line through the corner, if you want to get a really big run of speed and a good entry into the hairpin. So it's all down to personal preference, really. We've seen today that the majority of the drivers are favouring that inside line, but you know, we've seen a couple moves there where the outside they've just got a massive run coming out of the S's and going through Big Bend on the outside, and just absolutely blitzed past the car on the inside. There was on a GT move, which I can remember, I believe it was between Lucas Lichten and the TTF number 51 car. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but yeah, just a monster move, and you can really just get a huge run out of the S's and round the outside and just kind of sweep past, and if you manage to cover off the inside into the hairpin, that move is as good as yours, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see them pulling off those dynamic moves as well. We really like to see it. And obviously, it's great for the commentary aspect, great for the viewing public. And that is what we came to see. As we now see Nico Barkley, who is currently ahead of Alex Tunbridge. Of course, Nico Barkley was the one making all the moves earlier on, but now he's under his own little bit of pressure here. 6.5 tenths of a second here in between the two. The DDoS Racing team here with it. We've just found out that we have lost a driver there. Ross, tell us more.
The leader of the GTE category, the number 17 Pinsim Drillers Esports car, and then obviously has disconnected. Absolute disaster for the Driller squad there. They were sitting very, very pretty in the lead. Hopefully he can try and get back out, but that's really not what you want to see. The Black Hawk Racing car really getting a bit lucky there, but absolute disaster for the 17 Drillers Esports squad there. They were running so strong in the lead. The GT category, we've already seen a disconnect today. Mika Hakimi in the AFP number second LMP2 car, and now we're seeing it, the leader of the GT category, plummeting down the field, seemingly out for the time being, George.
Absolutely, that is going to be heartbreaking. And again, we see a spin, and that's a number 21 car. That's Alex Tunbridge, the DDoS Racing team, losing it into obscurity there. Remember, he was there battling earlier on. That's heartbreaking there. And the one Arco are looking in better shape. Nico Barkley now relieved of the pressure, and the gap has now been drawn right out. That is absolutely heartbreaking there for the DDoS Racing team. I'm not sure whether we're going to get a replay of that and as to what happened, but it was a move going around into the Le Mans corner, and it's sort of, I'm not sure quite whether he just lost grip, or I've got to say it's heartbreaking nonetheless. That relegates them further down into obscurity from, well, in P3, but the delta time has been pushed right out. Not ideal at all, as we now see Danny van der Niet in P3 under pressure now from Patrick Silvassi. Once again, Patrick looking to try and stamp his authority in the top end.
He really is, obviously. Excuse me, just a bit of a lump in my throat there, apologies. Obviously, earlier on, he was leading this race for a decent portion. I was doing a very, very strong job at fighting off Max Scholten in the Fair Racing team, which currently resides in second place still. Silvassi's currently up in P3 at the moment, falling back a little bit. He's under threat from Danny van der Niet now in the Networks Grand Prix car. He's just going to have a little look up the inside. It's very close between these two in the fight for P3. There's also a car trying to unlap itself around the outside of van der Niet. And there's also the number 20 Drillers Esports Ferrari getting in the way as well. So it's absolute chaos here with about 6 hours to go on the clock, lap 68. And as I was mentioning, Silvassi, obviously, he's fallen from grace a little bit, shall we say. Obviously, still in P3, but that one Ernest Lappins who was just stormed off into the lead has really stolen the show, and Silvassi's now finding himself not quite in a no man's land at P3, because he's obviously got van der Niet all over the back of him as it stands. But he is he's feeling the pressure a little bit. I'm certain, George.
Well, I think, to be honest, I think Danny van der Niet lost that position to Patrick Silvassi up into P3. So I'm not sure what happened to Danny van der Niet, but he actually lost that place, and that relegating down a position. Not ideal at all. And so Silvassi now in P3, letting fly, chasing Max Scholten in the Fair Racing team. He's got 6.2 seconds to find. But still, don't count out that of Danny van der Niet. He's still got lots of pace. He's a 10th in behind now, I believe, of that man, Patrick Silvassi, who's in P3. Literally nothing separates them. The gap is thinner than a fly's eyelash right now as they round the next right-hander, that being the Le Mans corner, heading down what will be the Ulmann Straight. Again, GTE and GT3 cars dead ahead, that they have to negotiate their way around. In the gap now in behind, you can see Danny van der Niet just probing in behind that of Patrick Silvassi as they make their way around the next right-hander, this being the Sunset Bend, heading round turn 17. Oh, it's the other cars, is it? To apologise, folks. We have just heard that this is not the cars we're riding on board with. Obviously, the gap is still very, very thin between that of the Nectrix team and the One Arco team. My fault, do apologise.
It would appear, George, that that's the Team Iris car trying to unlap itself in the Networks car. They're currently running last in the category, but they've also just run very right out of the corner. So it's a bit of a bong move from the Team Iris team there, trying to get past a car that is a few laps ahead of them. I'm not sure the Network squad will be entirely pleased with that. So just keep your eye on possibly the Race Directions Show report channel, because there could be a bit of a complaint coming in there. So obviously, between the categories, when there's a blue flag between the categories, you're just allowed to take your line. But when there's a blue flag in your class, you have to get out of the way, because that is a direct car that's being lapped in your class. You can try and unlap yourself if you are faster than the car in front, but typically the cars in front don't particularly like it, do they, George?
No, they don't. Generally, they like to focus on their race. They naturally think that they have the rights, I think, to the highest position. You've got to give them fair profit for that. I think there's certainly some realm of truth behind it, as we're now seeing Eric Kuchenberger there in currently P3, being chased by Gergo Balau, who's currently 1.7 seconds behind him. Certainly, it's a very, very interesting racing between these two GT3 cars. AFP, though, still leading the way in there, 25 seconds ahead of TTF Racing. That gap was very, very close earlier on, but AFP really showing their dominance in this field. They certainly show themselves to be a very, very bright team indeed. The gap seems to be maintained between Kuchenberger and Balau, and of course this is for the P3 position, and now it seems to be extending slightly into the 1.5s. But as the cars are beginning to settle down now, we certainly seem to see a lot of cars, certainly when they push. I think traction generally around a circuit like this, given the asphalt and the concrete mix, can be a little bit tricky. I think as you head around a curve, Ross, we seem to be seeing a lot of cars getting quite a lot of oversteer, some cases understeer, and losing the rear end. It seems, I'm not sure whether it's the case of the grip, whether it's the tyre choices. I think obviously they need to take a little bit of extra caution heading around some of these corners. Like I said before, the hairpins aren't exactly pleasant.
Obviously, this is coming up to the middle of most of the stints for the majority of the cars. So you've got that awkward combination. You're starting to get some serious tyre lagging, but you've still got about the mid-range of the fuel mix left. So it's still a heavy car on slightly worn tyres. And then, as you mentioned, obviously, it's that strange mix of concrete and asphalt, which the transition over the grip is obviously very different levels of grip across the two surfaces. And then when you factor in the bumps as well, especially in the final corner at Sunset Bend, it is just so easy to get it wrong. And you know, you see through a lot of the corners in the LMP2 cars, especially where they have 800 brake horsepower, that you can just put your foot down. There's a car going off there just to demonstrate my point. I believe that was Kuchenberger, and that is a P3 for Gergo Balau and the number 39 Mugen Sim Racing Audi. But as I was mentioning, you can see in a lot of the LMP2 cars, they just get a bit too keen on the throttle and the back end just squirming because there's just no traction at the moment on the track. There's not enough rubber down for it to be properly grippy. The track hasn't evolved fully yet. And with that awkward mix of the tyre wear and the heavy fuel load, it really is a struggle out there for these drivers at the moment.
Yeah, certainly a huge testament to their strength and ability in order to keep the cars going at this level right now. I've got to say the overtakes have been absolutely thrilling. And Gergo Balau, of course, being part of that indeed, moving up into P3, at least for now, as we're now seeing the mix of cars now heading into the pits. We've got a view of the pit lane there, in fact, as we're now seeing back now with the LMP cars rounding the Sunset Bend. And as we can now see, we're following Che Hatch, who's in P10, Team Iris, and obviously he was trying to unlap himself earlier on. It must be tough, certainly for these guys, when they've got to try and unlap themselves. It puts them at quite a severe disadvantage, and especially when you're finding that maybe the cars that are in front of you, who are obviously a lap ahead of you, not being forgiving as such and letting you through. It must be quite heartbreaking for them, trying to whittle their way back through the field, Ross.
It really can be. Obviously, being a backmarker is never fun. All anyone really wants to do in sim racing is to win. But you know that you're inevitably going to have faster cars and slower cars. You know, it wouldn't really be a sport if everyone was exactly the same. And you know, it can be quite frustrating in this stage of the race when you come across a car which is, you know, a lap or two ahead of you and you are quicker than them. And you know that if you were fighting them for a position, you could just swoop right past and be done with it. But you know, they're not going to let you through because they feel that they have a right of way. It's just this kind of mentality around lap cars that the car that's ahead just automatically has this position to have the right of way. You are not allowed to walk on the same ground. The mere mortals of the lap cars cannot even breathe the same air as the cars at the front of the pack. So when they do overtake you, it can be really frustrating for the cars that are ahead. And you know, it is very nice for the cars that are lap, but you also know that, you know, if you make a mistake or something, or you know, you start to go slower, if your tires stop, you just have to let them straight past again, and that can really be heartbreaking. Can also take you a lot of time. You know, we're seeing with this Team RS car, it is stuck all over the back of the Omicron car, and it just can't find a way through, and it's probably eating up its tires. It knows it's faster at this stage in the race. We've seen over the course of this race that the LMP2 cars, they're really struggling to follow each other when you get within about a second of the car in front. I'm not sure if it's just there's a loss of downforce or something like that, or it's just a mental thing. You're watching the car in front and taking their lines, and it just kills your pace, George. But you know, we're really struggling. I do slightly feel for that Team Iris squad, as they are just struggling quite a fair bit pit to unlap themselves from that Omicron sim racing car.
Yeah, obviously a huge frustration for Che Hatch, who's got to try and whittle his way back through. And here's, I've got to say, another mix of cars here. Callum Hambley in P7, being chased by Ben Corbin, who's in P8, 6.2 seconds the gap. And as things stand, as we're riding on board here with, I believe, to be Ben Corbin coming down towards the next, what will be right-hander. Of course, this will be the hairpin section, turning back on yourself down towards Fangio. And he's got his own race to run, albeit the time delta gap isn't too severe for him. Only 6 seconds to find, and he's definitely capable of doing just that. Luffield Lunatics will be definitely key to see their man prosper up through this field right now. And he's doing his team credit. Currently in P8, though he's still got a lot of work to do. 5.6 seconds. The gap is coming down. 0.4 of a second knocked off, now into 0.5 of a second. So I think at this moment in time, this is when we're going to naturally see the car settle down and get ready for the big push that will occur towards the end. And that's when you'll see the cars really trying to stamp home their authority. Obviously, in this middle section, it's all a test of strategy, should I say, as we're now watching Ben Corbin make his way around the next right-hander, around the next left, and looking ever strong as he makes his way around. And got to give him credit. He seems pretty comfortable at the moment, Ross.
He does indeed. It just appears that in this stage of the race in the GT categories, it's mainly between the in the GT category. It's obviously the two dominant cars of this category in rFactor 2 are the Porsche and the Ferrari, and it seems that not only does this track typically just slightly prefer the Ferrari, just that the rotation that the Ferrari is able to get due to the mid-engine layout compared to the rear engine of the Porsche, that rotation, and also the very odd gearing it has for a car. It's got a very a power curve is very low down the rev range. It's got a very awkward gearing system, and it just seems to really work around Sebring. And also when you at this stage in the race as well, it just appears that the Ferraris it's a little bit better off than the Porsche. And we saw there, even though this is that was the GT3s we're watching, it's still the similar cars. And that the gap between them was closing, so it appears that at the moment in the GT categories, the Ferraris are the car to be in. But obviously that can change in a win when we come into the pits, or when we go into the night. You may see that the Porsches are better off. Perhaps the Porsches are better off on lower fuel or even higher fuel. Maybe that these specific conditions of about mid-fuel, mid-wear tyre, that's just really a Ferrari zone. Maybe that's just where they're at their best. So we'll have to see as the race goes on what the dominant car really is. In the GT categories, we're just following around Ernest Lappin here, who's managed to put 22.5 seconds on Max Shelton, George. That's a big gap.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, and he's doing it extremely well at this moment. And to be fair, I got to give a little shout out to Roland Zooks as well, who currently owns the hot lap record currently, a 1:45.696. So he's done impressively well to secure that. So he must be showing some really strong pace going up through this grid order. I mean, obviously it's very, very tough negotiating your way around a track like this. So certainly to post any kind of a fastest lap is certainly one to be proud of. As soon as Lappin's there, running wide there on the entrance towards Big Bend, it won't trouble him too much. He's still increasing his gap. He's out to 22 seconds now, or 22.5 seconds even so, Ross, as he now shakes his way through that right-hander, losing the tail end again, though. And that very nearly ended in tears for our man, Ernest Lappin.
Indeed, as I've mentioned before, he's a very, very, very quick driver. He's got a lot of natural talent, has Ernest. He's very young, only just 15 years of age. A couple of weeks ago, he's very much impressive to watch. He's always making moves. Obviously, mistakes occasionally come to him. He's still very young, still not got that experience of some of the older drivers on the grid who've been sim racing for some of them possibly as long as he's been alive. But he's that raw pace which he has. It's just phenomenal to watch. And as we're just following around a couple of the GT3 cars here, the Luffield Lunatics car really closing the gap. The team LRL here with Taylor Bright at the wheel, and obviously that number 4 AFP car. You were talking about Roland Zooks. Well, he's also Ernest Lappin's teammate, so that is an absolutely incredible squad that AFP have submitted for that number 4 car. When Roland gets in the car, I'm sure we're going to have an absolute treat to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, and it's a testament to their team and certainly to their presence on a circuit. As we're now seeing Ethan Lim, their car number 42, make his way down the stretch now. P25 currently to his name, in behind Taylor Bright, who's currently now 4 seconds back, and that delta seems to be slipping slightly. 3.6 though, he's pulled it back. Left field Lunatics can be pleased with the progress of Taylor Bright. Like you quite rightly said, Ross, earlier on, he was making some ground. They're just coming around the next left now into the winding section before they reach turn 5. That, of course, leading towards Big Bend. And it's going to be Ethan Lim trying to increase the pressure. Taylor Bright, though, doing what he can, just holding on to things right now. That orange livery looking to power itself through. He seems to be struggling to break the 3.7s at this moment. And, of course, they've got a lot of work to do. But still, he's in the shout and giving himself a chance. It'll be interesting to see if Left Field Lunatics can pull something off here. Albeit this race very challenging, no different to any endurance race in terms of how strenuous it can be, Le Mans and all that lot. I mean, obviously, I had a chat to F1 esports driver Alvaro Caraton earlier on today, and he was speaking on the realms of how nutrition and strength and obviously training is important when it comes to sim racing, because bear in mind, you may be sim racing, but you're still sat in a seat for an incredibly long time. And as you now see him going for a little bit of a shake there on the exit of that corner. But yeah, he was reflecting on nutrition and training and how important it was to stay fit. And would you agree with that, Ross? Certainly, given the amount of time these guys sit in the seat and stare at these virtual screens.
I mean, you've just made me feel really bad as I look down at the massive bag of chocolate I bought from Tesco's right there, George. But yeah, I mean, obviously, sim racing. You obviously we're all just pretend racing drivers. Really, we're virtual racing drivers, and obviously real world motorsport, drivers, that they are the peak of fitness. Arguably, they are some of the fittest athletes out there, especially those at the top. When you look at, through history, you look at the Lewis Hamiltons, the Michael Schumachers, the Sebastian, the people who have come forward and really changed the game in terms of fitness. They've all been, some of the fastest drivers we've ever seen. And if you approach with the same attitude in sim racing, you can equally be fast. Because as you mentioned, you're sat in that seat for a long time. Although it's obviously not as physically, tiring it is in a real car. You've not got the muscle fatigue which you get from the G forces. You're still putting the effort in through your hands and feet, and it's arguably mentally more straining than it is in a real car because you're just staring at a screen for so long, and that really starts to play tricks in your brain, because the human brain is not designed to look at a screen for hours on end, just aimlessly lap after lap around a track. So obviously, we're lucky with sim racing that it's arguably the closest esport we have to the real world thing, and it's certainly a very solid argument if you approach it like it is the real thing. So you enter with like the correct nutrition and fitness training and sleep schedule, and you enter it as there's a spin there for the Team Iris car just in front of Patrick Silvassi. You really are going to come off as the better. I'm sure if you asked all the top guys, if you went over to iRacing, Gregor Hutu or Max Benecke, or if you look through this field, some of all the fast guys in the Assetto course, and you ask them, what are they doing? I'm sure that they would all tell you that they have a gym plan, they've got a nutrition plan. If you ask, like you mentioned, some of the F1 esports drivers will definitely be on a gym plan, because they want to be at the top of their game. They want their reactions to be super quick, and although they possibly don't have to have the strength, because they don't have to deal with as much G forces, and they don't have to deal with the muscle fatigue, they still have to be there mentally and to have the reactions there, and just to generally have the build to be able to wrestle a car around the track for such lengths and periods of time. So I would agree that you do need to be, if you want to be stepping up to the next level of sim racing, you do really need to pay attention to your fitness as health. As contradictory as it seems to sitting around for a couple of hours driving pretending race cars, you do need to kind of get out there, you do need to eat healthily, and you do need to train and work out and make sure your body is in the right state.
Absolutely. I speak to Jarno Watmir a lot, and of course he does a lot of powerlifting and things like that to keep himself in shape, ready for obviously F1 esports, and of course that is why he's topping that F1 esports championship as well. It's just all these little things come to fruition. It's all part of the plan, the strategy that these teams iron out for their drivers, and that's what gives them the best results at the end of the day. But as we can see now, the battle rages on. Certainly the lap cars looking to find their way through. It looks like the Team Iris car is currently, well, at least he's found his way round, I believe, unless he's being choked up upon right now. We're just looking, as we can see, Patrick Silvassi making his way down towards the next right-hander. P3, this man at the moment. And I'm sure he's very, very pleased with his performance so far at least. In behind him, the Netrix Grand Prix team, currently the closest, approximately 6 seconds, the Delta time. And we're now watching, indeed, Silvastri coming out towards the next right-hander. Very, very steady indeed, up through the next left, easing his way through the next series of corners. He's got another series of S's to take. It's a very, very testing part of the circuit, heading down towards turn 13, this being Tower Bend. And he's got another stretch then towards Bishop, which is like a left-handed turn 14 corner, which is like almost like a little kink, but still you want to try and maintain the grip levels. Coming down towards turn 15 now, and again a little S section before you reach Le Mans. But I got to say, my first experience of commentating a race such as this, certainly in terms of 1,000 miles as opposed to 24 hours, and a grandiose circuit such as Sebring, it's been a pleasure. I got to say, Ross, been a pleasure.
Well, it's been a a real pleasure to have you along, George, and the same goes for Ron, who's obviously on his break at the moment. But we've I do very much enjoy commentary, and when you're doing it with the right people, it really is good fun to do it. So thank you for coming along, and we have had a really good race on our hands. It's been a lot of the time in endurance racing, you can get you do just happen to get dull races, and it can be really hard to commentate over and just to stay focused on the race for that length of time. But we've been lucky here at VMG TV to have an absolutely enthralling race. 2.5 hours in, when you look at the LMP2 category, the top 4 cars are all within 40 seconds of each other. If you look at GT, the top 3 cars, it's a similar thing with GT3. The top levels of the field, they're all still within about a minute of each other. So it's been absolutely brilliant stuff to watch. We're 2.5 hours in, and we are getting this performance. That's fantastic. And on that note, I'm just going to very quickly pop off to the toilet. So I'll be back in a minute, George.
Yeah, so Ross McIntyre going for a pit stop of his own as we now follow on with that man, Patrick Silvassi, who's currently in P3, doing well so far, and trying to close the gap between him and Fair Racing Team, albeit he's got pressure of his own as well. Netrix, he's very much aware that 7 seconds or just under that is the gap delta time. Currently 7 is the number. Danny van der Niet currently in P4. And there's Jordan Kwikel, who's currently in P4 for the Drillers Esports team. Of course, they fell a little bit from grace after that disconnection down to P4 when they were leading the race. The Blackhawk, different car. All right, okay, no problem. There's different car. We've just been notified, so do apologise for that, folks, as we're now seeing Kwikel coming in now. He's currently in P4 position. Leading the way at the moment is Blackhawk Racing. The DDoS Racing team currently in P3 ahead of this Drillers Esports car at this moment in time as they make their way around the next right. Jerome is currently doing okay though, coming through the S section, soon to come around the next left and round towards Big Bend. This familiar corner that we've seen overtakes on previously. And obviously I want to hear your comments in the chat as well, folks, to see if we can draw some attention to what's happening out on the circuit. Get involved, feel free to comment and get involved in the broadcast. We can obviously read through some of the comments and say maybe you have a prediction as to who you think is going to come out on top towards the end of this race. As Patrick Silvassi, who's currently ahead of Danny van der Niet, 7.3 seconds the delta time. Danny doing all he can to try and close that gap. It seems to have maintained itself pretty much right through the last few laps at least. The Unicron Sim Racing team comfortably in P3 for the time being, albeit currently 10 seconds away from the Fair Racing team as well. So Fair Racing doing well to hold on to that P2. Max Scholten can be pleased with his efforts, that's for sure. As now Omicron Sim Racing's very own Patrick Silvassi makes his way around the next right-hander, soon to challenge now the next the next right-hander, the hairpin bend. And right through the next S section towards the Fangio in between turns 8 and 9. And the delta time still remains. The gap, 7.9 seconds between Danny van der Niet and Patrick Silvassi right now. The Omicron Sim Racing driver can be proud of his efforts here today. Of course, they've been challenging at the top end earlier on in this race. But a note here from Callum Hambley. Team Falcon can still win this. He's feeling confident about Team Falcon. We'll soon see. Obviously, a lot of racing left to do here. And without any shadow of a doubt, they all have a chance of turning things around. We've still got plenty of hours remaining. We're only in lap 80, folks, of 268. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 1. Not sure what's that's in relation to, whether it might be a slow car out on track.
Do apologise for butting in, George. That's just a glitch in the game. There's a bollard which fell over while you were gone, and it's just stuck on, I believe, on the exit, the first corner. So there's just a glitch in the game, unfortunately. So nothing that exciting.
Oh, and it was me hoping for a little spin. I shouldn't be hoping for things like that. But welcome back, Ross McIntyre, from your little pit stop break there. Obviously, still remaining the same at the moment. No disasters as of yet. Still currently on board with Patrick Silvassi, who's currently challenging. We're trying to bring down the delta time between him and Fair Racing teams, Max Scholten, and trying to move away from Netrix's own Danny van der Niet. But it all seems calm on the Western Front right now. no dramatics to be heard of, at least for the time being, as he makes his way down the stretch now towards the hairpin bend.
Indeed, it looks like the race has finally found its rhythm on lap 80. As George mentioned, it's obviously anything could still happen. It is sim racing, and it typically does. It's typically very much a crazy esport. But as of now, the race has found its rhythm. It seems to have just settled down a little bit as we just cut away here to a very nice view of the track. And as you can see on the screen, here is the current lineup. Ernest Lappins currently holds the lead with Max Scholten following, and Patrick Silvassi in Omicron currently running in third, with Netrex in P4, Danny Van Der Neet, Chris Shepherd followed by Ryan Nash, Pascal Schmidt, then Zoltan Bode was running up the front early on, all the way down in P8 due to the missed pit box incident and the lack of fuel. Jean-Pierre Helpap and then Che Hatch running in P10 for Team Iris. Then Scott Burkhardt is in P11. Rebel Endurance Racing. Then onto the GT cars, we've got Maximilian Kalinch in the Black Hawk Racing car leading the way, lucking into the lead a bit after the retirement of the number 17 Drillers Esports car. Then Nico Barkley in the One Acker car, who's done a fantastic job fighting his way back up. Alex Tunbridge in the P3 with DDoS. Jerome Quakil is a P4 in the GTE category in the number 20 Drillers car, who I believe just set a fastest lap of the race, so he's currently flying. Then some GT3 cars, got Lucas Lichten, Hargo Poom and Gogo Ballo all locked in. A bit of a stalemate battle right now. And then back to GTE, we've got Christian Kabay from Musion, and then Kuchenberger P4 in the GT3 category for Team MRTI. All these cars extremely close. Aidan Coleman follows him in the Aston Martin, I believe that's the Reading Game Studios car. And then Jason Nick in one of the TTW cars, one of the Corvettes. Following him, Vasila in the F1 RO Endurance. They've done really well after starting from the back. FA Motorsport, Axel Kerr is then 24th overall, followed by Ethan Lim, Taylor Bright and Damien Klein, and another GTE car. Got David Olfheim in the TCC Motorsport, Rupert Coles back to GT3 in the Global Endurance Racing Porsche, and then Frank Deschavine in the other TTW Corvette, running that striking red livery, 69 laps through this race. Then Timotej Andonovski, DNF from the lead of this race, the number 17 Drillers Esports car. Mika Hakimi has DNF'd. We're pleased to ignore the 49 laps here, has disconnected, which is a big shame for that second AFP LMP2. And then David Nichols, the satellite racing, the only McLaren we had in the GT3 field, is an engine dying very early on. Very unfortunate for him there. But back to the action here at Sebring, and back round with Omicron sim racing car, who is still holding up very nicely in P3, Patrick Silvassi. But it does appear that Van Der Neet is starting to close the gap very much here, George.
He is. He's currently, at this moment in time, on the realms of 8/10, I think, according to my screens here. Looking further down, indeed, he's getting closer and closer to the rear end of that Omicron sim racing team. It's now moving down to the realms of 6/10. I've got to say, he's absolutely flying, Danny Van Der Neet, at the moment, heading down towards turn 1 now. As you can now see the car, the LMP Netrix Grand Prix car, dead in behind him now, trying to get into the gearbox sector of his rear end, indeed, to enforce a move coming into the next semi-straight, rounding turn 2. That's a GTE car that I think that was going in a little wide there. They come around the S's, or indeed, no, it was another prototype car that went wide, coming through the S's now out of turn 5, heading round towards what will be turn 6, which will round Big Bend. And just look at that delta time. It's crashing down right now, down to 4/10. The gap between Danny Van Der Neet and Patrick Silvassi, who's currently in P3, holding on to that, I suppose effectively you could call it a podium spot as you head into the next right-hander, that being the hairpin, turn 7 indeed, heading up towards turn 8 into Fangio. And then, of course, you got a little kink, that is turn 9, which will lead them towards Cunningham. As you can now see, Patrick Silvassi in P3, still leading Danny Van Der Neet around the next right-hand, and getting awfully close there, Danny Van Der Neet indeed. Looked like he was going in for a diving maneuver, but I think he had to apply the brakes pretty much because he was coming under pressure from that GT car that was right next to him, which does hinder him slightly as they come down towards the next stretch, down towards Bishop, and very soon towards turn 15. As you can now see, Omicron Sim Racing team, Patrick Silvassi increasing the gap now to his second. So I think the GT car did him a little bit of a favour there, Ross.
Indeed it did, but now another GT car getting in the way a bit, and Van Der Neet, however, is going to get caught up behind it as well. So there's managed to get away with it a little bit here, but Van Der Neet in the Netrex car seems to be absolutely flying. I would be very, very scared if I was Patrick Silvassi right now, and I think he is very much looking in his rear mirror. He's feeling very worried about the fast approaching Networks car. You can just see how close they are heading through Sunset Bend over the bumps. The Networks car running a much wider line in the mid corner, possibly trying to get a bit more speed onto the straight, obviously then sacrificing that lap time with the longer distance. So it was obviously trying to close the gap at the moment. Still very tight between the pair, about a second thereabouts, and Satellite, the Omicron car in there, just having to pull to the inside because of the Porsche, and he seems to have lost a lot of time there again to the Networks car. Let's see if he can pull something down, see what the exit is like coming out onto the big bend, and it looks not too great from the Networks car, if we're brutally honest there, George.
No, it looks like it's been drawn out ever so slightly. Unfortunately for the Netrix car, it's had to really sort of jungle its way around, and now of course Omicron's got the stresses and pressures now, because you've got the GT cars all around them here, as we now see the LMP prototypes doing a move here. The Netrix car eyeing up a move here on the inside, coming down towards the hairpin. Is he going to late break into the corner, coming around towards the next right-hander? Indeed, Patrick Silvassi forfeited that P3 as Danny Bandinier manages to close it out. Netrix move into the podium spot. Patrick Silvassi, we spoke about the pressures, the GT cars getting in the way. It aids Danny Bandinier up to P3 for Netrix, but Patrick with a switchback heads in on the right-hand side, looks for a way through. Can he get it done as they head down the stretch towards what will be Bishop? No, he cannot, but still Patrick in his slipstream. But Danny Bandinier puts a GT car in between him and the Omicron Sim Racing team. Heroic stuff there from Danny Bandinier.
Yep, great move from the Networks driver. Saw the opportunity with the GT cars coming around to lap them, made the move, hung Patrick Silvassi out to dry. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. You can see they're just getting on the grass a little bit as well, just to try and get the move done. He sees this gap, takes it up the inside. Very, very lovely stuff. Then into Collier's corner, has the inside line. Brilliant move there by the Networks Grand Prix driver.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
then he immediately comes into the pits. No, that's Omicron, apologies.
That's the Omicron team. So after that maneuver, maybe it's time to go for a change in strategy. Update the tyres, maybe a little dash of fuel, and head on out there once again. But it's going to give Netrix a little bit of breathing space here, as we're now back on board with the AFP car. Of course, Ernest Lappins, who can be very, very happy with the way he's performed here today. 25.3 seconds, the delta time in between him and Fair Racing. So he's leading by a clear margin, and he's dispatching GT car after GT car. He's not really facing any trials or tribulations at this moment in time, enjoying free reign up in P1. And you've got to give him credit, Ross. That recovery drive from the disasters that he faced earlier on just goes to show how long these races are and how little issues like that can be corrected.
I mean, if I was in Ernest's position at the start of this race, I would have really been thinking the properly long game. You know, how do I work my way up, and then when I hand over to my teammate, he's in a good position to continue to work his way up. But Ernest decided, nope, I'm going to cut out the middleman and head straight to the front of the pack before the driver swaps. And that is exactly what he's done, and he's done it superbly. He's by far the fastest car on the track, and he's absolutely flying. It's been a superb performance from him. Obviously, there was that early stop and go, which he then missed the pit box for as well, so that cost him even more time, as there was a big slide coming into the S's there. And there, I believe, goes the Evolution Motorsports car. Pascal Schmidt unlapping itself from the overtaking the Omicron car, even, apologies. But yes, Ernest Lappins in the AFP number 4 has done an absolutely stellar job. He's leading the way. The Fair Racing team car behind him has also just come into the pit, so the gap now is going to be even further. And on the subject of pit stops, I believe around about now you will start to see the odd driver change. So do keep your eye out. I'm just looking through now, and yeah, Omicron have had a driver change. John Nelson now at the wheel of that Patrick Silvassi taking a bit of a rest break. And Networks coming in as well. So it's just something to keep your eye on. I'll just update you and let you know if anything else happens on that front, George.
Of course, Danny Vandenier as well coming in. Bear in mind, he's only had 3 stops, I think, in the time that he's been out on track. So in comparison to the others, he hasn't had that many. So he's done incredibly well to stay where he is. Chris Shepherd as well coming in for Wanako. And Netrix Esports still in the pit lane as well. We're just seeing Che Hatch as well in the pit. So it's all to play for at this moment in time. Ernest Lappin, still your leader as things stand. Looking further down, Ryan Nash is in P5 for Satellite at this moment. Pascal Schmidt, who's in for, or at least there for Evolution Motorsports in P6. Ryan Nash now moving up to P2 in amongst the pit stops between the Fair Racing team and Wanako. Paul Holt coming in for Fair Racing Team, so he'll be taking his spot. And Indrek Remets comes in for the Netrix Grand Prix team. So some serious changeovers, and you're quite right, Ross. All the teams looking to make various changes into the latter part of this race.
Now, obviously, we've seen how the initial drivers in the cars have performed, but now the real question is, are the second drivers up to scratch? We don't know if it's if the second drivers could be faster, but they could also be slower. It's every possibility that the team started with their fastest drivers in the cars. So it really does depend, how. So we could see this entire race turned on its head if if any driver fresh comes out the pits or immediately makes a mistake, as we see that Netrix car really bouncing over the curbs there. They come out, misjudge the conditions and make a mistake, or then maybe they're just simply not up to the pace of the first drivers, and that really can change the format of the race. Suddenly a car that could be doing very well suddenly finds itself dropping down the order, or vice versa. There's a big lockup there for the Netrix driver. I believe he's just on his outlap, just trying to get a scope of the limits of the car as he just comes up to lap this Ferrari, George.
Yeah, obviously new driver for Netrix in this race. Indrek Remets now in the seat and powering down towards the hairpin bend, and you can see he's sliding again. And is that an issue? Oh my word, he got so close. That could have been curtains there for Remets, that's for sure, as he makes his way down through the next right-hander. Now coming down towards the another right-hander indeed. Now he's got a little straight to deal with. This, of course, being Bishop now coming up turn 14, and he's got a few GT cars now ahead of him to dispatch as he makes his way around. We'll just have a look at that replay, because it did look a little bit squirrely as we now see him tackle that right-hander. He lost the back end, and again I've seen it several times in this race, losing the back end again, trying to handle the asphalt concrete mix. And I firmly believe, like you say, Remets maybe trying to test the levels on the car, perhaps, Ross.
That'd be my conclusion from that. Either that or he's got in the car, and the previous driver just moved the brake bias forwards over the stint, and he's got in the car and hit the brakes where he'd expect the brake bias to be, in a combination of the brake bias being forward and the track being more rubberized due to the track evolution, just led to him locking up. Obviously it was over. The lockups were probably that last slide seemed to have been the last one for him. So I assume he clocked onto what was wrong and fixed that pretty quickly. That's Ernest Lappins in the pits from the lead of this race. I presume his teammate Roland Sukes will be getting in the car any moment now. And I believe you said that Roland had the fastest lap in practice. So Ernest Lappins appears to have stayed in the car. So that's interesting to see the AFP team going very long on their driver stints. That could backfire in case their drivers get tired. I doubt they will. Ernest's a very, very quick driver, and or can be very consistent over stint. But that is something to keep your eye on there.
Absolutely. Well, it's interesting to see that Ernest Lappins is staying in the car. We'll have to see what this means towards the end. I mean, obviously, we highly expect Roland Sukes to make an appearance in the race later on. So let's keep an eye out for that. But still, the AFP car leads the way. Maybe they're looking to put a bit of delta time between them and P2 initially. Of course, Ernest has certainly shown signs of fast pace, as we're now seeing Chris Shepherd in the One Arco car chasing John Nelson in the Omicron Sim Racing team. So once again, we're witnessing a prototype battle here coming around the next right-hander, and the One Arco team looking to get one up on the Omicron Sim Racing team. Both teams have had driver changes as they come up towards the next left-hander. Chris Shepherd doing his best to try and localize an overtake here, coming around towards the right-hander, and once again denied, says John Nelson, not leaving any gaps there to be dominated by Chris Shepherd as they come around the stretch now towards the Ullman. And in front of them, they've got a series of GT cars to negotiate around. This is going to allow Chris Shepherd to make a move on the inside, coming down towards Sunset Bend. And we've seen many of these overtakes happen around this corner before. It's all about traction as he comes through. And Chris Shepherd gets it done. Smoothly does it indeed. And the One Arco team improving yet another place. P5 now for Chris Shepherd.
Great move there from Shepherd, also running 3 wide with that GT3 Porsche on the outside as well. He just judged the corner to perfection, drove straight up the inside of John Nelson, who I believe just decided to give him the corner. It obviously saw the Porsche on the outside and didn't want to cause any crashes. And yeah, great move there. We can just see the replay, see the Porsche on the outside, gets a great run. He's already ahead by the end of the straight, just keeps his foot in, up the inside. Very, very nice move there from Shepherd. Up another position there for the One Arco LMP2 car.
I wonder on that basis, Ross, whether was it a case that he got a better exit out of Le Mans, or was it a case that they've got far greater straight line speed on that car?
Could be a mixture of both. Obviously, it looked like he had a very good exit out of Le Mans, but judging from the speed that he carried through the corner, onto the entry to the corner, it would make me assume that he was just running a little bit less downforce, because you don't gain that much of an advantage along that back straight. Yes, it's the longest straight on the track, but it's not actually that long in terms of straights. If it was somewhere like a Silverstone or Le Mans or something, there's big long straights, and I think the corner exits really do matter. Here it's not, well, it's the longest straight in the track by a long time. With the speed that he got, I don't think that was all down to corner exits. So I think that the one-up car just running a slightly lower downforce setup there than the Oricon Sim Racing team. So they're definitely a threat to watch out for on the straights here.
Yeah, definitely. We're just watching now Ethan Lim, who's currently 3 or just under 3 tenths behind Axel Kerr, who's in the Fire Navond Motorsport team. We're going to say FA Motorsport here for the purposes of being able to say the name of the team as they come around the next right-hander. Ethan Lim currently half a second in behind that of Axel Kerr coming down the stretch now. Chasing him down the Allman Straight, that he might have a chance here if he can get it done before sunset. We've seen it so many times. They're making use of that long stretch. Obviously, if your car has straight line speed, and obviously using the slipstream as well, certainly helps. As you can see, Ethan Lim tracking every move that Axel Kerr makes, and indeed has a little nose on the back there. That could have ended in tears as they come around the right-hander now towards the home stretch once again. Team LRL looking on in expectation. Ethan Lim right in behind Axel Kerr, literally riding in his axle right now as they head up towards turn 1. And this is where you could get swept out wide. They've got a prototype stuck in behind them too, so there's a lot to be cautious about now. As you can now see, Ethan Lim maybe taking the faster angle of the corner, heading into the next series of bends. They're going wheel to wheel now, and indeed it's going to be Ethan Lim who tracks through and dispatches Axel Kerr P7 for the number 42 car. A little bit of a wiggle going through as well. Axel Kerr seems to be running slightly wide into some of these bends, compromising his delta pace, and that allows Ethan Lim to really pounce. And P7 for the team LRL team.
Good stuff from that number 42 car. Just stayed on the back of Axel Kerr the entire way around Sunset Bend. Even gave him a little bit of a nudge just to let him know he was there. And as we can see on the replay here, Axel Kerr just feeling the pressure, and Ethan Lim just getting a great run, forcing his way through, and promptly shutting the door into the S's. There was just a little bit of a little bit close between the satellite racing car as well, the LFP2 that was just lapping them. But yeah, great stuff from Ethan Lim there. And now I'm wondering where the Porsche has gone, because it appears to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. I wonder if it has in fact spun.
Well, it does seem interesting that the time seems to have fallen off all of a sudden. Not quite sure what the situation is with that. I'm sure we'll keep you up to date as we go through. And we're just at the moment keeping an eye on the affairs going on up front. You can see the AFP car, the leader is Ernest Lapin, still yet to make that driver change. Roland Jukes waiting yet for his stint, as we're now seeing Fair Racing Team in P2 as well. 41 seconds now the gap, and that is I've got to say a massive gap. Do you wonder whether Ernest Lapins is trying to take the pressure off his teammate, perhaps, when they make the driver swap, put a nice gap in between, so he can just focus on pushing?
I think so, yeah. I think obviously Ernest and Rollins, they're both very, very quick drivers, so we know that already. And I think Ernest is looking at that gap, thinking if I extend my stint, he's obviously feeling very comfortable in the car right now. He's just consistently putting in the laps. I'm sure if we could, if I jumped on a voice call with him right now, he would be very, very chill. So I think you are right there. I think he's just a bit of a slide there as I say that. I think he's just taking it easy, just going out there, consistently putting in the laps. Obviously, because they didn't do the driver swap in that last stop, he now has a 40-second buffer in case he does make a mistake. So I think, yeah, it's a combination of just, I think he's enjoying his life right now out on the track on lap 90 of 268. So we just get a replay here of what happened. It's just that Porsche just appears to start going slowly. That's very strange. I wonder if we ran out of fuel or had an engine issue or something. That is very strange indeed.
Well, we've already seen engine breakdowns already, so wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. I mean, I'm not sure whether it's just the case that the track itself can be a little bit strenuous on the actual engines of these cars. I mean, that could be the situation. I mean, we did speak about the mesh between concrete and asphalt, and obviously the bumps in the road as well. I can't imagine they do the chassis of the car very, very well, very good at all. We're now in lap 90 of 268. Of course, a chance for us to go through the actual leaders. Of course, AFP leading the way. A gap there back to Fair Racing Team, who are in P2. Netrix P3, Winarco P4. Omicron Sim Racing P5, Satellite Racing P6, Evolution Motorsport P7, Mugen Sim Racing P8, Hyper Team P9, Team Iris P10, and Global Endurance Racing P11. That pretty much rounds off the top 11 of the prototypes. Looking further down, you've got Blackhawk Racing, Wanarco, DDoS Racing, and Pinsim Drillers Esports making up the 15. And that is your top 15 currently here in this VMG 1000 miles of Sebring. And we've got a few comments in the live chat as well, Ross. Some interesting comments, certainly off Max Scholten. He said it's an amazing track. He's loving it out there. And I've got to say, I've been quite impressed with Max as well. He seemed really good in his stint, as we see John Nelson now at the mercy of Ryan Nash.
Yeah, Max was leading the race for a period of time. He's a
move coming down here towards the hairpin now. A diving move there from Ryan Nash in the Satellite Racing car, and he gets it done, beating off the approaches there of John Nelson. The Omicron Sim Racing team relegated to P6. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ross, but going back to what you were saying, indeed, Max Scholten enjoying the circuit.
Yeah, no problem for interrupting me. Great move there by Ryan Nash, but as we can just see from his onboard on the replay here, yeah, it's Max Scholten. He was doing a very, very good job on in that fair racing car. He was really putting in consistent laps. Then obviously Ernest Lappins arrived, turned up a notch, but until that moment he was very much up there, obviously having a big battle with the Omicron car, and just putting the pressure on the leader, and then he managed to get his way through with an undercut in the pit stops, despite a big off-track moment as well that could have resulted in a disaster for that team. So he's it's good to see that he's enjoying it. Obviously it's actually been a very, very clean race by Sebring standards. We haven't had a single code 80 yet. In the I've driven around Sebring once in endurances from the 80 Racing League, and I caused a code 80 with well, I didn't cause it. I was causing a pile up that caused a code 80 in about 20 minutes. So it's
Ross, did you cause a pilot, Ross?
No, no. It wasn't my fault. We'll move on from that. Let's not discuss that. But a bit of a spin there. I'm not sure who that was from. That's Nelson there going around there. That's not ideal for him. So obviously John Nelson dropping down the order a bit there in the Omicron Sim Racing car. But yeah, so the code 80 in 20 minutes because of a pile-up. That's well, here we've managed to run almost 3 hours now without a single code 80. We've only had a few DNFs, only one really big accident which everyone managed to keep going was a Porsche going straight on there. So it's been really good to see a clean race on our hands as we are just traveling around with Indrik Ramitz now in the number 11 Netrex car, who's currently sitting in P3 and being hunted down by Chris Shepherd in the Wanarco LMP2 car.
Yeah, Chris Shepherd currently 6.5 seconds back from the Netrex Grand Prix car, who's in P3. Indrik Ramitz, of course, taking over the services of that car now, as we can see him heading down towards Sunset Bend and this notorious turn 17, where, of course, we've seen loads of moves made. It's been a splendid corner to watch because you get that real attractive diving maneuver from the cars coming into the inside. It's been absolutely thrilling to see. And this is, I've got to say, I've only commentated Sebring once, and I'm already a big fan. I love the straights. I love the corners. It seems to allow fair racing and at the same time some really thrilling battles. I especially love the section in the middle where you've got, or should I say early on, when you've got turns 3, 4 and 5, which is the S's, and you can now see Indrik Ramitz coming through it now. And then, of course, the big bend, which I think is a stunning corner, where you've got cars that can just swoosh around the outside or take the inside line in towards turn 7 at the hairpin. I just think it provides great racing, to be fair, Ross.
It certainly is one of the best tracks which the United States has. And we've just had sorry to interrupt the mid-conversation, but it appears that we've had a disconnect from Team Iris. Our broadcaster just said in our ear. It's just a replay, and yep, just straight back to the pits. That is Team Iris out of this race. For them, they weren't running too well, had their brief moment in the sun where they were trying to unlap themselves with the Netrex car. Big shame for them, back traveling around with Ernest Lappins. But yeah, as I was saying, it's one of the better tracks that America has to offer, on this old Air Force base, or I believe it was a B-14 bombers used to train back in the 1940s. It's bumpy, it provides exciting. It's just not a normal track, because the mix between concrete and asphalt and the bumps, it's very flat, but at the same time so undulating. It's just such a thrill to drive. The layout is, it's a tough layout, and when it's not the easiest track to get an overtake on, and when you get it done, it is super, super rewarding. There is several fantastic tracks in North America which I can think of. There's Mosport in Canada. There's a Road America for the Virginia International Raceways. Sometimes a bit of a Marmite track, but I'm a big fan of it. And then obviously Sebring, as we are here today in the VMG 1,000 miles. It's providing a big spectacle us for here.
Yeah, it's been great for VMG. I mean, obviously it's the first proper broadcast that's been done by VMG. It's obviously very exciting. I've got to say, I'm very honoured to be part of the commentary team for the first event. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch what's been going on, and I hope this will be the first of many to come. As we know, see Ernest Lappin's coming down the straight. Looked like he's lapping some slower cars there and gets it done going into sunset. But yeah, it's a testament to VMG certainly here today. We've brought to you the 1,000 miles of Sebring, which is absolutely outstanding. Indirect remeets now in P3, being chased by Chris Shepherd. And there's sort of a mixture. Chris Shepherd seems to be gaining a lot of pace down that straight. I'm just wondering whether that one Arco car is maybe benefiting more from the straights than the corners. There's a 1.6 second gap. I mean, of course, there seems to be a fair distribution between corners and straights here at this circuit, so there's not really a decent place to get an advantage. Maybe only on the Ullman straight there, Ross.
Maybe we were discussing earlier when Shepherd overtook the I believe it was a satellite racing car, and just the speed down the straight which Shepherd had was quite incredible. So I think you are right in saying that one Arco car does have a straight line advantage, obviously running a bit of a lower downforce setup. Obviously in the middle section of the circuit, which is where the downforce really comes into play, it's actually a lot more tight and twisted than you think, so you're not actually using the downforce as much as you'd really want to be. This section back here is obviously high speed, tight corners, where it's not tight corners, it's fast, so you want to use the downforce, but you can probably get away with running less than you think. So I think One Arco have taken a bit of a gamble on their setup, and while it clearly didn't work as well as they wanted in qualifying, it's clearly working in the race. And Chris Shepherd's putting in a massive stint here, pulling in renets in the NetRex Grand Prix car, the number 11 LMP2, who's currently sat in P3.
Yeah, and doing extremely well as well since his stint begun. I mean, it looks like he's more comfortable in the car because he had a couple of twisting moments earlier on as he, very violent swerve. They're going into turn one. That could have been curtains, very nearly heading into the back there of the GT car, whether he just looked away briefly from his screen. Of course, going past that Aston Martin car, heading right into the S section, 3, 4, and 5, and very tough as well. Certainly, if you brush any of these curves, you can easily go for a ride or a spin, etc. As he makes his way around Big Bend and this notorious corner. One of my favourites, I've got to say, as we now see them under the Mobile 1 banner, heading down towards the hairpin bend. Again, Indrik remeets in P3. The delta time still remaining around 2 seconds at this moment in time. Chris Shepherd looking to push and get as close as he can to the rear of the Netrix Grand Prix car. Though I got to say, the cars seem to have settled down quite well now briefly, and hopefully we'll see some action towards the end. The AFP team, though, can be delighted with the work that Ernest Lappins has pulled off. He is well ahead by 45 seconds, 45.7 seconds to be exact. Of course, the race lap record in real life here, 141.800 by the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team back in 2019. That was an LMP1 car as well. Of course, we're running LMP2s here today. But nonetheless, quick time. We're not too far off the pace, approximately around 5-6 seconds, Ross.
Yeah, obviously these aren't LMP1 cars by any stretch of means. They're LMP2 is the fastest category here, but they are pushing those lap times. So you never know. Maybe later on when the track potentially cools in the night and the fuels are low and the track evolutions really come along, we could be potentially seeing real life track records being challenged here. You know, obviously we can't really predict what's going to happen. We can certainly take a stab in the dark, and you know, with the speed that, you know, mainly looking at that number 4 AFP car that's been carrying, you know, it's been absolutely rapid. You know, its fastest lap over a second quicker than anybody else. So I think Roland Sukes may certainly have a chance at maybe potentially having a go at a lap record at the end of this race when he jumps in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching now, looking at Indrik remeets' car for the Netrix Grand Prix team. He's just eyeing up the GT cars now, heading into the hairpin again. He gets blocked off though. I think he was hoping that there'd be some space allowed there for the LMP2 car, but no, not happening. Not here today as he makes his way through. Gets it done successfully. Of course, it provides a complication for these LMP2 cars to try and dodge their way through these GT cars, but that's what makes it interesting. And he's got I believe that to be a driller's car ahead of him now as he slips in on the inside going through the next chicane. And I just love the downforce and the grip and how pokey these LMP2 cars are. They're just so rapid. And it's almost like a Formula One car in a sense without the open wheels. It's they're so nippy and so, and especially with the downforce allows so much grip. It's unbelievable, really. It's yeah, absolutely thrilling to see. And they seem to be negotiating their way as he just creeps inside there, the MGN Sim Racing team. Porsche, I believe that is as well, heading down the stretch of the Ullman Straight. And now Chris Shepherd has managed to find a way through. He's got closer, and with only a tenth the gap, currently slipping into Sunset, maybe looking for a creeping maneuver, a lock-up there. Was that a lock-up from Indrik Remeets there? It looks like he has lost a lot of pace, and Chris Shepherd managing to find some delta time here as they make their way around towards turn 1. So Netrix Grand Prix racing driver Indrik Remeets has got to keep one eye open because he's got Chris Shepherd burning at his heels right now.
We can really see the pace that one Akko car just has down the back stretch. It is super quick, and if he manages to stay on the back of him through the fast beginning of the third sector, I reckon he's got a real chance. We saw there just how close he was to the dive bomb into Sunset Bend. Just as hard to back out of it at the last minute. I think that was the correct idea. A bit of a lock-up from the Netrex driver anyway, so he maybe would have got away with it, but just more teetering on a stupid than brave, as you can see here. Just looks to the outside. Again, not quite close enough to make the move, but again, as we were mentioning, down the straights, that one Akko car is formidable, so that's where the move's going to be done into Sunset Bend, I suspect. Yeah,
I think you'd be making use of that Ullman straight away. He has got a semi-straight heading down towards Bishop, so there might be a chance here, albeit I think the time, or the delta time, is far too advanced as he makes his way around the Collier bends now, heading around turn 11. Turn 12 will be next, and you can see Chris Shepherd in hot pursuit now. Currently just 0.5 of a second the gap as they head their way through Tower down towards Bishop. A little kink in the road here to the left, and you can see Chris Shepherd making use. It's definitely the straight line speed on that one Akko car. They've definitely formulated a very aggressive straight setup here as they make their way around turn 15. Le Mans now on the outset, heading down Ullman Straight. Now this is when Chris Shepherd can unleash the power of his Wanako car. He's tracking every move that Indrik Remeets makes, but he's too far back, I think, to make a move going into Sunset. Can he do something last minute? No, he's going to stay behind and wait his turn. He knows he's in behind. He's got the run on this Netrix car, so he can just be patient. Hopefully a GTE car will do him a helping hand as well.
Indeed he will. Again, the gap, it seems to slightly extend over the start finish. I'm not sure if that's just a timing screen glitch there. Again, Chris Shepherd just all over the back of that Netrix Grand Prix. He's clearly faster, and again, we're seeing the common trend of once you get, within about a second, 0.5 of the car in front, your pace really just does drop off. We saw it earlier with the battle from the lead with Patrick Silvassi at Max in the Fair Race team car. When you can have such a pace advantage, and suddenly you just get behind the car in front, and it just drops off the face of the earth. I'm still not sure if it's dirty air. I'm still not sure if it's just you get stuck in this mindset of following the driver in front. But again, this is all on Shepherd now to try and get that move done.
Yeah, I mean, I've raised the question about dirty air there, Ross. I mean, I've experienced it before, certainly with the open wheelers. When you take a circuit like Silverstone heading into bends like Maggots and Beckett's, we're here now at Sebring, and you look at some of these chicanes, and it is requisite of Maggots and Beckett sometimes. If you do clamber in the dirty air there, which I can imagine would hinder the possibilities for Chris Shepherd making an overtake here, just due to his straight line speed setup. I'm just wondering whether that makes his car a little bit violent, maybe a little bit volatile heading into bends like Sunset, because one wrong move heading around Sunset can lead you into the path of obscurity. There's a lot of concrete barriers littered around this circuit, and certainly doesn't want to plant his car in any of them as they make their way down the stretch now towards what will be Sunset this time. Can he make a move heading down the Ullman Straight? He's very close to the rear end of that Netrix car now. Literally, there must be 0.3 of a second. He now has a little look here. Is he going to make a move down Sunset? But shutting the door goes Indrik Remeets. And this battle has been everything so far here in lap 98 of 268. We're nearly at triple figures here, folks, as we now see them cross the line. Indrik Remeets now heading down towards turn 1. Chris Shepherd once again being left in that P4 spot, but it's not without the lack of trying, that's for sure, Ross.
It appears that Chris Shepherd is just catching Indrik Remeets at the wrong time. He's just never ever quite close enough. We're at catching a replay here, but I assume this will be a spin. Oh, that's a spin from Nelson there again. John Nelson again having a spin, heading into Colliers. That's another spin for John Nelson. That's a big shame to see from him. But as I was saying, Chris Shepherd just seems to be catching remits at the wrong time. Every time he gets up to Sons of Men, he's just not quite close enough. I think what he needs to do is just hang back through the Le Mans curve, or maybe just through the corner forward, so you can get a really big run out of the Le Mans curve and all the way down the Ormond Straight, so it's right on the money into Sunset Bend, George.
And needs to make use of the exit pace. I mean, certainly he has lots of it heading down the straight. So you're going to see Indrik Remeets now through the next left, pushing with all he can, trying to keep this Chris Shepherd at bay as they make their way around the next right-hander. Just look at them, they're so close together, and they got another straight to negotiate now. This is heading down towards, I believe, to be Bishop, and you can see Wanako there, Wanako driver, Chris Shepherd, just eyeing up a move. He needs to get it done after the Le Mans corner. You're quite right, Ross. He needs to make his move there and then, ideally, and sooner rather than later, I'd imagine. You'd want to make use of that straight line speed, and he is so close now, and within that 0.3 of a second gap as they make their way down the stretch. This is probably the closest Chris Shepherd has been to a potential overtake here, making use of that straight line speed on that Wanako car, heading into what will be Sunset. You can see the corner looming. Oh, the defensive maneuver there from Indrik Remeets shuts the door, and indeed a little bounce over there. We've seen it so far on many occasions. These LMP cars struggling, keeping it on the track. Here comes Chris Shepherd now on the home stretch. Can he do it going into turn 1? He is within a 10th already. Moves in on the inside here. Chris Shepherd makes his way through turn 1. Shutting the door again. Indrik Remeets. He had the outside line and powered through. Certainly seems to me that Chris Shepherd needs to make the most of it on the straights. He cannot do it going into the corners. Is that a question of the downforce as he slides it on the inside there, Ross?
I think it is, but Remeets as well, as we just see there, a bit of a chop by the Ferrari and Chris Shepherd. He's really pushing the boundaries with the defender. He is basically taking it as far as he can go with the rule books. Just moving over in the last second, really racing Chris Shepherd very, very hard to hold on to that position. I think he knows that Shepherd has the pace advantage right now, so he's just doing whatever he can in order to stay in front and stay in P3.
Defending mightily at the moment. I've got to say, Remeets doing everything he can, fighting on and powering through. Chris Shepherd poking him at the moment. Almost an irritant on the back of Netrix Grand Prix racing car driver Indrik Remeets as they make their way around the next right into the next left. Or the right as they're seeing it, around the next right-hander now down the stretch, down towards what will be Bishop, turn 14, little kink in the road once again, and still Indrik Remeets holding on to P3, the delta gap still 0.3, and I've got to say this has been a looming factor right through the last few laps as we can now see them round their way through towards the final sector, coming through towards the Le Mans corner now, heading on the outset down the straight. This time the gap is a little bit more significant, plenty of room here in between that of the Wanako car and the Netrix car as Chris Shepherd has another look down the inside, but he's nowhere near close enough. The gap is still relatively wide right now. You can just see in the camera on the right hand side going wide there was Chris Shepherd. He's definitely struggling, I think, with the grip on the car. The corners are not working for him. He's earning all his delta in the straight, so that is how he's making that efficient effort to close. I know we spoke about this, Ross, but it seems to be getting more severe by the moment. The Netrix car definitely seems to be finding better traction in these bends, hence why he's able to hold on to that P3.
Indeed, he does. Obviously, in motorsport, you make most of your time up in the corners. Anyone can go fast in a straight, and it just appears that Wanako have come into this race with the logic that they've decided they wanted to be faster on the straights than anybody else. They would sacrifice that corner speed, and at the moment, obviously, Chris Shepherd is getting very, very close, but just can't hold on to it over the middle section of the lap. He just can't get close enough to Ricketts to get that move done into Sunset Bend. I believe he has the pace to do so, but I just don't think he's got the car under him that's going to allow him to make that move.
Yeah, I mean, the timing's got to be too perfect. I think he needs to do it on the outside of a corner. He needs to get it done on the straight, if anything, not going into a corner. Albeit, though, Sunset Bend being a delayed bend, it's almost like a double right. You can sort of send it into the corner. But the problem he has not got enough lateral grip to try and stay in touch. I mean, I'd just say there, a little bit of a shake, wobbly moment there from the Netrix driver. It looked like he just had a little wiggle heading into that bend there as he makes his way around the next left and into the next right now, as you now see them making their way through this swinging section, and very soon heading into what will be that long straight, the Ullman corner. And you can see him behind Chris Shepherd once again, trying to gain on the rear end of that Netrix car. He's getting closer and closer and closer, and indeed 0.7 of a second was the delta time. Slips it through. Does he? No, I'm just looking there. It's still the Netrix car. He's trying to slip it through. Sorry, it wasn't as close as I thought it was. He's literally side by side with the GT car, but that could have been curtains for Chris Shepherd if he wasn't careful, because he could have very much lost traction. Currently 0.7 of a second in behind Indrek Remeets right now. Indrek seems to be pulling a gap now once again. Whether Chris is now losing more and more grip, I am not too sure.
Indeed, and again, we just saw with the Porsche that Indrek is really willing to push the boundaries of what he can do. You know, that was a very, very late lunge. Could have ended in disaster for the Netrix car, and then Chris Shepherd just got stuck behind him through that corner, and now it's a 5-second gap, and it appears that Chris Shepherd might have actually had an off somewhere because he's very, very far down the order. I'm not sure if he's had like a half spin, but suddenly the gap has extended massively. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that or not, but something appears to have happened to Chris Shepherd there. Still get past the Porsche. And here's the replay of Chris Shepherd coming to turn one. It's just, just loses the rear end, locks the rears coming into the turn 2. Just slides across. Shame there for Chris Shepherd, but that allows him to almost reset, get his head down, and think about how he's going to attack Indrek when he gets back up to him, George.
Yeah, I think that setup once again is coming back to haunt him, I think, Ross. So he's losing a lot of grip in the corners, and because he's got so much pace coming into these bends, it requires him to probably apply a lot more of the brake than what he'd prefer. Obviously, you can't slam the brake on these cars, as it will send you into obscurity, as we're now seeing a battle here. Obviously, a little bit of a gap, should I say. 4 seconds approximately of the realm between Ethan Lim and Ionut Busilia. They're now making their way through now. I believe this to be Einut Basilia's car, I think, coming down towards the next straight, coming down towards the next left now. And I've got to say, we haven't seen much of Ionut, to be honest with you, in the F1 RO, endurance car. Coming around the next left, indeed. Very smart livery, though, and looking prominent. I believe that to be the Ferrari, is it not?
It is the Ferrari, and they've, although we've not seen much of them, they've done a spectacular job because they started from the very back of the grid because that F1 RO endurance squad didn't actually qualify. I'm not sure why, but to work their way up to 7th in the 102 laps we've had, that's a very, very strong performance from Ionut Basilia. I'm not sure if they've had a driving change or not. I'd assume not, but yeah, again, very strong performance from them, and yeah, as you mentioned, very nice livery as well.
Yeah, very smart, nice crimson red, obviously testament to Ferrari, of course, very familiar red colours indeed. Coming down the stretch now because he's got a prototype behind him, but I think he's more concerned about the delta time between him and Ethan Lim, which is starting to climb upwards now, up to 4.6 seconds as they make their way down towards sunset. But you're quite right, Ross, a very impressive drive by Ionut Basilia and his team. The F1 RO endurance team are going to be very pleased with the progress they've made from the back of the grid, and they're starting to rise up through the ranks and certainly make some ground as we're now making our way right through. This is a GTE car, number 27, Maximilian Kalinch, who's currently leading the way for Black Hawk Racing for the GTE section of the classification. And he is well clear, 78.6 seconds of the Drillers esports team, the PinSim Drillers esports team, that is. And I got to say, has got it easy right now. And the delta time of this quantity, certainly, I think, fares better for the GTs than it does the LMP2s. I think you can feel a bit more comfortable being in the Black Hawk car right now as Kalinch makes his way around the next right-hander. Nice, stunning livery there of an eagle on the left-hand side. Certainly looking to earn the best livery award as he enters the pit lane and comes in for his stop, Ross.
Indeed he does. Now that Black Hawk Racing number 27, they've had a very lucky race. Obviously the number 17 Drillers esports car was leading the way and then had a disconnect, and that was that for them. But they've been so much quicker than the rest of the GTE pack that they've just kind of been out there on their own. I believe they were a pit stop ahead, which is why the gap was so large. But yeah, they've been very much unchallenged, as we can now see Jeff Closer in the AFP BMW, who's been handed a very, very nice lead by Lucas Lichten, who put in a great first stint, or first stints, should I say, for that BMW team. The only BMW in the GT3 field. Again, the majority of the GT cars dominated by the Porsches and the Ferraris, which are definitely seeming to be faster in the GTE field, but not so much here in GT3, as we can clearly see with this BMW M6 and that striking blue and black livery leading the way here, George.
Yeah, very familiar blue as well, livery in a BMW GT car, which is always tremendous to see. I'm always a big fan of the BMW cars, and AFP once again with a very very good performance here again. Jeff Close trying to close out a good performance in his stint, that's for sure, if you pardon the pun, as he now rounds the sunset bend here down the stretch, and can be very pleased with his achievements here today. 51 seconds ahead of TTF Racing's very own, I believe that to be TTF Racing down below. I believe that to be Helco Poom. Would I be quite right?
I believe you would be quite right. If I just go onto my live timing, I can tell you. And it is Helco Poom. He's 51 seconds back at the moment. It's a bit of a gap, but you never know. AFP may very well need to make a pit stop, or could make a mistake, get some damage. Anything can happen in endurance races. We're barely over 100 laps in. Still another 150 odd to go, or 60 odd, I should say. We're still a long time. About 4 hours, 4 and a bit, closer to 5. So yeah, anything can happen as we're just back here with Chris Shepherd, who's managed to close the gap a little bit down to Remits, but not as much as he would have hoped, I'm sure. Still wavering around 4 seconds. That Netrex car seems to have got his head down. Either that or Chris Shepherd has really started to struggle with his tyres and that setup, which we've here in the commentary we've deduced to being rapid on the straights, but not so quick in the corners.
Well, he's lumberjacking that delta time at the moment because he's brought it crashing down to around 3.4 seconds, which is a mountainous effort here from Chris Shepherd. He's pushing everything. Just look at the rear end then. It was like tailing all over the place after he was braking for the hairpin. He is now down to 2.9. He is lumberjacking at these delta times here, coming down the stretch, leading towards the next left-hander, and just trying to dispatch GT car after GT car right now, heading down towards the next right-hander. Once again, another hairpin. After Big Bend, he's then got turn 8 and 9 ahead. In between them, Fangio, as he makes his way around that turn 9, heading down towards Cunningham. And indeed, doing all he can, is literally grinding every possible result out of the car. Down to 2.8 seconds, though, is a phenomenal result. He's brought the time crashing down into the next left now. And he's got another left ahead. And round the next right-hander. And Chris Shepherd can be exceptionally proud with this fight back here, albeit now it's dropped out to 3 seconds. So he needs to make the most of these straights, like the Ullman stretch, for example, and try and close as quickly as possible on that man in the Netrix Grand Prix team. That, of course, being Indrik Remeets, who's done well to hold on to that P3 that was granted to him when, of course, they came in and pitted.
Indeed. Again, Chris Shepherd just struggling through Sunset Bend again, but it appears that since we've been following him around, he suddenly picked up the pace. Obviously, realised the cameras are watching him and decided that this is his time to shine. The gap is tumbling down 1.5 seconds quicker on that lap. I'm not sure if Indrik made a mistake or Chris has just got his head down, because suddenly he is slashing away at that gap. And that 14 Monaco car just seems to have come alive ever since we've been watching him. Like we said, obviously was all over the back of Indrik until that half spin at turn 1, just locking the rears by the looks of things and sending it into the grass. Managed to get it going again pretty quickly, but lost a huge chunk of time as he heads into the hairpin now. And you can see there in the distance is Remets of the Nectrex number 11 car getting ever closer to Shepherd. He's just reeling him in like a fisherman reeling in his fish. It's got him on a leash almost, and we will just have to see how much further that gap gets chopped down, George.
Yeah, it's crucial for Chris Shepherd now. He needs to be as effective as possible into the corners. Appreciate, obviously, his setup isn't inclined to be suitable for cornering, but he needs to try and make it happen, try and manufacture some sort of process that he can put in place to try and wipe down this delta time in between him and Indrik Remeets. And I've got to say, he's been impressive so far. Managed to whittle it down by nearly over a second in that one lap alone. It was very impressive. Now down to 2.7 seconds of the realm. Of course, folks, if you're enjoying what you're seeing here on the VMG YouTube channel, please obviously leave a like and a subscribe to this stream, and of course to the channel. Obviously more content to come, more racing to come here on this channel. Looking forward to seeing what we can have in store for you. And obviously you need to stay in touch as we now see Chris Shepherd moving into the pit lane, and he's not on his own. Indrik Remeets is coming to join him.
This will be a battle of the virtual pit crews as we just wait to see. Appears that Indrik may not be taking tyres, but Chris Shepherd is, because I can't see the Netflix car popping up into the air. So it appears that he's just taking fuel. But as George was just saying, yeah, please do subscribe to us here at VMG TV. It does mean a lot to us, the people running the league. We want to bring you this entertainment and in the best way possible. And it really helps us out by subscribing. So thank you very much for tuning in, everybody, as we just wait to see. And there goes Indrik out of the pits. And yes, it would appear that Chris Shepherd has taken tyres and Indrak has not, because he is still sat there taking a long time. I presume that's for fuel. So it looks like Chris has got a bit of work out for him, but he will have the fresh rubber on underneath him. So he is going to have that advantage when he's trying to close up. Out of the pits drives the Netrex man and off into the distance. A 32-second stop. Not bad by any means, taking fuel on board. And actually, it's also a driver change for the Wanako car. Ricardo Costa jumping back in. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty even split in terms of driver stints, that Wanako car. And on the subject of driver stints, we still haven't seen Ernest Lappins in P1 step out of that car, have we?
No, he's still cruising around in P1 at this moment in time and looking comfortable as things stand. But obviously, eventually, they're going to have to make some sort of a change. He surely cannot go the entire distance. I'm pretty sure it's not in the rule book either as he rounds towards the next left-hander, coming round towards the next left again, towards the next right. And the AFP team still enjoying that first place spot at the moment. In fact, they've got 2 first place spots because the GT3 team are very, very pleased, no doubt, to be securing their P1 spot there as well. But certainly Ernest Lappin is going to be very, very pleased indeed with that result. Wanako team man Ricardo Costa, who's now in the car, jumping in after Shepard completed his stint. It's now up to Ricardo Costa to try and recover the delta time lost against Netrix Grand Prix, albeit at the moment it's only between Ricardo Costa and Pascal Schmidt now, just under 4 seconds. So a good chance for Pascal Schmidt to perhaps stamp his authority on this grid order.
Indeed, that Evolution Motorsports car, it's been hanging around. And on the subject of Ernest Lappins, there he is in the pits. I would be surprised if there is not a driver change at this point. He's been in the car around 3 hours now. I don't think if he can handle a 4-hour stint, will colour me very, very impressed. That's a big, big effort from the 15-year-old at the wheel of that AFP number 4 car. But as I was saying, that Evolution car, it's been fairly quiet today. It's been on its own pace. So to have the be in P6 and then to possibly have a chance to take P4 from the Wanako team with Ricardo Costa, that would be a good showing from them. Obviously, it's in the middle of the race. The race has started to settle into its rhythm, and out comes Ernest Lappins, still in the car. Wow, wow, wow! That is dedication and a half from the young man as he heads out again. And trust me, I believe he will continue to set the lap time boards alight as he heads back out with fresh tyres and fuel, George.
Yeah, I got to say, impressive scenes here from Ernest Lappins. Maybe brave, not so sure. We'll soon see as he makes his way out of the pit lane to carry on with his stint, I suppose. He's out on track yet again, and they've got a gap to the Fair Racing team who are sat behind them right now. We're bringing the delta time as soon as we have it, folks. Paul Holt as well, driving for the Fair Racing team. In behind them, Netrex in P3. And but still, it's Ernest Lappins who's leading around in the AFP car as they make their way around the next right-hander. He's now trying to go around the lap car here once again. Paul Holt is down by around 43 seconds, so Ernest Lappins is not going to be troubled out here on track. He is still well clear, and he can work on now with the fact that he's got certainly some fresh fuel in his car, and it'll certainly attribute a long way to him achieving yet further distance on this track away from P2. So firmly expect AFP to dominate, at least for the time being. Of course, we're still yet to see a driver change. That could throw a spanner in the works. But interesting to note now, the Wanako team, who, of course, Shepard was driving the car earlier on, Ricardo Costa, now drawing away clear from Evolution Motorsports, Pascal Schmidt.
Indeed, the Xianjak Ramet, he was the driver of the Netrex car that Shepard was chasing down, and now Ricardo Costa's been given the chance to try and have his slice of the pie. It's a 25-second gap, but Costa appears to have some pace in his wagon. So let's see how the gap evolves. And just taking note of the GT category, that the number 20 Pinsam Drillers Esports car have managed to work their way up to second. That's a great drive from Jerome here at the wheel of the Pinsam Drillers Esports number 20, especially after that early incident. He's been going very, very well. He's only got 30 seconds to the car in front. I believe that this is I don't believe he has to make a stop either. I believe this is on genuine pace. So bear in mind as that we see a GT3 Ferrari going off there and causing a bit of a wobble there for the number 20. It's but given how the sister car disconnected after running from the lead, it all falls on the shoulders of Jerome in that 20. And he is a very, very quick driver. We know this. He's consistently shown this before, and he's again showing his pace there by working his way up through the field. 109 laps in, still over half distance to go. There's plenty of time for him to work his way into the lead.
Yeah, he's still trying to tear down the delta gap between him and the Black Hawk Racing driver, no doubt. That, of course, being Maximilian Kalinic, who's currently owning that P1 spot in the GTE class at this moment in time. Out on track, he's P11 is Kalinic, and it'd be interesting to see whether he can hold on to it, or can the Drillers Esports man, of course, Jerome Kawikol can lay down the hammer here as he makes his way through the S section, round towards turn 5. And soon to be down towards Big Bend. And looking further up, of course, the AFP car is still 46 seconds clear, 46.5 seconds clear of the Fair Racing team. The delta gaps are pretty much drawn out now, so unless we see some more strategy calls, we probably won't see them getting too much closer to each other, as we're now seeing that, of course, I believe that's the AFP car once again. Yes, he's just making overtake, just removing some traffic from out the way, but going smoothly. Nothing really much interrupting Ernest's drive at the moment. He must be enjoying himself out there.
He clearly is. He's further increased that gap to Paul Holt. He's put 5 seconds on him already on that Ferretti car. You know, he's really just been absolutely dominant today. It's a great performance. And you were saying in practice that Roland Sukes was faster, so we should be in for a treat when he gets in the car. For now, Ernest Lappin's, as you said, just comfortably out the front. Set a new fastest lap last time out, 5/10 quicker than his previous best. I believe that puts him a very, very solid 2 seconds faster. No, apologies, not 2 seconds. The Fair Racer car has managed to now, seemingly the rest of the grid has managed to turn itself on, but it's still nearly a second quicker than the rest of the field. He is absolutely flying today, is Ernest. And he's put that team in a very, very good performance. And I'm sure when he steps out the car, I very much like, I don't know about you, George, but I would absolutely love to interview him just to get his perspective and ask him how insane he is for going on such a monster stint here.
Well, not only has he managed to go on this long stint, but he's managed to maintain the pace and keep hold of P1 as well, which I got to say is absolutely tremendous. He deserves a lot of credit for achieving this. Of course, we've still got a long way to go. Anything can happen in motorsport, but just watching him go around this track at the moment, it's like elementary for him at this moment in time. Another driver I want to keep an eye on is Ricardo Costa, because, of course, in that pre-race practice session, where, of course, they set the hot lap times, Ricardo Costa was only approximately 1.5 tenths of a second off the top man, Roland Zukes. So that will allow, hopefully, Ricardo Costa can burn his way through the field, potentially close up on the Netrix team there of Indrik Rumeet, and indeed try and lay down a challenge. So you've got to give Costa credit, certainly for that lap time set in practice. The question is, can he bring it to the race?
Obviously, he's managed to get a big gap on Pascal Schmidt there, 16 seconds, nearly 17, as we can see, in 4 seconds quicker over that last lap. That's a big lap from Ricardo Costa there. And you were saying, no, we just need to wait and see if he can really get up to the same pace. Obviously, it's one thing to put fast laps in and then another thing to overtake a car. And we've consistently seen today with the LMP2 cars, when you get to within about a second of the car in front, your pace just drops off the face of the earth. So it really depends how Costa's going to do when he comes up the back of that Nerex Grand Prix number 11. Still got 19 seconds to go, but also still got well over 150 odd laps to do it in. So we'll have to see what he can do over the course of the rest of this race.
Yeah, hold on to your hats, folks, and don't throw away your tickets. It's going to be a long one, but it's going to be certainly an exciting one, as we now see. Certainly, Ricardo Costa now coming up towards the hairpin bend. He's going to be making his way up towards turn 8 very shortly, and into Fangio, and into turn 9, heading down towards Cunningham as well. And they can certainly be proud of his performances so far, albeit he's only just gone out there replacing, of course, that man Chris Shepherd, who was out there for a long stint, did his absolute damnedest to try and battle against the Netrix Grand Prix team. We had certainly some intoxicating encounters, some great battles, and that's exactly what we want to see. And as you can see, the full running order there, AFP leading the charge in their LMP2, looking absolutely, well, cruising at this moment in time. They've just broken the 50-second mark as well on the Fair Racing team, of course, being Paul Holt, who has done well to basically maintain their position in P2. So it's okay. I think they can be pleased, certainly, with that result. AFP has certainly come into this. I believe they were one of Ron's favourites, weren't they, Ross?
I believe they were, yes. Just got to obviously we'll double check with that when Ron comes back. He should be back in about an hour, I believe, is when he comes back for his next stint. Yeah, obviously Ron Mr. Predictions himself. He was bang on the money in qualifying, although it initially seemed he would be a bit wrong. He was top 3 in the right order. It was pretty good stuff to see from him, I must say. Well, he's been a bit. Obviously, he's been a bit wrong in this race. The first hour threw us some absolute chaos, and the team he had the money on actually ended up retiring due to it missing their pit box. And Ernest Lappins has definitely surprised us all apart, especially seeing as how his teammate Roland Zooks didn't do particularly well in qualifying. But yeah, well, I'll ask him when he gets back, and yeah, we'll see what he has to say.
I'm sure he'd be delighted with the fact that AFP are certainly up there challenging. I mean, obviously they're P1 now. I know he did tip them before the off of the race, and I know there was a lot of conversation surrounding them, so we'll certainly see how they get on as Ryan Nash makes his way around the next right-hander. This one being, of course, Big Bend, heading down towards what will be the next hairpin bend at turn 7, and he's got the Drillers esports car dead ahead of him as well. And as he does so, nice and easy, smooth as you like. The satellite racing driver now making his way around the next left-hander, heading up towards what will be Cunningham, and very soon Collier as well. As we're now riding on board with, I think this might be, and it is, Team Falcon there. And I believe they have got some supporters in the chat box as well, Team Falcon. Ellie Pelletier, currently in P26, the number 45, doing extremely well. Well, sort of, you know, tucked in nicely. Currently around about 17.4, I believe, seconds away from the car behind them, the Mugen Sim Racing team car, and that, of course, being, I believe, GT. I believe that's GT3 class, isn't it, or GTE class? Should I say?
Indeed, yeah. Just following Ellie around here, she's usually pretty much on the pace here. Obviously, a bit of a bad luck usually befalls her, especially today. She just seems to be a magnet for accidents for some reason. But she's a very nice person, reasonably quick driver. So I'd expect to see her climbing up the order if she has the ability to do so. So just keep your eye on her as she continues to go around in that very nice Porsche. As we just switch over to viewing one of the LMP2 cars here. I believe that's Indrek Remetz in the Netrex Grand Prix, currently running in P3. Ricardo Costa, though, chasing him down 2.4 seconds faster on that last lap, George.
Yes, got to say, he's getting closer and closer. Ricardo Costa has certainly got a lot of potential under his belt. Indrek Remetz, though, at this moment in time, still holding on to P3 for the time being, trying to coast his way through some of these sections. Ricardo Costa trying to put a nail in some of them on a very, very wide there. I think that was a Porsche that just sort of went a little bit wide, maybe broke delay. Indrek Remetz did very well just to not fall into obscurity himself as he makes his way down the Ullman Straight. And in the distance, I'm sure eventually we'll see Ricardo Costa making his start down the Ullman Straight, maybe just about as they make their way around Sunset Bend, heading down towards the main straight, then past the paddock. And indeed, he can be very pleased, Indrek Remetz. Of course, he managed to hold off the tide that Chris Shepherd laid down in front of him. And it's now Ricardo Costa's turn to try and turn up the heat and apply the pressure, albeit he's got to try and nail down 13 to 14 seconds of delta in order to have a chance of getting past this Netrex Grand Prix car. But currently, the way things are stacked right now, Indrek Remetz, P3.
Indeed, he's been very consistent, has Indrek. He's just been driving his own race. Obviously, the one Akko car has been all over the back of him earlier on, and Ricardo Costa now hunting him down. But, you know, he's just driving his own race. He's not made a single mistake as far as I can tell. Been very consistent, just driving his own race. He's confident in his ability. You can tell that he's happy with how the car is driving. So if you're a Netrex Grand Prix fan, I'd be pretty content with where you are right now, Indrek. He's doing a very, very good job at the wheel of that number 11.
Yeah, he seems to be cruising at the moment in P3. Doesn't have a lot to worry about, at least for the time being. As we're now seeing Aidan Coleman there in P18, just holding off the tide of Bence Pankatai, who's in the Mugen Sim Racing car. Just literally a second separating these two now as they make their way towards the next right-hander. That, of course, being the Aston Martin GT there in, well, just rounding the next left. Very soon he'll be taking Big Bend and down towards what will be the hairpin then as well. You can now see him rounding the right-hander. And indeed, looking ever prominent, just trying to hold back this Bence Pankatai. But at this moment in time, 1.5 seconds the gap. Still a bit of work to do there, Ross.
Indeed. Now, I just to also make a point that is the Reading Game Studios car that number 1 Aston Martin we're viewing. Unfortunately, they had a problem with their skin following for the games. They are just running a default Aston Martin skin, so it does say Team Aston Martin down the bottom. Unfortunately, they are not the official Aston Martin esports team. They are Reading Game Studios, should be running the number 40 instead, running the number 1 today, having that privilege of apparently being champions, despite the fact that this is the first event for VMG here today. But it's been a pretty consistent race. Obviously, the Aston isn't the quickest GT3 by a quite a long shot. But yeah, they've been running very well. Aiden is running his own race, holding his own to Ben's Pankatai in the Mutant Sim Racing number 39. Now just sliding us up to 3rd, I believe, just passing a car in the pits there. So yeah, as you can see, Aston Martin, also known as Reading Game Studios, P3, and you know, it's a bit of a gap to the TTF car in front of them, but it's still a very, very solid P3, and I'm sure that Aiden Coleman will be very happy right now behind the wheel of that car.
Oh, without a doubt. We're just running on board there with another LMP. I believe this one to be Ricardo Costa. And you can just right on board. Now this is key because you can now see him overtake some of these GT cars. Just look at the sheer pace in the bonnet of this prototype. Indeed, as they make their way down towards the next right-hander. Of course, it's been the hairpin section coming down towards the next left-hander, and he's sticking to every apex like glue for now. Ricardo Costa driving this car well. We did suspect that this car wasn't very effective in the cornering, but Ricardo Costa giving it a good showing. He's already managed to knock off another 4 seconds of the realm. It was, remember, 13 to 14 seconds the gap. He's now brought it down to 10.3. So Indirect Remeets might well be having Ricardo Costa breathing down his neck very shortly indeed, coming around the next left, round to what will be the Le Mans corner, turn 16, down the stretch through the Ullman Straight, and very soon down Sunset. But testament to Ricardo, since he's been in the car, he's been chomping away, chomping at the bit through that Delta time, Ross.
We can see that just the gap is getting ever closer. Ricardo Costa, 10 seconds now between him and Indirect Remettes, and when I think he catch up to the back of him, he's got a lot fresher rubber. That Nerex Grand Prix didn't take tyres at its last stop, but Costa did. So I think, and we can see there 2.5 seconds faster than that lap. He's going to be on the back of him within a few laps. And this time, I think it's going to be much easier to get past him than what Chris Shepherd had to deal with earlier, just because of the difference in the stages of the rubber wear which they've gone through.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't be long before he starts winding down that Delta gap still. And it's down to 9.3 now, so he's doing a phenomenal job there. The One Arco car getting closer and closer to the back of the Netrix Grand Prix team. And that, of course, is for that P3 position. And looking further up, you've got Fair Racing Team still in P2. They've got a gap at the moment of 54.5. And the AFP, who we're currently seeing and on board with at the moment, that gap to Paul Holt at this moment in time to Fair Racing is literally, well, according to this, it's minimal. According to my screen at the top, it says plus 54.2. So I think at this moment in time, maybe there is a substantial gap in between the two, in which case it is in fact. So AFP haven't got a lot to worry about here, Ross.
They really don't. Like you said, big gap. Ernest Lappin's he's had a monster stint in this car. He's gone from the back to the front, and it's been phenomenal to watch. And like I said earlier, I'd really like to have an interview with him when he gets out the car, just to speak with him and just get his perspective, because that is a simply phenomenal performance from him. But we're now looking at the other AFP car of Jeff Closer, currently ahead of a Hygo Puma, the TTF racing car. The TTF car was leading earlier, just seems to have slipped back from that BMW, who's got a very commanding lead as well. 55 seconds. The AFP cars are dominating of the LMP2 and GT3 categories right now, George.
Doing tremendously well. Jeff Closer as well, looking to try and close things out again. So you now see them rounding the next right-hander. Still the gap for them as well in the GT3 classifications is 55.6 seconds. So funnily enough, both categories are 55 seconds better off at this moment in time, which is quite funny to read. But we're now seeing Indirect Remeets still. That gap is tumbling down at this moment in time, Ross. Ricardo Costa putting a hell of a shift in, down to 2.9 seconds, the Delta time. And so it won't be long before Ricardo, I'd imagine, will want to pile on the agony here. Currently 6 seconds is the difference. And I'm sure it won't be long before he's meeting Indirect on the straights. It certainly seems to me that we might see him get closer in maybe 3 to 4 laps' time.
Like I was saying last time, obviously that One Arco car just has the fresh rubber, and you can really see what a difference it's making. Ricardo is absolutely flying right now. And like you said, he's going to catch up to him in a few laps, and it is a case of not when he overtakes him, it's not if he overtakes him, it's when, because that car is just absolutely soaring through the pack. That gap is closing through every corner, and it just seems inevitable that Costa's just going to catch Remet and go past him, although a very nice little overtake on the DDoS Porsche there from the Netrix car, just up the inside. Very nice and neat. He's still driving consistently, even with the state of those tyres. He's managed to keep it going in a straight line, which is more than I can say for many people. So it's a great stint from Remet, even though that he's got Riccardo Costa bearing down on him. And there was a car just springing up into the air in the background there. I think that was just a glitch from the game, but still interesting to see there.
Yeah, never like to see things flying like that across the track, as we now see Indirect Remix making his way down towards turn 1. And again, you see that yellow in sector 1 warning pop up, folks. Don't worry about it too much. It's literally a glitch that we're dealing with at this moment in time, as we now see Indirect Remix now coming down towards the next left-hander. Of course, they got like an S section to take before they make their way into the straight. And Riccardo Costa, as you can see, still hammering home delta time at this moment, trying to close that gap. And it's now 6.4 seconds, the difference still. That 6-second gap is still maintained, though I'm sure it won't be long. You just see him in the distance there, just trying to close that very same gap coming through the next winding section, up through the next right-hander. And I'm sure now Indirect will be looking and very wary, one eye open in his rear view mirror to see when that multicoloured One Arco livery pops up.
Indeed, he's just going to be, I think he's going to be seeing that delta, or I'm sure he'll have his team in his ear, just kind of letting him know the gaps. And he's just obviously still driving his own race, and you can just see there in the background, the One Arco car, and he's just going to be checking his mirrors, and very soon it's going to be full of LMP2 car, and that is when the emotion starts to take hold of you, and that's, you know, at the most painful stage in the race. You know that the car behind is a lot quicker than you are. And although that's the time when it seems like you're most likely to panic, it's actually the time when you've got to keep your head the coolest, because you've got to just defend the best you can. Just stay calm, keep your head in the game or on the track, and just keep driving your own race and just keep them behind you.
Yeah, well, One Arco actually having a reasonable race so far. But I mean, Borja Milan, who we're currently seeing, is closing the gap on Maximilian Kilic, who we're seeing on the screen now. There's currently a gap of 51 seconds at the moment that Borja's trying to bring down. The One Arco team in P2 in the GTE class, as well as P4 in the LMP2 class. So doing extreme credit for themselves, as you can now see that real stunning red livery on that Black Hawk Racing car indeed. Obviously, there's still quite a bit of deficit there between the One Arcos. We're now seeing the One Arco car of Riccardo Costa trying to make its way through the next left-hander, and it just goes to show how quick these prototypes are. And he's bringing the delta time down by the moment. He's now down into the 5s now, Ross. So, like we said before, it could be within the next couple of laps we're going to be seeing Riccardo Costa thumping all over the back end of Indirect Remix.
Indeed, and the gap's not coming down as quick as it was before. I believe that Riccardo's just starting to just take it easy. Maybe the tyres have perhaps overheated a bit, or just the tyre wear starting to step up a little bit. But, you know, that gap is still getting smaller and smaller and smaller as the stint goes on. So I'd expect an overtake to happen, but you'd also expect that at the next pit stop, Indirect will take a fresh set of rubber, and the roles will be reversed. It'll be the Netrex car hunting down the One Arco car. So it is really a game of a give or chase, and at this stage in time, as we are beginning to approach half distance, it is a matter of who's going to be on the best strategy and when, George.
Yeah, definitely cat and mouse situation here, as we now see the One Arco car now making its way around the right-hander, soon to be coming down the straight, the Ullman straight, and still letting fly at that Netrix Grand Prix car, of course, of Indirect Remix. Riccardo Costa putting in an impressive push at this moment in time since he jumped into the cockpit of that car and through Sunset Bend now. And very soon he'll be commencing his lap 119 of 268. Amazing that we've come this far already. It's you do wonder where the time's gone, actually, as we see these cars whittle their way through this really splendid United States circuit. And of course, Sebring, as I've said before, I'm a big fan of this layout. I love the track. I love the hairpins. The straights are just glorious. And we saw before at the start as well, you can get a real nice scenic view when the sunset view comes out, and you get the glaze off the sunshine as you look down the straight. We got treated to that earlier on just before we went on air, Ross, and it was stunning, wasn't it?
It really is. There's a reason they call it Sunset Bend, and it just absolutely stunning. When you come out and the dusk has come out, you just come around that big long right hand, and you just see the glaring sun in your eyes, and it's really hard to see anything down that main straight. But my word, is it beautiful! It's such a, you wouldn't really expect it to be such a pretty track for what is essentially just a runway that hasn't been changed in about coming up to 100 years now. But it is really a very, very beautiful circuit, and especially in changing conditions, it's spectacular to look at, and it's got all this iconic scenery. It's not often when obviously motorsport in America can often be put down by European purists, and we say obviously they get done a lot for having NASCAR and other tracks, but they do have some spectacular road courses there, and it is just this is one of them, and it is just such a beautiful, beautiful circuit, and it is super, super exciting to race right there, and I cannot wait for the dust comes out, because you will just see how amazing it looks under the sunset.
Yeah, so scenic, folks, so scenic. Get your cameras ready for this one. The landscape is absolutely stunning, and America known for some good circuits as well recently. I mean, I've been keeping a close eye on a little bit of American racing. Certainly IndyCar is ever prominent, but not forgetting in Formula One they have the Circuit of the Americas as well, which is a stunning track, and has got its own fair share of high-octane bends, as well as their long straights. As we now see in direct remeets now, currently in P3, and behind Ricardo Costa, 1.2 seconds the delta time now being knocked off for Ricardo Costa. He's doing extremely well to whittle it down. He's down to 2.5 now, and it's coming down, it's crashing down into the 1.8s, the 7s, the 5s, and he's getting into within the second mark now. You're going to see him in the distance, and indeed you can. Ricardo Costa is climbing and shifted on the rear end. You can see that multicolored One Arco livery now. He's getting into within the second mark now. Ricardo Costa smells blood, Ross.
He does indeed. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. That One Arco car on the fresh rubber is now within a second of the Netrex racing car. Indrek Remetz will now be looking in his mirrors and feeling quite worried, because that One Arco car has got the pace. Ricardo Costa at the wheel has been rapid. He's managed to close that 20-second gap all the way down to virtually nothing. It's 1/10 between them, and already Ricardo Costa looking to the outside through Tower Curve, and he's going to stick it round the outside. What a move by Ricardo Costa in a car that has typically not been that strong in the corners this entire race. That just shows the strength of the fresh rubber. Up into P3 goes the number 14 One Arco car.
Amazing move there from Ricardo Costa, showing his supreme dominance there, overtaking Indrek Remeets, and that is the pace of the One Arco car that we couldn't quite see under Chris Shepherd. He was very unlucky. Chris Shepherd there was coming to the end of his stint, probably didn't have the tyres, as we now look at the replay, and you just see this now. You can see on the inside he was just so unlucky, but it was just a phenomenal move by Ricardo Costa. He threw it down the outside of the hairpin. It was a disadvantaged point as well on the track. You wouldn't have expected him to certainly benefit from that move, but indeed he did. Indrek Remeets, I think he's bowing out due to the tyres on the car. The grip must be falling off, and once again I'd imagine those two will lock horns when he puts a new set of rubber on. But I've got to say, it doesn't take anything away from Ricardo Costa. He absolutely threw it down that outside and came out on top. Great stuff.
I must say, I was a bit confused. I was a bit worried about that strategy with the One Arco car when they pit with the driver swap as well. I thought maybe a tyre change, they could have got away with it, but with a driver swap, I thought they were going to be too far behind for it to be effective. But we just saw there, just absolutely leaving the Netrex car in the dust. What genius piece of play by the One Arco car. Ricardo Costa pulling away now. It's already 2.5 second gap. And on the subject of gaps, Ernest Lappins has now almost got 54 seconds to the Fair Racing car team behind him. He's still out there, still banging in the laps here, George.
Well, those laps, bear in mind, he was at 55 earlier on, so Fair Racing team are bringing the delta down slightly, whether that's just Ernest Lappins, who just runs wide there and clips the curb and brings up a lot of that sand as well, that sand residue on the left-hand side. But he's still in front, not a lot to worry about. Again, the delta time comes down a little bit. The Fair Racing team doing well to try and crunch up some numbers. Of course, they've got a battle of their own on the cord, well, certainly on the cards here, as you can now see in behind, the One Arco team sort of slowly chipping away at that 57-second gap. Still a long way to go, though, before they can get close enough to even touching P2. And there's a little bit of traffic here for Ricardo Costa. And indeed, one of the cars runs wide. That's the Ferrari that we saw earlier on. And there's the Aston Martin as well. It's currently in P3 in the GT3 class, but Ricardo Costa dispatching them with ease around the Sunset Bend and coming up towards turn 1. I'm sure the sunset will be peeking over as we come towards the end of this race, I'd imagine, Ross.
It certainly will. I suspect it will, at the very least, be in the sunset. I'd even predict, say, we'd be going as far as possible, even the night. Obviously, the race ending maximum time limits. If we overrun, so if there's a red flag, multiple code 80s late in the race, even if we don't get to 268 laps, if we hit 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, that is the end of the race. The maximum time limit is 8 hours. And I'd suspect by then we will very much be in the dark, headlights on for everybody. So just keep your eye out on, again, we will see this the spectacular scenery of here in the dusk, and then we won't see anything at all as we head into the night. As all you can see around the back stretch is just headlights after headlights. It's really dangerous, this track in the night. Obviously it's hard when you can see things, when you can't see things. The bumps can really catch you out, so you really have to know the circuit well to be fast here under the darkness.
Yeah, well, Ricardo Costa now, he's all over the back end of the Alpecin Force Polonia car. I believe that to be the car of what looks to be, is that our race leader? It can't be, can it? It can't be Ernest Lappin. Actually, it could well be.
It is Ernest Lappin.
It is Ernest Lappin. So this could be a real, maybe not for position, but maybe if Ricardo Costa can make the move happen, it'd be more like a mental battle. You know, I've overtaken the race leader. So, you know, obviously a great way, and obviously he's keen to unlap himself. Ricardo Costa carrying a lot of pace down the back stretch and looking to maybe get a moral victory over that of Ernest Lappins as they make their way around Sunset Bend, heading down the straight stretch. Just like how close they get to that barrier. It always looks like they're about to crash into it, but they always summon the traction at the last minute to make that move. You can now see Ricardo Costa trying to utilize the pace. Of course, Ernest Lappins not willing to let any position go right now.
I mean, I've just looked at the live timing deltas, and Ernest Lappins is definitely starting to lap slower than before. So I suspect that that tiredness has started to hit him. I was unsure about the multiple stints, and while it's worked for them so far, I think that Ernest is starting to reach the limit of how long you can go consistently in this car before he's going to start to make some big mistakes. As we see there, a lock-up from him coming into the hairpin. He's obviously still up on the pace, but, you know, we've got Ricardo Costa behind him pushing, and that's going to be mentally taxing. And Paul Holt as well is now starting to close the gap. So I think at the next stop, I suspect we will be seeing Roland Sukes in the car, just because Ernest needs to get out and get some rest and get some food in him, because he is starting to get very tired. He's done a big stint, almost half. Well, he has gone to half distance in this race. It's half distance this lap as we stand 100. No, apologies, not half distance. It's almost half distance. I can't do mental maths as per usual, but he's managed to go this far in the race without a driver swap. I believe the only driver to do so. It's an absolute mega stint around a really grueling circuit on both driver and car. So I think, yeah, he's just starting to grow a bit weary, and for his own personal health and for the team's lap times as well. I just recommend to Abstinio Force Polonia that they get him out the car, get Roland Sukes in, and get Ernest have a quick nap, get some food and some coffee down him, and just give him a bit of rest time before he jumps back in. I presume for an hour at the end of the race.
Absolutely, I think he's very entitled to that break as well. He's done a phenomenal stint, and he's still continuing to wow the spectators alike as well with his incredible performance. He's already managed to bring the Delta gap back up to near enough 55 seconds, 54.5 at the moment, the gap between the Abstinio Force Polonia car to the Fair Racing team. So AFP could be delighted with that for now. And of course, he's providing Ricardo Costa with a little bit of a headache as well, because Ricardo Costa, of course, his battle at the moment, he's trying to clear himself from the Netrix Grand Prix team, but also try and gun down on the Fair Racing team. He wants to try and absolve that distance in between the two cars. And he's got the pace to do it, but of course, being stuck in behind a potentially slow AFP car, it's not going to help his cause by any stretch of the imagination.
Exactly, and we've always been mentioning the dirty air has just been absolutely brutal to the LMP cars around here. You just get stuck behind someone and you just cannot go any faster. Suddenly you could be 2 seconds a lap up and then nothing. And if I was Ernest Lappins at this point, to be honest, I would just let Ricardo Costa through. He's racing his own race. And on the subject of letting people through, Ron Squire is back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Ron. How are you doing?
Hello, Ross. Hello, George. Yes, just had a good couple of hours break, and I'm ready to go back in for the next couple of hours, and looks like one of my predictions is still going well at this moment in time. Abstinio, Force Polonia, still leading in LMP2. That is good to see.
They're doing you justice, Ron. They're doing you justice, but I'm going to bow out and allow you to take over the next stint for the next couple of hours. So enjoy, chaps. I'll be back with you very, very soon.
Thank you very much, George. We will see you again soon. Ron Squire back in the booth, everybody. Myself, Ross McIntyre, still here for the entire event. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you view that. I won't be the judge of your opinions of me, but still, Ricardo Costa still stuck behind Ernest Lappins here. And Ernest Lappins again going off. I think that he does need to get out of that car soon. He is starting to make mistakes.
Yeah, he is starting to wear it, in fairness. How long has he been in the car for?
Since the start.
Well, then he definitely needs to come in.
We were just saying with George, it's been a really, really strong stint from Ernest, and he's been lapping. And we can see there Ricardo Costa finally gets through, and I think we'll see him shoot off into the distance. But Ernest Lappins, he's clearly starting to get tired. He's starting to make mistakes, and the lap time is dropping. So I think AFP's sake, they need to get Roland Sukes in that car as quickly as possible. We should be seeing a pit stop soon, and I'd suspect that's when the driver change is going to happen. Hopefully we can get Ernest in for a quick interview before he goes off to eat a lot of food and have a quick nap, because I'd just like to just get his opinion on such a mega stint and just speak to him briefly. But that's in the future. Right now we're just watching him go through. Again, Ricardo Costa just pulling off into the distance there. There's Lucas Lichten. Not Lucas Lichten, sorry, that's the other AFP car. It's not Lucas Lichten at the moment. I'm so used to saying Lucas Lichten, it's not actually him. It's Jeff Closer at the moment, who's running P2 overall in GT3, but he is, I believe, a pit stop ahead of the TTF car. So he will be leading that.
So he'll try and get close to his opposition then.
Ron comes back and immediately starts to back up with the puns again.
You love it.
Oh, you know I do. You know I do. Lap 126 of 268 here at the VMG Sebring 1,000 miles.
We're practically halfway distance here now, aren't we?
Yeah, we're only about 16 laps away from half distance.
Wow.
So it's not long to go until we're halfway through this race. And Ernest Lappins still going. A big stint. I presume that they want to run Roland Sukes as well for 4 hours, which is just a monster amount of time in the car. So if they manage to pull that off, my congratulations, but also my condolences to the AFP number 4 car for having to put themselves through that. That's a big amount of time to be sat staring at a screen, because obviously it's not only going to have a physical effect on you because you get tired.
There is one prediction I would like to make about Ernest Lappins. His backside, when he gets out of the car, it's going to be absolutely numb, I tell you that much. Oh
yeah, Ron is bang on the
legs. And not to forget about the legs. Imagine just paddling for that for a good few hours, like, I can't walk properly. Why does it go for like this?
My knees are hurting at the thought of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been through that many times before, just through sprint races. Don't get me to do endurance races, no way.
Ernest is just one of those endurance monsters. He appears to just have the ability just to do lap after lap, and although he is starting to take effect, we can see Paul Holt coming in for Fair Racing Team, but I suspect we will be seeing Ernest Lappins coming in not too far behind.
I might as well say it. People who do endurance races never skip leg day.
They do not skip leg day.
They never skip leg day. Ernest Lappins has got to be one of those people that never skips leg day. Seriously, and he's 14 years old. That's ridiculous.
I was just discussing with George earlier about how fitness can play a part in esports, and Ernest is definitely a subscriber to that. You know, despite the fact he's such a young driver, and yet he still, keeps an eye on his nutrition and his fitness, as we can see there. Oh, a bit of a touch there. I believe that was a Jeff Closer, and I believe that was a Eli Pelletier there in the Falcon racing car, just overtaking them or lapping them, I presume. Not quite sure what happened, but the graphic obviously showing us a bit of a gap between Jeff Closer and Hygo Poom there. I think Eli Pelletier just didn't see Jeff Closer there and just turned in and gave him a bit of a touch. What do you reckon, Ron?
Yeah, just watch it back on the stream. It's just too close for comfort. I'm sorry for that pun, but it was too close for comfort. I mean, just trying to lap himself like that. It's just Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, really. But I don't know if Vasquez decreases gap between himself and Poom right now. What a name, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. It's decreasing the gap by some ways, actually. Is it? Yeah. No. Actually, I'm getting confused between because I thought it looked like it was 10 seconds. Now it's 2. I don't know. To be honest. I just came back, so allow me.
No, it's fine. No, obviously, yeah, you've just come back, so we'll let it slide for the time being, Ron.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, Jeff Closer. That gap with Hargo Puma is fluctuating a little bit. That TTF car obviously was on pole for GT3, managed to qualify 5th overall in the GT categories out of the GT Pro, which is the GT class, and GT Rookie, which is the GT3 class. And he's been up there the entire race, despite the fact that that car had a drive-through penalty earlier, so they've had some great pace. But then again, so has this Abstinio Force Polonia car that Jeff Close is carrying at the wheel of. Lucas Lichten put in a monster first stint, and Ernest Lappins is in the pits. I believe that will be the driver change for Ernest Lappins.
Hopefully, it'll be a driver change. And I've been told by a couple of people in the chat that he's 15. I do apologise if I got that wrong. He is 15, isn't he? Because we thought it was 14 earlier, but it's 15. I'm just
still young.
It's still young. It's still young, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but I would, judging by the length of time he's spending in the pits, I would presume that is a driver change for that AFP car. I am going to presume Roland Zooks will be pulling out of the pits any second. If Ernest Lappins go any further, colour me very, very impressed, because that is a big stint from that young man, but also potentially risky one if he does head out again, because we saw on the back end of this stint that he was getting tired and the mistakes were starting to set in. But it's also been a long time in the pits, and Ernest Lappins is still in the car.
What?
I am genuinely speechless. That's
an understatement. That's an absolute understatement to say you're speechless, gobsmacked, or whatever. It takes words out of your mouth and just leaves them in a space. You can't just non-monitor them. It's just mind-boggling. Where does that expression come from? I don't know why. But still, it's the same feeling. It's the same feeling. He's been out for a good 4+ hours, and he's still going. What?
It's an absolutely monster drive from Ernest Lappins.
Oh.
And he must be tired because he's been going around for so long, and part of me is just in awe at what he's doing, the dedication he is showing to that AFP car. That is simply monstrous. But also there is just this part in the back of my mind that thinks this is not good for that team, because he is going to be so tired. He's going to make mistakes. He could crash. It's I mean, obviously he's got a 55-second buffer. So if he does have a fair racing team number 3 car with Paul Holt currently at the wheel, so if he does make a mistake, he's still got time. And here is the One Acco pit exit, you can see there. And that's the other One Acco car, the GTE car, just almost touching. That was a bit close for comfort there with Ricardo Costa and his GTE counterpart. There's a big side there for that GT3 Ferrari as well. And there was another car running off the road. But yeah, I was saying there is this small part of the back of my mind which thinks Ernest Lappins going out again. That's a big risk. I mean, you can already see the gap to the fair racing team has gone from 55 to 54.4. I'm not sure if that's just outlap jitters for Ernest Lappins, or if that is just fatigue setting in for the young Abstinio Force Polonia driver. We'll just have to see over the rest of this stint. I can confidently say that this will be his last stint, though, because there's no way he's doing another one, is there, Ron?
No, there's no way. Maybe I think maybe just outlap jitters, like you said. Maybe a bit of fatigue, but it's mainly outlap jitters. There's no way. There we go. There we go. The gap's increased back to 55, so it's just outlap jitters. But you can guarantee there should be a bit of fatigue going on in there. He is going to get tired, and it's just by the looks of it, he's not getting tired at all. 56. The gap is.
And this is the Reading Game Aston Martin GT3, and they've run out of fuel, it appears. Reading Game Studios just grinding to a halt, just running too long in the fuel, and out of this race goes the only Aston Martin. Big shot in there for Reading Game. And yep, just pulling over to the side. That is it for that squad. Big shame for them, 130 laps in.
Tom Dillon's not going to like that, I'll tell you that much.
No, he isn't. But back to the action with Ernest Lappins, and he is still going. My, oh my. What an impressive stint. I must say, approaching half distance. If I was to say driver of the day now, 100% Ernest Lappins.
it's just absolutely brilliant from her so far. Absolutely brilliant. I'm still gobsmacked that he's still going on this, still on the gas, and he's still concentrating. You got to feel, is he even human at all? He's lapping cars for fun, and he's been in the car for 4+ hours.
And he's 15.
You need to think if he's human or not. Never mind 15. You need to think if he's human or not. Please check his record.
The man from the Balkans is beasting it right now, Ernest Lappins. I mean, there's been a couple of really strong performances out there. The number 20 at Driller's car, both its drivers, Jerome and Bojan, have been very strong. Jeff Closer and Lucas Lichten in the AFP number 38 have also been strong. Ricardo Costa's been putting in an absolute shift in this stint in the Wanako number 14 LMP2, but Ernest Lappins, my oh my, what a performance. And just had an update, it was not that the Aston ran out of fuel, the engine just died, so that is another victim of a malfunction of mechanics here at Sebring. A big shame for the Reading Game Studio squad, but mechanical failures do happen, especially here at Sebring, and that's just what part of the price you pay for racing here. So a big shame for them. They almost made halfway, so you know they were still running well.
I'm pretty, just before the camera cut, I'm pretty sure that Ernest was just sliding just through the traffic there. I don't know if he actually continues on with that. The gap surely should go down a bit, but I don't know. I really don't know if the gap has actually gone down, because he actually slid into that corner. A little bit of a deja vu moment. But I just don't know. I really don't know if he's kept it on the road. I really don't know if he's kept it on the road. But looking by the timings, he is keeping it on the road only just. The gap is still 55, 56. Unbelievable. Mental stuff here. We're coming up to half distance now, and this race is still just throwing chaos left, right, and centre. And boy, oh boy. Yeah, here's the replay we can see. Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that. I thought he slid. I thought he slid going through that corner. Turns out it wasn't. And as we reach half distance, I just want to say a thank you. Obviously, we're coming up to 4 hours in now, and I just want to say a thank you to, first of all, for everyone who's joined me in the commentary. So thank you to you, Ron, obviously, and to George, although George is not here. And a big thank you to the drivers, the people watching at home, and the people behind the scenes. So Joey, Sebastian, Nick Ford, we've got Seb as well. I've already mentioned Seb, apologies. Liam Rance as well, behind the scenes, giving us the ability to run this amazing event here at the Virtual Motorsport Group. So a big thank you to everybody for helping us take part and go with this, and long may it continue. We've definitely got something in store for next year, so do keep your eyes peeled on the Discord, and we all hope to see you involved. So thank you very much, everyone. Back to the action though, Ron. Yeah, it's still following around the Wanako car, currently in the lead of the GT category. To be fair, we've seen the lap. I'm just going to take a look at the live timing quickly. We've definitely seen the lap times drop, but it has not been nowhere near as significant as I would have expected it to be. Ernest Lappins had a fastest lap of a 46.7, and that was a 46.3 on his last stint. So he's currently lapping in the 47.4s. So he's clearly getting tired, but the track has got faster by about 5/10 according to Ernest's pace. But it's not got as fast as I would have expected. What do you think? Do you think it was going to be faster? Yeah, I definitely think that the track is definitely getting faster. I mean, people have been, like I said, been on track for a good 4+ hours now. The grip has improved significantly over that time. So I presume it's mainly going to be the track has gone faster. Seriously, 100%.
Oh no, Jacob did get a mention, so we'll give you a shout out as well, Jacob. Your own private shout out. Apologies, mate. Yeah. But yeah, as Ron said, the track is getting faster. We'll just have to see how fast it gets over the course of the rest of the race. Still just over half distance to go here at the VMG Sebring 1000. And we're still following Ernest Lappins around, the man, the myth and the legend, who's put in this absolutely phenomenal stint here. It's been spectacular stuff from a bit risky taking the Corvette there, but he's still holding nothing back as Ernest. He's still absolutely on the pace despite the fatigue that he's probably feeling. Despite, as Ron said, probably his backside being a bit numb and his legs aching like no tomorrow, he is still absolutely flying. Oh no! a half spin there.
Oh my
Manages
god!
to keep it pointing in a straight direction. It appears that he's just drifted onto the grass.
I was just going to say that he actually looked alert when trying to merge through traffic. But then as the camera cuts, he actually slid it. He actually had a proper deja vu moment. Luckily, only a good time has lost. But look at the gap. Only 53 seconds. 53. No less. Sorry, no more. No more.
So
that is ridiculous.
It's phenomenal stuff from Ernest Lappins. No, a very nice drift, and partly a good save, partly a bit of luck, I think, just touching the grass on the brakes on the way into the hairpin. I'm sure he'll be keeping a lot more further to the right down the track next time round to avoid that again. But again, only lost two seconds at the most. That's just fantastic stuff from the number 4 AFP driver. Still going round as well, lap 133 of 268. The next lap will be half distance, so we are virtually there now. We can crack out your 50% celebration banner. It's we did it.
We did it 50%.
And that is Ellie Pelletier in the pits, currently in 9th place in a GT3 category. It appears that she does not have a rear wing. She's in the pits at the moment. Not too sure what's happened there for Ellie Pelletier. Yeah, let's just hopefully we can get a replay and see what's happened.
Talk about winging it.
Oh, Ron, your puns never cease to amaze me, mate. They are quality. That is the Team Falcon number 45 there in the pits. Ellie Pelletier at the wheel. She's been running a very solid race so far. So shame to see her possibly have an incident.
Team Falcon is not exactly high flying, more like.
I mean, they've been okay.
In comes Nick Mora for TCC Motorsports.
Here is the replay. Oh dear!
Oh no!
Oh dear me!
No!
Oh, that's a huge accident for Ellie Pelletier there.
Oh,
that was just the Omicron sim racing car just completely turning in. That must be a penalty, surely. John Nelson at the wheel of the Omicron car just almost turned across her. I'm not sure if she touched his left rear or not, but from my angle, it looked like the Nelson just turned across her. That's a very strange incident. What did you take from that, Ron?
It's dangerous. I'm just looking back on the stream. He actually went into her. I'm looking at it. I'm having a look at it again. Just give me a second. Having a look again from here. He didn't see her, but he shouldn't have swerved to the right. He should have looked. That is dangerous play. Utterly dangerous.
That is a very heavy incident for Ellie Pelletier and Team Falcon there. Hopefully it's not too much damage, but judging by the state of that car and the accident it's just had, I think they'll be in the pits for a long time. Such a shame. They were running reasonably well. You know, they were P6 at the time in GT3 when they went into the pits. No, a real shame for that squad. A real shame for Ellie as well. She was running very well. So hopefully they can get back out there over the second half of this race and get back out there and keep improving. I do believe they are still in this race. I'm just going to check on the live timing. And it would appear that she is back out on the track. Oh, that's great stuff to see for the Team Falcon squad. Back out there, brilliant to see. Nothing coming in yet from penalty complaints, but I'm sure we will be seeing something very soon from that Team Falcon squad.
Thank goodness for that. But I tell you what, I do feel bad for my puns now.
But yeah, a bit of shouting and puns, I reckon, from.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ellie Pelletier back out, luckily. Hopefully, just a very horrible accident. You know, if that was real life, that would be very much not what you'd want to see. Luckily, this is sim racing, and accidents don't hurt. We're very lucky in that regard. Yeah. In esports, in that you can get away with having violent crashes and just walk away completely unscathed. So that's great stuff to see. Ernest Lappins running a bit wide there as well. Again, just the time that starts to set in. Still the gap hovering around 54 seconds to a P2. But again, like I said, Ernest Lappins, his lap times are just falling. It's now setting 47.8. So he is definitely getting tired in this race.
He's definitely getting tired, but the gap has not decreased at all. If you actually think about it, if it had not been for a spin earlier, he would still be at least 56 or so seconds in front. That is still phenomenal pace from Lappins. Despite his lap times falling down, with, I presume, Paul Holt's lap times falling down as well at the same time, you've got to figure that he's still running on just raw pace alone, trying to be alert as much as he can. But yeah, he is getting tired. There is fatigue going on in there. But you don't deny that Ernest Lappins knows what he's doing for the most part. Seriously.
We've got another replay from this is the onboard of the Team Falcon car by the looks of things, and wow, that's a huge accident.
From that point of view, that is absolutely scary.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Luckily, the car manages to right itself and they can keep going. Luckily, they were only one corner away from the pits as well. That's a huge incident for that Team Falcon car, and it's good to see them back out on track. Ellie Pelletier and Team Falcon currently P27 overall. They have fallen down the order a bit, just a little bit after that. They are currently P11 in the GT3 category now. A shame to see for them, but at least they are still going. Anyway, back to the lead battle. Not really a battle, just Ernest Lappins out the front. And you were mentioning how Paul Holt's time they have dropped as well. Not to the level that Ernest has, because Ernest was lapping considerably faster than Paul Holt, and now they are running about equal lap times, but they have definitely dropped off. It's getting to that stage in the race where the drivers are very much getting tired now.
Yeah, I mean the gap has decreased a little bit, but it's not decreased significantly as Ernest is, because he's been out there for more time than Paul Holt has, and he's coming for, was it at least, has he been in the car for at least an hour, or is it less than that?
I'm not too sure. I'll tell you on that.
But let's presume it's less. Yeah, let's presume it's less. And Paul Holt doesn't really have that much time in the car, so you have to think that Paul's still trying to get used to the car as much as he can. But bear in mind, he's against Ernest Lappins, who is practically trying to get into his prime, and he's been in the car for, well, since the beginning of the race. You have to think that, yeah, practically the same amount of time for both cars, and yeah, the fatigue is definitely settling in for Ernest. So maybe Holt's catching up, maybe Ernest is consolidating his lead, who knows? But what we do know is that the lead is still at a considerable gap and not deteriorating as many would expect it.
Indeed, but still, we'll have to see what happens in the second stint. Obviously, when it gets out, I'm sure Roland Sukes will be able to put in some more monster lap times for that number 4 AFP car. And another man who's been in the car for a long time in the other AFP car is Jeff Closer in the 38, still leading the way. He's got a lap now ahead of Eric Kuchenberger in the Team MRTI Ferrari. I believe that TTF have had a pit stop, and that's why they're down from second place. And yeah, Closer, he's been in the car a long time, and that BMW has just been super solid out the front. So it's really good to see that they've managed to keep it clean as well. So that's really good stuff from them.
Really good stuff from Jeff Closer indeed. I mean, just the FP guys in the GT3 have been absolutely superb. There's no question about it whatsoever. I mean, just what else do I need to say about them? The GT3, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, that's what I have to say on that. Back to LMP2 for a bit. The AFP guys are now increasing their lead again by a second or two ahead of Fair Racing. We're looking at Christopher Kainek, whose team Mugen Sim Racing was leading the race at the beginning, but of course slid down a bit after their fuel misdemeanors, going along right in 7th. But they were. That's one of my predictions that I thought was going to consolidate right at the front, but turns out I was wrong in that prediction at the very least, as well as Evolution and NetRex. But don't count anything yet. We're just halfway distance. There's still plenty of time to go.
Exactly. Mugen obviously had that fuel fiasco earlier when they missed the pit box and ran out of fuel on the way in on the second lap. Currently down in P7, 2 laps down on Ernest Lappins. They've managed to work their way back up, so at least they've got that going for them. So we will have to see how they do over the second half of the race. Mm-hmm. And, here is the DDoS car, Joseph Fagg. We're having a very strong race in P4. You always seem to be around the podium, DDoS. Never quite there, but they always seem to benefit off of other drivers having incidents. And yeah, the DDoS cars, they're a quick team. Very nice livery as well. Obviously, Alex Tunbridge was doing really well earlier. Joseph Fagg, I'm sure, is going to put in a monster stint now as well. And just looking at the GTE category, the number 20 Pinsim Drillers Esports car is leading the way now with a... Yeah, it's doing very, very well, isn't it? With Bojan Bogdanov at the wheel. I still think they have to box. So I think over the one Akko car of Bojan Millen in the 18 is going to overtaking it. But again, the 20 Pinsim Drillers Esports doing a huge job of going from that really early incident, then having the sister car retire due to a connection issue, now all the way back into P1. It's a very solid job from them.
Yeah, and it's particularly that one Echo car at the very beginning that spun out, I believe. I dropped down a few places in that particular category, or was it GT3? I'm just a little bit confused on that one.
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that one? I just didn't quite hear that.
The one Echo car in second place in GTE, they were leading this race, weren't they? In either in GTE or GT3. They spun out at the very beginning of the race and lost a huge amount of positions. I'm not too sure if that was in GTE or GT3. If it was GTE, they made significant gains. Really made significant gains, to say that much.
Yeah, that one Akko car was the one which had the spin on about lap 4, or around about theirs anyway. And here is Bojan, seems to the number 20 Pinsim Drillers Esports car. Just a replay here. I'm not sure if there's a spin, and that is definitely a spin. Heading into the backs into the wall, manages to keep it going. Hopefully not too much damage, possibly to the rear of the car. They still have a 2-second gap, 3-second gap here over one Akko, so it seems to have just about got away with it. The rear wing stayed attached as well, so that was the main thing. But again, we're now starting to see yeah, sorry, apologies, just losing my head a little bit there. We're now starting to see the mistakes seeping in as he continues round. And
practically the one Echo car is really closing up, because after after Bojan Bogdanov actually spun out at the sunset corner, sunset hairpin, whatever it's called. When he backed up into the wall, he didn't lose his wing, but you have to imagine that the wing has taken some significant damage, or the suspension along that line. So you could see him losing a bit of time. There we go. He's losing a couple of tenths already. The Pinsim esports driver, and you could see one Echo climbing up, hopefully within the next 5 laps, if he puts his foot down. And already, when I'm talking now, only a couple of tenths. There we go. He's just over 2 seconds behind. Look at that.
Exactly. The gap is getting closer and closer. It appears that driller's car must have some sort of damage on the rear. Maybe it's suspension, maybe it's error. We don't know. Let's see if he manages to hold it in one piece this time. A few times a big wobble, and he's going very slowly through there. I presume we're going to see him dive into the pits, but no. Bojan Bogdanov's decided to carry on. Obviously feels that the damage is not too bad. He lost 0.4 of a second in that corner. That's clearly some rear damage somewhere. And hopefully it's not too bad. They can probably fix it at the next stop. And continue to go over that one Akko car, pulling them in. Bojan Millen is catching them at a very, very rapid rate. And with the damage to the Pinsim Drillers Esports number 20, I don't think it's going to be particularly hard to overtake him.
Yeah. Look at the gap has decreased again. There's definitely a problem with the Pinsim Drillers Esports car. There's definitely a problem. I mean, look at that. 1.1, 1.2 seconds behind. Bojan Millen is definitely coming up. He's coming up, and Bogdanov needs to be alert, and he needs to defend for his life now. He needs to defend for his life for that position, seriously.
He does indeed. He's going to need to put on a big defensive display. But I'm sure he will, as he's just you can just see the one Akko car just pulling him in further and further through the slower sections. It's not as much of a problem, but coming up to Sunset Bend, that's where it really is. We saw last lap 0.5 of a second, and you can just see the gaps getting smaller. You can visibly see the one Akko car pulling him in. And I'm fairly certain to say that we are about to see an overtake for a lead change here in GTE. Obviously not what the number 20 car wanted, but you know, it's an endurance race. Anything can happen. You know, crashes are part of motorsport. Obviously, a mistake is never what you need, and you can just see here how little the gap is. and I'm sure you're going to see the Wanaka car pulling out of the slipstream, or even if he doesn't, just going around the outside, because he will just have that much more grip. And he's got the slipstream, looks to the inside, darts to the inside, on the brakes, and there you go, into the lead.
That spin earlier has cost Jules dearly, seriously. If he did not spin out at Sunset Corner and backed off into the wall, he would still be leading now. But now it's the case of the one Echo car back where it belongs at the front. Let's have a look at this again. Down the inside, and he just makes it that simple. He just makes it simple, just going through Sunset Corner. I'd say brilliant driving from Boya Millen.
Indeed. And we can see now Ernest Lappin still going strong up the front. 142 laps through. Just
and now sorry for interrupting you. We're now been told that the Pinsim Drillage driver is now in the pits. That's why he had to relinquish the lead. I presume to try and change the rear wing to make it much more stable, or maybe something else. I don't know, but it's definitely costing Jules dearly.
Indeed. And I'm sure they'll be heading back out with a fresh set of rubber, some fresh fuel, and a fresh rear wing to boot. Hopefully it doesn't cost them too much time in the pit lane. We'll have to see what it's like when they come out, as we continue to follow Mr. Lappins around here, just on his forever on his quest out there to just dominate the field. Still 53 seconds to the Fair Racing team. It's I know we've said it time and time again, but it has been an absolutely monster performance from this man.
I'm still trying to question if he's still human or not.
I don't even know myself, to be honest.
I'm still questioning it, seriously. Meanwhile, we'll talk about this as a penalty for Ben's McIntyre. Yeah, there's a penalty for him. Wasn't he the one that actually knocked out Ellie?
I don't believe so. Well, I was just checking the reports, and they've decided that in fact was a racing incident, because it appears that Pelletier moved over to the left, while the LMP2, the Omicron car, moved over to the right. So they've the stewards have ruled that a racing incident. So I'm not too sure, to be honest. But yeah, penalty there for. I mean, every possibility it could just be for cut tracks. There's obviously a limit for 6 cut tracks in this race. Once you hit that limit, you get a drive through and it resets. So. That could just involve, running wide out of one corner, cutting another corner completely. As we see Ernest getting a bit wide there, coming into the S's.
Yeah, he's still 54 seconds ahead. Turns out I was actually wrong about the guy who fought the God penalty. Ben's McIntyre was actually the offender, because the offender was in the LMP2, not in GT3, is it GTE or GT3? And yeah, I got that absolutely wrong. So yeah, moving back to what we'll just talk about Ernest. 54 seconds ahead. Even though he's making a couple of mistakes along the way, he's still got that huge amount of lead. It's absolutely unbelievable. Seriously.
It is a monster step from him. Now, here's a driver who and the team, I believe, we've barely said anything about. Wyatt Hackley for a Hyper team, currently chasing down John Nelson in the Omicron car. They've been very quiet this race, the Hyper team. They've been near the back of the pack in the LMP2 field. Still obviously there's still a couple hours to go in this race, so there's still time to get things done. And that gap to John Nelson does seem to be going down. I'm not sure if Nelson has damage or not. But it's they've been reasonably quiet today. It's been one of those races where there's been a few teams up the front who have really just been stealing the show, shall we say? They've the AFP, the Wanako cars, the Drillers cars, the Fair Racing team. They've all been running so close to the front and just really stealing all the limelight, all the screen time here on the VMG TV. So hopefully they can give us a bit of a show as this race continues, as they just come around to lap the AFP number 38 car on their way round through Le Mans Curve and onto the Almond Straight now. Although this is where you can really see the pace difference between the LMP2 cars and the GT3 cars. They are just so much quicker in a straight line and in the corners. It is actually just really quite scary almost, as they continue to just shoot off into the distance. Jeff Closer here has a lap on Eric Kuchenberger. That AFP number 38 is sitting very, very pretty. And I must say, you know, the AFP team, they've been pretty dominant in a lot of leagues recently. They've just have to have a very, very strong driver line, a very strong, you know, team organisation. But, you know, this has been on another level today, hasn't it, Ron?
Yeah, it has been. Oh, we got a replay. Ethan Lim, I believe. Let's have a look at this coming out of the last corner, and oh no!
Just loses it out of the first corner. Manages to keep it going in a straight line.
I talk about going out on a limb to not keep that on the road. I'm sorry, I can't resist. I just can't resist.
Hide your wives and hide your kids, because Ron Squire's on a roll with the puns. Anyway,
Yeah.
you were
So,
saying the AFP domination.
yeah. Dear me, I can't help myself. But seriously though, it's sad for Ethan to cash out like that. But he's still in the race, which is what matters. Anyway, let's have a look at this. Wyatt Hackley for Hyper Team, 11 seconds behind. Not much hope in that team at this moment in time. Yeah. Omnicron, they were leading for a good few laps, I believe.
They were.
Yeah, they were.
In the race.
Actually, more than a few laps, wasn't it?
Yeah, early on in the race, they were very much the dominant force, you know, managing to hold off the fair racing car. And Lachon did everything he could and just couldn't get past them.
Yeah, and so also with like Evolution and NetRex, I believe. Oh, that was one of the NetRex
That
cars.
is the Omicron car.
No, there's Omicron car of John Nelson. So what happened there? Sunset Corner. We don't know what's happened there, but Hackley's going to catch up shortly. Here we go. Here's a replay. Did he spin here? Yes, he did.
He's on his own. He's had a pretty rough stint, John Nelson. It's not been too great for him, especially when you consider, you know, his teammate, you know, was leading the race earlier. Patrick Silvassi was had a big stint earlier, and John Nelson he's had a comparatively poor, but disappointing to see there for the Omicron Sim Racing team. I'm hopeful that they'll be able to catch up over the remainder of the race and prove their worth here at Sebring.
Yeah, they will prove their worth, but we don't know if it's going to be with John Nelson or not. We'll have a look at his rear wing, I believe, going down. Nearly, he's gone off. Yeah, he's having a bad time. He's absolutely 100% having a bad time. Is John Nelson? I
think his tyres might be off. I think it's time for John Nelson to get out of the car because he's tired, or to come and get some new tyres.
How long has he been in the car?
I believe an hour or two. He's not been in particularly long. Compared to Ernest Lappens, anyway.
Yeah, compared to Ernest Lappens, it's nothing. But an hour and a half in an endurance race. Come on, you can do better than that. A good an hour or more, then you can get out of it. But an hour and a half, please. You can do a little bit more than that, surely.
It's off John Nelson. He was running very, very strongly early on, and he's just over this, you know, the back end of this stint has just completely fallen off the pace. I'm not sure if there was just a mental block that came in, maybe he made a mistake. And the pace has just fallen out the window, but it's a big shame to see for that Omicron team. Hopefully he can just reset himself over the coming laps, or maybe they just need to have a driver change, get him out of the car, get someone else in. Just get out there and, you know, start banging in some laps and get back up the order, because that's what they desperately need right now, I believe. On.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at the race direction channel. We just received a report about why McIntyre has got a penalty earlier. It was actually on our leader, Slappins. According to this, car 4 pushed car 39 off the track. That's why Slappins at corner 7 to hairpin after a dive bomb. So I presume.
And there's
overtake.
Wyatt Hackley up the outside.
No, not enough.
Not quite. He's still managing to hang around though. And we've said how John Nelson's not having a good time. He's about to get overtaken by Wyatt Hackley here, who is all over the back.
Then the hype will increase. Will the hype increase for the hype team?
We'll have to see. It looks like that's the Fair Racing team coming to lap them both anyway. Obviously they are, because they are the same category, they are entitled to let them through, which is not what Wyatt Hackley is doing right now, but we should see them going past on their own accord, and they are fast enough. But if the Fair Racing team feels like they have ignored blue flags, they do have all reason to submit a complaint, and we could see the Hyper team getting a penalty here. Hopefully they do move out of the way. Oh, and there's contact there. Between a Porsche and Wyatt Hackley, just seemed to slide out, just coming too fast into the corner. I mean, I guess he got out of the way of the Fair Racing team car, but
yeah,
that's
because that seemed like an unfair advantage or not. I'm not too sure. Unfair, fair.
That's not what we want to see there from Wyatt Hackley sliding into that Porsche. Really,
and
not too good there. The TCC Motorsport Porsche just getting knocked off the track there.
And not
looks like it hasn't got any damage, so hopefully it should be able to continue. And looks like he's all okay to continue. Here's Wyatt Hackley. He's now 1.5 seconds down on John Nelson. Going to probably try and follow this Fair Racing car through, and maybe try and get John Nelson when he has the chance. You can see in the top list your class leaders. We've got Ernest Lappins in the Abstinio Force Polonia car, Millen in the Wanaco car, and then Jeff Closer in the Abstinio Force Polonia car in the GT3. It's two leaders. It's two cars in the lead for the team AFP. It's pretty good stuff. And here's the replay from Wyatt Hackley. Just too much speed into the corner. Too much speed into the corner. Loses the rear end trying to turn it in. Just touches the Porsche. Easily done. Could possibly get a penalty if the TCC team decide to complain. And that's unfortunate stuff. From then, hopefully we don't see many of that. Luckily, the car got away with very little damage.
My guess is that he might receive the penalty soon. But yeah, it was a little bit of an unfair advantage to the guy that Hackley pushed out of the way, I believe, in the last few penultimate corners. But though John Nelson has got a little bit of a lifeline, or has he right now? We don't know, because he's actually right at the back. Hackley's right at the back of Nelson now. He might make an overtake here, perhaps. We have no idea. Meanwhile, Netrex boys are in the pits.
And, it looks like the next pit stops are coming in for the LMP2 cars. This is John Nelson's time to shine, and we can see the Fair Racing team heading into the pits as well. But yeah, this is John Nelson's time to shine, defend off Wyatt Hackley, and prove that he's got the stuff. He may not have the pace, but at least he's got the racecraft, hopefully. We'll have to see as Wyatt Hackley draws ever closer. I'm sure we'll also see Ernest Lappins coming into the pits any moment for the driver swap with Roland Sukes. He's done a monster stint, has Ernest. It's been phenomenal to watch, I must say.
Yeah. We've just got another one here on the race direction. Be filled in by someone from TCF Racing, opposing Maximilian Kalinic for Black Hawk Racing. Basically, the description is this: Kalinic spins due to previous incident, ends up rejoining dangerously, right in front of a car and losing the lead and damaging the front. That's the driver at the time was Hago Poom for TTF Racing. I believe that's in the GTE category, I believe, or no, GT3, I believe. And yeah, that's bad news for TTF. So yeah, we'll have a look on that. Meanwhile, Hackley goes wide at the high-speed corners just then. We'll have a look at that in a bit, maybe. But meanwhile, Netrex have got Danny Van Der Neet behind the wheel, and he is a quick man, I tell you that much. Very quick man.
Indeed, we saw earlier that Danny Van Der Neet really applying the pressure to the different teams ahead, and he's very much a very quick driver. So hopefully that improves Netrex's chances. It was a great stint by their previous driver, but now Danny Van Der Neet is in the car. He will be looking to up their pace, hopefully. As we head on now, that's the Omicron sim racing car. Because John Nelson has been relieved of the pressure of Wyatt, I believe, or not. There's a replay here. Oh no, was there a spin perhaps? And
let's have a look here.
Oh dear.
Oh.
So Wyatt,
he's been too ambitious. He shouldn't have.
Yeah, just carried too much speed through the final corner and spun.
All he needed to do was just let go of the throttle a bit, and that way he was still, even though he'll lose a couple of tenths, it's better than losing more than a few seconds.
It's better than getting damage to your car as well.
Yeah.
So we will have to see how if John Nelson perhaps has any damage to the rear as well. That tap could have been caused a little bit of damage on the rear end. And here's Wyatt again running very, very wide off the track. I believe this is this is just the replay from earlier. And you can see John Nelson just getting a bit squiggly as well. Ryan Hackley's he's having a bit of a commotion on his previous couple laps.
Previous commotion is one way of saying it, and certainly no hype going into that team. But though Hackley is still on the road here, and there we go, penalty confirmed for Maximilian Kalinic for his incident on Hygo Poom in the GT3 category, so he should be coming into the pits very, very soon. Yeah, that's confirmed. Yeah, that's bad news. Yeah, bad news indeed.
And the leader is in the pits. AFP number 4 is in the pits. So I believe that will be Ernest Lappins getting out the car and Roland Sukes getting in the car. There he is. Penalty for Wyatt Hackley as well. Steward panel. Dangerous rejoining causing a collision we can see in the steward's panel. But there is Ernest Lappins in the pits. And there is Roland Sukes in the car. Ernest Lappins, his day is done. What an absolutely monster stint from that boy.
It's absolutely brilliant from Ernest Lappins, I tell you that much. Now Roland Sukes has got a monster of a task to appear to. Unless he goes for a couple of hours or so, then that's fine. But Roland Sukes has got a huge mountain to, well, maintain the lead. Really, the lead has decreased down, but so hopefully he can still live up that name. And we also got, I believe, that is the Evolution car in the pits, is it, or is it one I'm not too sure.
That is the Omicron car in the pits there. John Nelson, I should will be coming in for a driver swap. I'm just going to try and convince Ernest to come in the interview room.
I believe it's a penalty because I'm having a look here. There's been a report filed in by Mugen Sim Racing for their driver Ben's McIntyre. Opposing John Nelson for this. Car number 5 tried to dive bomb car number 39, locked the brakes, spun the car and crashed into 39, causing damage to the car. So that's Ben's McIntyre for Mugen Sim Racing by John Nelson. We've got Ernest in the commentary box. Hello, Ernest.
How are you doing, Ernest? You okay?
I'm okay, mate.
That's good to hear. That was an absolutely monster stint you just did there. Do you want to tell us how it went? I mean, over 4 hours in the car. That's huge stuff.
Well, I did one extra stint at the end because Roland had the same problem that everyone's having with the mod, but we fixed it somehow. And yeah, so I had to do one extra stint. We originally planned to do 4 hours each because the driver swaps take like 15 seconds. And I don't think the other teams realized that before it was too late, so we gained like at least, let's say, 30 seconds or 40 seconds on most people.
4 hours in each for each stint. Your legs must be feeling absolutely cream crackered right now. Actually, unbelievable stint. So, and of course, you had some way to actually get up here since you started lowly down the grid. Do you think you're achieving your goal so far?
Yeah, there's still 3 hours to go in the race, but I think the start was pretty fun for me because I went from like last to P4 in not even a couple of corners. I literally just went from last to P4 on the straight. I was surprised that I didn't take anyone out, but I don't know. I guess it's just my luck playing into.
That's fair enough. Now, just a general question for anyone who's watching who may not be so familiar with yourself and the AFP team. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself and AFP?
Well, AFP. I started AFP with my friend Anthony around I would say 7 months ago, and at the start, basically, we just survived on leeching off of other teams' drivers. But since then, we've built up our own roster, so to say. So yeah, we've grown a lot in the past couple of months, and hopefully we can go even more.
It's brilliant stuff here, Ernest. I don't have any more questions. Ron, have you got anything else for him?
All I can say is a little bit of advice. Just make sure you get plenty of rest because you actually deserve it after what happened so far today. You really were a monster in that stint, seriously.
Thanks, man. Well,
And we can just see on the screen the onboard of Ernest, his race start. So we can see, or not what, and we can just see him straight away just getting boxed off by the Omicron card. You know, really fantastic start there, and just just diving up the inside of everyone. Just phenomenal stuff. Your teammate on the outside. That was Mika at the start of it, yeah. But yeah, fantastic job, Ernest. Really well done. Really big stint. And yeah, thank you for letting us interview you. It's been a pleasure.
yeah, thanks, Ron, and not only Ron, thanks Ross as well. But I'm good with the sleep because I slept almost 20 hours yesterday because I took a bit too much sleeping pills accidentally.
Wow.
That's fair enough.
No wonder you went for a monster stint.
Yep. No. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for.
All right, thank you, Ernest, very much. See you later.
See you.
Ernest Lappins, ladies and gentlemen, who's just put in the stint of the century, if you ask me. Brilliant stuff from the AFP man there. Now, if there's anyone else who does want to get interviewed, please do just let us know. It's in that stage of the race where most of the first drivers are now out of the car. So please do just let us know if you want to get interviewed. We will happily interview you. And yeah, just let us know, please do. But back to the action now. And we can see here, Christopher Kienek in the Musion car has managed to work his way up to P6, but Jacob Pegg is chasing him down in the satellite racing car. That Musion car that was leading early on was doing so well, and then just missed the pit box, as so many did. Ernest did himself. Early on, they had a stop and go penalty for an incident, and Ernest missed the pit box. Was luckily able to reverse it up, but the Musion car were not, and they ended up running out of fuel on the next lap. They're just cutting it slightly too fine. So it's good to see them working their way up to a P7, although they are now in P6 because I believe they are in the pits. And Jacob Pegg has just flown past them. So yep, that tells me they're in the pits. Christopher Kienek, possibly a driver swap coming on here. But yeah, good stuff. The Musion Sim Racing team, they've managed to get going. Again, it's, as we just follow Jacob Pegg around here, nap 153 out of 268. It's coming up to 5 to 6 Greenwich Mean Time, which means there is about 3 hours to go in this race, roughly. Give or take a few laps. It's yeah, it's been running very, very smoothly, I must say, as we just continue to follow. This is the Blackhawk Racing, the leaders of the GTE, and oh dear, oh dear, oh, and straight into the barrier, and that is a DNF for the leaders of the GTE category. So yet again, the leaders in the GTE category finding themselves out, and now Wanako have just found themselves in the lead.
That is absolutely a shame for Blackhawk, seriously.
That's just so disappointing. That's such a simple mistake to make, and with such dire consequences. I'm not sure who was in the car at the time, but I'm sure they are not going to be happy at all. I'm just yeah, that's really not what you want to do. Very, very disappointing from them. Yeah, they were leading so well, and that's, you know, unlike the Drillers number 17, which had there's no, it appears they had no rear wing on their car. So they've made a mistake earlier in the lap and just spun round trying to go too quickly. That's devastating for that team. You know, as I was saying, unlike the number 17 Pinsim Drillers Esports team, which was leading early on and then had a disconnect, DNF because of that. That Blackhawk team just DNFing because of a mistake from a driver, and that is just absolutely heartbreaking to see on lap 154. But here is now your leader, Boya Millen, in the Wanako car, who's again locked into the lead a bit. He's got a 78-second buffer to the number 20 Pinsim Drillers Esports car behind him.
And I believe he's back in the lead after what happened earlier between him and Boyan Bogdanov, because I remember when he had his when Boyan Bogdanov was driving for Pinsim Jewelers, he spun at Sunset Bend, went to the back, damaged his rear wing, and it took a couple of laps for the 1A car of Borja Millen to catch up and pass him at the same corner. That's the unbelievable stuff, really.
It is unbelievable stuff as we follow around Boyer here as he just laps. I believe that was Ellie Pelletier there. Yes, it was in the Team Falcon car. Presumably she is still in the Team Falcon car, of course. After that very, very big accident she had earlier. This is the black car. This will be why they lost their rear wing coming into Sunset Bend. Just, losing the rear of the car. Someone has done an into the wall and not immediately coming into the pits. That's a mistake on the behalf of the Blackhawk driver. That should have been immediately into the pit lane. And they've not done so for reasons I'm not quite sure. That's devastating for the Blackhawk team, just making that tiny mistake in Sunset Bend, and that is a corner really that I'm just spinning in the first corner as well. Surely by this moment you know that there's a problem and you'd be going slowly, try and get that code 80 call so you know that you can make it all the way and just put the pit limiter on and drive off the track. That's just, I mean, it's partly disappointing, but partly, you know, you can't, that is a full driver error, and that is really it's heartbreaking, obviously, but I can't sit here and feel bad because that is, you know, that could have been easily presented. Obviously a tiny mistake in Sunset Bend, that it's a brutal corner that does spit you up and to chew you up and spit you out if you do, you know, treat it incorrectly. But then after that, you know, with no rear wing, surely you'd have noticed by the first corner that the car is not okay. Surely you'd noticed on the damage map that the car is okay. So that is a complete mistake on the driver's behalf there, and he should have jumped immediately into the pits. So all of that work undone by a very, very stupid error, I must say.
Yeah, very stupid error indeed. Back to the front, Roland Zooks seems to materialize his lead as much as he can. When it came out, it was around 40 seconds or something when it came out. Now it's around 41 seconds. So consolidating the lead rather nicely for him, but we'll have to wait and see what happens next, I think.
Indeed, Roland Zooks obviously is that AFP car's been setting the time towards a light, and I believe it still is. It's Roland Zooks just crossing the line there, setting a lap of a 1 minute 48.2. The lap times are not as quick as they have been earlier, but saying that, Christopher Kianek and the Mugen Sim Racing cars just set a purple middle sector. So that's I'm just going to keep my eye peeled on the live timing. Yeah, the lap times have definitely dropped from earlier on. I'm not sure if it's condition change or something like that, but there is definitely something strange going on with the track. Obviously that yellow's still out in sector 1 for that glitch with the bollard on the track, which is unfortunate, but we can't really do much about that. That's just the rFactor caution system. You can see the man up on the flag post is having a great time. He's having the highlight of his career, just waving a yellow flag the entire race. Good on you, mate.
Yep.
As we continue to follow Roland Zooks. Paul Holt appears to be slightly faster at this stage in the race, but I believe that Paul Holt's also had a longer in the car, so the tyres are going to be more alive, and he's going to be more used to where the track is at. And he's also going to have slightly less fuel as well, so he will be able to go faster. So that's definitely something to keep your eye on as we just continue to follow them around now. In the fair racing car, Paul Holt, who's also been in the car for quite a while now, I must say, just pushing that Porsche a little bit out of the way to try and get some time going. Here is Eric Kuchenberger, currently P3 in class, with Giuseppe Saracino ahead of him in the TTF car. He's only 4.5 seconds down in the Team MLTI car, both in Ferrari 488 GT3s, and you can see there just going through the hairpin is the TTF car. It's the AFP car and the BMW. Again, that's it's even more dominant than the LMP2 car, isn't it, Ron?
Yeah, very dominant indeed. Yeah, so that, like I said, nothing much has really changed over the last few laps now. So everyone seems to be settling down into it again, and I believe was that Yannick Bock? I believe is back into the car for Evolution, or is he still in the car? I'm not too sure.
No, he did get out of the car. Yannick was part of the Spa Invitational event the other day. I believe he was in the the F3 race, a lot of drivers were in it in this series, so I'm sure you'll see a couple drivers just maybe taking it perhaps a little bit slower than they used to, partially because they wouldn't have been able to practice for this because they were practicing for the official rFactor 2 Squire Invitational, and they will also have been tired for that as a result. So that is something to keep in mind. Yannick Bock was one of them. I didn't watch the entire event the whole way through. I may have slightly been playing FIFA, but he was when I was keeping my eye on it, he was definitely up the front of the F3 field. So he's certainly not a slow driver in that Evolution Motorsports car, which is down in P6, slowly pulling in Jacob Pegg in P5 Satellite Racing. So it's been kind of hanging around the mid-pack, or the back end of the mid-pack the entire race, so it's certainly done okay for itself as he just passes a Corvette there. And so just coming through now into the last couple corners, now into Le Mans Bend. Let's see what he does. He does use a lot of the track on the entry, and then uses again all the curve, and yes, taking some of the grass with him as well. That's a corner where you really can make a lot of time if you get it right. You can really just, in the GTE anyway, because I've only ever driven this circuit in GTE cars, you can really just throw the car over the bumps and just carry so much speed out onto the Almond Straight and then through Sunset Bend as well. Managing to keep it all stable, getting really close to the wall there. So very close to our man on the flag stand, still having a great time waving that yellow flag.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely, the race is definitely settling into its rhythm, I must say, as we continue to go round. Yannick Bock still following him round as well. He's definitely closed that gap to Jacob Pegg. Yeah, the gap closing in now. 158 of 268. 110 laps to go of this event. Rono, how's your... Oh, there's a car off there. And Yannick Bock is all taking a bit of dust with him. That was what car was that? It was a GTE Porsche, I can tell you that much. Mm-hmm. That was the TCC Motorsport Porsche 911, the number 22 car. I'm not too sure what happened. Nick Moore at the wheel of that, just obviously running a little bit off as he came up onto the Fangio Straight. Very, very weird incident there, but managed to keep it going, of course. Good stuff to see. It's we've been very, very lucky in this race. We have not had a single code 80 over the entire event. So that's,
which is lucky in itself.
Yeah, here's the replay of it. I assume they just lit the tyres up coming out of the corner. Yep. Oh, into the wall. That's going to cause some damage. Just getting too greedy on the throttle, and you can see there the car is not happy as they turn it into that next corner. That's got some big suspension damage, that, as I would, yep, and again onto the grass, just clipping, and across the track again. Lucky nobody hit it there. I tell you, a big hit, just, I mean, it shows what a cruel mistress this track can be. Obviously the sim racing gods giveth and the sim racing gods taketh away, but that was just getting too greedy on the throttle, and the track claiming another victim. Sebring obviously very, very harsh on the drivers. It's a very much an unforgiving circuit. There is little runoff if you make a mistake, and it's so easy to make a mistake here, such as the nature of the track with the bumps in the fast corners. It just spits you out. It is brutal, but that's why people love racing here. So it is so rewarding when you get it right. It can really be very, very satisfying to do so. As we continue to follow Yannick Bock around, coming through now. Lap 159, almost on to laps 160. Just checking the time. We've got 3 hours until this event ends, and it is I've still got 100 laps to go-ish. I'm just conscious of the fact that we should make the end, but I'm not too sure, because if it's taking us, this long to go nearly 160 laps, it's we've still got another 108 to go. So I'm not entirely sure we'll make the end, because it's been 5 hours to get this far. So we may see not full distance covered. Obviously the lap times have not quite been what we would have expected, so it may not be the full Sebring 1000 event that you came in to watch. But my oh my, it's gonna be close at the end anyway, hopefully.
Yes, it is. the gap has increased between AFP and Fair Racing Team by a good second or so. I believe Holt is not exactly coming to a halt, but he is slowing down a bit. When it goes practically closing up the gap towards there, so you can keep an eye on that if possible. So, but yeah, there's not much action going on at this moment in time, apart from anything happening to any other individuals in the field that might be bad. We're just not too sure. We have to wait and see what happens in the next few laps or so. So really, nothing much I can see at this moment in time.
Indeed, Ron. It's really that's a segment of the race where it can be a little bit of a drag. Obviously, endurance racing. This is an 8-hour race, so it's gonna be an interesting one as we continue to go round. And 6:50 to 5 times. Yeah, just confirmation there from Jacob that we will not have enough time to complete enough laps. We're 62% into the time and 59% into the lap, so it will be close, to be fair. But we are not going to see before 268 laps completed here as we continue to go round. It's just still following on with Yannick Bock here. He's just holding his own and really just going as he will. So, and then back now with Bojan Bogdanov, who's really all over the back of Joseph Fag now in the DDoS car, who've had a very, very strong race, currently running in P2. I wonder what the Pinson Jewelers esports driver can do, Ron, because he's been very, very quick this race, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has been very, very quick this race. But again, we'll have to wait and see. But look at the gap. I'm not too sure, but yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, he could actually do it here, perhaps. No, just about maybe Sunset Bend. That's what he's gonna overtake Sunset Bend.
It has been the action spot on Ron Squire making predictions once again. We'll have to see if he's right in about half a lap's time. Coming up to Collier's corner now. And Bojan Bogdanov is all over the back of the DDoS car here. That Porsche, all it can see is a white and orange Ferrari in its rear view mirror, heading through Tower Corner. Interesting, the Ferrari takes a little bit of the curb there and the Porsche doesn't. I wonder if that's just a personal preference thing or just a mistake. Doesn't seem to gain or lose them any time. They head through now into the faster corners, coming into the chicane. And onto the Le Mans curve. Oh, really sideways.
Oh, no.
And round he goes into the middle of the track. Manages to keep his wheels spinning. Doesn't stall. Doesn't get taken out by anyone. You said it was going to happen to Sunset Bend. I hate to break it to you, Ron, but I don't think it is now.
I don't think it is now. Let's have a look at this again. And here's Bogdanov.
Oh, he just breaks traction on the rear on the way in.
Oh.
Manages to do very well to keep it out of the wall. But just turns in and the rear just breaks loose. Not sure what happened there. But unfortunate for Bogdanov there. 7.8 seconds back now on the DDoS car. Joseph Fag feeling probably quite lucky now. As he can now just relax that little bit. As we continue to head round. Jacob Begg and Yannick Bock now seemingly together. Jacob Begg is probably just got one eye glued to his rearview mirror because Yannick Bock has been very, very fast in that Evolution car, but he is a very, very fast driver. The gap is very, very small now. As we just wait, 0.3 seconds as they came through that corner, and Yannick Bock seems to have got a really good run out of that corner. I don't think he's going to be close enough as they're going to have to go round the lap GTs, and I think he's going to have to make a big dive to get past this Driller's car, and he's actually going to choose to stay behind it, which is going to cost him some time, unfortunately. Yep, just having to back off there for Bogdanov and losing out time to the car in front. That's a real shame. That battle was looking like it was going to be brewing up. Jacob Begg doing a phenomenal job on the satellite car. But Yannick Bock is closing. He was 0.3 faster on that last lap. This lap I suspect it won't be as quick because of the delay. Oh, and Peg running very wide through Tower Corner. Just completely misses the apex. And you can see the gap's now closing because of that as a result. Yannick Bock creeping ever closer. He's going to need a really good exit through Le Mans Corner to have a go up into Sunset Bend. But we will have to see. And actually, as I say that, it's closer, but it's not the exit they would have entirely wanted. The gap just extending a little bit. But it's very close. 3 hours remaining to go. 162 laps completed. And Yannick Bock looking to get a very good exit. He draws a little bit closer to Jacob Pegg. And he does get a good exit. He's still there or thereabouts. Just 4 tenths separating them as they head towards the first corner. There's the DDoS Porsche there, which might get in the way of Jacob Pegg. And it looks like it is, although the DDoS Porsche also runs wide. Jacob Pegg, that's not going to cost him a bit of time. Not too much, though. Yannick Bock hits the brakes a bit early. Just slows down nice and early for that corner. Looking to get a really good exit, which is what he gets into the S's. How does he exit out of the hairpin? Looking backwards, it seems like the gap's just slightly increasing, but Yannick Bock could try a Daniel Ricciardo-style dive bomb into here. Looks to the outside. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but he certainly closes the gaps under braking. Going to try and get the switch back out of the corner. And it's definitely close from the exit of the hairpin. On the way up to Fangio now. Jacob Pegg, all he can see in his rearview mirror is that Evolution Motorsports LMP2 car. See what happens up through Tower Curve. Will Jacob Pegg run wide again? Oh, and Eli Paletti is going to get in the way for Jacob Pegg, and this is really going to allow Yannick Bock to close up to the back of Jacob Pegg. There's Eli Paletti, the person who had a massive accident earlier. Glad to see that she was able to get repairs and still continue, and there is 3 tenths separating them. Yannick Bock gets a better entry through the chicane as well. Does he get a better exit from Le Mans? Yes, he does. The gap is decreasing. How's the run up to Sunset Bend going to be? Let's find out. Barely a tenth separate them. He's going to pull to the inside, last minute to the inside. Yannick Bock, here he goes. Joseph Fag runs incredibly wide to try and get the speed, and I dare I say I believe that's actually quite illegal, as far as I know. So Evolution Motorsports could definitely submit a complaint like that, because he ran so far off the track to keep that position. That was all but Yannick Bock, and although very smart from Jacob Pegg, it was also very illegal. So very disappointing to see such an action. Obviously, you will do anything to do, and we can see here on the replay, he sees the car on the inside and just goes straight on to try and get the widest line possible, just to run up the inside. And I'm sure we will be seeing a complaint coming in from Evolution Motorsports anytime soon. And Yannick Bock still all over the back of Jacob Pegg though, and Jacob Pegg's got really sideways out of that corner, and there goes Yannick Bock through. There you have it, easy as that. Jacob Pegg just getting too greedy on the throttle with the Evolution car through up to P5. But it's still 2 tenths between them, or 3 tenths now. Jacob Pegg could try something different. Now he's following Yannick Bock. He can see his lines, he can see where the Evolution driver is going and doing differently, and try and catch up perhaps. But no, Yannick Bock is taking this opportunity to bolt off into the distance. Jacob Pegg can do nothing but just watch. I'd assume that his tyres are just not in a state to compete. And the gap already at 1.2 seconds. Not even half a lap later. Yannick Bock, great move there. Just keeping my eye on the race direction for a complaint from the Evolution car. Because I'm expecting something. You can see that. Oh, that's incredibly wide from Jacob Pegg. I'm not sure if he was trying to leave Yannick Bock out to dry and then just made a mistake on the corner exit. Incredibly hard racing there. Yannick Bock up into P5.
Nicely done by Yannick Bock there. Bock. Why did I say bog? Maybe I just come off the bock. I don't know.
Here's Roland Sukes leading the way. Paul Holt is currently lapping slower than him, so he's got a 40-second gap still. That AF T car still very dominant. Last lap of 1 minute 48.8. Over 2 seconds slower than Ernest Lappin's best time, but still quicker than Paul Holt. So
still faster. And I noticed that the gap has actually gone down a few seconds. Actually, just noticed that. It was 41 or 42, and now it's 39.
Indeed. So, still around the 40-second mark, but Paul Holt trying desperately to close that gap. As we come up to 100 laps to go, although we won't achieve those 100 laps because you will run out of time before the end of this race. The maximum time limit will be hit.
I presume the leftover laps will be like 5-4 laps, presumably?
I'm not expecting it to be many. I wouldn't expect it to be more than 8 or 9. But we are not going to make the end. I can confirm that. So, here at Sebring, Paul Holt, he is in the Fair Racing team. You can just see on board, there's Ellie Pelletier in front of him. I do still believe it is Ellie Pelletier in that car. I'll just double check for you. And I
wouldn't be surprised if she's out of the car after what happened earlier to her.
Yeah, she is out of the car. So David Peter now in the car. Apologies for that. Obviously, Ellie Pelletier having that hugely violent accident was not ideal. What you would want to see. Luckily, there was only one corner to go until the pit lane, so they managed to crawl it back. And also lucky that the car managed to right itself on 4 wheels and just undergo the repairs in the pits. You can see here Paul Holt still going around. Let's see if we can go on board with him for a lap, shall we? Now I'll give you the masterclass. Run as close to the wall as you can into turn 1. Brake, downshift, bring it in. Run as close to that wall as you can, then just let it hang out. Take the curb, but not too much. Into turn 2, keep turning. Brake earlier than you think. You want to turn in actually very early for this corner. So the seemingly early apex. Just clip the curb here and again turn in very early for the S's. Run as much curb as you wish on the outboard here. Don't smash that inside wall because that'll be the end of your race. Also, don't run too wide either. Just passing the lap car here, then brake now. Bang onto the brake. Slow it down for the hairpin. Bring it round, and then just make sure you keep turning through here, else you lose a bit of momentum. Up through Fangio straight now. I actually want to keep fairly central to the track here. It's quicker than if you run wide. And again, turn in very early. And again for Collier's Corner, be careful of the rear of the car at Collier's Corner. That's where you are going to lose the traction. And again, keep it in the middle of the track for Tower Bend. Nice and early turn in. It's a very satisfying corner. Use the camber of the turn. And now this incredibly fast section, as you can see, over the curbs. Paul Holt not quite using all of them. Then again, use everything you can through here. Hang it to the inside for Le Mans. Lovely jubbly. Onto the curbs on the outside, and now it's just a big long straight. Almond straight. 1 corner to go of Sunset Bend. Let's see how Paul Holt tackles this corner, as there's different lines you can definitely take. Runs very tight on the way in and misses the second apex, and just runs it out as close as he can to the wall. There's your onboard lap with Paul Holt. Very nice lap. He's got Ricardo Costa hunting him down at the moment in the 1 ACO car. He's currently 35 seconds back. We're just seeing the pit lane there in the background is the Team MRTI car, P3 and GT3 at the moment. I'm not sure if they're having a driver swap or not. It's every possibility that they are.
But I will say that was a good lap from Holt, to be fair. An absolutely brilliant lap. Yeah, we'll just see what happens next. Again, not much action happening in the race because now, as I said before, everyone's practically settled down now. So, about to see what happens.
We will indeed. Here's the Team Falcon car, which we keep rambling on about how that big accident earlier. Dean Clavier at the wheel, chasing down Danny De Haas in the number 53 car, Global Endurance Racing. It's about 8.5 seconds behind. Obviously, there's still a long time to go, so we can just chase it down. That Porsche's seen a lot. It's been a bit on its roof, so it's the fact it's still going is very good to see. Even if it is now down in P9. And it does appear to be just closing up to Danny De Haas a little bit. With the comes up to Collier's Bend. And through he goes. Keeping it nice and steady. And that is the Networks Grand Prix car in the pits. Vanden Neat comes in for a fresh set of boots and some fuel. I don't believe it will be a driver change.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just Just having a look at Danny Van Der Neat in pits right now. And it's not a driver swap, is it? Surely.
I don't believe it will be, but he's been in the pits a while now, so we'll have to see. 30 seconds has passed. I doubt it will be a driver swap, but you never know. Just keep an eye on it. It could just be a very long fuel refill.
Yeah.
Just keeping my eye on it. I'm gonna have a look at the live timing. Danny Van Der Neat still at the wheel. Here's the man in the lead. Roland Sukes getting a bit wide on the exit of Tower Corner. Coming through to the fast back section of the circuit. It's really satisfying to do this when you get it right. And I'm sure that Roland is just determined to make this count. Obviously, his teammate Ernest Lappin's doing an extra stint for him to make up for internet issues that Roland Sukes had. Or should I say server issues, apologies. And through goes Sunset Bend. Actually keeping it quite far off the wall. He's obviously playing it very safe. He has lost a bit of time to Paul Holt in the fair racing team, but he knows there is time in it. He's got 38.5 seconds to play with before he needs to start worrying. So I believe that Roland is just taking it very easy on just saving the tyres, saving the fuel. No need to risk damaging the car. And he's sitting very comfortably in first place. On the subject of first place, One Acco leading the way in GTE. They've got a 95-second gap to the number 20 Pinson Drillers esports car. And then also in a P1 and GT3 is the AFP number 38 BMW, who have a lap to TCF Racing. It's an absolute great stint from them, I must say. They've been Jeff Close has done a really mega stint. Following on Marius Sedland here with Team LRL. Ron, if you're Ron is not there, apologies. I'll ask him that one.
I'm here.
Ron, your predictions at the moment, how are they looking, do you reckon?
They're looking all right in LMP2 as far as AFP is concerned, but though it's still some ways for their excellent evolution is still pretty much up there. But I believe my other prediction, which was what was the other prediction I had? There was Netrex, there was Evolution, and there was another car in the top three apart from AFP, and they went down. The other team went down a bit, but though I did say do not count out AFP, and they are looking like not to be counted out. They are leading. Brilliant stuff. Exactly, brilliant stuff. Was we hear Cliff van der Ven getting in the car for Fair Racing Team. Paul Holt had a big stint in the car. Now van der Ven is looking to make his mark. Hopefully he can get out there. Fresh set of legs in the car, fresh set of tyres and some fuel to boot, so he can get out there and push. Obviously, fresh driving the car is exactly what I want to see. There is a replay here. That's the Team Falcon car getting sideways into the wall. Oh dear, that's another accident for the Team Falcon car. What a shame. They've had a few big incidents this race. That's really sad to see that again. The Team Falcon car involved. But unfortunately, incidents happen, especially in endurance racing. And you can't really do a lot about them. So we continue to follow Roland Sukes around here in the Abstenio 4th Polonia car, which is now a lap up on the Fair Racing Team, but they do have to stop again. But like I said, I believe that Roland Sukes is just taking it so easy, because you just look at how he's driving, and it's just, you can tell he's not pushing it. There is definitely time being left on the table here by Roland Sukes. He's braking earlier, getting on the throttle later, not using all the track. He's just, gliding around. He knows he's so far out ahead. He doesn't want to risk the car, doesn't want to risk the tyres. Here's a car that does need to risk the tyres, though. Hyper Team, Jean-Pierre Helpat at the wheel, just going past the Team Falcon car, which we just saw run into the wall earlier. That team, the Hyper Team, they've had a really disappointing race. They've been down the bottom all weekend. They were pretty slow on Thursday qualifying as well. So it's very disappointing to see them. Hopefully Jean-Pierre can get back out there. It's 4 laps to the leader, 2 laps to the next car ahead of them. They've got they need to really do some magic if they want to get ahead. They see a car pulling into the pits in the background. That is Roland Sukes coming in
to the pit box, presumably for some fuel, potentially some fresh tyres as well. But judging by how nice he's been driving that car, I really can't be sure, to be honest. As we see there, and in the bottom right as well, I believe that is the Fair Racing Team car. Roland Sukes in the pits, just waiting to get some fuel on board now. "45 seconds in the pit box." And he comes back out again now, Roland Sukes. Still a 60-second gap to Cliff van der Ven, who obviously goes faster on that lap for obvious reasons, because Roland was in the pits getting some fresh fuel and tyres on board.
Yeah. So AFP are now in the pits, and yeah, I don't think they may. No, they're not going to lose the lead. And by the way, they have increased the gap a bit. Penalty for Petra, I believe I just saw on the screen there. I'm just going to look here.
I may have missed that one. Apologies for that, but if you can just follow that up, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, driver was ignoring blue flags basically.
That's a shame. Obviously, the rules for blue flags in endurance racing, they are complicated. If it's a driver in your own category, you do have to get out of the way, but if it's a faster class coming at you and you get a blue flag, you have every right to ignore it and just keep following your normal line, much to the annoyance, usually, of the faster class. But that is the rule, so, but some people do get confused and then don't let their own class by. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Apologies just for a moment of silence there, just taking a drink. This commentary thing really does things to your throat.
Yeah, it does things to many different people's throats, I'll tell you that much.
It does indeed.
Including my meals, hence why I had to go away for a bit. Starlight Racing for the LMP2 category in the pits. And again, not much seems to be happening here, really, in terms of, well, battles. I mean, of course, the battle we can see on the screen is the battle for fourth between One Echo and Evolution Motorsports, I think. Only 14 seconds.
Yeah, obviously the cars have all kind of settled into their rhythm on the track now. They're all kind of in their own race. It's that stage in the race where it is just really, you've got to be kind of just consistently going, trying to run off the road. It's I guess you could say, with quotation marks, it's that dull period.
The very dull period.
Indeed it is, and Ricardo Costa has just said in the channel in Discord that he's very disappointed. He made up 40 seconds in his stints in the Monaco car, LMP2, and then just made a mistake on his final corner before he came into the pits and gave him damage. That's heartbreaking for Ricardo Costa. He's been so strong in that Monaco car, and it's disappointing to it's saddening even to see him go out like that. So hopefully he can that Monaco squad can move on. And if you'll excuse me just for a moment, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Ron Squire as I just quickly dash off to the toilet.
Yeah, but I would say not all races are just dull races. I mean, back maybe a year ago or a couple of years ago, I was halfway through like an endurance race in a virtual endurance race, by the way, and that was happening in Dubai, and people will say there's a dull period for them, but when I entered the server, practical insanity broke out. So that's so the dull period can exist, but not if you are going to add a little bit of flavour to it. Add a little bit of flavour to it. For example, we come into the commentary box at that moment, and well, witness magic really, as we see Chris Shepherd trying to weave past one of the Porsches there, going through the first part of the circuit, coming up now to the penultimate corners of the circuit. We'll have a look at the gap between Chris Vacker and Rolf Harevegard. Harrogard. Varagard. There we go. Varagard. I do apologize if I got that wrong. Only 6.2 seconds. That was now the closest battle on the track. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I believe it's for 6 in class, I believe, in the GT3s. I could be very much mistaken on that part, but it's for 6th position in class. So we'll keep an eye on out on that. The team is in the pits as well. CF Racing just gone past our overall. And these are the teams that are out as well at the time. Satellite Racing, Pinsim, Drillers Esports, that's a shame. Vision, Bond Motorsports, Team Iris, Aston Martin, that is Reading Game Studios, and Black Hawk Racing. Those are the ones that are out. And yeah. And we've still got AFP still in front by a good 47 seconds or so, and I believe Ross is back.
I am back. Hello. Yes.
Nicely done. We're just talking about the audience about dull periods, and I said, well, when I was doing like commentary a year or so ago, a virtual endurance commentary in at a circuit in Dubai. Well, I haven't travelled to the circuit, but you know what I mean. The commentary at the circuit. When I went in, literal mayhem came towards the latter part of the race. I entered in the very middle of the race, halfway distance, and insanity broke out practically throughout all sorts of parts of the field. So if you add a little bit of something to the mixture, you could create absolute magic, insanity, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, just practically that, really.
Indeed, obviously, anything can happen in endurance racing, as we often say. I mean, anything can happen in sim racing. But obviously, there are, as we always say, you know, there's moments where races settle down, but all it takes is for a car to spin or DNF or an internet issue, and suddenly it's chaos, because you can find people suddenly in the lead, and it can be very close. Honestly, we just have to hope that. I mean, obviously, we don't want anything to happen to the drivers that can be devastating, but at the same time, obviously, it's the entertainment value that those things often provide. So it's a win some, you lose some situation. It's great for the audience, unfortunate for the drivers, but as Ron was saying, you know, any race can just be cast into chaos by so much as a single spin or an internet issue. It really is a monopoly or a lottery of what can happen. Just depends how crazy it gets. Really does.
Yep.
About 2.5 hours to go in this race. We've already mentioned, we are not going to hit the 268 lap mark. We are going to run out of time before we do that. A maximum time limit of 8 hours here at Sebring for the VMG 1000 miles broadcast here on VMG TV. And it's been a very entertaining race so far, I must say. Obviously, we've had battles for the lead and drama and disconnects and what you have, it hasn't it, Ron?
Yeah. Just have a look at things elsewhere over this race. Just keep an eye on things. But AFP really have done well, and Pinsim seem to trying to get back into this race as much as they can, but they're too far back. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in that part. Team LRL. Because it's back on track, as we can see at the moment in time, and yeah, we'll see what happens. That's all I've got right now. That's all I've really got.
Exactly, and I mean, we should have an interview with the team manager over at AFP, Anthony Nick Pin, post-race. Obviously sitting very comfortably in first place in GT3 and LMP2 at the moment. They've been very dominant over this race. And whether they win or not, we will have an interview with Anthony. Obviously, as we've still mentioned, anything can happen. We just want to... but we'll hear from him regardless, just to get his thoughts. We've obviously already heard from Ernest Lappins as well. So we've got a good selection of drivers. We'll hopefully also interview a driver from each of the winning squads post-race. So that should... all those to look forward to here on VMG TV as we head out with about 2.5 hours to go. of this race. It's been a very grueling one, to say the least. You know, we've had several DNFs.
And it's still going to be a grueling one at the time. There's still a few hours to go.
Exactly, Ron. You know, there's still a few hours going. You know, all it takes is a little mistake and you're in a wall and out of the race. You know, we've seen big shunts like we saw with Eli Pelletier and the Team Falcon squad that couple rolls. We've seen also the Driller's car having a big impact with the outside wall at Sunset Bend. The TCC Motorsport car, which we can see is being chased currently by the TTW car of Rolf Vargaard. Also had a big shunt earlier. There was obviously that pile-up at the start of the race as well, which was the 20 Pinsam Drillers Esports car was involved in, which put them so far down the road. We can see here Jerome Quico coming back out of the pits for his second stint. Getting back in the car, he was very strong at the start of the race, then hopped out with Bagdanov, and now he's back in. Very quick driver is Jerome, so hopefully he can make some ground up to the DDoS car in front. Only 10 seconds separating them, and the DDoS car also does have to have a pit stop.
Yep, the former FSR world champion in the car now, and hopefully he can actually try and make up ground. He should do. And we'll wait to see his progress already. He's already making ground on DDoS, or I would say that. But yeah, just keep it a gap, really. But we'll wait to see in the next few laps and see if it's changed dramatically or not.
Indeed. And, you know, obviously, despite the fact that the race has still settled down, there is still close gaps. Obviously, the Drillers and DDoS cars only 10 seconds separating them. Team LRL and Team MLTI and GT3 only 6 seconds separating them, so there could be a real battle for P3 on our hands in that category shortly. So you do just need to keep your eyes peeled. Anything can happen. It usually does in sim racing, as it's been famously said by basically everyone ever. So just clipping the grass a bit there on the entry to Big Bend, or Gurney Bend. It can be called either or. I must say I do prefer the name Big Bend. No offense to Dan Gurney, of course. He's already got a thing named after him in the Gurney flap, so I'm sure he's fine with a corner not being named after him. We're just following Rolf Vargaard round in the TTW car, in the Tenga, because there's obviously two TTW cars. There's the very vibrant, multicolored, purpley car, and then this car, which is red. And they've been running very strongly, I must say. The Corvettes have not been the most quick car in the GT category, but they've been running very strongly. You know, they've held their own, not been involved in too many incidents, so it's been good to see from them. Obviously, they'd love to be further up the order, I'm sure, but you can't really you can't really change that. He's 21 laps down as it stands on the lead. There is only 2 cars left on the lead lap, and that is Roland Soeks, the leader, and Cliff van der Ven in the Fair Racing team, who, as it stands, is 55 seconds down, and the only driver who has any chance of being able to give that leading AFP car a shot of victory. But even with 2.5 hours to go, that seems fairly unlikely. But we'll hold our tongues. We don't know what's going to happen over the next said 2.5 hours, as we continue to follow Rolf around here now.
Just a little bit of an update on the Driller situation. The gap has decreased between Jerome Quaco and the DDoS racing car. Couple of seconds. Yeah, we'll see what happens in the next few laps, if it decreases anymore. Again, like I said, Jerome Quaco is a former world champion, and he should have the absolute ability to take down his opposition and hopefully try and gain on the top spot, hopefully by the end of the race. But again, anything could happen.
Yeah, and Joseph Fagg in that DDoS car, he is no slouch, and given how the dirty air has affected the cars behind all race long, it is really going to be a tight between those two. Hopefully Joseph doesn't immediately dive into the pits just before we get a battle, because he is due a pit stop, as is the one Akko car in the lead. So hopefully we do get a few laps of battling. Jerome pulling him in. It's a 6-second gap now between them. It was 10 seconds barely 2 laps ago. Just keep your eye on that, and the gap between Team LRL and Team MRTI, P3 GT3, it's closed a little bit, still hovering around 6 seconds, but that's still 5/10 gone. So that could be interesting. Here's Cliff van der Ven currently running his second. And here's a replay of Cliff van der Veen, very late dive bomb, and that is a big touch, I believe, with the DDoS car there.
But look at that, look at that.
Oh, and there's the AFP car, had a spin on the coming out of Sunset Bend. Cliff van der Veen just got a tap from another LMP2 car. I'm not sure who that was, but just the LMP2 avoiding action and cutting across van der Veen here. Manages to stay out of the wall. Great job in keeping that out of the inside wall there and just saving the car from damage. Hopefully his tyres aren't too ruined by the scrubbing caused by the presumed slide and locking up. But yeah, that's could have been very nasty for both the 38 AFP and GT3 and Cliff van der Veen, who was running P2 with the Fair Racing team as it stands. So hopefully not too much damage. May have a little bit of bodywork damage, but that shouldn't affect the car too badly.
It shouldn't affect the car too badly. But anyway, back to the looking at the gap for pins and drillers versus DDoS. The gap is now just under 4 seconds.
It is super tight, and that gap is only ever getting smaller and smaller. And I would presume sooner rather than later we are going to see Jerome all over the back of Joseph. And it doesn't help that Joseph has also dropped back 2 seconds on the 1 car in the lead, so I presume that Joseph has made a mistake there. So we'll have to see what has happened, possibly a replay, I'm not sure, maybe he just had a particularly poor lap, anything is possible. We will have to see, as we still follow Rolf Fargard round. As he comes through Collier's Bend now. Still chasing down Chris Vacker, only a second separate them now in the fight for P6. That TCC Motorsports car has seen a lot of action today. It's been in the wall a fair few times, had a very big impact on the way out of the hairpin, just too greedy on the throttle and spat it out into the inside wall. There is Jerome. 4 seconds. 4 and a bit seconds for him and Joseph Fagg. He's 1.5 faster on that last lap. Fresh tyres are going to be a massive help. Come up against the DDoS car. There is the leading GT3 in front of him. I assume he'll just slide straight past as he is ahead on track, so he should get... well, he won't get a blue flag because they're not in the same category, although they are both GT cars. One's GT Pro, one's GT Rookie. So he will have to find his way past on his own, but I presume it won't be too much of a challenge. That BMW obviously has probably had that spin earlier on as well, so may possibly be struggling with tyres. On board with Jerome in the bottom right corner. You can just see how on it he is through that section. That Ferrari is just so planted. Just look at the pace he has using every section of the track. Obviously, once mentioned before, he is a former world champion. You can see why. Just look at the precision from him. That is just phenomenal stuff.
An insane amount of pace, it has to be said. And yeah, the gap is now, I would say decreasing, but it's now pretty much consolidating at around 4 seconds. So maybe a few more laps down the line, maybe if he puts it on the gas and keeps it controlled, then he will catch up to DDoS. But right now, I just see him consolidating in third place this one in time.
Indeed, I'd presume the timing has gone as it has due to the fact that he is possibly stuck behind that AFP car. Obviously, we know that the dirty air has caused real big problems around here all race long, all 180 laps that we've had, coming up to all 6 hours. So perhaps he's just stuck in the dirty air a bit, but the gap has started to go down now, so I'd presume that he's made his way past the AFP car. 3.8 seconds it is to the DDoS car, and Jerome is absolutely flying, it must be said. Really putting in a good shift here for the Pinsim Drillers Esports team. As we continue out with Rolf Fargard here.
Oh dear, very tired there, my guy.
Yeah, sorry, just a bit of a yawn.
Yeah, we're all feeling tired right now. I'm just, I'm actually on the verge of yawning myself. I don't know, to be honest. But,
I mean, I've got a tea, so it could be a lot worse.
Fair enough.
And yeah, still following Rolf around here. There is Jerome, and he has disposed of that AFP car and is now hunting down Joseph Fagg. It was still fast on that last lap, despite the AFP car getting in the way. Who was at the wheel of the AFP car is a very good question in itself. just trying to look through. It is still Jeff Closer at the wheel. He's been at the wheel of that car for a very, very long time now. I'd presume this will be his last stint. And Jerome, oh, just look at the way that the way the car rotates. But not only is the car set up perfect, but that man is driving it to its absolute limit. He knows exactly where to put the car, like even through there when he's having to run wide. He knows that he can use that extra little bit of the track to gain some more time. That's just phenomenal stuff to spectate. Obviously, Jerome is no slouch, and we know that former champion, as Ron has mentioned. But this is just brilliant things to watch. Obviously, we've seen some very, very quick drivers out there today, and he is definitely one of them. As we filter back to Rolf.
There's a penalty for Scott Bainsworth, I believe, in the GTE category.
I wonder what's happened there.
We don't know what's happened, but we'll keep you updated on what will happen next for him. Meanwhile, the gap has decreased. 2 more seconds that he's actually closed up on the DDoS car. So maybe, well, again, the next few laps, we'll see.
If I was the DDoS team manager, I would be certainly starting to sweat, because you've got Jerome going full pace coming at you. Alex Tunbridge is probably sitting there shaking a little bit. Meanwhile, Joey Vrolijk, who is not only our broadcaster but is also the Drillers esports team boss, is probably grinning with delight, I'm sure, behind his computer screen as his driver just pulls in that DDoS Porsche. He is absolutely flying on the fresh rubber. We are still here with Rolf. The gap has increased to 2.1 seconds. I'm not sure if there was a mistake. I just didn't have my eye on the screen for a few seconds. I was just checking through the live timing. Was that a second a moment ago that rFactor managed to pull away a little bit. And we can see the lead AFP BMW is coming to the pits. I presume that will be a driver change as well for that car. It's been a very, very big stint for the driver in there. He's been in there a long time. Jeff Closer, who's done it, he's done big things. Ibrahim Khan was supposed to get in the rig, get in the car, but his rig has broken, so they had to just a bit of a sly comment there from our broadcaster Joey. But yeah, he's indeed. But yeah, Ibrahim Khan unfortunately not able to race. Yeah, that Spa 3-hour Invitational carrying the Prios clearly did things to him.
So he can't, or he can't attend.
Ron back in with the puns once again.
So low effort nowadays. But looking at the gap behind, now he's closing up under a second now. 6/10, I may add. Sorry, 6/10. He's going a little bit wide there. Won't matter now because he's actually properly closing up now.
You can see in the rearview mirror of the DDoS car that one Jerome just closing in, and look how just on the money he is. He is so quick through the S's, just not putting a foot wrong. The Hyper Team LMP2 comes around the outside. I presume he'll be able to get a bit of slipstream off that as well. Joseph actually holding the inside line into there.
But he's being knocked out by the LMP2 car of, I presume, the Hyper Team, isn't it?
That is the Hyper Team car, yes.
Yeah,
and Jerome having a look up the inside.
Chance here. Surely he can get it here.
He's in the inside. Joseph Fag manages to hold it.
Meanwhile, there's a Hyper car went off the circuit a bit. Joseph Fag still holds on to it.
Wow.
Oh God!
Oh, Hyper Team car getting very, very wiggly.
Yeah, they are so full of hype right now. They are actually wiggling about with it. But right now, let's have a look at still have a look at Quaco, and the gap may have increased a bit, but not by that much. He's way in front of him, only 3/10. Now he has a chance, perhaps down the back straight before.
He's got a great exit out on Le Mans as well, has Jerome. This is going to be the chance into Sunset Bend, I think.
Yeah, there's a chance. Look at that. The 100s, and now he's past him. Just past him, going for Sunset Bend. Fantastic stuff.
There goes Jerome Quickel into P2 in class, and Joseph Fag on some very old tyres can just do nothing in that DDoS Porsche. Here's a replay of the onboard. The move was done even before the corner. Jerome just straight past like it was absolutely nothing. Eyes closed, out for a Sunday stroll. See you later, Joseph Fag, he says. Great stuff there from Jerome in that Pin Sim Drillers Esports car. Now he's just got 92 seconds to close up to that one Akko car.
But he'll do it in time, don't worry about it.
I'm sure he very much will. As we just carry on going around now with Roland Sukes. How do you think he's done in comparison to Ernest Lappins here, Ron? Do you think he's up to the task?
Well, he's doing well at the moment, 52 seconds in front. But again, he came into the car around, was it 30 or so? No, more than 30 minutes ago. And he's actually doing well for himself. He's maybe losing a bit of pace, but it's okay. But compared to Ernest Lappins, he's got another few hours to go, basically.
He does, obviously, just coming up to about 2 hours to go now. And yeah, obviously Ernest Lappins has done a lot longer in the car than Roland Sukesville. He did an extra stint, did Ernest, which was absolutely mega stuff from him. As Roland Sukes heads into Sunset Bend now. And he's still out there with a dominant performance, still 52 seconds up on the Fair Racing team, which is absolutely phenomenal. Cliff van der Vin can just do nothing. Such as the pace of that Abstanio Force Polonia car. Jacob Reed is predicting 258 laps, so we will get within 10 laps of the end, to be fair. That's pretty close to the target of 268. So obviously we already know that we are going to run out of time. We won't be able to achieve the full 1,000 miles, but we still have 8 hours of racing on our hands. So I suspect that will be more than enough for your viewing pleasure.
Sorry, I'm just reacting to something else elsewhere. And
we have news from our broadcast that Omicron Sim Racing have just retired. You can see here on the replay that they're coming to the pits. Oh, and that appears to be a connection issue. Absolute massive shame for Omicron. They were doing so well early on. Obviously they've not been so strong in the second half of the race, but Patrick Silvassi was looking to bring them back to their former glory, and now they retire. That is such a shame.
An absolute shame.
Really is, to see Omicron bow out with little over 2 hours to go here. They've done a really good job. So my commendations. Patrick in his first stint was simply phenomenal. He was the force to be reckoned with early on. But currently the force to be reckoned with now is Roland Sukes.
Yeah.
So we follow Cliff van der Vin here, trying to chase him down.
And look at the gap is already increasing between Pinsam and DDoS. Joe and Quakel has increased the gap between themselves. But though the gap has slightly decreased between him and Waneko, there's still 90 plus seconds to go between those two. But don't count out Drone. That's why I say
exactly. I still believe that the Waneko car does need to come into the pits again, potentially for a driver swap as well. So that could definitely thrust the number 20 Pinsam Drillers Esports car into contention. So do keep your eye on them as we follow around here. Zolt in the Mugen Sim Racing number 39 Audi. This is the Mugen Sim Racing's main effort now, after their LMP1 car, disconnected earlier on. Or apologies, didn't disconnect it. Ran out of fuel and then went to lap down because they escaped back to the pits, which is a big shame for them. But at least the GT3 car is still running strong, still on the same lap as the Abstanio Force Polonia BMW, which has been very, very dominant, it must be said, today. The Mugen car, the only Audi in the field, and that car can be very temperamental, it must be said, so it's good to see them running very strongly today, putting in a good display.
You might have to add brilliant teamwork and skills to that audit.
Oh,
that was thought through. That was thought through. I didn't realize the word audit until a couple of years ago. So yeah, that.
Oh, Ron, your puns never cease to amaze me, mate. They're always on form. They really are.
I will repeat, my parents hate them, seriously. The gap between AFP and Fair Racing and LMP2 is still pretty much a healthy one. Roland Schou still doing well there. Having a look in the GT3, Kugenberger for Team MRTI Grimilli Racing. Only a few tenths in front of Prerex Zolt for the Mugen Sim Racing, like you said. So, yeah, remember what I said about Audi or and all that? It may have a chance properly here. No, maybe in the next couple of laps. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see, because I haven't really properly seen what the Prerex Zolt is like. But I presume that he will try and make a meal out of this Ferrari in front of him.
I think you may be right, and I think the opportunity, as always, is going to come into Sunset Bend. Can Zolt get a really good exit out of Le Mans Curve, just coming into the final corners before the Allman Straight now?
Ooh,
and that's very, very wide from the MRTI car. And looks like Zolt is going to really benefit from that, 'cause he's got a great run out of the last corner.
Yeah, should be here then. It should be here.
Just keep your eye out. Will he look to the inside? Is he brave enough? I'm not sure. He definitely has a look. He's going for it. And he's going for the dive. Oh, very close indeed.
I believe he shut the door, didn't he? But no, he's going back on it, and he's got it. He's actually
got the move, but the MRTI driver is going to have the momentum down the straight, so keep your eye on it. Kuchenberger may have a look inside for the first corner or into the S's. Depends how his run out of the first corner is. Decides to play it safe through T1. Let's see how his exit is.
What a maneuver that was by Zolt. What a maneuver.
Great racing there from the Mugen driver, and it appears that he is now just going to disappear into the distance. Kuchenberger can do nothing but fall back. I assume that Ferrari's tyres are very, very worn indeed.
Netrex is in the pits from third place. Let's have a look at this replay now. And just dives one a bit. Yeah, shuts the door initially, but then slows down to make sure he doesn't knock his opponent off the road, and then just puts back on the throttle mid-corner and just gets the job done. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, lovely stuff there by Prerex Zolt. In the Mugen Sim Racing car, he's already gained a second and a half on Eric Kuchenberger, and now sets a sight head to the Team LRL Ferrari, only 30 seconds up the road. Great stuff there from the Mugen driver.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was reacting to something else. Oh, nearly.
Ooh.
Was that Zolt again?
That is Zolt again. Yes. Just trying to lap the Team Falcon car there.
Yeah, and I believe on that celebratory note, I think I've reached the end of my second shift. I might come back at the race end to say thank you very much, but I'll say thank you very much anyways. And I will see you at the next race. It's a brilliant opportunity for VMG to do this race, and yeah, I'll see you at the end of the stream. All over to you, Ross, and I'll hand over to George Morgan as well. All over to you as well, George.
Welcome back. Well, I'm back now, folks. I just said welcome back. Welcome back to myself. Do apologise there. But thank you ever so much, Ron, for obviously your previous stint. But Ross, they finally managed to prize out the AFP driver out of the car.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Ernest Lappin's putting in an extra stint due to a technological issue on Roland's side, putting in a monster. We did manage to get an interview. Oh, and that was really wide from the Team Falcon car out the back, and he's in the wall, I think. Not ideal, but yeah. Roland Sukes very much grateful to Ernest Lappins, who sounds very, very tired, I must be said. But Roland Sukes now in the car, still holding that 52-second lead over the Fair Racing Team Van der Vin number 3 car. We're just following Zolt round now as he just increases that gap to Kuchenberger. And yeah, that's about it really, George.
Well, I gotta say, I think in terms of AFP, I think it's pretty much nailed. I think at this moment in time, AFP have been absolutely phenomenal here today. Both drivers have driven out of their skin. And it's great to see that they're obviously hitting the top spots here, not only in the LMP2s, but of course the GT3s as well. One Arco as well, I got to say, special mention to them being in the top end in the GTE class. We're now seeing this maneuver around here. And, a bit of a shakiness there, heading towards the barrier. Don't want to make contact there. That is very close indeed.
That was the replay of the Team Falcon car that we just saw go off in the background earlier there. Lucky to keep out of the wall there.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. A very smart livery, that Black Falcon. I'd hate to see it messed up, certainly by that barrier, as we now see this, looking what seems to be at the Mugen Sim Racing team in the GT3 car, making its way around the right-hander, a little bit untidy coming through that right-hander, heading down the Ullman Straight. Guys, good to be back, Ross. Feels like I never left.
Well, it's good to have you back as well, George. Obviously, my thanks on to Ron, if he's still listening in, for sticking with it those 2 hours. He's done a big stint, and now it's just me and you to the end, George. 2 hours to go here. We're obviously not going to hit the 268 planned laps, but 8 hours comes first. 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time as a result comes into the pits there for the Mugen team from P4. Yeah, should be a fun one to commentate over the last couple hours.
Well, hopefully now we'll see the cars really getting in to the motion of things. Obviously, towards the end, it tends to be the pressure points. The drivers realise that time is whittling down and there's not a lot left to do on the track, and therefore they'll try and throw everything into it. Of course, at this moment in time, Apostino Force Polonia in P1, living the dream, currently in P1 for the LMP2's Fair Racing team. They're 50 seconds back. Certainly a lot of work to do, but they are clear from One Arco. So at the moment, I'd say the grids are pretty well spread out. There's not really a lot in between these drivers. Roland Zooks and Cliff Van der Vin, do apologise, didn't get my pronunciation quite right there, as Roland Zooks comes around that notorious hairpin bend and out into Fangio after turn 8 into turn 9. But I've got to say, Apostino and Force Polonia, they've done themselves mega credit here today. Roland Zooks doing the business for them now, closing out the hard work that Ernest Lappins did earlier on. It's been something truly special to watch, truly special.
It really has. That AFP number 4 car has just been absolutely in a class of its own today. As we've already discussed, and the same applies for their number 38 GT3 BMW. Those two cars have really just been out and away the best of the field. And, you can't really hold anything against them. There's been virtually no mistakes. Obviously, Ernest Lappins putting in that huge stint earlier and, managing to keep it, all very stable. And it's just been fantastic to see. And, I've already prematurely decided that he's my driver of the day simply for his absolute effort that he put in that number 4 LMP2 car.
Yeah, I've got to say, have you got a tidbit for the team of the day? Any team that really stuck out for you? I got a feeling, I think for me, I've got a little bit of a tidbit for One Arco. I've been quite impressed with them today.
That number 20 Pinson Driller's car has actually impressed me quite a lot. Obviously, they were involved in quite a heavy first lap incident, but they managed to stick with their guns and get back up to P2 in class. So I've been impressed with them. Obviously, both the AFP cars have been good and One Arco's been good as well, and DDoS have risen through the ranks in the past hour and a half. But yeah, I think for me that 20 Pinson Driller's car, I think that's as it stands. Obviously, there's still 2 hours to go, anything can happen, but as it stands, I think they're going to be my team of the day.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't blame you for stating that at all. There's lots of great drivers, and is that a car slowing down there?
That is Cliff Van der Vin going straight on, I think. I'm not sure what's happened there, and he appears to have stopped as well.
That could be a huge blow. We have still got just over 2 hours remaining here, folks. And Cliff Van der Vin, we're not sure what's happened there. That could be very crucial towards the context of this race and could hand Ivan Leonov a P2 spot here if he carries on. At this moment in time, that Fair Racing team car not moving whatsoever. Is that an engine failure?
Potentially, he just appears to go straight on at the hairpin and just comes to a stop and does not move again. I'm just checking on the live timing, and he possibly has teleported back to the pits. I'm not sure. That is a very, very bizarre incident there, just going straight on and stopping the Fair Racing team. That would be disastrous for them. And yep, we just get the confirmation on the graphic. That's a DNF for the Fair Racing team. Absolute disaster there for that car. It's been so good the entire race and just suffering an engine failure by the looks of things. What a shame.
Brutal there. I've got to say, the Fair Racing team have been there. They've been in amongst it. Coming into the pits, I believe Roland Zooks has come in as well. But the Fair Racing team are going to be absolutely devastated. They've really tried throughout the entirety of this race to be competitive amongst the top end, and they've been just that. Unfortunately, it's come down to the final 2-hour crunch time, and they've been forced out of this race. Netrix Grand Prix, as you can see, have now taken that P2 spot. Ivan Leonov, who is making moves up from where he started, which was P3. He's now up to P2 and looking very, very good for it indeed. And behind Chris Shepherd back in the One Arco car. Remember, he was doing all that battling earlier on. We see that David Kalaksai is also in the seat as well. Very interesting to see what he can do leading up to the final 2 hours. But I've got to say, I can't get over that heartbreak there for the Fair Racing team. Certainly, they won't consider it very fair. They've come this far and they're out of the race.
Obviously, two people who will definitely won't be feeling sorry for the Fair Racing team will be Ernest Lappins and Roland Zooks, because they now have a 1-lap buffer to the car in second in the prototype category, so they can basically make any mistake they want, and as long as they don't go out, they have still got plenty of time to get away with it, so to speak. So that is, I'm sure they are very, very pleased to see the Fair Racing team go out. But yeah, big disappointment for that number 3 car. They've been running so well all race, and just, Sebring, she's a cruel mistress. She can be very, very harsh and just take you out of the race when you're running so well. So very, very sad to see this. But obviously that is sim racing, and you have to just roll with the punches, unfortunately.
Well, this will allow the AFP team to actually take regular stops now. They'll probably actually just take the odd stop here and there just to keep the car maintained. I think obviously a little splash and dash, maybe some new tyres here and there. I think I did see a little shaky moment for Roland Zooks as he left the pit lane heading into the first corner and then into the S's. It looked like he locked up the tyres going through turn 3 and 4. But okay for now, and obviously doesn't really have a lot to worry about. He's well and truly clear with a lap in between him and Netrix Grand Prix. So pretty much the only battle left in that top end is between One Arco and Netrix Grand Prix, because there's about 16.7 seconds the interval in between those two. And as we can now see, we'll go through the grid order for you now. P1 AFP, like it was ever in doubt, with Netrix Grand Prix a lap behind in P2. One Arco P3, 16.8 seconds behind them, with Evolution Motorsports 40 seconds behind those in P4. Satellite Racing P5, Mugen Sim Racing P6. Fair Racing team, they've been out, they're now out of the race. Hyper Team, P8 Global Endurance Racing are down in 13th. One Arco as well, that's of course the GT3 team currently down in P18, or sorry, GT team down in P18. Omricon Sim Racing team, I understand that Omricon, they had a bit of an issue and they DNF'd earlier on.
Yeah, they did. They just came in for a pit stop, pulled into the pits, and I'm not sure if it was a connection issue, but were mid-pit stop and then just DNF'd, so still not too sure what happened there. My best assumption is that they was going for a driver swap, and the driver that was coming into the car had an internet problem. Heartbreaking for the Omricon team, who were running so well earlier on. Obviously, they were having a bit of an issue in the middle of the stint, but that is the way that the world works. Unfortunately, you get good karma and you get bad karma, and it appears that they just had a bit of bad luck.
Absolutely not good at all. And we're now seeing pictures in front of us now. You can see the graphics and maneuvers going around indeed as the obviously these two cars now whittle their way down towards the stretch. I'm just reading into who this could be as they now round the next right-hander. I don't think they are in fact racing, as we now see. I believe that to be the LRL Motorsport car, losing the back end slightly, going around Sunset. And obviously you want to be careful heading around there. Don't want to make a venture into the concrete barrier. Could well be a bit risque, certainly here at this late stage where the tyres may be suffering. The Satellite Racing team in the pit lane as well, obviously for a bit of a service on the tyres and obviously a splash of fuel as well. Obviously, I'd imagine this will be a relatively quick stop. It certainly seems to be, it might have been a long one actually, about a minute long stop, minute 25 in fact, as we now seeing behind, we're actually riding on board with Roland Zooks, who's in clear and actually clear by around 15 seconds at this moment in time. Certainly more than that, should I say, but they managed to grow the gap on Netrix Grand Prix. I'd imagine obviously the service that they did in the pit certainly helped, and it's just a case now that they've just got to nurture the car. I think now, Ross, I think it's just a case that they just need to work the car around the circuit, take it steady, no mistakes, as you say, and Roland Zooks could be the man bringing them home. That's if they don't bring a driver change back on the cards.
Well, I don't think they will be doing a driver change back in cards. I think Ernest Lappins has immediately turned off his PC and never wants to sit down and sim race again after that stint. But Roland Sukes he's clearly leaving time on the table. It was a 48Z his last lap, and if you watch on his onboard, he's clearly braking slightly earlier, accelerating slightly later, and leaving space on the track. Although he's very much on it through there. There was when he was first in the car, he was very, very much leaving a lot in it. I think he knows the position that his team is in. He's very, very much up the road, and the team's just made a collective decision to just bring it home. No need to set the world on fire with lap times, and I think that's just exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a case of just keeping it clean, keeping it steady, and that's all you need to do. And we're now seeing the car of Nico Barclay now coming down the stretch, and indeed making his way down the Ullman Straight. He's got the sunset bends coming in. He's actually coming into the pit box, I believe. Is that an adventure into the pit lane, perhaps? It certainly is. Or is it? No, it's not. No, it's coming round. It looked like he was turning a lot sharper than what it seemed on the screen, but no, never mind. He's coming down towards turn 1. Nico Barclay can be proud of what he's done today. Monaco now in the top end and clear by 84 seconds, or nearly 85, in fact, of the Pinsim Drillers Esports team. And Jerome Kuikol, you mentioned, of course, he's your driver of the day. How long has he been in the car now? Is it a case that they've done a driver switch since I've been gone?
They did, yes. Jerome's been in the car about an hour and has put in a really, really big shift. He came into the pits, came out, was about 20 seconds behind Joseph Fagg in the DDoS car. Managed to catch up and pass him. It was a great pass, and they were side by side for about half the lap, and has now put 12 seconds on him. Also started to crunch into the time on the Monaco car, but that Nico Barclay has just been so solid today. So perhaps if there's a mistake on the front of Barclay, then Jerome could be on the chance. But as it stands, I think it's looking pretty solid for that Monaco squad. Yeah,
great work by Nico Barclay and his team as well. Obviously, when it comes to this type of racing, it's more about the team effort than anything else. That makes it certainly a unique kind of race here in certainly this endurance race of 1,000 miles of Sebring. Just want to say a huge thank you as well to everybody who has stayed with us since the early afternoon when we actually commenced the broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing this to you, and obviously my first experience on VMG, in fact VMG's first real experience of hosting a broadcast here on its brand new channel. So I would please, if you could, leave a subscribe and a like and stay up to date with everything VMG. Obviously more series still to come, and certainly the 1,000 miles of Sebring is going to be the start, I'm sure, of many great things to come to this channel. But I would like to thank every single viewer that has stopped by and watched the coverage here today. It's been a real pleasure for me to debut on this channel, as I'm sure Ross and Ron would say the same.
Yep. Just want to repeat what George said. Thank you for watching here on VMG TV. We're bringing you all the action here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and I'm sure next year, whatever may happen, we'll be bringing you all the action from that as well.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to when it comes as well, as we now see Chris Shepherd making his way around in that very familiar multicoloured livery of the Monaco team. Chris Shepherd in P3. Remember, he of course was in amongst a battle of his own earlier on, and he's come through now back in the car and looking menacing indeed. Still in P3, and the gaps at the moment 15.7 seconds. Is there a chance that the Monaco team could challenge Nettrex for that P2? Because I'm looking at Ivan Leonov's delta time now. The gap certainly seems to be minimal. 15.7 seconds here, Ross.
I mean, we know that Chris Shepherd is absolutely rapid in that car. We saw earlier when he was all over the back of the Nettrex car and just couldn't quite get through them. But we know, obviously, fresh rubber on the car, fresh driver. He's a very quick driver, and that car is absolutely rapid in a straight line, although over the second half of the lap, it's maybe not so strong. Nettrex, I do believe, are an older rubber, and their driver has been in the car for a longer period of time, so will be more tired. So I'd expect to see the Monaco car catch up to the back of the Nettrex car. Hopefully he can finally get through them. We'll just have to see what will happen. Gap's now down to 14.8 seconds.
Well, they haven't got it all their own way at the moment. They've still got to push, but I've got to say, the way that they're going at the moment, Chris Shepherd can certainly put a hole in that delta time, and he certainly seems to be doing just that. The delta time is creeping down slowly, albeit slowly, but it is happening. Looking down at the GTE class, the Drillers Esports team as well could be under some pressure as they move on. The DDoS Racing team are bringing that delta time down as well. It's dropping by the moment. It's now into the 12-second mark. and moving quickly. As you can now see, Nico Barkley rounding that final corner of the sunset turn, or the sunset curve, heading down the stretch now on what will be the main straight past the paddock, and heading into turn 1. There's just a car, I believe that to be a prototype, exiting the pit lane there, as we now see none other than Nico Barkley now heading up to the S's section, where he will be meeting turns 3, 4 and 5, and that'll lead him towards Big Bend as well. But I've got to say, once again, this track has led us through some fascinating battles and challenges here, and it's been great to see some of these fantastic liveries out on track. The teams have certainly done a cracking job in developing their own themes, their own styles to their cars, and it's great to see them here out in Sebring, in the land of stars and stripes. And I hope that in the future we'll see a lot more of this in the many moons to come.
As do I, George. Obviously, it's been a fantastic event so far. Just under 2 hours to go, and hopefully it will continue to be a fantastic event over there. You know, that we've got some really big teams and some big names competing today. You know, it's great to see all the different teams and drivers out on track, and you can really tell, you know, how different everyone approaches. For example, the Wanako prototype we know is absolutely rapid in a straight line. We know that the AFP BMW is just really consistent all across the board, so it's really interesting to see how the different teams have approached this with their own styles, as you mentioned. And you know, you can really form identities of the different drivers and the different teams. You know, even if you've never watched a sim race in rFactor 2 before, obviously if you have, a lot of these people are well known within the community. But if you haven't, you can, you know, over the course of the 6 and a bit hours we've had, it's been really easy to be able to distinguish who's who, you know, what team is what, and just be able to kind of understand how each driver and each team operates.
Absolutely, without a doubt. It really does test the drivers. Not only that, the team themselves, they've got to put their strategies together, put their liveries together, put everything together. There's so much that goes into a performance in a race weekend, and certainly an endurance race is absolutely no different. I mean, as the time whittles down now, we're going to be seeing more and more, certainly more and more from these guys, and certainly more and more from these very spectacular teams as well. And we will look forward to the racing here to come on VMG, as we now see. Obviously, Chris Shepherd now trying to close the gap still on Ivan Leonov. He's trying to break that 14-second mark, but it seems to have stagnated ever so slightly. But he's still there. It's not as if he's losing time. It's just pretty much sticking to where it is right now. The one team I am looking at as well is the DDoS Racing team, who of course are now on 13.5 seconds. They were closing at a rate of knots as well, but that time seems to have just popped up as we just see Chris Shepherd maybe venturing a little bit too far onto the turf there for his liking as he makes his way through the S's. Indeed, we did say before that the downforce on these cars are ever so tight. And as he says that, he goes right into the sand trap again very nearly, and certainly doesn't want to be doing too much of that, Ross.
No, he doesn't. That's certainly not what he needs, as he's trying to chase down Ivan Leonov in the Netrex car. Luckily managed to get away without a spin or anything. We have seen people, you know, getting a bit too greedy on the throttle and with the runoffs, and it's sending them straight into the wall. I'm sure Chris will want to avoid that. Over the course of the race, he's managed to get within 13.5 seconds now. But as we come into the much more tight and twisty middle part of the track, I'm sure we'll see that gap go back up, as we know the Wanako LMP2 number 14 has a very low downforce setup on it, so it's absolutely rapid over the faster sections. But in this slower section here, it does suffer, and we can see here the delta is creeping slowly back up.
It is absolutely. Whether that's the case that the tyres are starting to take a little bit of a battering, that could well be the case. I mean, obviously Chris Shepherd, he struggled with a similar issue, I think, after his battle earlier on. I'm trying to remember if that was with, I think that might have been that might have been Netrix back then. Was it Netrix?
I believe it was Netrix back then, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that was a real high octane field action of battling indeed between them and Chris Shepherd. I mean, Chris Shepherd couldn't get it done on the day, but his teammate could. We saw that overtake earlier on, and harking back to that, I mean, IARCO, I know, have come with a straight line speed strategy, but it certainly has offered a different contrast to the style of racing we've seen from each of the teams, because loads of them seem to be favouring the downforce option on the corners. I think ARCO are the one team that have actually come out and really favoured the straight line speed option.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it was very interesting to see, because it really provided a different perspective on, you know, setups. It was just really interesting to see how close the cars could get, because we knew that coming out of Le Mans, if the car was had a good run and was close enough, it could definitely challenge at the Sunset Bend, and it was all just about whether the driver had the ability to stay close enough over the twisty middle section of a lap. obviously we know that the dirty air is playing a massive role here, so it is crucial for the drivers to you know, just try and stay with the cars in front. And the One Arco team have not only provided that different perspective, but it's been enjoying to watch as well, as we see just them lapping one of the Porsches here.
Yeah, just rushing past there with absolute ease, as we would expect. Chris Shepherd making a good account of himself here once again in the car, and he can be very happy with his performance. He's still working on that delta time, trying to bring it down. Once again, I'll say it again, 13.7 seconds. It's stagnating at the moment. He cannot improve past that 13-second mark, but needs to bring it down if he wants to try and catch Ivan Leonov, who is in P2. Looking further up, the DDoS Racing team, they must have at a pit stop or something, because I'm looking at it now, 71.9 the delta time in the GTE class there, Ross. Is it a case that they've had a spin, or is that a pit stop?
My best assumption would be that is a pit stop. The DDoS car, its tyres were on a little bit on the worn side. We saw that when Jerome got past with relative ease when he caught up in the driller's car. But then I'm not sure if it would perhaps just push a little bit too hard and overheated his tyres, because then obviously we saw then that the gap kind of began to stagnate. It kind of was hanging around about 13 seconds. I guess they needed some fuel, came in for some tyres as well, because that is quite a significant time to lose in the pit stop. But they've also appeared to have had a driver change, as Alex Tunbridge is now back in the car. So that would explain the lengthy gap between the two, George.
Absolutely. Well, we'll soon see if it can be brought back down. Looking in the GT3 class, Mugen Sim Racing as well, trying to bring their delta time down. They're 15.2 seconds away from Team LRL. Of course, we saw their livery earlier on, as we're now seeing Ivan Leonov, well, Chris Shepherd, should I say, trying to chase Ivan Leonov. Still the delta time remaining at 13.7 seconds, but he's eating away through this GT3 class indeed, and the GT class as well. Bit of a mishmash of cars here across the grid order, as we now see him coming down to the next right-hander, at least doing extremely well to batter off these stragglers in front of him here, but doing well nonetheless, making use of all the power in that car, as we're now here seeing Piebrick Zolt making his way around the next right-hander. The Mugen Sim Racing team, they're trying to bring their delta time down, still remaining in 15.2 seconds at the moment. And Mugen, of course, have got a few fingers in different pies at the moment. They've got a 6th place in LMP2, a 4th place in GTE, and a 4th place in GT3. So across the board, probably one of the more consistent teams in the top flight of racing here.
Indeed, and if we remember back to the first hour of the race, that Mugen car was the car to beat, and then they obviously made that mistake, driver error, just missing the pit box and then running out of fuel on the next lap, and they were able to come back in with a lap down. They've managed to fight their way back up to P6, so perhaps if they hadn't made that mistake, who knows where they would be in the prototype class.
Yeah, they could well have been up there battling with AFP right through to now, but of course, like all things in endurance racing, it's all about consistency. And naturally, when you throw up so many curveballs like you have in this element, of course, you've got not only the GT cars to avoid, but bear in mind this is spread over a whole 8 hours and across 268 laps as well. So it's a huge ask for any team to keep that consistent basis. But that is how AFP are currently leading this race. They've done everything right here today, bar maybe that little issue at the start, but they've recovered it well. And Ernest Lappin, of course, doing all he could to bring that car back to the top end, as we're now seeing David Kalaksai now for the Mugen Sim Racing team, currently faster than Marco Antonio Rodriguez, who is currently in front of him. And he's managed to eat away at the delta time down to 19.8 seconds. So he's doing well, David Kalaksai, really starting to eat away at the time and doing his best to try and fight against the advantage.
Oh! Bit of a half spin there for Kalaksai, just as you mentioned how well he's doing. Manages to keep it going, though.
I can't help but blame myself, to be honest, Ross. That was pretty shocking from myself as he entered the Sunset Bend. But we said before that the Sunset Bend, we talk about that crossover between asphalt and concrete, a very strange blend of surface indeed. And when these cars try and go across it, and they don't relay this track, they don't relay it at all. I know it was a topic of discussion in the live chat. Naturally, it's going to cause havoc when it comes to grip with the tyres, and especially seeing as these cars have been out for so long in their stints, that when the tyre wear rubs off, it's like an ice rink out there half the time.
It really is, and when you factor in the bumps as well, obviously, you know, you're trying desperately to find grip, and then if you're running a particularly stiff setup and you're just bouncing along, it is so easy just to lose the car today. We've seen we saw Jerome in the Drillers car, you know, he's been putting in an absolute shift this stint, and he managed to back it into the barrier earlier. It's so easy, just make a slight mistake on your turn-in point, your throttle input, or even your brake, or even if nothing could happen, you could just take your normal line and it will just chew you up and spit you out into the outside wall.
Truer words were never spoken indeed, Ross. Phenomenal. As we're now seeing Zolt's now coming through turn 1. Again, looking almost sideways coming in through turn 1. I'm just looking at these cars. I think obviously the amount of power they have under their belt, obviously trying to negotiate their way around these tight curves. I mean, very unsuspecting corners here at Sebring. And if you don't judge them correctly, you could come on the bad end or the rough end of a spin or even a trip into the gravel trap, the grass, or even into the barrier. And certainly we don't want to see any of that. Touch wood, we haven't seen too much of it. I think the majority of our DNFs have pretty much come from engine failures and disconnections, to be fair, Ross.
Yeah, that's true. But I've been lucky in that it's been a pretty clean race. Obviously, we have had a couple big incidents. The Elie Pelletier in the Team Falcon having a bit of a roll comes to mind earlier. But it's in terms of actual, you know, crashes, it's been a very, very clean race. So I don't think we've actually had a single retirement out of an accident, which is phenomenal for the amount of racing we've had. You know, we've had coming up to 6.5 hours of racing now here at Sebring, and it's just been phenomenal stuff from everybody here. It's been a very clean race, very enjoyable to commentate over. So well done to everyone for not crashing.
Absolutely, testament to all of them for their hard work. As David Kalaksai knocks another 0.6 of a second, and by the looks of it, he's still there, 19 seconds behind Marco Antonio Rodriguez, now coming through the next semi-chicane as he makes his way around the next right-hander now. And David Kalaksai, of course, recognised for his efforts in FSR in single-seater racing, and very, very prominent driver indeed, a race winner in his own right. And if you remember, he was on pole, or he put the car on pole at the very start, of course, alerting back to Ross's comments earlier on after their issue when it came to the pit lane. And it's pretty much been a downhill story from them from there, but they've managed to get themselves back at the P6. They're trying to get themselves an even better position here if they can try and track that of satellite racing. They're currently 18 seconds behind them now, as we're seeing Roland Zooks now making his way around the next left-hander. Ivan Leonov still in P2, but albeit a whole lap behind. So Ivan Leonov has got it all to do here, but I can imagine they're probably thinking themselves, let's try and hold on to this P2 because we've got one Arco chasing us right now, only 14 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think Roland Zooks is the last of Network's Grand Prix worries right now. Obviously, they are a lap down at the moment. That AFP number 4 is sitting very, very prettily at the top of the standings. But that one Arco car, yeah, it's definitely starting to close the gap. I believe it's Chris Shepherd at the wheel is coming in hot. So I believe that they're just going to be focusing maybe more behind, just keeping the tyres in check for when he does inevitably arrive. They have the grip to battle, and they can perhaps save some fuel now as well, so they can perhaps turn the engine up a little bit as well if they need to.
Yeah, well, Nico Barkley as well is just coming out of the pits, and by the looks of it, he's I think it's just a splash and dash for him. I think no tyre changes there as far as I can see. He's left the pit lane and still remains on his 18-lap-old tyres, and making his way out of the box indeed. As we're now seeing once again the AFP driver, none other than Roland Zooks, leading the way, following on from the great work from his team. Lapins, of course, who did extremely well in Ernest Lapins, and what a mammoth of a stint he pulled off there. As now we're rolling back indeed, and I think that is back indeed to Nico Barkley, of course, the one Arco driver who did make that stop, leading the way, and he's got certainly a splash and dash, certainly helped put extra fuel in the car, looking to try and coax his vehicle to the end of this race.
It does appear to me that Jerome Queekle is starting to pull that gap in a little bit. We know that Jerome is a very, very quick driver, as Ron mentioned earlier. He's a former world champion in sports cars, and he obviously just dispatched a Joseph Fager Medidos car earlier very, very easily. And with that splash and dash, obviously Nico Barkley still on the same tyres as earlier. Jerome just keeping on that gap, because that is going to get smaller and smaller as the race goes on.
Yeah, well, as the tyres wear on, bear in mind the tyre life between that of Nico and Jerome is identical. They are matching on 18 laps. The one element that will be in Jerome's favour is the fact that indeed Nico's been handed additional fuel, which will weigh his car down. Now, whether that will strike a difference there, I mean, Jerome, like you say, very quick driver. The Pin Sim Drillers esports team, no doubt asking their man to push. But given the fact that Nico has got a new fuel load on, that might cause a difference, certainly in terms of the weight of the car. But we'll soon find out, obviously, as we go through the race. Still a long way to go. Lots of challenges that can be made. They're now currently within 30 seconds, 29 seconds, in fact, between Jerome Kawikal and Nico Barkley. Nico just rounding turn 1 now, heading into the S's section. And certainly we'll soon see whether that pit stop may have brought them closer together or not. Will there be a twist at the top? Who knows?
I've just had a notification from our broadcaster that the TTF Ferrari, which was running P2 for virtually the entire race, we can just see it in the pits here, had a lag spike and unfortunately got disqualified as a result. They have been undisqualified, but they now currently sit in P6. That's a disaster for them. They were running essentially P2 the entire race. So that's really not what they want. Obviously, still an hour and a half to go, so hopefully they can work their way back up the field. But yeah, disaster for TTF Racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. A sucker punch there for the TTF team. They're still in the pits and they are well behind that of F1 RO Endurance, and certainly have it all to do here. And they've pretty much been battling right through, as we now see Scott Bainsworth here, certainly for the GT squadron, making his way down now towards the next right-hander. He's in the Tamiya Team Watt. And indeed, coming around the next left-hander in that very striking purple and blue livery. I got to say, I give him credit. I haven't seen anything of this car throughout the session here today, but I got to say that is one stunning purple livery.
It is indeed, and to be fair, they've been running their own race. They've been pretty quiet, but that Corvette has actually been very strong. Obviously, the Corvette just typically isn't on the pace of the Porsches and the Ferraris in general on rFactor. But you know, that TTW car has really been running quite well, and it's a sister car as well. The number escapes me which one it is, but it's also been running pretty well. I believe it's currently residing in 7th or 8th in class. But yeah, this Scott Bainsworth currently doing a great job up in P5 for the Corvette, really putting a good showing for the American mark at the American track.
Yeah, coming down the stretch now, obviously representing that of the Stars and Stripes, indeed, coming round the Sunset Bend. And obviously doesn't want to make any mistakes here as he comes round towards the home stretch past the paddock. And indeed, sending it down through the straight. And you can see how much these cars, or how much these drivers are giving everything with how close they are getting to that concrete wall. They're literally giving everything around the Sunset Bend. And I've got to say, it's very brave, because the Sunset Bend can lead you astray as well. As we're now on board now with Monaco. And their man, Chris Shepherd, who is looking to close the gap now on Ivan Leonov. And again, he's taken off a little bit of delta time. The gap between them now still at 12.4 seconds. He brought it in by about a second now. So there is a realm of improvement here from Chris Shepherd. And I've got to say, for the time that when it carries on, I mean, they haven't done a lot of laps on their tyres. It looks like they must have, whether they've had a stop or something in between, they are now still fighting fit. And we're now riding on board with Chris Shepherd as he winds his way through the field. You can see we've got the onboard shot as well from his bonnet side as he overtakes the two cars there in the GT class. And coming down towards the next right-hander, or the next left, should I say. And still Chris Shepherd doing the business for Monaco. P3 currently on their billing, but they could make it a P2 if they get closer.
Indeed, they have been slowly chopping away at that gap to Netrex. Chris Shepherd again putting in a big stint here. We saw last time out in the middle of the race he was very fast, and again he's being very fast here down that back straight. That's where he's making all his time, and he's already looking up to the inside of that Porsche, trying to get as much time he can. He just sweeps up the inside of the Team Falcon car. He is really on a mission. He doesn't want to waste any time. He knows that Netrex car, he can very much get second place. And yeah, he's very confident in his abilities. I'm pretty confident that he will at least be able to catch the Netrex car. We'll have to see whether we can pass him though once he gets there.
Yeah, Chris Shepherd looking all business right now and trying to really coax his lap time down. You can see there that onboard shot. That's a great shot, in fact, looking over the left front wheel arch, indeed, coming around the next left-hander, and you can just see how much he's throwing it into the corners, indeed. Coming around this next right-hander, of course, being Big Bend, and very soon he'll be down towards the turn 7 hairpin and under the Mobile 1 banner, heading into that right-hander. Of course, very stiff indeed, but you can just see how much he's throwing into it. A little wiggle heading into the chicane, leading into Fangio and into turn 9. And that's just literally, as I said before, a testament to how far these guys are willing to go and how far they're willing to push it indeed. We're in lap 207 of 268, folks. Literally, we've got approximately 61 laps remaining in this session. But like you quite rightly say, we could end up being counted out by the time.
We could. We know that we are not going to make the time, of course. That was pretty obvious from about halfway through. It just depends how many laps left we really have. Earlier, Jacob said in the chat that he reckons we're going to make about lap 258, but obviously that could change as we go. So honestly, I have no idea, George.
Well, we'll soon see as the time whittles on. Obviously, if AFP keep going as they are, it could well be changing. We got an update there, Ross.
Yeah, we do. We have an interview with one Tyrone Frith, so I'm just going to drag him across into the commentary box. Hello, Tyrone. How are you doing? Tyrone, you there? Hello, Tyrone? Hello, we can hear you, just quite quiet. Are you okay, Tyrone?
Yeah, okay.
And that was Tyrone, ladies and gentlemen. Just disappeared. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but yeah, hope he's okay. But yeah, back to the race. Sorry, over to you, George. I'm just going to go to the toilet quickly.
No problem at all. So as Ross goes for his pit stop, what you're going to keep on board with Chris Shepherd, who is now still holding on. He's in P2 because Netrix have come into the pit. So of course we did speak about the fact that Wanako, of course, we're closing on that of Netrix, and indeed that's been enforced by Netrix themselves. They are in the pits and making a change, and this looks like a pretty severe stop, as Ivan Leonov, who has been in that car for quite some time, is potentially getting a serious change here. We're just looking now as we see the Porsches making their way around the next right-hander. This, of course, being as we ride on board with Dylan Klaver for Team Falcon coming around the next left-hander. They're chasing Neil Tasker, and there we are within a second, literally nothing between them, and the gap is thinner than a fly's eyelash as they make their way through the S section once again. And Dylan Klaver looking to really close the gap, needs to put all his moxie into this, and again we get that nice camera on board shot looking over the roof of that Porsche as they come around the next right-hander. Once again he needs to try and close the gap, maybe get a look on the straights if he's lucky as they come down towards this next left-hander, and you can just see the prototype there sneaking in between that of the Porsche and the curb as they head down towards the next right. And the Porsche indeed had to slow down there to let the prototype through, and you can just see Dylan Klaver all over, riding on the back end, and just slips through. And I believe gets it done there, leading into the stretch down towards the Ullman Straight. But there is a chance that he could get tagged back here, as we can now see in behind that waving car on the inside. We're just looking at Dylan Klaver there. Neil Tasker trying to find a way back, slips in on the inside. Can Neil Tasker get it done? Heading into the Sunset Bend, but no, he can't. It's well held there by Dylan Klaver, who holds on to that P23. Well done him. He's now chasing Taylor Bright, who is next on his list, and will now be bombing down towards what will be turn one. But what a great display of tenacity there by Dylan Klaver, and he can be well happy with that result as he makes his way around the first corner and into the S's section. Turn two, he's got to go past now into turn 3 and 4, and soon to be turn 5 down towards turn 6, that being Big Bend once again. Yeah, great display indeed, and again, it just goes to show if you've got the grip, you've got the power, you can get it done here at Sebring. It's a stunning circuit. It's certainly ideal for moves like that, making use of the cornering, certainly around Le Mans. If you can get a great exit, it certainly goes a long way for you to get a positive result. So superb work from him, as we're now watching another on board here, this time a red card. That looks to be Marius Seidel in there for Team LRL. And himself in P15 currently across the classification, but in his own class. Just currently looking at him now. He is P15 amongst the classifications. Indeed, doing an incredible job, really. He's in behind the Mugen Sim Racing team in P14. That, of course, being the GTE class at the moment. He himself in a GT3, but as he makes his way around the next left, he's going to want to try and maintain the grip. And that's a car going off there. I'm not quite sure who that was, but again, running wide. That's a prototype. Just looking in behind the navy blue livery. Of course, we'll see if I can catch up and see who that is. We now see Marius Seidlin just literally weaving through the curves and allows the prototype through. Comes around the next right-hander, LRL doing themselves credit, doing themselves justice, at least for the time being. And they can be proud, certainly, of their results. As you can see, the class leaders above, Zook, Sparkling, and Close, leading their respective categories there. LRL in the GT3 class, currently in P2, and a lap behind the AFP team. As you can see on the graphic on the left-hand side, AFP coming here in all sorts of class here today, coated in glory, with that of AFP in the LMP2 being led by Roland Zooks after Ernest Lappin's phenomenal effort and his phenomenal stints. We're now seeing what looks to be Chris Shepherd coming out of the pit lane. So a choice there to pit there, and that's going to allow Leonov back in front. So One Arco looking to get the strategy to turn around and still maintain some of the delta, because Netrix pitted. It allowed One Arco in front of them briefly for P2, but since then, One Arco pitting, leaving the pit lane now, Chris Shepherd. And Ross, I believe you're back. And
I am back, hello.
the positions have once again switched. One Arco back into P3.
Yeah, obviously you just got to keep your eye on that with One Arco back in P3. Yeah, not much really to say, is there? Just yeah, just keep your eye on that over the rest of the race. Still got an hour and 20 minutes to go.
It's still a long way to go. Plenty can happen, certainly in racing. I mean, obviously, don't want to tempt fate, as we now see. David Kalaksai trying to close the gap still on Marco Antonio Rodriguez, and still got over 12 seconds to find, which is not ideal for that man, certainly in the Mugen team, as we're now seeing Marco Antonio Rodriguez himself in the satellite racing car. And he's doing well just to maintain the gap. I think that's all that's on his mind right now, albeit, though, he's only 33.9 seconds away from Evolution Motorsports. I say only. It's closer than what Evolution Motorsports are to One Arco at the moment. One Arco aren't without a chance, though, of closing on Netrix Grand Prix, because they've just had a change. So it could well be the case that One Arco and Chris Shepherd might get a chance to close up on Netrix here. We could yet see a battle for P2, which I think is exactly what we want to see, as we now see a penalty given to, is that Gilles de Montrose or something, or Gilles de Montresor?
I believe that was. I'm just not quite sure what that is. Just checking the stewards panel. I'm not too sure. That may possibly be just due to a cut tracks or something along those lines, George.
Yeah, well, that'll obviously be investigated, I'm sure. But Marco Antonio Rodriguez in P5, trying to whittle his way around, getting very close once again to that barrier heading into the straight. And the satellite racing team currently owning that P5 position for now. Marco Antonio Rodriguez still maintaining the same gap and keeping, or trying to keep at least, the Mugen Sim Racing team driver of Chris Shepherd at bay, who is still in P6, but he's managed to close the delta time even more, almost half a second taken off the original delta time. It's now down to 11.2 now, so even more being taken off. So I'd imagine that David Kalaksai is now looking to run on a charge now. There's a good chance here that Mugen could yet turn up the heat. P5 could be in jeopardy for satellite racing.
It certainly could. That's not what you really want to see. This late into the race, you really just want to kind of hold your position and finish it. But Mugen, they had that drama early on, and they just really want to get as far forward as they can. So it's a combination. I think we'll be in for a great battle. Combination of Satellite desperately wanting to hold on to that P5, and Mugen desperately wanting that P5.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to do all he can to do it. It's all about respectability and highest finishing positions possible, folks. That's racing. That's why they do it. And certainly Mugen are going to do just that. They are now dropping the lap times like, I don't know, like something possessed indeed. 11.2 seconds, the gap between them and Satellites Racing. Marco Antonio Rodriguez, David Kalaksai putting a shift in here. And of course, he was the quickest man in qualifying, remember, for the Mugen Sim Racing team, nestling a 1:45.773 on Thursday night. So all credit to David. He knows exactly what to do to put on a fast lap time and certainly work on deltas, that's for sure. So don't write off Mugen, certainly to stir up the heat or stir the pot here towards the end of this race. We're in lap 212 already of 268. It's amazing to think that we're at this point, seeing it only feels like, it only feels like a moment ago that we actually got this race underway. The battles at the start, they were something special, weren't they, Ross?
Oh, they really were. It was just, it wasn't chaos, shall we say, but there was certainly so much action going on track, then despite, apart from that that small pile up in the GT field, it really was very, very clean, and that was great to see. And it was just action. Obviously, we saw the a couple cars really, just get really great starts and just fire off into the lead, and then there was disaster around the first pit stop. Many teams missing their marks, and we saw, obviously, with the music car who we're following right now, they missed their pit box and ran out of fuel, and that's why they're so far back. And it was just an absolutely fantastic race start, George, and I really enjoyed commentating on it over the rest of the race. Now, obviously, despite the fact that it's settled down now and there is certainly less on-track action, it's still great to watch.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty more on offer, I'm sure. I don't think we've seen the last of Mugen Sim Racing. And Satellite, there's a car around there, a prototype. I could have sworn I saw a spin just going around there. We just caught it on the side of the replay as we were on board with watching Nico Barkley. We'll hopefully find out who that was. I'm not sure, but it certainly seemed to be a loss of grip there. I'm not sure whether you caught that, Ross, but it certainly seemed to me.
I didn't quite see it, but perhaps we'll get a replay in a moment and we can just see what happens. There's every possibility that, yes, there was a spin, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I've just seen as well that my former driver, Danny Robbins, is now in the car here at the moment. And yeah, that's the spin itself. I'm trying to see which team that was, as we're now seeing the car re-enter the track. Obviously, I believe this is the Navy livery we saw previously, but it is, in fact, I believe to be...
It's Global Endurance Racing, right? Anders Hellstrom at the wheel.
Yeah, Anders Hellstrom spinning it there earlier on. Not an ideal visit to the circuit indeed. Certainly don't want to be spinning it, not at this late stage. Delta time is so hard, so desperately accrued, but so easy to lose. And that's not something you want leading towards the back end of a endurance race, as we now see David Kalaksai once again heading down towards turn 1. And once again, he goes faster, trying to work on that delta time in between him and Marco Antonio Rodriguez. And is currently down to 11. Now he's up to 12 now. So again, it's stagnating once again, but it stagnated before and he brought it down. So don't write off David Kalaksai, that's for sure, at your peril, as he now overtakes one of the Porsches. Indeed, coming around this next right-hander, does it easily as well. And I think that's an AFP car leaving the pit lane once again, and harks on back to my earlier comment. I swear to God, they're just literally looking after the car at this stage.
I believe they are. Honestly, they Roland has a lap to the next car. He's, all he has to do is keep it on the road, and he's essentially got victory secured already, even with an hour and 15 minutes to go on the clock. And he, heads back out. You can see, just by going on board with him, you can tell that he is just not even pushing at all. If I just check his delta times, he's really not going that quickly. As Chris Shepherd set to purple first sector this late in the race, that's interesting to see, because generally the lap times have been dropping off. And Roland Sukes really has just been taking it nice and easy over this lap, especially in the middle section, the tricky middle section. You can see he's just there's so much track space he's just not using, because he just wants to keep the car on the road and keep it in one piece and take it to the end.
Well, Chris Shepherd, let me just give you an idea as how quick he's going. He was quicker than Ivan Leonov in Sector 1 in this lap by approximately 1.8 seconds. He was then faster again than that of Ivan Leonov in Sector 2 by 5/10. And we're about to find out to see how quick he is coming through Sector 3 now. And indeed, it was only just about a tenth that Leonov was faster than him, or was it in fact under that? It was more like 4 milliseconds, really, 400 milliseconds, as we're now seeing Leonov now under pressure. No doubt Chris Shepherd is trying to draw every number possible on the time delta without any question. He is really pushing and trying to get close as possible. I'd imagine it will only be a matter of time before he does make that Ostatius maneuver. The difference on my screen currently registering at 13.2 seconds. So he's really going at some here, and really trying to lessen that time as much as he can. Still got a lot of work to do, though. It's certainly a lot to ask. Satellite Racing now down to P6, and that is going to allow the Mugen Sim Racing team up to P5. So David Kalaksai gaining a position without trying as such, but it may be a chance now for Satellite leading towards the end of this race after this stop, with maybe some fresh tyres and some fresh fuel to go on another charge. Is that an AFP car back in the pit lane?
I believe it is. I noticed last time, I don't think it actually stopped. So my presumption is that it actually got a drive-through penalty potentially for track cuts. Obviously, with rFactor 2, in this server, on 6 track cuts, and you get a drive-through penalty, no ifs and no buts. So I assume they were destined to come in for a pit stop anyway. So Roller just decided to come in, take the drive-through, and then come in again this lap to take his scheduled pit stop. But obviously the drive-through wouldn't have hurt them anyway because they still do, like I said, have a lap to play with. Although Networks have just unlapped themselves there, so it now still has about 100 seconds to play with. But I'm sure, judging the pace of Roland Sukes, that he will be able to catch up and pass Networks again and put that lap back on him.
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And we're now looking at what looks to be the Netrix Grand Prix team. That's, of course, Ivan Leonov, who's now rounding the next left-hander. Chris Shepherd is behind him and chasing. And already you can see the One Arco are 14.4 seconds behind still. The gap is being pushed out again. It was 13. It's now 14. Netrix Grand Prix Racing holding on to P2 at least for now. But the question is, how long can they hold out? Because, of course, One Arco, very, very strong in terms of a team. We saw Chris Shepherd earlier on, as I said before, and he's back in the car now for this later stage, as we now see the AFP car bombing down the stretch, leading down towards what will be the next right-hander. And they are well clear, 72.6 seconds the gap, and certainly that's a phenomenal delta. And Roland Zukes just literally just following on and just easing the car around the track, following the great work that has been completed by Ernest Lappins, as we keep saying. I just got to give a credit to that man on his long stint. I have never seen anything like that before in endurance racing, so I don't blame him at all for taking a rest.
Yeah, almost a 5-hour stint there, which was absolutely insane. Roland had an issue connecting. It was intended that they both do 4 hours each, because they knew about the how much time you can lose in the pit stops or the driver change. Obviously, it's 15 seconds for a driver stage in this race. Just a mistake on the part of the organisers. They have passed on their apologies, of course, but you know, a mistake has been made. There can't be anything done about that now, and it appears that Roland and Ernest were some of the only people that knew about that. And Roland actually had a technological issue trying to log on, so Ernest ended up doing another stint, 5 hours in the car. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I honestly, I was sat here lost for words. It was simply phenomenal stuff from him, and he's just. You know, the fact he was still putting in consistent laps at the end as well, and had such a lead, it was amazing stuff from you know, the 15-year-old Ernest Lappins. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he certainly, to be fair, earned his salt for the AFP team, especially after a stint like that. Endurance racing, it takes no prisoners, and a 5-hour stint like that is absolutely out of this world. And he's teed up his teammate Roland Zukes with a very, very cozy ending to this race, because he simply did not come off the pace at all. Despite being in P1, he was letting fly, pushing all the way, and Roland can now just pretty much pick up where he left off, ease the car home, and obviously do what Ernest did, justice pretty much.
Indeed, obviously, you know, sorry, just jumbling my words a bit. Getting late, isn't it? Obviously, Roland, he doesn't need to push as much as Ernest. He's now got a 90-second gap. And the Networks car behind him doesn't seem to be quite on the same pace as him. But, you know, he still needs to bring that car home, and he's still setting in consistently quick lap times. There's obviously a lot more on the table if he wanted to try it. I doubt he'd be able to get fastest lap, because the track's actually got slower as the event's gone on. So it's unlikely that he'll be going for fastest lap, but, you know, he can certainly have a try, I'm sure. And, you know, it's just been a great performance from both of the boys in that AFP number 4 car. It's been so dominant today, and, you know, at this stage, I'd say they've pretty much got a win in the bag, bar any technological or motoring issues, any malfunctions they may possibly have.
No, I totally agree with you. I'm 100% with you on that, Ross. Absolutely. Obviously, now we're 8 minutes away from the final hour of this race. And, of course, we'll look forward to bringing you the rundown, of course, leading into that final hour. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable, folks. Apostino Force Bologna could be absolutely delighted with their driver lineup here today. They have all done them credit, both Ernest and Roland as well, doing their bit for the team. Netrix Grand Prix in P2, of course, they've still got a battle raging on, only 15.3 seconds away from One Arco, who are in P3, Evolution Motorsports in P4, and Mugen Sim Racing in P5, Satellite Racing P6, and that is your LMP2 cars currently strung out on the grid. In GTE class, One Arco P1, and that's a good testament to One Arco's efforts here today. Pin Sim Drillers Esports, of course, Ross, as Ross quite rightly said, incredibly prominent and certainly entitled to every bit of credit they got for getting themselves where they are there today. And of course in P3, DDoS Racing as well for doing certainly the business indeed. They look to challenge Drillers Esports, but of course the way the pit stops have ironed out, they are now in P3 and a fair distance behind. Mugen Sim Racing in P4, Tamiya Team Watt there in Team 5, and Tenga Team Watt in P6. Ross, I believe we have an update in the chat.
Yep, just checking in the chat. Apologies, we had a message from our broadcaster that I didn't quite hear, so I'm just going to ask if you could repeat that in our ear quickly. And it appears, thank you very much, Joey. It appears we do have a penalty for Team LRL in P2 in GT3. Not quite sure what that's for. Just going to check through, but my best assumption is that's going to be a drive-through for cut tracks. So I'm sure we'll see Marius Sutherland jumping into the pits any moment now. That's really not what that team needs. We're using sim racing, only 17 seconds off. So that's really crucial at this stage in the race in terms of P2. I'm sure that Mugen car, Prebeck Zolt, has been, they're very even on pace, and Prebeck, he's been doing a very, very good stint in that Audi heading into the last hour, and I'm sure that he's going to be rubbing his hands at the thought of a drive-through penalty for Marius Sutherland, George.
Certainly will. Mugen Sim Racing licking their lips in anticipation here. Currently 16.9 seconds on the track away from Team LRL, and that penalty will be music to their ears, that's for sure. And there's Marius Sutherland out on track, and he's coming into service, I believe, now, Ross. And this will soon decide as to whether Mugen Sim Racing will snatch that P2 spot.
We will indeed. Watch that delta. It's falling. 10 seconds now. Very, very tense if you're on Team LRL. I think Mugen Sim Racing, he's coming out of Sunset Bend now. I think that Prebeck might just be able to do it. Out comes from the pits comes the LRL car, but there is the Mugen Sim Racing car. It's going to be super tight. Out comes the LRL Ferrari. It's on the right-hand side, and up the inside goes the Mugen Sim Racing. But look how close they are! Oh dear, and slightly off the track goes the LRL car, and the Mugen Audi just slips through. Phenomenal stuff. Look how close they are. They are... And there's a GTE car in that battle as well. Not even for position. This is super close stuff here, and this could be really exciting over the last hour, George.
Certainly can be, Ross. This is exactly what we were hoping for late on in this race, and certainly Team LRL now have got it all to do. Mugen Sim Racing cannot believe their luck. They are in P2 now in the GT3 class and pulling away indeed. Prebeck Zolt there in P2, being chased by Marius Sutherland. Don't forget as well, they have got a GT3 car dead in, or the GTE car dead in between them here, and of course that's going to provide plenty of complications as they make their way down towards the next right-hander. You can see there's Zlot now in P2, Seeland in P3, and Marius Seeland must be cursing under his breath at the moment, being stuck in behind this man who is currently sitting in between him and Prebeck Zlot. Surely Prebeck has got to take advantage of this and try and draw clear ASAP, Ross, just so he can actually gain some sort of an advantage.
I mean, what if I was a Prebeck Zolt right now? What I'd be doing is trying to back up that Corvette into Marius Sutherland and force Marius into making a mistake and going off track, because you want to give yourself as much time as possible, and trying to back that Corvette off and costing Marius time, where you can then shoot off into the distance. Obviously you've got to think smart in endurance racing, especially when this late in the race, an hour to go, and there is a second between P2 and P3 and GT3. It's super close, George, and honestly, either one of them could come out on top at this stage.
It's what dreams are made for, Ross, as they come round Sunset Bend again, and indeed turn 17, so hellacious, and LRL maybe a little bit untidy coming through that sector, and it's allowing an opportunity here for the Mugen Sim Racing team to tank on. Certainly Prebeck Zlot looking to do the biz here for that very team as they come down the stretch now in towards turn 1. But you can now see the team LRL, just trying to get my words out there, folks. Marius Sutherland rounding that turn 1 indeed, and runs off track. That is not ideal. That's going to cost him a hellacious amount of time there in terms of certainly endurance racing. Coming around the next left-hander will not do his tyres any good. The grip levels are going to be a bit sore on that car for a little bit now. Hitting apexes is going to be tricky, and it's opened the door here for Mugen Sim Racing to once again extend that lead.
Yep, that's exactly what the LRL car didn't want to do, just running slightly wide, and you can see the gap has just extended that little bit now, just over a second, but luckily Marius Sutherland has managed to get through that TTW Corvette, so now it can just get its head down and focus on the race ahead and hunting down that Mugen car.
Sutherland now knows what he has to do. He's got to try and withstand this delta time. You can now see the rear view of that Mugen Sim Racing team car, and of course they make their way around the next left-hander. You can see there, you can see Sutherland just pushing with all his might here, trying to bring back the delta time. It goes out to a second once again. He's lost that improvement. Coming around the next right-hander here again, down towards the stretch, and indeed as they make their way down towards Bishop, turn 14 this is, He's still going to try and close up that delta time, but it's not breaking that second gap right now. And indeed, Mugen Sim Racing looking to hold on as best they can, and they're looking good for it at the moment, Ross.
Indeed they are. Zolt is just managing to keep that Audi running away in the straight line. 1.2 seconds to the LRL car. Obviously that Audi, when it's not set up correctly, it can be a bit funny to drive. When it is set up correctly, it is absolutely rapid and absolutely planted, and that's what we're seeing from that 39 right now. Trebek Zolt trying to pull away from Team LRL while he can. Let's just hope he doesn't spin here through Sunset Bend. Nice and steady. It seems like the Ferrari is just quicker through Sunset Bend, but the Mugen car is quicker over the rest of the lap. But look at how much time the Ferrari gained from there. Almost half a second through Sunset Bend there, George. That was simply insane stuff there.
To the words right out of my mouth there, Ross. I got to say, coming around Sunset Bend, I cannot believe the speed that he had on the exit of Sunset Bend. Coming into turn 1 now on the exit, heading into turn 2. Of course, that straight line into turn 3. Turn 4 is dead ahead. You can now see that Zolt now trying to apply as much pressure as he can, trying to extend the gap. Indeed, I think he's done just that. It's gone out to 1.1. They're now going to round what will be Big Bend turn 6. And you have to wonder that maybe the LRL car is better in the long winding corners. I have to say, I think they may be slightly better in that regard. Maybe it's a case of driver confidence heading into bends such as Sunset. It can be quite an imposing section of the circuit if you get it wrong. As you can now see them rounding the next right-hander in hot pursuit is Team LRL. Certainly, Trebek Zolt knows very much the pace of this man. Seedon looking to put a dent in his prospects here as they come around the next right-hander, the next left beckons. And indeed, the Mugen Sim Racing team looking on in anticipation to see whether their man can actually clear this man, Seedland. And the LMP cars are now cruising past that of Seedland. That's going to complicate things a bit.
It certainly is. This is the last thing that Seedler wants. He really wants to just stay on the back of Zolt, but the LMP cars could really delay him. But then you also have to look at the other angle, and it could be worse off for Zolt, because as they're coming into this fast section, it looks like that's when they're going to be able to pass Seedland, but Zolt may be forced wide in places like the Mont Corner and Sunset Bend, where you really need to carry the speed. So this could be a real problem for the Mugen man.
Yeah, look how close he is now, 0.4 of a second, and he's coming up to Sunset Bend indeed. The straight line speed. Can he get the same entrance and exit that he had in the last lap? It would be enough to get that spot indeed as they now round Sunset Bend again. You can see the front view of that car running exceptionally wide though, but can he get the exit off the curve heading into the straight? You can now see him.
Oh, and he's coming into the pits.
Oh, he's coming into the pits. Mugen Sim Racing. How crucial could this be into the latter stages of this race? The GT3 cars, LRL reclaiming that P2 spot. Zolt's coming into P3 after coming into the pit lane, and will move down to P3, should I say, and Team LRL benefiting in that regard. But I got to say, it was a good battle while it lasted, as we now see Roland Jukes coming down the straight as well, this time past the paddock coming into turn 1. But I got to say, we were treated to some certainly excellent racing there, Ross.
We were, but Mugen Sim Racing, this could be crucial, because I believe Team LRL still will also have to make a pit stop at some point. How strong is the undercut here? We saw earlier that it was pretty strong. Fair Racing team managed to get a big undercut on, I believe it was Omicron earlier in the race, in the first hour or two. So it could potentially be that Mugen are about to get a big jump here on Team LRL. We'll just have to wait and see.
We certainly will. Obviously, a strategy sense, this could decide the fate of what happens to P2. We're just seeing there that Team MRTI Grimili Racing are now into P3, and they're actually 50 seconds behind Team LRL. So Mugen going in for a long stint. This, I would not be surprised, Ross, to be a tyre change.
No, judging by the amount of time they've spent in the pits, they're not going to be having a driver change this late into the race.
Tyre changes. Sorry, tyre.
Yeah. So obviously a tyre change is yeah, that's probably what's on the cards here. And Trebek comes out of the pits now, gonna have some fresh rubber. So when the Team LRL car does come into the pits, 50 seconds back, the Mugen team are going to be able to really push and try and get through.
Yeah, they're going to apply the grip certainly that they've got on that fresh compound. Obviously dead ahead of them now, Team MRTI Grimili Racing, currently 50 seconds, as I said before, behind LRL. And I'd imagine that Mugen want to put a big hole in that, that's for sure. They're going to want to try and close to the rear of Team LRL. Pretty sharpish. Chris Shepherd, who we're currently seeing on our screens here, rounded in Sunset Bend, trying to close the gap on the man that's ahead of him. That, of course, being Ivan Leonov in P2. The delta time still considerably wide. They're currently at 15.5 seconds in between the two of them. And you can see that AFP have brought in Danny Robbins to drive the AFP car in the GTE class. The GTE class, the GT3 class, and leading the way in that classification ahead of Team LRL by a whole lap at least. And Danny Robbins, of course, I know him to be a quality driver. I had him in my own team for Geo Grand Prix Racing in GPVWC, where we actually picked up some good points, to be fair. Danny Robbins, a very good servant, certainly for my team, so I know what he's like on track. He can be very tenacious indeed, doesn't mind going for moves, and certainly does carry the pace. So do look out for that man in the GT3 class, as we now see the red car now making its way around the next left-hander. Certainly has been an exceptional race so far, folks. Been treated some really exciting race, and I have to say, and I think we're going to have more on the cards, certainly with the One Arco team trying to whittle down the delta gap between them and Netrex, not to mention Jerome Kuikel, who is trying to bring that Drillers Esports car closer to the back of Nico Barkley.
I think Nico does still need to make a pit stop, but I'm also not sure if Jerome's going to be able to make it to the end, either on that set of tyres or on that fuel load. So it really is all to play for at the moment. I know Nico definitely has to make a stop. I have my suspicions of Jerome will as well, but the gap is currently 66 seconds, and Jerome is catching as it stands. Nico may need to take tyres at his next stop, and I don't think Jerome will, however, if he does stop for fuel. So that could play into Jerome's hands in terms of track position, but then if Nico does have the fresh tyres, he may be able to get a severe overcut on the Pinson Drillers driver.
Could well do. So it's all, once again, going to be decided in the strategy. So we'll have to see what they think of. Obviously, the teams are going to have to discuss it, find out the best plan of action heading into the final stages of the race. Of course, when Arco currently have the lottery here, certainly, the monopoly, should I say, in the GTE class. They're leading the way. Drillers Esports back by 66.3 seconds. That's the PinSim Drillers Esports team with DDoS Racing in P3. And they're well back by around 74 seconds as we're now witnessing what looks to be Chris Shepherd still trying to lay claim against Ivan Leonov for P2. The gap now back down to 13.5 seconds. We've been here before, and certainly Chris Shepherd seems to be languishing around this delta time gap, but needs to do a little bit more if he wants to try and get close to the back of that Netrix Grand Prix team.
He does indeed. Chris Shepherd, he's been lingering about 13 to 12 seconds behind for quite some time now. Just the tyres not quite where he'd like them to be, I suspect, at this stage in the race, with about 54 minutes to go on the clock. That's right, we are into the last hour, everybody. And I'm sure, obviously, still sitting pretty in P3, the one can't speak English, apologies. The one I've been commentating the entire race, surely cut me some slack, everybody.
We'll cut you some slack, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, but the one Arco car, it's been sitting pretty in P3 for quite some time now, but I'm sure Chris Shepherd probably still needs to come into the pits one final time. Maybe he'll put tyres on again just to get that final push alongside the fuel. We also have to see what Netrex does, because if Netrex just comes in for fuel, that's an important track position. We have to see who bites the bullet first, who comes into the pits first, because I'll expect to see whoever does one thing, I think we'll see the opposite from the other, George.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, obviously, anything to make a difference in this race. Obviously, they're going to have to go on alternate strategies if they want it to work. I think One Arco, are one team that need to make that sort of a change. I think if they want to try and get past in the LMP2 class, I think, like you say, Netrix are going to have to go for one stint. You'd imagine they'd want to try and preserve their advantage in P2. I can't see them challenging for the P1 at this stage. I think it's AFPs to lose right now. Obviously, Netrix are going to have to try and consolidate that P2 spot, whether One Arco go for a wild strategy, an offensive strategy to try and really push back on that lead, whether they try new tyres and go for it at the end of this race. Netrix might want to try a splash and dash and not bring the delta gap down too close. Of course, there's literally minimal gap between them now. 13 seconds. A pit stop would be enough to move One Arco ahead of that Netrix team.
Indeed, but also you have to remember that One Arco do have a lap to the car behind in Evolution Motorsports, so they could definitely take a gamble and go super aggressive, take a pit stop, take on the fuel, take on the tyres as well, and just try and push and get the victory, get second place even on pure pace, because they do have that lap buffer, so they've got nothing to lose essentially. So my suspicion with One Arco will take tyres no matter what. It just depends what Netrix does in this scenario.
Absolutely. It's certainly a question as to who is bravest, as we now see that looks to be a GT3 car just looking a little bit harem-scarum, going around that right-hander as they come down the stretch now on Ullman. and down towards what will be the next right-hander. And certainly it's going to be an interesting one as David Kalaksai now powers through turn 1. Just look at the pace on those LMP2 cars as we now see David Kalaksai make his way through the winding section of the circuit here in Sector 1. He is currently 4.2 seconds behind Marco Antonio Rodriguez, so he's made some severe strides here and is really closing the gap. 3.9 now as Marco Antonio Rodriguez, who's currently in P5. Maybe he's struggling a little bit there on the pace, because it seems to me that David Kalaksai is finding a little bit of leverage here, rounding the hairpin, as we just saw in iShot, the satellite racing car there.
Indeed, that Mugen sim racing car, finally after such a long race with their fuel troubles early on from the lead all the way down to last and then a lap down, they've fought their way back up. It's been a tough, it's been gritty, it's been brutal race on that team, but they're finally within 4 seconds of 5th place, and I think they do deserve a top 5. But that satellite racing car and Marco Antonio Rodriguez, they've been so strong. It's going to be a hell of a fight for P5 overall as we come into the last half an hour, I think.
Yeah, and you can now see Marco Antonio Rodriguez coming up towards the next right-hander, swinging that car, that maroon livery around that right-hander, coming up towards the next right again, and he'll be heading down the stretch, which is the Allman Straight once again. The Sunset Bend beckons, turn 17, and there, without question, is David Kalaksai, 3.7 seconds back. And he must be eyeing up a tasty maneuver here as he makes his way down towards that Sunset Bend indeed. You just see him there crashing through that final corner and very soon making his way onto the home stretch. Just look at that orange livery, getting closer and closer to the back of Marco Antonio Rodriguez. 3.7 seconds the delta time. He is literally crushing it right now, coming into turn 1 again, and he is leaving or throwing caution to the wind here. That orange livery that resembles so much of the McLaren F1 racing team, just literally flying through the S's section, heading up towards the latter stages of Sector 1. Very soon he'll be tackling Big Bend round turn 6, and Marco Antonio Rodriguez is going to be next on his list.
I think he will. Obviously, Kalaksai probably hurt from that early incident where they missed the pit box and then ran out of fuel, when he knows that he'll want to do that team justice. They definitely had the pace to be up there at the top today, but Lady Luck decided to not give them that, but they want to truly try and get something. I think P5 would give them some sort of satisfaction heading out of the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
Certainly will. Obviously, it's in every driver's interest to finish as high as possible. And no doubt we would expect that from someone like David Kalaksai, who of course parked his car on pole position for the start of the race. Obviously feeling a little sore, as you said earlier, Ross, at the prospect of finishing lower than that. He's currently eyeing up a P5 position. It's not exactly a positive finish for Mugen Sim Racing, but it certainly will lessen the blow if he can manufacture an overtake here on the satellite racing team as he rounds the next right-hander, which is dead ahead of him now, and very soon making his way through the winding sections once again and round towards the Allman Straight here. It's amazing how quick they find their way around this track. Certainly this lap, this 3.74 mile circuit, they certainly seem to have no problem getting it done in a minimal amount of time, as David Kalaksai once again comes through to Sunset Bend, flies through the number 9 car and round into the second half of that corner, heading down the stretch now. The paddock on the right hand side, you can just see the distance. The satellite racing team 2.8 seconds the delta gap now as they come up towards turn 1. David Kalaksai, he's like a predator in the water, and he has got his dish dead ahead of him.
Indeed, I thought there was a little bit of a wobble on the entry to Sunset Bend, and I thought he was actually going to lose it. He's managed to keep it in a straight line though, and the delta time down to 2.6 seconds, or fluctuating around that mark. The man is on a charge, and the man he's hunting down, Marco Antonio Rodriguez, I think he's worried. He knows that Kalaksai is faster in that Mugen number 9 car, and I think he knows that he's coming for him.
He does. He's bombing down the stretch now, and very soon he'll be tackling the next hairpin bend. Does so. Now it's all about the exit speed, and now look how close he's getting. The satellite racing car in view shot as David Kalaksai exited that hairpin bend, as he comes around the next left-hander, comes up towards the next right. You just see that orange livery getting close to the back of the red, and indeed he's right in eye shot now. You can see him in the visor on the glass on the front of the LMP2 car coming around the next right-hander. Indeed, David Kalaksai knows that he means business here. 2.2 seconds the delta time as they make their way around here in this LMP2 classification, coming up towards the next left and very soon they'll be taking the Ullman Straight very shortly indeed. As you can now see them rounding the next right-hander. Here comes David Kalaksai, literally moments away, 2.1 seconds the delta time, another 5/10 shattered off that of the Satellite Racing team, coming down the Ullman Straight now, heading into what will be that notorious Sunset Bend, where we've seen overtake after overtake being administered across this grid order. Coming around is David Kalaksai very soon, coming into the main straight, but he's got to try and weave his way around this double-edged corner, heading into the main stretch. Surely, Satellite Racing, Rodriguez looking in his mirrors, can see this burning incessant orange car strolling down the main straight.
8/10 faster on that lap was David than Marco. He's reeling him in, and Marco knows he's the faster car, but if we remember, the dirty air has been so unkind to these cars in the LFP2. Whenever you get within about a second of the car in front, suddenly your pace just drops. The question is, will Kalaksai be able to stay up behind that Satellite Racing car and then pass him? We'll just have to wait and see. He's almost within that second barrier. We can see in the delta there he is, but not really at a high-speed section of the track just yet. He just needs to clear this GT3 car, GTE, apologies there. But now he is within a second of the car in front. This is where the dirt is going to start to impact him. We'll see that his advantage will very shortly be nullified, George.
Certainly will. You can just see that red car, the Satellite Racing car, very, very close. A second is all that separates them and David Kalaksai here. A late break here from David Kalaksai. He's trying everything. He's putting everything into the apexes at this moment in time, literally throwing the car into the corners, trying to get the most out of this car. Indeed, the Mugen Sim Racing squadron looking on in anticipation. Can their man park their car on P5? He's been asked to push, and he certainly is doing that as they come up towards the next left. The Mugen Sim Racing team, owned currently by Marco Antonio Rodriguez, the driver currently making his way around the next right-hander. Very soon they'll be on the stretch, going down the Ullman Straight. He is now within a second. That's all there is in between these drivers, 9/10 of a second. And you can see there now David Kalaksai using that straight line, indeed, to get the most out of his car, heading down towards what will be the Sunset Bends. I got a feeling in my bones that David Kalaksai is going to start stirring the pot shortly, Ross.
He really is, and it appears to me. Oh, big wobble from Kalaksai in the background there, and he's just dropped a lot of time. Very unfortunate. The gap opens back up to 1.6, but we know the pace of that Mugen car, so I'm sure we'll see him back inside the second barrier shortly. It appears that Kalaksai is mainly quicker through the slower sections on the track. So coming through the middle sector, we just get a replay here on board. You'll see just turning in over the bump. Unselfish car, big slide. Managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. Yeah, fantastic recovery. Kalaksai though back on the charge, and we know that he's faster through the middle section of the track, so that's where he's going to gain his time. He's just going to make sure he gets a really good run out of Le Mans, and I think he should be good hanging into Sunset Bend in a couple laps time.
Certainly will. He just needs to get and regain that delta time, and that's now out to 1.3, but it was 1.5, so he is still getting closer. Just needs to keep applying himself here on this grid order. But you can see the Satellite Racing, he must be kissing the clouds at the moment, thanking his lucky stars that David Kalaksai had that little suspective issue going around the Sunset Bends. But at this moment in time, it's still Satellite Racing in P5. That, of course, being owned currently by Marco Antonio Rodriguez, who is still hanging on for dear life right now in behind Mugen Sim Racing. Now within that second again, David Kalaksai once again on a charge. He's got a GT car ahead of him that he tries to dispatch. He certainly does just that. Comes around the next left-hander very soon. They will be on the Ullman Straight once again. But this time it could be a vastly different story. Oh, a little touch there that nearly ended in tears for Rodriguez. He very nearly tapped the rear end, and that might have spooked him a little bit, as now we see the Monaco team heading into the pit lane. But that's not the story here, as we now see Mugen Sim Racing coming down the stretch, leading towards Sunset Bend, and very soon they'll be tackling that 17th corner on this circuit. David Kalaksai not making any mistakes this time. He's trying to grip the car around the second half of this curve. Very soon he'll be on the stretch. He did lose a little bit, 2/10 maximum, but he is back now trying to find and fly on the rear end of that Satellite Racing car. He is already half a second faster than that of Marco Antonio Rodriguez. You must think, Ross, it's only a matter of time. It is going to be all Kalaksai. He's pushing and prodding on the back of Rodriguez.
It really is, and bear in mind that was 5/10 faster with an incredibly compromised front stretch and likely first corner as well after that mistake at Sunset Bend 2 laps ago. And just look at how close he is here. He's already pulled him in through the S's, and you can just see that orange car edging closer and closer to the Satellite Racing. Now this is where the Mugen car comes into a league of its own, heading through the middle section of the track, up through Fangio, and into Collier's corner. You can see how close a 3/10 separate them as they come through now. RP looks to the inside, potential dive bomb here, not quite. Isn't brave enough to make it happen, but all over the back of the Satellite Racing car, George.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. It's absolutely intoxicating. This battle is thrilling. David Kalaksai trying to pull off a wonder move here as they come around to the next right-hander. Rodriguez there, losing the back end slightly, and that's going to cost him time, indeed, opening the door this time for David Kalaksai and the Mugen Sim Racing team. They come down to the next left. You've got to think the Ullman Straight is where it's going to happen, as you can now see. The Satellite Racing driver Rodriguez coming into that winding section, turn 15, and into Le Mans, and very soon into the stretch. You can see David Kalaksai priming his car for a move, and I've got to say, the Sunset Bend looks tantalizing, as you can now see 0.4 of a second the gap between the Mugen Sim Racing car and that of the Satellite Racing team as well. They come into Sunset, certainly no moves being made yet by David Kalaksai. He might be patient here and wait till the home stretch and maybe make a move going into turn 1. We've seen it done there before as they come through past the paddock. Indeed, still the Satellite Racing team in P5 being held up by David Kalaksai, who is currently only half a second away, and you get to thinking that he will apply his power in the Big Bend section at turn 6.
Kalaksai is clearly the fastest man out of the two at the moment. It just depends. He needs to choose his moment and take his time and make the right decision. Doesn't want to obviously cause an accident this late into the race. That would be disastrous for both of them. He obviously wants that 5th place badly, and he knows he's quicker than the Satellite Racing car. He just can't quite get close enough in the areas on the track where he knows he's definitely quicker than Rodriguez. So he just needs to make sure that he's smart about where he makes the move. He's smart about catching up and following the Satellite Racing car, and when he makes the move, it's the right time and he gets it done cleanly and quickly.
But he's coming round now, trying to chase the Satellite team straight off the bat as they come down towards what looks to be the hairpin bend now. And it's all about the exit here, folks. Well, not the hairpin, just the right-hander coming down towards the next chicane. Of course, this being Collier into turn 12. And very soon they'll have the tower right-hander indeed. As they do so, then they'll have the semi-straight down towards Bishop. And you can see David Kalaksai in the rear view mirror there of Satellite Racing. I've got to say, Rodriguez must be absolutely bricking it right now as they come down towards what will be the next right-hander. And indeed, this being turn 15, down towards turn 16. The Le Mans corner is now next on their list. David Kalaksai still only half a second back, now 0.6. But that won't be long before he gets shuffled down, as you can now see him just not even using the slipstream, just happily sitting in behind that of the Satellite Racing team. He seems quite competent or quite happy to allow Rodriguez to sort of make mistakes here. I think he's expecting him to sort of make a little error here around this next right-hander perhaps, or maybe even on the straight or heading into this next lap, as you can now see them bombing past the paddock here, heading down towards turn 1. Ross, it certainly looks to me that Kalaksai's on a charge still.
He definitely is, even though he was slightly slower that last lap and not pulling out into the slipstream in the straight. Almost a little mind game there from Kalaksai, because he knows that the Satellite Racing man in front of him will see him not pull out and realise that he's confident he's going to get him. He doesn't even need the slipstream to get past him, and that's going to just mess with your head. Even just the little mind games, even this late in the race for P5, they really matter. Kalaksai just not quite as close this time coming into Big Ben, but that could also be beneficial because it means he's going to have a better run through the twisty middle sector, and that could benefit him coming into the back end.
It could also break him free of any possibility of dirty air here, as we can now see Kalaksai still at letting fly here at the Mugen Sim Racing, at the Satellite Racing driver Rodriguez, who's now coming down towards the next right-hander, and you can see Kalaksai in the distance, still chasing and losing the back end there. Once again, the Satellite Racing driver Rodriguez, he seems to have lost it a couple of times around that right-hander with Kalaksai chasing him now, and now this complicates things a bit. The GT cars ahead are going to cause a little bit of a headache as they're now round towards the straight, and Rodriguez knows he needs to dispatch them ASAP. You can see Kalaksai following suit here as they come around towards the next left-hander, and still they let fly. The Satellite Racing driver Rodriguez coming round in towards Le Mans now, being hotly contested here by David Kalaksai as they come around the next right-hander. 0.8 of a second the gap now as they head down the Ullman straight stretch. They will be coming into Sunset Bend together, but no move being made yet by David Kalaksai. He's once again back by 1.1 seconds.
The satellite car got really lucky there. It just hit the traffic at a better time, and it just cost Kalaxai more time. Came up behind Jerome in the Pinsam Drillers Esports Ferrari right at the wrong time. It really compromised his entry and exit into the Le Mans corner. So he's going to not be able to make the move this lap. A couple cars in the pits there we can see on the left-hand side. So it just all depends on what Kalaxai can do over these next couple of laps. Maybe he'll have to hope for some traffic to upset Rodriguez's lap and then try and capitalise on that.
Yeah, well, he's back into the second mark now trying to whittle it down. And he's getting a lot of traction here in this winding section. So maybe downforce is the advantage here for the Mugen Sim Racing team. They're utilising the corners better than that of the Satellite Racing team. 0.4 of a second, the delta time now. And you can see David Kalaxai looking in the distance, trying to figure out a way to make a move here as they round the next hairpin bend on the outset, heading up towards turn 8. Fangio will be next. As you can now see, 0.4 of a second, the delta time between Mugen and Satellite, as they come up towards what will be turns 8 and 9, down towards Cunningham now, which will be turn 10. Collier will be after that. And you can see that orange livery getting so close.
Oh, a little bit wide.
Indeed, a very, very wide indeed. And that's pushed the delta time out even more. He's now up to 0.8, but Kalaxai, he takes no prisoners. He keeps pushing. He is now just over 0.6 of a second back. He's whittling it back down yet again and literally taking it like a duck to water right now, heading down the stretch towards what will be the Bishop corner. And very soon, once again, they'll have another right-handed take. In fact, this is Tower now. Or sorry, this isn't Tower. This is turn 15, heading down towards Le Mans, which will take them down the Ullman Straight. And once again, once they tackle the straight, I firmly expect the Satellite team to be able to withhold the pressure here of the Mugen Sim Racing car. I get a feeling it's more effective in the corners, I think, Ross.
It really is. You can see that he's just not gaining that much time on the straight. You know, we talk all the time about the Wanako car, which is just an absolute rocket ship down the Ullman back straight. And into the pits come Marco Antonio Rodriguez. He bites the bullet first, so we'll have to see if that's going to secure an undercut for him. Because I'd expect to see the Mugen Sim Racing car of Kalaxai come into the pits in the next couple of laps. We'll have to see if he's able to shoot ahead with an overcut, or if Marco Rodriguez actually manages to secure his position even further with fresh tyres and fuel.
You know, he hasn't got a lot of time. Remember, we've got only 35 minutes left in the session, folks. And David Kalaxai now comfortably in P5 for the time being, obviously subject to stoppages. Though I will say, one Arco, they have made a driver change. Ricardo Costa now taking the seat. We know how quick he is, and he could yet provide a little bit of an upset here for Netrix Grand Prix, because they're currently 17.9 seconds behind. I can see that Chris Shepard's in the live chat. He's a little bit tired, I think, and sweating in the live chat. But the way things are looking right now, Ricardo Costa could provide a little bit of an issue here for Netrix Grand Prix.
He could. 18 seconds back. There's still plenty of time to go. Although we are in the last hour, you know, that's still a decent chunk of time. And, you know, coming to the closing stages of the race, people are going to be very, very tired and start to make mistakes. And I'm pretty sure that Wanako squad are sitting there, you know, just quietly confident. They're currently sitting very happily in P3, and I think they know that there is definitely a P2 on the cards if they manage to perform well. So I think they're just sitting there hoping that Ricardo Costa puts in the performance. Ivan Leonov has been absolutely formidable this race, but then again, Costa has also been absolutely rapid.
Well, they're currently now 19 seconds behind, and we know he can push. He's quick. If you remember, he was P4. He actually was the one who settled the time in their qualifying session, and they were behind Netrix in qualifying, albeit a minimal gap. It was literally 600,000. It was like 6 thousandths of a second, 6 thousandths of a tenth, or something like that. Very minimal. Nothing in it whatsoever. 0.006, if you want to get technical about it. So phenomenal effort, certainly from him. And don't write off Ricardo Costa. He has got oodles of pace, and we know that that Wanako car labels itself after the straights. We know how quick it is through the straights. Ricardo Costa himself as well, not afraid to slam it into the corners. We're now looking at Nico Barkley, who's currently in P1. Still Jerome Kuikel in P2, trying to gun all over the rear end at the moment, albeit currently 61 seconds behind. Still not close enough to make any sort of a maneuver. Still a bit of time to go, but I get the feeling that Wanako might have got this one here with Nico Barkley in the hot seat.
Well, exactly. You know, it's obviously 17 seconds. Gap is dropping, and obviously you're gonna have to. I apologize, I'm looking at the wrong Wanako car even. Yeah, but the Pinsim Drillers Esports car, you know, it's just over a minute behind. Jerome's a very quick driver, but you know, I don't think he's able to make up that gap. In the amount of time we have left. So that's 236 out of the remaining minutes. And you know, that one Arco GT car, it's been absolutely solid, as we can see on the screen here, and it's just continually lapping around Nico Barkley. He probably won't have to make another stop, I reckon, and it should be just a very nice, comfortable cruise to the end, much like the AFP cars while sitting in GT3 and the LMP2 categories.
Absolutely, they've certainly dominated today, AFP, in their respective positions. Certainly the LMP2 classification, they've dominated that. They're a lap ahead right now, and still Roland Zooks is leading the way for them there. There's Ryan Nash for the Satellite Racing team down in P6. So they have made a change now of Satellite, and they've brought on a fresh pair of legs here in this race. Certainly Ryan Nash, you've seen him before, he looks very quick. He's gone green in sectors 2 and 3, so he's definitely got a little bit of freshness about him. He can perhaps bring a little bit of added speed, maybe take the race once again to David Kalaksai at the last minute. I'm not sure what the situation is for Mugen in terms of stops, whether they need to pit one more time, we'll have to see. But Satellite Racing now 86 seconds behind that of the Mugen Sim Racing team, so they've got a lot of work to do and only half an hour to do it in.
Indeed, that Satellite Racing do have the work cut out ahead of them. Mugen may still need to stop though, but depends what they do on that stop. They could value that at this stage of the race, track position is much more important than tyres, as Roland Zooks just laps the Mugen Audi there. It's only getting P3 in GT3. We can see there the Satellite Racing car, they're just fighting its way through some back markers. Ryan Nash at the wheel for the last section of the race. I'm surprised they've had a driver swap, to be honest, but that's their decision. I'm not their team strategist. They obviously felt that he was a man to be in charge across the line. And just coming up behind the Hyper Team car now, they do have the work cut out, like you said. I do still feel that Mugen do need to pit, and now I think that they will just try and run with as little fuel and tyres as possible. They want to spend as little time as they can in the stops, and I think they'll just go into ultra fuel and tyre saving mode to just try and get them across the line, George.
Could be a simple splash and dash, I think, Ross, for the Mugen team. They might want to just try and keep the tyres on if they can, and just take it easy. We just seen a GT car coming into the pit lane. I believe that to be a GTE car, in fact, as or it could be GT3. In fact, as we now see Ryan Nash coming around turn 1, and indeed showing all kinds of tenacity at the moment, but albeit he's got it all to do. They've lost 2 seconds somewhere, as indeed that was the one Arco car coming into the pit lane. That's Nico Barkley. So if they can pull off a successful stop here, this will secure them, no doubt, first place, I would have thought. But don't forget, Drillers Esports not far behind. That time and Delta time is coming down, Ross.
It is indeed 30 seconds now. One Arco in the pits. It depends how long they're sat there. We know that Drone is a very quick driver. He's just set off onto the Ullman straight now, and away pulls the one Arco car. So it looks like they're still going to be in the lead, but it depends how quickly they can get the tyres back up to temperature, how quickly they can get in the zone. We saw previously there obviously hasn't been a tyre change in this stop, only 30 seconds, so it must have just been a splash and dash. And we know that Jerome has been slightly faster in this latter portion of the race. He comes around the main straight now as the one Arco car heads back out onto the track. So it could be very tight as we get into the last few minutes.
Yeah, 10 seconds now, the gap between the Drillers Esports team and one Arco in the GTE classifications. Borja Milan now in the car for one Arco, so they've made a driver change as well. Jerome Queekle there for PinSim Drillers Esports in P2, and there is that's Roland Zooks. He's in the pit lane, albeit I don't think they have a lot to worry about, but once again, I think it's just a case of maintaining the car to the end of the race, I think, Ross.
Indeed, still with that, well, they no longer have a lap because NetRex have just unlapped themselves. But, you know, Roland Zooks, that Abstinio Force Polonia car has just been up the front since about an hour and a bit in. It's just been dominant. They've got nothing to worry about. Taking their time in the pits, perhaps having a tyre change or maybe some repairs done just to make sure that they can ease it across the line. You know, they've still got a minute on the NetRex car, barring any mistakes. They will, you know, they've easily got this race in the palms of their hands. So, you know, there's no reason for them to push. There's no reason for them to worry about anything. So I'm sure that they will just be making sure that everything is perfectly okay in this last stop.
Yeah, well, the one Arco team, Ricardo Costa, we're currently seeing on our screens right now, just making his way through Sector 1. He was actually 0.6 of a second slower in the last lap, gunning down after Ivan Leonov, and has got 17.8 seconds to find on that Netrix Grand Prix car. So obviously doesn't want to lose any time. He needs to make the most of every single lap leading up the final half an hour. We are now within that final half an hour now, folks. So Ricardo Costa has got to push. If one Arco want a chance at sniffing this P2 spot here in the LMP2 classification. They've already got the P1 for now in the GTE class, albeit drillers. In fact, whether it's the case that Monaco are still struggling to warm the tyres up, the Pinsim Drillers Esports team have broken that 10-second gap. They are now down more to the 9.9s and the 9.7s, now breaking it down to the 9.4s and 3s now, Ross.
Indeed, it's very, very close between these top two. Jerome definitely seems to be the faster of the two drivers. Again, well, I mean, obviously he's 48.7 seconds faster on that lap because the Monaco car came into the pits. But that gap has gone down from 10 seconds to 9. Still, with about 30 minutes left on the clock, this is going to be super, super tight. We could see a battle right down to the wire in the GTE category. And that Pinsim Drillers Esports squad, they've done supremely well to go basically from last to second. Imagine the scenes if they managed to get the victory here today.
Oh, absolutely, Ross. Phenomenal scenes indeed. I'm just looking in the live chat as well, and I'm going to take the words right out of Callum Hambley's mouth. It is indeed squeaky bum time here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It's been absolutely unbelievable. The land of stars and stripes has certainly lended itself to some great racing here today, certainly in a virtual aspect, that's for sure. And here we see Jerome Kwikel there in the Pinsim Drillers Esports car, trying to chase after Borja Milan in the Monaco racing team car. And 9.5 seconds is the delta time. And indeed, it looks like Jordan might have, or at least they might have a little bit more pace as that Drillers car as they make their way around this next left-hander. Jerome certainly looks to be the man with the pace, as you quite rightly say, Ross. And we could be seeing that delta time crash down even more as we see the other Monaco car in P3 right now. Leonov under desperate scenarios right now. Ricardo Costa trying to bring the time gap through, albeit once again he's slower in that sector by around 1/10 of a second.
Indeed, he is. The gap still hanging around 17 or 18 seconds. Ricardo Costa desperate to try and get P2. I believe he still thinks it's on the cards. I just think he's waiting potentially for a Netrex mistake at this stage. I don't think he quite can have the pace to catch up and take over Leonov with the time that we have left. So I believe third place is still not bad at all for the Monaco car. And they've definitely got a very solid gap to P4. So unless anything goes drastically wrong for them, they've basically confirmed themselves a podium here. I think they're just waiting to see what happens with Netrex, see what happens with Ivan Leonov. Maybe he'll spin, maybe he'll make a mistake. We don't know. We'll just have to see over the final few minutes.
There's literally nothing between them at this moment in time. If you look at endurance delta time, 17.9 seconds. Ricardo Costa still has a chance, but he needs to push. Remember, they've made a driver change recently. They've got a fresh pair of eyes on the screens now, and certainly Monaco are going to be looking to make use of that, albeit now they're now up to 18 seconds. So they're going the wrong way if they want to make the most of it here. They need to start turning things around. We're now riding on board with what looks to be Borja Milan, who's in P1, but he is also fighting his own battle. Monaco has certainly got some certain battles on the cards here. Jerome Kwikel trying to bring down that delta time under 10 seconds. Looking further up, the Monaco LMP2 driver, no doubt that being Ricardo Costa, has brought it down to within 16.6 now. He's starting to try and make some moves as we now see David Kalaksai into the pits, as you quite rightly said, Ross, and this will bring Satellite back into the frame.
This is really, really big for the battle for 5th place. Depends what David Kalaksai does in the pits. Does he take tyres or just feel at the moment it looks like he's going to take tyres? Satellite Racing 50 seconds behind, so we'll have the time, but it could be very, very close as they come out. Have to see, but obviously we have to remember that Kalaksai is going to have the fresher rubber with about half an hour left, and that is going to be supremely important. And on the subject of rubber, I think that's the problem that Jerome Kwikel is going to face over this last few minutes. Obviously he's on a lot older rubber than Nico Barkley is, so while he may be the faster car at the moment, although the gap is currently about stagnating around about 10.5 seconds, that rubber is soon to fall off, I think. So we'll have to put in a big stint if he wants to catch up.
Certainly will. The Mugen team now exiting the pit lane. This is going to be very close indeed, I think, as the delta time comes crashing down. I think Kalaksai is going to be okay, though, as they round turn 1, and he is well clear by 18.3 seconds at least. That's down to 16, should I say, down to 16.5. It comes crashing down, but still, it's going to be clear of 10 at least. So you can definitely count in David Kalaksai to be in with a chance of at least holding on to that P5 position. Certainly, 4th place will be a very massive ask indeed. But what a charge by David Kalaksai. He has managed to solidify that P5 position. The Satellite Racing team now have got to try and do their utmost to try and close that gap still, albeit David Kalaksai still needs to warm those tyres up.
Indeed, but what a performance by the Mugen Sim Racing team. They were in the lead early on. Then obviously that mistake, it escapes me who the mistake was, but they missed the pit box and ran out of fuel on their next lap and put them a lap down as they had to get escape back to the pits and headed back out again. But my oh my, back up to 5th place, an absolutely phenomenal performance from that team. They've really put in a massive shift today, and I'm sure 5th place will be very, very rewarding for everyone at Mugen Sim Racing.
And let's not forget the battle in the GTE class as well, because Monaco and Pinsim Drillers Esports are still raging on. 11.6 seconds the gap, so that could still happen there. There's Pre-Brick Zolt there in P3, still trying to pull away from GJ de Montresor, who is in P4, and that's for the team MRITI Grimili Racing Team. And they've got a huge mountain to climb to try and close up on that certainly that spot there in P3. As we're now back on board here with the App Stenio Force Polonia Team AFP, being represented by Roland Zooks in that seat, and P1 indeed so far, and that is pretty much where they've stayed for a long while now. Ernest Lepin, should I say, should be delighted with the performance that he's led, and before handing the reins over to his teammate. Both of them have driven out of their skins here today. Both of them pretty much had different jobs to do on the day. Certainly Ernest Lapins was certainly sent out to create the Delta time, and Roland Zooks has done a great job of preserving it, Ross.
He definitely has. Obviously, Ernest just put in an absolutely monster performance. 5 hours in the car, just banging in the laps, getting that Delta up huge. You know, remember they had that drive-through penalty early on and were dropped near the back of the pack, and he just came storming through and just set the leaderboard alight. And now handing over to Roland Zooks, and the simple instruction for Roland was just to bring the car home. And at the moment, that is exactly what he's doing. He's taking it super easy. You can tell, just look at the exit of this corner. He leaves so much time in it, just barely running against the wall at all. You know, he could travel so much faster if he wanted to, but he knows he doesn't, because he doesn't want to risk the car, doesn't want to, you know, risk a mistake and risk throwing away 7.5 hours of work here, George.
Yeah, and you can just see his view there in the cockpit cam. You can just see him just trying to wind his way through the corners. Just look how tough it is. He's literally pushing everything on that wheel. So aggressive there, making his way around the corners, because that's what you need to do. Throw the car. Even despite him being in the position that he's in, he's still giving it everything with that AFP car. And credit to him. You can see him zooming under the Mobile 1 banner, heading down towards the hairpin bend. And Roland Zooks can be absolutely proud of what he's achieved here today, as well as Ernest Lapins and the AFP team. I can guarantee you they are absolutely delighted with what has happened here today. And certainly they've come here to the American Circuit of Sebring and lit it up here. And they can be delighted with the fact that they'd be coming home with the win in this 1,000 miles of Sebring. Albeit, though, anything can happen. 20 minutes to go. We've seen plenty of engine failures, things of that nature. Hopefully it doesn't happen to them. It would be a huge new bit of news if it was to happen. But by the looks of it, they've kept the car well maintained and they're driving it extremely well. Give Roland Zooks credit. He's pulled off a masterclass here in his stint.
I mean, obviously, as we have half an hour remaining, Ernest Lapins will probably get all the sings and praises for the absolute just mega stint we pulled in the car. 5 hours, such a big gap he gained. Just absolutely monster driving as Danny Robbins gets in the car for the last stint in the leading AFP GT3 BMW. And that is I can't even speak, sorry. Jerome Quiquila, obviously needing his final pit stop. That's going to confirm basically the Monaco win in GT as well. But as I was saying, Ernest Lapins is going to get all the credits for what he did earlier on in the race in LMP2. But Roland Zooks has driven an absolute masterfully as well. He's just gone out there and done his job and just kept it on the road, driven it beautifully. Obviously got so much more time left in there, but he doesn't need to go fast because they're so far in the lead. He just needs to bring the car home, and that's exactly what he's setting out, and that's exactly what he's soon to achieve.
Yeah, he's doing it well, and that's all that's been asked of him, and he's done just that. We're now seeing Pre-Brick Zolt now coming around, or sorry, should I say GG de Montresor, chasing Pre-Brick Zolt, coming around the next right-hander. 17.4 seconds, the Delta time. He looks to be bringing it down, so he's definitely got a lot of pace under his belt. Whether he can actually push for that P2 is certainly going to be interesting as they make their way down, sorry, not for the P2, sorry, the P3. And as we can now see, the Mugen Sim Racing team still holding on to that P3 spot in the GT3 class. The team MRTI Grimili Racing team urging their man on to try and cause a stir here in the final few minutes, or certainly the final 15 minutes, just over that, should I say. About 18 minutes left in this race, and leading that charge in GT3 is of course Danny Robbins for the AFP team. AFP can be certainly chuffed with both ends of the spectrum, certainly the LMP2, which we spoke about on many an occasion for their great work, but also the GT3 class, which is proven to be dominating in both, certainly in both lights, that's for sure. Looking at the GTE class, currently Monaco is still leading the charge. They are well clear by 59 seconds of that of Pin Sim Drillers, but of course we do remember that stop that the Drillers Esports guys just took, and that is of course Queekle's stop there to get the changes on board. So by the looks of it, it looks like this is how it's going to be towards the end of this race. Of course, Monaco in the LMP2 classification still trying to challenge Netrex. There's currently a gap of 16.5 seconds to boot on that. Ricardo Costa not able to whittle it down below the 10-second gap at all. Evolution Motorsport are in the pit as well, so that could provide an opportunity for the Mugen Sim Racing team again if they can get any closer, Ross.
Indeed, obviously that Mugen Sim Racing team obviously will be desperate to try and get the place. Looking with the time that's remaining, I'm slightly doubtful whether they'll be able to do it, but I'm sure that they'll have their heads down and be trying to get it till the end anyway, George.
Certainly will. I think the gap is still quite substantial. Maybe do a quick splash and dash there for the Evolution Motorsports team to take them to the end, as we can now see these GT cars coming through now, the LMP prototypes making their way down the stretch, certainly trying to keep hold of their positions without interruption here amongst the GT classifications. We now look at the leaderboard. AFP, without a doubt, leading the charge up top. Netrex Grand Prix in P2, Monaco P3, Evolution Motorsports P4, Mugen Sim Racing P5, Satellite in P6, Hyper Team P7, Global Endurance Racing P8, Monaco P9, Pin Sim Drillers Esports P10, DDoS Racing P11, Mugen Sim Racing P12, 13 for AFP again with their GT3 team. Of course, Team Watt in P14, and Team LRL in P15 as well. And of course, just looking at the realms below, we've had several DNFs due to various reasons, but you can see there Mugen Sim Racing P16, Tim MRTI Grimelli Racing in P17, Tenga Team Watt in P18, TCC Motorsport P19, F1 RO Endurance in P20, Leftfield Lunatics P21, Team Falcon P22, Global Endurance Racing P23, Fair Racing Team, of course, DNFing prior to that as well out of the race. And we also lost Omricon, Blackhawk, Aston Martin, of course, that representing the other team. That's not actually Aston Martin, Team Iris as well, and FA Motorsport as well out of the race. Pin Sim Drillers, one of their cars out of the race as well. There's the Satellite Racing team. I also believe that AFP car as well being out as well from earlier on. But what a classification, what a grid this has been, and a phenomenal race. I just want to give this opportunity once again to obviously thank the team at VMG for bringing on such an exceptional broadcast here today. I also want to thank the viewers, of course, more importantly, for sticking with us and enjoying the actual broadcast we brought to you today. I'm hoping this is going to be the first of many that we will bring to you on this channel. It certainly has been a very thrilling ride here today, and very much enjoying the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Please, of course, like we've said before, leave a subscribe to the channel and leave a like on this stream as well. Leave your comments as well. What are your thoughts on the broadcast? What are your thoughts of VMG and the progress it has made here today with this phenomenal effort here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring? It certainly looks like it's going to be AFP's day today, and it's definitely on the cards. Roland Zooks bringing their men home for the final time, certainly in the next 15 minutes. It's going to be a corker, folks. I'd like to thank you all ever so much for joining us here tonight.
Yep, I just want to pass on my thanks as well. Obviously here at VMG TV, it's been a long day, especially for some of us who've been here for the entire race. Obviously all the broadcast team and all the stewards who have been watching along the entire time. It's they've really put out their heart and soul of this Saturday and Thursday night as well. So thank you to everybody involved with this. Thank you to the drivers as well for making this happen. You know, just a big thank you to everyone watching. Big thank you to you, George, and Ron as well, if you're still listening along. It really has been a privilege to commentate over this.
It certainly has, and obviously my thanks goes to yourself and Ron as well. We've certainly done what we can. I hope it was enough for you guys in the chat as well, and hopefully you'll see us back again if you enjoyed what you saw. Obviously, don't be afraid to put a little mention in the chat box to give us a few props here and there. Maybe the directors will see it and give us a chance next time as well. We'll see. So see Roland Zooks coming down the straight once again. Remember, this is going to be the last few laps now, and we're getting closer and closer to the finish of this race. I'm going to talk about it again. AFP team of the day today?
Yes.
Without question.
They've just that LMP2 car, there's 25 minutes left on the clock, and I don't have a shadow of a doubt that they're not going to win. And the same applies to their GT3 squad. Obviously, Ernest Lappins has put in an absolute monster stint and managed to pull away, and Roland Zooks has then got in the car and just driven beautifully, just bringing it home. And then down in GT3 as well, we had Lucas Lichten, we've got Danny Robbins in the car at the moment, and then also earlier on, they just had such an amazing lineup in that car, and it was really incredible to see. And they did get lucky, arguably. There was a couple of penalties here and there which disrupted the cars behind them, but there was no real challenge for them after about 2 or 3 hours into the race. They've been so smooth. I cannot remember a single incident that GT3 squad has had. Obviously, late on with Ernest's stint, there was a bit of a half spin coming down to the hairpin, but that GT3 squad honestly has been just so clean the entire race, and they really do deserve all commendations.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's been a tremendous performance from AFP, and I imagine the AFP camp are delighted with the results here today. All these drivers are certainly very capable in their certainly in their sim rigs at the moment, and we're delighted that the talent seems to be rising year on year, and certainly here today is a great opportunity for VMG to make a start here in amongst obviously the coronavirus crisis that is absolutely decimated this year at this moment in time, and we've actually been witnessing the rise of esports and sim racing to this day. Wheel sales have been going through the roof. We've seen obviously esports competitions and the prize funds totally zoom up, more sponsors getting involved as well. It certainly holds a bright future, does sim racing and esports, and I hope it does so for the drivers as well taking part. Hopefully the more opportunities available, the more sim races we will see, and the sport will continue to grow as well. And judging from what we've seen today, we can be very optimistic about the future, and certainly I'm very optimistic about the future of VMG as well.
I can certainly agree with you there, George. Obviously, sim racing is only ever going up. Obviously, while the COVID-19 pandemic, overall for the world hasn't been great. Obviously, there's lots of people who have unfortunately been killed, and that's never good. But for our little sim racing bubble, it's been fantastic. The publicity we've received and just the influx of people getting interested, it's been great. And as you said, it's only ever going to continue like this. And we've now got people, for example, in the F1 esports series, which really became popular alongside the virtual Formula 1 series of the actual F1 drivers. There's now household names in that. And the same applies for all the top level series, and it really is just, I know it's such a weird thing to almost become famous in the year 2020 for just people who sit in their room and drive pretend racing cars to suddenly be thrust into the limelight on a world stage because there is no sport going on in real life. But thankfully, I'm all the better for it. It really is great to be part of this community, and it really is great to be involved with this.
Certainly is. You get so many success stories, the likes of TRL Limitless, who I interviewed a couple of weeks ago, of course, on the ORL channel. He was a phenomenal human being and a true bedroom to, main stage example, that's for sure. James Doherty, of course, now managing the Sauber Esports team and also part of the famed Veloce team, who have, of course, got a team in the Extreme E competition in Real Racing coming up very, very soon. Of course, Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg have both got teams in that series as well. So very interesting to see how they get on. I've got to say, I'm going to be looking upon that with great interest, that's for sure. And certainly the hopes and futures of competitive racing is certainly rich in its abundance of support and quality of the drivers and teams alike, as we're now seeing what looks to be once again a stop here for Netrix. And this will allow Wanako through. Now, a very interesting development here with only under 10 minutes to go. Ivan Leonov in the pit box. They might have just handed P2 over here.
Potentially, yeah. That's very, very strange to see them coming into the pits this late. I'm not sure if they maybe had a problem. We can just see on the bottom right, I believe that's the Wanako car. Yes, it is. Must be just didn't quite have the fuel to make the end. That's not what you want to see from Networks Grand Prix, but I'm sure at Wanako, absolutely loving the scenes here. 20 minutes to go and they've suddenly just found themselves sat in P2. That is the dream result that they could have asked for. So interesting to see there from Netrex. Not quite sure what's happened, but Wanako certainly not going to ask any more questions about that.
No, not at all. I mean, I've got to say, we're almost speaking of Monaco in the same light as AFP right now. They've got a car leading the GTE classification as well, currently 58 seconds clear. Of course, there was a moment where we thought PinSim Drillers Esports might have a chance of sniping that GTE classification, but certainly the tenacity shown by the Monaco team and their man in the GTE class has certainly gone a long way to securing that position. That, of course, being Borja Milan, who has done a tremendous job of holding on. Bojan Bogdanov is now in that Drillers Esports car, of course, currently in P2. They look good for that P2 as well. But without a shadow of a doubt, Monaco can be proud of their efforts as well. Their man in P2, currently Ricardo Costa in the LMP2 category, has gone a long way to their racing prospects indeed. So I've got to say, two very strong stories indeed between the likes of AFP and Monaco. Both teams deserve every right to be pleased with what's occurred here this evening.
They certainly do. Both teams have just been absolutely dominant throughout. I mean, obviously there's been other squads that have been strong. The number 20 Drillers Esports car comes to mind. DDoS have also been up there. There's been a handful of LMP1 teams and Team LRL as well, and MRTI and GT3. But AFP and Monaco have just been in a class of their own. There's a reason they're taking the wins today, and have just been the dominant force. It's just been phenomenal stuff from both of them as we head into the last 15 minutes of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, which isn't going to be quite 1,000 miles, but the 8-hour time limit says otherwise. And yeah, they've all just been phenomenal to witness, and yeah, entirely deserved for those drivers. Absolutely,
without question. It's getting closer and closer to the end of this race now, folks. I hope you've all enjoyed this race indeed. It's been absolutely brilliant as we now witnessing that of Gigi de Montresor making his way around turn 1. Team MRTI Grimelli Racing now making their way around this left-hander round towards the S section, currently 5 seconds behind that of Prebeck Zlot, and indeed a good chance for them to maybe snatch P3 at the death, and it will go a long way to their prospects, certainly in the GT3 class. And Mugen Sim Racing doing what they can to try and hold on to that P3 spot. But certainly, is there a certain driver that really has caught your eye? I mean, I know you spoke about teams, or are you going to look back to Ernest Lapin still after his heroic efforts earlier on in the race?
I mean, obviously Ernest is going to get driver of the day. 5 hours, a massive gap, just phenomenal stuff for him. But there's been a few really strong drivers out there, and I've spoken strongly of the PinSim Drillers Esports squad. But Jerome Quickhill has been very phenomenal in that car. He's been really slicing through the field. Who else? Lucas Lichten in the AFP GT3 car was very strong at the start of the race as well. I mean, obviously, there's been lots of very, very strong drivers, just kind of thinking through. Patrick Silvassi was very strong in the Omicron Sim Racing team as well. I'm just kind of looking through the driver list, trying to see who else I can talk about who did very, very well. I mean, there's been multiple good teams who have been there or thereabout. Of course, Chris Shepard and Ricardo Costa as well in the one ACO car. I've just got that's the one ACO in the pits, so it seems like it's going to be a bit of a fight for P2 in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, keep an eye on this, folks. We can see the Netrix Grand Prix car now making his way out on what was the Sunset Bend, now down the straight. It's going to be heads and tail above the rest. Yeah, the Netrix Esports car, the Netrix Grand Prix car, should I say, now out into P2. And Monaco have got it all to do now. Ricardo Costa has got to put a shift in. How much time have we got left at the moment, Ross?
15 minutes to go, it's 6.2 seconds. Monaco, depends if they got the pace. If Ricardo Costa really switches it on in this last 15 minutes, he can definitely catch up to the VACTA networks, I'm sure, especially if they make a mistake. This late in the race, it's very easy to do so. You just get overconfident, you stop paying attention. Mentally, you're thinking, it's the end of the race, I'm nearly there, I'm going to do it. And you just make a mistake because you're not thinking, you're thinking about the end and not what's in front of you at the time. Also, I can definitely tell the people at home watching that this is the longest part of the race for all of the drivers, because the end is so near and time just seems to come to a stop. It will feel like you've been in the car for absolutely ages, and the first 6-7 hours will have flashed by, and now in the last 50 minutes, it's almost like it seems like you've been in the car for 10 minutes and you've been there for 2. It really is a real struggle in this last 50 minutes, and this is where we're going to see the men separated from the boys.
The One Arco team now are going to be asking their man to push. Indeed, Ricardo Costa, he is very capable. We've seen it already. He qualified P4, and Netrix qualified just ahead of him. And that, of course, being the same man, Ivan Leonov. So they're going ahead with the both drivers that nestled their positions at the start of the race. So as we now see in the One Arco driver now, 7.6 seconds behind that of the Netrix Grand Prix team. Now, don't forget, Netrix have yet to really warm their tyres up at this moment as well. Just looking further back as well, Mugen Sim Racing's Privek Zlot under pressure from GJ de Montresor for the Team MRTI Grimelli Racing team. That gap is now down to 1.5 seconds. So we've got 2 battles to keep an eye on here, which are going to go right down to the wire. So I want to see all your support in the live chat, folks. Who do you think is going to be gripping onto these positions? Are we going to see a late maneuver here from One Arco? Are we going to see a late move here by Team MRTI Grimelli Racing? Answers on a postcard, please, folks. We're coming down to the last 10 minutes of this 1,000 miles of Sebring.
And boy, oh boy, I don't think any of us expected it to be this close towards the end. You know, we've got a really, really close battle for P3 and GT3 at the moment. You know, GT looks like it's sort of done and dusted, but then again in LMP2, it's super, super close between P2 and P3, and we could see some last-minute heroics from the One Arco squad, and the same for the Team MRTI squad. Oh, and the Mugen Sim Racing car's off!
Off!
No!
That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. We've just seen that. Oh, that is absolutely shocking. None of us saw that happening. Oh, out of nowhere, the pressure, it gets to you. And once again, we have seen it here today. That is absolutely brutal. Heading around, that's number 39 without question. That is absolutely gutting. I cannot believe what we've just seen there. We're going to have a look at a replay. And it was just a case, he came around the left hand, it looked like he touched that wall way too much, just got his exit all wrong, touched oh, that could have been so much worse. It could have been
dear.
Still, the damage is clear on the rear wing. Now, I'm not sure what his suspension's looking like.
Oh, and it seems like he's hit the wall again, according to our broadcaster. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a code 80 any minute now, because that is a severe danger to everybody on the track. And he's very clearly crabbing there. That's not good. Just get a replay again of this second incident. Just coming round, oh dear, just into the wall. And Mugen Sim Racing, hope for P3 just comes tumbling down. It's been a disaster overall for the Mugen squad today. Oh, and that is, I mean, excitement in the last 10 minutes, but my oh my, that is just not what you want to see. Privek Zlot has been so strong in that Audi over the last stint. I'm surprised they haven't called a code 80 yet. I'd expected that there would be. And there has been a code 80 called, I believe, or there will be one shortly, as our broadcaster has just said in our ear. But oh, what a shame for Privek Zlot. He's been so strong the entire race, and then just getting too cocky, too confident on the exit of turn 1 and into the wall.
Yeah, and that's pretty much forfeited that P3 there to Team MRTI Grimelli Racing. They've done all they can, and they've pulled it off. Indeed, GJ de Montresor is going to be delighted that they've managed to maintain this pace and almost drive smart as such. They're now staying in P3, and indeed, the cars are now slowing down. Ivan Leonov in P2, Ricardo Costa still in the mix. He is currently 6, now 7 seconds away, 7.5. I think he's trying to be sensible with the delta time. Indeed, it's a bit like safety car rules in Formula 1, as you can now see them all slowing down, waiting for the restart. Code 80 is indeed pressed upon this track, so they have to conform to the delta windows, and obviously no overtakes or anything like that. But how heartbreaking is that? 10 minutes left to go, and you stick it in the wall. We have not seen much crashes into the wall at all, to be honest, Ross, but how gutting must it be? Final 10 minutes and you lose it right then.
Oh, Privek Zlot is probably absolutely heartbroken, not only for himself but for his team. Obviously, he was so close to a podium for Mugen Sim Racing, and then just to throw it away in the last few minutes. Obviously, I'm pretty confident they'll still get P4 in class, but you know, when you're that close to getting a podium, it just breaks your heart. I'm sure he'll be able to he's obviously going to be able to get back to the pits and repair the car for the last few minutes. But that, you know, I've been there before, where you just throw it away super late, and you know you could have done so well. Team MRTI are obviously probably feeling a little bit sympathetic. They're obviously happy that they're now in that podium spot and have basically guaranteed themselves a podium. As we can see in the bottom right, there is Privek Zlot in that stricken Mugen Audi, just crawling back to the pits. That is such a shame from, obviously, I was mentioning how at this point in the race, this is the hardest bit in the race, because you're tired and you know the race is there. And that's the perfect example. He's just got too cocky. He's focusing about the future and thinking about finishing the race and not thinking about what's directly in front of him. He made the mistake and it's put him in the wall twice, and that is just absolutely heartbreaking for the Musion Sim Racing squad.
It is, and got to say, 10 minutes left to go. Within 10 minutes now. I think there's about 8 minutes left. And the only battle left remaining out on track, subject to the code 80 being removed here, is that One Arco is still in it with a shout of P2 here in the LMP2 class. And we are green. We are back underway here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. And as you can see, they're back up to full speed now. Ricardo Costa, he has got a great restart now. He is within 4 seconds and he is pushing like a man possessed indeed. He's still working hard to try and close the gap with Ivan Leonov. Remember, these two were the ones that qualified into their respective positions. They finished together in qualifying in P3 and P4. They're now battling together for P2 and P3. As you can now see, Ricardo Costa drumming down towards turn 1. It's now or never for Ricardo Costa and One Arco Racing Team. They've got to try and get one over here on the Netrix Grand Prix. Remember, the switcheroo was made during the pit stop, and now it's all on Ricardo Costa. Can he turn the tide? It's going to be a battle between them and Netrix Grand Prix Racing here with minutes left to go.
And Ivan Leonov's being held up by this Ferrari coming through the S's, and that's going to allow Ricardo Costa to close up. Hopefully 7 minutes to go on the clock. Will the One Arco car have the pace to do it? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. We know that One Arco car is absolutely rapid. And apologies, the car behind is AFP there. My apologies there. I'm looking at the wrong car. He's about to get lapped. But yes, Ricardo Costa, 4 seconds to do it. 6 minutes to go. Does he have the pace? You know he's super fast on the straights. If Ivan Leonov makes a mistake, he's going to wind up in 3rd place, and that will be 2nd place for Ricardo Costa and that One Arco squad, George.
New tester corridor here, Ross. They're making their way through the winding sections here in this 1,000 miles of Sebring. We're coming up to the bitter end here of this race. Just over 5 minutes remaining, and it's still One Arco in P3 under the banner of Ricardo Costa, coming around the next left-hander and still letting fly at this Netrix Grand Prix Racing Team. The gaps are literally minimal right now. Ricardo Costa is pushing with all he's worth. 3.5 seconds is now the gap, and it's tumbling down as he makes his way down the Allman Straight. It's down to 3.3. He's literally picking at this delta time, and he very well be shortly in the 3 second mark. You just see that Netrix Racing car just flushing it around this corner, and you can see it bouncing all across the track, getting close to the wall on the outset. And in behind, there's Ricardo Costa coming into view as they come up towards turn 1. I'm on the edge of my seat, Ross.
5/10 faster on that lap was Ricardo Costa with 5 minutes to go. About 3 or 4 laps left in this race. It's going to be so tight between these two drivers. This is the real on-track battle that we have right now. It's all about what Ricardo Costa can do, but remember, Leonov has to keep it super clean. If either one of these drivers makes a mistake, that's it. It's over. That is the positions decided. They will both be pushing harder than they ever have. Suddenly, what has turned into the hardest part of the race has turned into an absolute sprint between these two, George.
Down the stretch now, and you can now see that Ricardo Costa's throwing everything into these corners now. They're tackling the hairpins into the winding sections as well. There's the Netrix Grand Prix car coming up through the next left-hander, trying to whittle its way through this circuit, trying to batter away the advances here of the One Arco team, who has now brought it down to 2.9 seconds. We are within the 2 second gap now. It's absolutely unbelievable scenes here at Sebring. This circuit, legendary already here in the world of VMG, is now going to be made legendary by these two drivers here today, as we're now seeing the One Arco team pushing and prodding. Still 3 seconds the gap, but we know all about Ricardo Costa. His pace is enough, and I'm sure Ivan Leonov is very much aware of what's coming for him here.
4 minutes to go. It's clear that Ricardo Costa is the faster car out of the two at the moment in that One Arco number 14, but will he have the pace to catch Leonov and pass him before we get the checkered flag with 4 minutes to go? Not even that, probably about 3 minutes and 30 seconds now. Lap 255. Looks like we're not even going to hit lap 260. My oh my, it's so close here in the closing stages of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, brought to you live by VMG TV. Ricardo Costa, does he manage to keep it close out of Sunset Bend? Looks like he does. It's going to be really close. 3 seconds as he crosses the line. Ricardo Costa still faster on that lap.
He was over 2 tenths, nearly 3 tenths faster than Ivan Leonov, and that delta time is crashing down still as they come up through the first sector. Ivan Leonov is probably looking in his rearview mirror, waiting to see that multicolour One Arco livery chasing him in anticipation of pestering him for a P2 spot. As you can now see Leonov making his way down the stretch. Very soon he's going to be tackling that swinging right-hander of Big Bend at turn 6. Here comes Ricardo Costa in the same view now, in the same camera shot as the Netrix Grand Prix livery as they make their way around the hairpin bend now at turn 7. Soon turn 8 beckons. The Fangio curve into turn 9. And the Netrix Grand Prix car now within that 2.8 second delta gap of the Wanako car. And very soon you'd like to think that Ricardo Costa is going to make a late maneuver with only minutes remaining. We have got to be within the final 2 to 3 minutes time now. It's literally all guns blazing, pedal to the metal here, folks. Sebring, it's hotting up.
There is 2 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock before the checkered flag, and there is 2.5 seconds separating these two drivers. I'm not sure if Ricardo Costa's going to be able to do it, but I'll be damned if he's not going to try, George.
Well, he certainly will. He's got all the potential. He's got all the talent. Certainly, Costa is going to provide himself with the best opportunity possible to claim that P2 spot. And I'm sure the team at Wanako really urging him on here to get the best result they can for their team here today. 2.5 seconds is the gap heading down into Sunset Bend. You can see there Ivan Leonov still trying to lay claim to it. Ricardo Costa losing a little bit of time, but he's coming around Sunset Bend in a far quicker fashion, whittling it down to the final 2 seconds. He is absolutely flying down the home stretch here as they make their way down towards turn 1. And in the same view, Ivan Leonov can see Ricardo Costa in his rearview mirror. He is 1.1 seconds faster. Absolute scenes here, Ross. Absolute phenomenal scenes.
Where is the AFP number 4 on the track? That matters, because what matters if we will have a time for another 2 laps or whether the next lap will be the final one. Because if the AFP car is just crossing the line, or it has just crossed the line, then this will be the final lap. But if it's ahead of these 2 cars, then there will be another lap after this. It all depends on where that AFP car is. 1.5 seconds between Costa and then Leonov. It is so close between the battle. There's a Ferrari off there that could be distraction. But Leonov, he manages to keep it going though in the Netrex car. There is the AFP in the right bottom. It looks like this is going to be the final lap of the race. These 2 cars will have another lap though, as they are ahead of that AFP car, so they will have one more lap to try and do the business, George.
Oh, never for Ricardo Costa. He knows he's got one more lap to do it. It must be that lap to get it done as they come around the next right-hander. And indeed, in the gap, 1.2 seconds, the delta time. Right now, they're both in the same camera shot. Unbelievable scenes. Everything in this race has been leading up to this moment. Netrix against Wanako. It's Ivan Leonov against Ricardo Costa as they make their way around turn 15. The Le Mans curve now. And you can see Ricardo Costa grip into every single apex. They're bombing it down the stretch now. The Ullman Straight leading down towards Sunset Bend. It's literally a fly's eyelash separating them. They're within the exact second, and you can count on the fact that Ricardo Costa is going to throw it round this curve now.
It all depends on what happens on this final lap. The number 4 AFP car will shortly be crossing the line after this to take the checkered flag. The hours are up anytime now. It all depends on where the AFP car is. But these 2 still have another lap to do the business. Lap 257 will be your final lap of the race, I believe. Ricardo Costa 8 tenths behind. I think he may, it depends how he does over the middle sector. He may be close enough for a last minute lunge into Sunset Bend. 0 minutes remaining on the clock. That is it. Checkered flag is out here at Sebring. Where is the AFP car? That's a good question. We'll have to see. There may be another lap in store for these 2 if it manages to cross the line in time before the clock ran out.
0.6 of a second, the delta time. But Ricardo Costa, he doesn't know when the checkered flag or when the AFP car is. So as far as he's concerned, it's got to be this lap. You can now see Ricardo Costa half a second in behind Ivan Leonov. You've got to think that the Ullman Straight is going to be key in this factor here. And don't forget, the Wanako car has got the straight line speed as they come around the next round. And look how close! 0.3 of a second. It's absolutely blistering pace here from Ricardo Costa. They're coming around the next right-hander now. Ivan Leonov, with all his might, trying to hold off the advances of this Wanako car heading down the stretch now. You can see Ricardo Costa now 2 tenths the gap. A move surely on the cards here for the Wanako team as they come round towards the next left-hander through soon to be the next right. Look how close as they make their way around turn 15 down towards Le Mans curve. Very soon the Ullman Straight. You can see Ricardo Costa and the Wanako team. He's primed in the rear end of that Netrix Grand Prix car. Ivan Leonov under pressure. Here comes Ricardo Costa. Will there be a late move? Going down the inside, heading to the Sunset curve. Trucks him right underneath. A little swerve there. Nearly the front end, but it's still still Ivan Leonov in P2. Close to Ricardo Costa. The line beckons. Will it be enough? It's going to be Netrix holding on to P2 for sure. Is that... I'm not sure.
I'm not sure that's the end of the race. I think they've still got another lap. This is the win for AFP 04. These guys still have another lap. Roland Zooks crosses the line to take the victory for Abstenio Force Polonia. An absolutely dominant victory for that team. But Ricardo Costa still has another lap to do it, George.
He certainly does. They've got one more lap, one more last bit of magic here at Sebring. It is the AFP car that had to cross the line, and it's just done so. But it still allows Ricardo Costa with a chance here. As they come down towards the next right-hander, it's still Netrix Grand Prix in P2. One Arco there in P3 under the guise of none other than Ricardo Costa. On the outside now, the gap is up to 0.6 of a second, but there's still plenty of lap left. As we're now seeing that Netrix car, Ivan Leonov, coming down to the next right-hander. Still Ricardo Costa dead in his rear-view mirror right now into the next left. And they're still chasing, gunning, cat and mouse all over the circuit. Very soon they'll be doing nut cutting time down the Oldman Straight. Ricardo Costa knows he's only got one more chance to get this done.
That's the NFP winner GT3 car. That's the GT, apologies, the One Arco GTE winner in the bottom right of the screen. We can still see on the track the Netrix car appears to be clear of the One Arco car unless they make a mistake in these last few corners here, George.
Certainly are. He's literally just rounding the Le Mans curve now in turn 16. Here comes the Wanaco car of Ricardo Costa, still trying to close the gap. We've got the GT3 winner as well. That is none other than the AFP car, led around by Danny Robbins. A phenomenal result for them as we now see an untidy entrance and exit here. None other than Netrix Grand Prix coming around the home stretch now in behind. One Arco. It's not going to be it for today for Ricardo Costa. P3 can be happy with that, though. He's delighted. Ivan Leonov secures P2. What a dynamic finale here for the 1,000 miles of Sebring. And I've got to say, a testament to the quality of the drivers here on the VMG 1,000 miles of Sebring. Phenomenal, Ross.
Oh my word, that was the most intense finish to a race I've ever watched. Ricardo Costa with 2 laps to go could have made the move done under Van Leonov. So tense to the point where we weren't even watching the winners crossing the line, we were watching the battle for P2. George, that was absolutely intense. Thank you so much for calling on that with me, and Ron has returned as well. Thank you as well, Ron. Well, that was a hell of a race, if you ask me. What a debut event for the VMG and the 1,000 miles of Sebring. We can see here now the unofficial results on the screen. AFP number 4 car takes the victory with Ivan Leonov and Netrix in second. Ricardo Costa takes third. Yannick Bock and Evolution takes fourth. David Koloxai takes fifth. Ryan Nash takes fifth. Laszlo Molnar takes seventh. And Panos Rafaaldez takes the 8th in the Global Endurance Racing team.
Yeah, following down in P9, Borja Milan for Wanaco, doing extremely well to top the billing there. The Wanaco team doing the business. Bojan Bogdanov there in P10 for PNSim Drillers Esports. Certainly a great P10 for them too. Alex Tunbridge for DDoS Racing in P11. Adam Surij in P12 for Mugen Sim Racing. Danny Robbins there finishing P13. Oliver Telgahus there in P14. Marius Siedelin in P15 for the Team LRL. Giges de Montresor finished in P16 there for the Team MRTI Grimelli Racing Team. Rolf Havaragard there in the Tenga Team Watt finishing P17. Nick Mora P18 there. P19 goes to David Petra, and down in P20 Privik Zolt for Mugen Sim Racing as well. Phenomenal scenes there from that list of cars indeed. And once again, Ross, they played a blinder. Just looking through this other list of classifications as well. Looking back at Alex Tunbridge there, we don't see the spinners on track. Taylor Bright, P21 for Lovefield Lunatics. P22 for Dylan Claver and Team Falcon. Neil Tasker finishing finally in P23. And DNFs right through the list for Cliff Van Der Vin, Patrick Silvassi, who was so prominent earlier on, as well as many others as well. We're looking further down, Maximilian Kalinic as well, who was leading with the Blackhawks. David Nichols, we're also seeing a DNF as well for the Satellite Racing Team after that engine blowout at the start. But what a phenomenal race here, and truly a testament to the 1,000 miles of Sebring, a testament to VMG. We were treated to something truly special, Ross and Ron.
Oh, I'm simply lost for words. What an absolutely stellar event. I mean, Ron, your predictions were completely wrong, mate.
Well, not exactly completely wrong. I mean, I did say do not count out Espetonio Force Polonia and they still won the race. So promotion's still with me at this moment in time. But what a beauty of a race. What a way to start off a new series of VMG. And it's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic job, lads.
Brilliant stuff there. We're going to have an interview with the AFP team boss, Anthony Nickpong. Just going to bring him across now. Anthony, mate, congratulations. Your team has put in an absolutely stellar job today. Well, how are you feeling?
Honestly, Ross, thank you again. Well, we're really speechless. We didn't have much expectations going into this race. We didn't do a lot of practice. We had our doubts, but when it came to it, even with the setbacks, the penalties in qualifying, the penalties at the start, we did it in the end. And we're very happy about it, honestly.
Yeah, it was an absolutely phenomenal performance from both your number 4 squad and the GT3 car as well. Obviously, you had the other car in the LMP2 category that unfortunately retired due to connection issues. Obviously, my condolences go out to them, but 2 victories out of 3, that's not a bad haul, is it?
It's great, honestly, and it's just continuing our winning streak now in endurance leagues that we hope to continue. And yeah, we're very happy. We're kind of regretting pulling out the GT. A triple win would have been nice, but maybe next time. Maybe next time.
We'll just have to wait and see.
So Ernest Lappins had a monster of a stint in practically the first half of the race. Did your gamble absolutely pay off when you decided when to went through with that strategy in the first place?
So the strategy with Ernest was obviously to take advantage of his aggressive driving to get to the front as fast as possible, which we did. Then we got a penalty, and then we go back there. And I mean, I don't know, was it a gamble? I think it was a no-brainer for us to do it, and Roland managed to bring it home with good pace as well. We had a bit of a scare at the end because we thought the race was ending 10 minutes earlier than it was, and we had to fuel conserve a lot. I think we barely made it to the end. I know the other teams like Wanaco and Netrex, good job to them, of course, too. They had to do a splash at the end, but luckily we were able to avoid that with some very good fuel saving from Roland, and we managed to do it. Our goal was to finish a lap ahead, but we're still very happy with the result.
Obviously, from me, Anthony, I've got to say congratulations to yourself on a tremendous double victory. Obviously, I want to look ahead and look at VMG itself and the competition as well. I mean, obviously, after this first stint, VMG, 1,000 Miles of Sebring 2020. Obviously, just based on what you've seen today, what are your prospects? What do you think of VMG going forward? Are you looking forward to the future? Maybe entering, of course, your team into future events. Were you happy with how it was done today?
I mean, there's honestly no complaints. There's a few small mishaps, obviously, but I think it was a very well-run event for the first time. And I mean, there's not much to complain about. Big shout out to Joey and Jacob for doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. And obviously, there's other people who I didn't mention. Of course, thank you to the commentators. So Ron, Ross, and George for your commentating. It was very good, the whole race. Mm-hmm. As for if we'll enter next season, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see what the future holds. We'll see if we like the calendar, what the league has in store when it's revealed, and I guess we'll see then.
Well, you've got to hold on to the title, surely.
I mean, guess. Can't make any promises.
We'll just have to see what the future holds. Thank you very much, Anthony. And again, congratulations to the AFP squad. Simply phenomenal stuff from your team. So thank you very much, Anthony, for joining us. And thank you to all of you at home for watching alongside here at VMG TV. We've been in the whole race, and boy, oh boy, was it a good one. You know, a big thank you from us, the commentary crew, and obviously from the broadcast and everyone behind the scenes to the drivers as well. It's been a great event, and keep your eyes peeled for what the future holds in 2021. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time here at VMG TV.